Chapter 001. Digging One's Own Grave. In 1973, Professor Rosenhan from the psychology department at Stanford University conducted a bold experiment. But he feigned being a mental patient and successfully infiltrated a well-known psychiatric hospital in New York, easily deceiving the doctors there. However, when he attempted to prove that he was not mentally ill, he found himself utterly incapable of doing so. On the other hand, the mandatory medication prescribed by the hospital had significant side effects, exacerbating his mental condition to the point that he appeared indistinguishable from genuine patients. Had his wife not arrived on schedule to rescue him, he might have truly succumbed to madness. This is the infamous Rosenhan experiment. The Rosenhan experiment teaches us a profound lesson. Even a psychological expert like Professor Rosenhan may struggle to prove his sanity. How then can I demonstrate my own? Dr. Beth, I see you are deliberately challenging me, Raymond. Inside a consultation room at the Clockwork Psychiatric Hospital, a young man, appearing to be in his early 30s and of mixed Asian and Caucasian descent, clad in a blue and white striped patient gown, spoke with a sense of resignation. Seated across from him was Dr. Caitlin Beth, a blonde woman clad in a standard white coat, her silver nameplate adorning the left side of her chest. While Raymond spoke animatedly, Dr. Beth listened with a calm demeanor, occasionally jotting down notes in the medical file before her. Only after Raymond concluded his remarks did she set down her pen and look up at him. From a linguistic perspective, your performance exhibits no issues whatsoever, and your discourse was remarkably eloquent. I dare say that the majority of ordinary individuals may not articulate themselves as well as you do, but Raymond anticipated the impending, but with a sinking feeling. However, you explicitly informed me yesterday that you hail from Huagua and are a renowned private detective, bewildered as to how you found yourself here upon awakening. Correct? Dr. Beth flipped a page in the medical file, scrutinizing the records as she posed her inquiry. Raymond's expression faltered, leaving him momentarily speechless. For those words were indeed his own, irrefutable and beyond dispute. It is worth noting that the consultation room was equipped with surveillance cameras should he insist on an unreasonable denial. Dr. Beth could effortlessly produce the footage to counter him. Yet in that moment he had no inkling that he had traversed dimensions. Indeed, a crossing of worlds once again. Although the term transmigration was as familiar to him, a seasoned reader of web literature, as the back of his hand, no one would anticipate waking up to find themselves confined within a psychiatric institution. Moreover, there were no mirrors in the ward. In his flurry of rage and confusion, he failed to realize that he was no longer in his original body, solely desiring to escape this wretched place. It was only after his initial interaction with Dr. Beth that he began to uncover the truth. That night, fragments of memories belonging to the original occupant of the body surfaced in his mind, revealing his current predicament, as well as the identity and experiences of the original owner. However, that realization came after his first meeting with Dr. Beth. Even if he wished to amend his statements, it was far too late. Thus, in Dr. Beth's eyes, he was merely a secondary personality who fancied himself a famous private detective from Huagua. To be candid, Raymond understood why Dr. Beth would arrive at such a conclusion. After all, the reason the original occupant was committed to this psychiatric hospital was due to schizophrenia. Furthermore, for someone like Dr. Beth, who dealt daily with mental patients, a secondary personality imagining itself as a private detective from Huagua was hardly peculiar. In comparison to those who frequently proclaimed themselves to be gods, demons, or extraterrestrial beings, what was a mere Huagua private detective? A triviality, indeed. Yet, this predicament rendered Raymond incapable of earning Dr. Beth's trust, preventing her from believing that he had genuinely recovered. After all, he could not possibly confess to being a transmigrant, setting aside whether or not he could persuade Dr. Beth. Even if he could, he would never dare to do so. From the fragmented memories of the original occupant, it appeared that the world he now inhabited might very well be the Marvel Universe he had known in his previous life. Although he could not yet ascertain which version of the Marvel Universe he was currently in, one thing was certain. This world possessed extraordinary powers. Should he foolishly reveal himself as a transmigrant from beyond this world, who could say how many overt and covert extraordinary forces would seek to take advantage of him? Thus, such an approach was utterly impractical and not worth considering. Rather than that, he would prefer to remain in the psychiatric hospital than to be treated as a lab rat. Yet, discarding that option left him at a loss for alternatives. He could only engage in a battle of wits with Dr. Beth, attempting to navigate through this precarious situation. Regrettably, Dr. Beth proved to be far more formidable than he had anticipated. Damn it, I can explain yesterday's events. Upon hearing Dr. Beth mention the previous day, Raymond steeled himself, readying a lackluster excuse he had concocted. However, before he could finish his sentence, Dr. Beth interrupted him. Let us refrain from discussing yesterday's matters for now. Upon hearing Dr. Beth's words, Raymond did not feel relieved. Rather, a heightened sense of vigilance surged within him as he sensed that Dr. Beth was about to make him even more uncomfortable. Indeed, he soon discovered that his instincts were correct, and events unfolded precisely as he had feared. But that does not mean you can casually insult my professionalism, Dr. Beth adjusted her gold-rimmed glasses and stated earnestly, I hold both a bachelor's and a master's degree in psychology from Stanford University. If such a Professor Rosenhan ever existed in the Stanford Psychology Department and conducted the well-known experiment you mentioned, I would certainly be aware of it. Therefore, despite your eloquent and logically sound statements, Mr. Raymond, they do not serve to prove that you have truly recovered. I apologize. The world lacks the Rosenhan experiment? At that moment, Raymond felt his head spinning, his inner turmoil refusing to settle. Had he truly dug his own grave? What he had previously asserted about the Rosenhan experiment was not a figment of his imagination. It was indeed a notable experiment in the realm of psychology. This was precisely why he had approached Dr. Beth with such confidence during their second encounter. Yet he could never have anticipated that this world would lack the very existence of Professor Rosenhan. Thus, there is naturally no mention of the so-called Rosenhan experiment. He referred to it, and no matter how sound his reasoning or sharp his intellect, it cannot alter this undeniable truth. It's all over. Like a mere shell of a human, Raymond emerged from the consultation room, suddenly overwhelmed by a sense of desolation regarding his future. It is foreseeable that the Dr. Beth will heighten her wariness towards him, especially after witnessing his earnest yet nonsensical utterances. Gaining her trust will undoubtedly become an arduous task. But can this be attributed to him? From the fragmented memories of his original body, it is evident that the trajectory of this world's development mirrors that of his past life, with the current president of North America still being the same Uncle Oreo. How could the renowned Rosenhan experiment in the field of psychology, which was so well known in his previous life, not have occurred in this world at all? Who could he turn to for justification? Hey, Raymond, are you all right? You look rather pale. A youthful voice suddenly interrupted his despondent reverie. As he instinctively turned towards the source of the voice, he spotted a young Caucasian man with short hair and blue eyes, waving at him with a tone laced with concern. David? Raymond uttered the name almost instinctively. Upon speaking, he was taken aback to realize that he seemingly knew this blue-eyed youth, whom he should have never encountered, and his recognition stemmed from the fragmented memories of his original body. Most of the original memories had been absorbed, yet this amalgamation of recollections was not instantaneous. It required time for adaptation. It was akin to the fact that he had no prior recollection of the blue-eyed young man, David, before this moment. However, upon seeing him in the flesh, memories associated with him immediately surged forth in Raymond's mind. From these memories, he discerned that the blue-eyed youth, whose name was indeed David Haller, had also been admitted to the hospital for schizophrenia. Thus they shared a bond of mutual understanding. Unlike other types of mental health patients, those afflicted with schizophrenia often appear relatively normal when not in a dissociative state, indistinguishable from the general populace. Therefore, within this psychiatric institution, the original body and David were among the few patients capable of engaging in coherent conversation. As their interactions progressed, they developed a friendship. Wait, hold on. Upon piecing together the identity of David Haller from the fragmented memories, Raymond suddenly froze. David Haller. Good heavens, could it possibly be that David Haller? Chapter 002. The Group of Patients. The name David has become exceedingly commonplace in Western society, and even when coupled with the surname Haller, it remains rather unremarkable. Countless individuals likely share this name. However, to bear this name while simultaneously being a patient suffering from schizophrenia and to be receiving treatment at the Clockwork Asylum is a rarity indeed. This particular David, known as David Charles Haller, is the son of Professor X, although Professor X is currently unaware of his son's existence. And David himself remains oblivious to the fact that his biological father is none other than the mutant leader known as Magneto. The true terror of David does not lie in his parentage, but rather in the uncontrollable, horrific powers that he possesses. David is referred to as the Legion due to his striking resemblance to the figure from the Bible who was possessed by numerous malevolent spirits. Although he is not possessed, his mind houses over 1,000 distinct subpersonalities. Most of these alternate personas are twisted and bizarre in nature. And what is even more frightening is that each of them wields different supernatural abilities, some of which possess catastrophic potential. Consequently, he is one of the few mutants assessed as a level 5 mutant, a designation that places him among the elite. It is worth noting that even Magneto and Professor X, the black and white leaders of the mutant community, are merely classified as level 4 mutants. underscoring the sheer magnitude of David's terrifying power. However, this assessment pertains to his peak condition. At present, his affliction is not excessively severe, and the number of subpersonalities may be countable on 2 hands, leaving him far from the level 5 mutant status. Nevertheless, he remains a volatile powder keg, capable of detonating at any moment. His strength and mental state are inversely related. Who can say whether a mere stimulus might exacerbate his condition, leading to an explosive outburst? For an ordinary person, facing a level 5 mutant with world-ending capabilities would be insurmountable. Even confronting a level 3 mutant like Wolverine, whose resilience exceeds his offensive power, would offer no chance of resistance. Thus, when Raymond realized that the patient before him, David, was likely the very legion he had heard of, he became utterly paralyzed, his body stiffening in terror and beads of sweat forming on his brow. He thought to himself, why does the name Clockwork Asylum sound so familiar? This is truly going to be the death of me. Raymond was overwhelmed with an urge to curse his fate. It was one thing to find himself in the body of a mental patient, but to be receiving treatment in the same asylum as this unpredictable human time bomb was enough to dampen any hopes of leisure. Despite David currently appearing quite normal, the moment he transitions into one of his disturbed subpersonalities, he could instantly turn hostile. When that occurs, his capacity for violence would be akin to chopping vegetables, swift and merciless. Raymond had no desire to become a casualty of David's outbursts. Originally, upon leaving Dr. Beth's office, Raymond contemplated whether he should linger in the hospital for a while longer, postponing his exit. After all, the asylum had provisions for food and drink, and staying a few extra days wouldn't be fatal, merely tedious. Yet now he could only lament his impulsive actions from yesterday, rushing to dig his own grave without fully grasping the situation, which forced him to continue cohabiting with this unpredictable ticking time bomb. What did he do now? Raymond's mind was racing frantically. Despite having weathered countless storms, even facing the peril of a gun pressed against the back of his head, he was nonetheless taken aback by the current predicament, just as he was engulfed in a whirlwind of thoughts, struggling to devise a response. A line of golden text suddenly materialized in his mind. Ding dong. You have encountered the S-rank anti-hero David Haller. Exploration value 100. You have received exploration value for the first time. The infinite personality system has been successfully activated. You can convert exploration value into system universal points to exchange for various functions of the system. Further details can be explored through the novice guide function by contemplating in your mind. The sudden appearance of these lines of golden text did not frighten Raymond. Instead, it filled him with ecstatic joy. What more could be said? This was a golden finger. It was akin to falling off a cliff and inevitably acquiring a legendary martial arts manual, or saving a beggar on the street who turns out to be a revered master, or discovering that a family heirloom ring houses a wise old man. How could one traverse dimensions without a system? Yet, he hadn't anticipated that this system would not activate upon his waking, but rather under specific circumstances. However, what on earth was this infinite personality system? Raymond felt somewhat bewildered, despite having read numerous system-themed novels. Most were of the kind that involved straightforward monetary investment in attributes or allowed for item exchanges akin to a simplified divine orb. This infinite personality system, which sounded rather unserious, was something he had never encountered before, leaving him utterly perplexed about its nature. Goodness! Raymond was startled, retreating several steps before regaining his composure, realizing that David was merely observing him closely, having mistaken his silence for a sign of distress, and bore no ill intent. Apologies, I was lost in thought. Raymond quickly explained. David sighed in relief and smiled. That's good to hear. When you didn't respond, I thought they had sedated you again. See you soon. Soon. The foundational information regarding the infinite personality system appeared in his mind in the form of a manual, providing him with a general understanding of this system. Chapter 003, The First Personality. Through the novice guide's introduction, Raymond could initially summarize some basic aspects of this infinite personality system. Firstly, the system did not possess any grand superintelligence, nor did it assign him any tasks. It would only emerge to offer rewards under specific circumstances. For instance, upon encountering the character David, he automatically received 100 exploration value. However, the novice guide did not elaborate on what other specific scenarios, apart from meeting so-called plot characters, would yield rewards. This suggests that he must explore this on his own, leaving it aside for now. Furthermore, the only known function of the system mentioned in the novice guide is the ability to exchange universal points for character cards of varying levels. These character cards can randomly grant him an alternate personality modeled after a character from another world-esque narrative. These alternate personalities can replicate the abilities of their prototype characters with absolute fidelity. However, certain limitations undoubtedly exist, the specifics of which remain unknown to him at this time. Additionally, the higher the level of the exchange character card, the more formidable the resulting alternate personality will be. Nevertheless, this is not an absolute rule, as at times an alternate personality derived from a lower-level character card may not necessarily be inferior to that of a higher-level card, though the probability of this occurring is significantly reduced. Currently, Raymond can observe 3 tiers of character cards: bronze, silver, and gold. A bronze character card requires 100 universal points, a silver card demands 1,000, and a gold card necessitates 5,000 universal points. Moreover, the Novice Guide contains some scattered free minor features of the system, which presently hold little practical significance for Raymond and can be set aside for now, given that the 100 exploration points I have can be converted into 100 universal points. Does that mean I can only exchange for a bronze character card? Raymond murmured to himself. After reviewing the Novice Guide, he realized that he seemed to have no options available. Confined within this psychiatric hospital, he could not further explore whether specific circumstances might yield rewards, and it would likely be difficult to encounter other narrative characters again. In such a situation, acquiring more universal points would undoubtedly prove to be a formidable challenge. According to his analysis, since meeting narrative characters could yield rewards, would engaging further with them, such as defeating or killing them, also result in rewards? Logically, this possibility seems substantial. Yet, it is evident that he currently lacks the means to conduct such explorations. Firstly, he is not a psychopathic killer, incapable of committing murder without psychological barriers for the sake of experimentation. Secondly, the only narrative character accessible to him appears to be David, his fellow patient. But does he dare to experiment on David? Absolutely not. He is not ready to end his life just yet. David, a volatile individual, could erupt at any moment, and introducing external stimuli might trigger an explosion. Never mind that. Let us exchange a card and see. Realizing his limited choices, Raymond decided to convert his solitary 100 exploration points into universal points and subsequently exchange them for a bronze character card from the system. Upon completing the exchange, a panel reminiscent of an inventory in a game materialized in his mind. In the first slot of this panel lay an antiquated bronze-colored card, which he recognized as the bronze character card he had just acquired. As he focused on this card, the system prompt appeared once more. Shall I activate the bronze character card immediately? Without a moment's hesitation, Raymond decisively chose to activate it. Activating the bronze character card. Bronze subpersona, Crocodile, activation successful. Prototype background. Crocodile, hailing from the world of One Piece, former captain of the Black Cat Pirates, renowned for his cunning, yet possessing formidable combat skills. With a bounty of 16 million berries. Is it really this fellow? Raymond was momentarily taken aback, but soon a smile graced his lips, for he was quite pleased with this outcome. The reason was simple. Although he was still uncertain about the exact disparities between the bronze, silver, and gold levels of subpersonas, it was clear from a Novice Guide that these classifications were distinctly based on the strength of the character prototypes. In other words, the activation of this prototype, Crocodile from the One Piece universe, indicated that Crocodile's standard combat prowess was indeed at the bronze tier. However, it seemed that Crocodile's intellect was not factored into this. If memory served him correctly, this former captain of the Black Cat Pirates was precisely a strategist famed for his wisdom, and he was among the elite in the entire One Piece world, were it not for his comparatively lackluster strength, which prevented him from even setting foot on the Grand Line, confining him to the East Blue, often dubbed the weakest sea. He might have achieved renown across the oceans. Thus, Raymond's first activation of a character card was undeniably successful. While he hadn't been fortunate enough to unlock a silver or even gold level subpersona, activating one with a greater emphasis on intellect and strength was still a stroke of luck. Now let me give this a try. Having grasped the nature of his first subpersona, Raymond, following the guidance of the novice tutorial, focused his thoughts and seamlessly transitioned into the persona of Crocodile. If there had been someone nearby, they would have witnessed a striking transformation as Raymond seemingly completed a metamorphosis in an instant. With a dark green pompadour hairstyle, a pair of somewhat exquisite round glasses perched on his nose, and a square bandage adorning his left cheek, he donned a sleek black suit over a crisp white shirt. Yet, the most eye-catching aspect was undoubtedly the claw-like gloves that adorned his hands, each fingertip ending in a blade approximately half a meter long. It even includes a transformation. It even conjured up my stylish outfit. Truly the work of a remarkable system. As he marveled at his sudden change, Raymond instinctively adjusted the glasses perched on his nose with his wrist. Casting a casual glance around the room, he muttered to himself, What a stifling environment this is. Spending too long in a place like this might just drive one to madness, even without illness. Should I make a break for it? It doesn't seem too difficult. All right, I get it. I won't actually charge out. I'm merely indulging in a bit of imaginative daydreaming. No need to take it so seriously. Can I catch my breath for a moment? Truly, amidst a chorus of murmurs and complaints, Raymond underwent another drastic transformation, reverting to his previous appearance clad in a blue and white striped hospital gown. Chapter 004, Phrase Concerns. Was that the sensation of switching to a secondary persona? Raising his arms and gazing at his restored self, Raymond began to form a preliminary understanding of this so-called secondary persona switch. During the transition, although he temporarily lost control over his body, his consciousness remained intact, never succumbing to a state akin to unconsciousness. His visual and auditory senses were unaffected, allowing him to remain acutely aware of his surroundings. Moreover, he discovered that this secondary persona was somewhat akin to a duality of existence, a notion that is complex to articulate. If one were to describe it, it might be akin to a version of himself shaped by different experiences. This sensation diverged from a mere concept of a doppelganger and was distinctly different from an exact replication of a soul possessing Claude's complete memories. Instead, it represented a peculiar amalgamation. Having grasped the concept of switching personas, Raymond's thoughts began to wander. Claude's combat prowess, even within the pirate-infested world of One Piece, was rather ordinary. Any pirate worthy of sailing the Grand Line could easily overpower him. In the realm of Marvel, where even primordial deities exist, his abilities were even less significant. However, compared to those street-level heroes and villains, he did not necessarily find himself at a disadvantage. As long as he refrained from reckless behavior, he could generally manage the situation. Yet, he pondered whether there were limitations to switching personas or if it could be done indefinitely. With arms crossed over his chest and one hand stroking his chin, he delved into contemplation. In contrast to the world of One Piece, the Marvel Universe undoubtedly represents a high magic reality, and one that is exceedingly so. Yet for ordinary individuals, particularly those residing on Earth, this world remains relatively stable, certainly more so than the chaotic realm of pirates. After all, when calamity strikes, there are formidable beings to shield them, and in most instances, the forces of justice prevail, ensuring that ordinary lives are not left hanging by a thread. Possessing a secondary persona of Claude's caliber was sufficient to instill a sense of security in Raymond. Of course, this was contingent upon not encountering the erratic David. Otherwise, even a secondary persona like Claude's would be of little use, let alone a persona representing one of the four emperors. Having determined the general circumstances surrounding the switch to a secondary persona, Raymond quickly realized that a critical question remained. Were there any limitations to this state? It was time for further experimentation. With a resolute decision, Raymond activated the secondary persona switch mode once more. The triangular wing building in Washington has long been shrouded in mystery for the majority. Even local residents possess little knowledge of its nature. This location has been designated a military exclusion zone by the government, making it exceedingly difficult for ordinary people to even approach. Only a select few are aware that, strictly speaking, this is not a military-restricted area, nor is it under the jurisdiction of the North American military. Rather, it belongs to a semi-official organization that spans the globe, the SHIELD. The Triskelion, indeed, serves as the headquarters of SHIELD. Even if the North American government and military wish to enter, they must submit prior notice, akin to the United Nations headquarters located in North America. Naturally, the relationship between SHIELD and the North American government has always been cordial. Although SHIELD operates independently of direct government oversight, its World Security Council is composed of representatives from several superpowers and some mainstream nations. As a leading superpower, North America holds a significant position within the World Security Council. Thus, unless absolutely necessary, SHIELD is decidedly reluctant to confront the North American government directly. At this very moment, in the director's office on the top floor of the Triskelion, the current director of SHIELD, Nick Fury, also known as the illustrious Director Egg, furrowed his brow and inquired, "Are we certain who is responsible? Is it that civilian hacker organization that has been pursuing us?" Standing beside him, the deputy director, Hill, appeared somewhat astonished. "Indeed," Coulson nodded, and then pondered, "to my knowledge. This tied organization has been dedicated to exposing the secrets that various governments wish to conceal, much like Assange. However, for some unknown reason, They have recently shifted their focus predominantly onto us, exhibiting an unwavering determination that deviates from their usual conduct. Fury tapped his finger lightly on the surface of the desk, contemplatively asking, "Do you suspect that there is a hidden hand orchestrating this affair behind them?" "The likelihood is considerable," Coulson replied. "Organizations such as Tide, with their penchant for revelation, do not concern themselves with who their targets are. There are countless options available to them. To suddenly fixate on us in such a manner could significantly heighten their exposure risk, which is rather unwise. Therefore, I surmise that someone may have approached them, commissioning them to breach our database. Only this could elucidate their abrupt change in focus." "What are your thoughts?" Fury turned his gaze towards Hill. "My assessment aligns closely with Coulson's. This situation is likely more complex than it appears," Hill shrugged. Fury nodded slightly and continued to question Coulson. "What data may have already been compromised? Have you verified the details?" "We have a basic understanding. The specific information has already been transmitted to your terminal director." "Is that so?" "Let me see," Fury replied, placing a hand on the desk to activate the electronic screen, swiftly scanning the information. Shortly thereafter, he raised his head and stated, "I have grasped the situation. I am assigning you the task of tracking down the Tide organization. You may mobilize as many personnel as you deem necessary. Once you locate them, exercise caution and remember to report back to me promptly." "Yes, sir," Coulson affirmed, then departed. Once Coulson departed from the office, Hill, standing to the side, finally spoke up, inquiring what has transpired that necessitated Coulson's dismissal. "Is my acting truly so lacking?" Fury appeared taken aback. "What do you think?" Hill replied with a hint of a smile. Clearing his throat to mask his own discomfort, the director stated earnestly, "I suspect their objective is the Tahiti Project." "What? The Tahiti Project? Are you certain?" Hill's expression shifted at the revelation. "But I recall you had deleted all records of the Tahiti Project, had you not?" "Indeed. I have erased specific details of the plan, yet certain indelible traces remain, such as personnel movement records during that period and budget allocations," Fury remarked gravely. "Although the data leaked encompasses a broad spectrum, there is no definitive evidence to confirm that their target is unequivocally the Tahiti Project. However, based on my experience and intuition, I have reason to believe they are indeed pursuing this." Hearing Fury's assertion, Hill responded solemnly, "Your ability to draw such a conclusion indicates a significant likelihood, especially considering that they are aware of the existence of the Tahiti Project." Hill refrained from elaborating further, recognizing the weight of the topic and trusting that Fury comprehended her implication without the need for explicit clarification. "This is precisely what I fear," Fury replied, his expression somber. He fully grasped Hill's meaning. The Tahiti Project, in essence, was a clandestine initiative focused on exploring how to harness the capabilities of an extraterrestrial Kree corpse inadvertently acquired by SHLD. Initially, Fury had entrusted Coulson with the project, which had progressed smoothly at first, successfully extracting a substance named GH325 from the Kree's remains. This liquid had the capacity to resurrect those on the brink of death, albeit at an unimaginable cost. The recipient of the treatment endured excruciating agony, often preferring death to the inhumane suffering it inflicted. Consequently, Coulson had previously suggested to Fury the discontinuation of the project, as anyone who witnessed the treatment process understood the inherent cruelty involved. Fury had heeded Coulson's advice and temporarily halted the initiative. Following that, he decisively terminated the Tahiti Project, erasing all associated records and enforcing a strict confidentiality order. Thus, knowledge of the Tahiti Project was scarce. Even Coulson, the original project lead, had largely forgotten about it. This scarcity of awareness was why Fury had sought to send Coulson away. The choice to resurrect him may not be entirely fair to Coulson himself. Had Fury not been so unwilling to witness Coulson's demise, the Tahiti Project might have remained buried indefinitely. Consequently, very few were privy to this matter. Not only outsiders, but even within SHLD. Only a handful were informed. However, the revelation of this matter indicates only one thing. There is a problem within SHLD. Hill did not articulate this explicitly, as the topic is indeed rather somber. "So where do we stand now?" Hill was uncertain about Fury's intentions. Fury pondered. "It is currently impossible to ascertain how the plan was leaked, and I do not wish to alert the adversary prematurely. We should let it lie for now. The foremost priority is to ensure that the Tahiti Project does not resurface." Hill responded, "What should we do? You tell me." Fury replied, "Regardless of the origins of the puppet masters behind the hiring of the Tide organization, it is likely that the leaked data has already reached their hands. They may be able to utilize that information to identify all individuals associated with the Tahiti Project and subsequently target them one by one. Moreover, The few involved are primarily stationed at headquarters, making it somewhat challenging for the adversary to act, except for one individual. You mean? At this point, an image suddenly surfaced in Hill's mind. Yes, you guessed it, the one responsible for the psychological treatment of the Tahiti Project and the subsequent hypnosis, Dr. Raymond, Fury said slowly. But isn't he undergoing treatment? Fury replied with a hint of resignation. Were it not for this data leak, I would not wish to disturb him unnecessarily, as his affliction stems from that very incident. However, the current circumstances clearly do not permit him to remain outside. Should the adversary locate him, he would likely face grave danger, and they would not show mercy simply because he is unwell. Without a moment's hesitation, Hill readily agreed. Leave it to me. I appreciate your assistance. Fury nodded slightly in gratitude. Under normal circumstances, even as director, he should not easily send Hill, his esteemed deputy director, on a mission. Yet, this was an unavoidable situation. In light of the uncertainty regarding the identity of the traitor, he had no choice but to entrust this task to Hill. He still held faith in her capabilities. Despite their frequent disagreements and her often opposing views, such as her staunch resistance to the Avengers initiative, which he championed, Fury believed Hill would never act against S.H.I.E.L.D.'s interests. It is worth noting that Hill was directly appointed as deputy director by the World Security Council, serving as a form of oversight over Fury. Compared to Fury, the council evidently placed greater trust in Hill. Following the Chitauri incident, there were discussions within the council about replacing Fury as director, due to his repeated disregard for their directives during that crisis. This demonstrates that Hill possesses a strong sense of principle regarding significant matters. Otherwise, had Fury been replaced, it would likely have been she who assumed the directorship, and she had no reason to advocate for him. It is precisely due to her past that Fury holds her in such high regard. Among those privy to the Tahiti Project, Hill stands as his sole trustworthy ally. Should he refrain from sending Hill, he would likely have to intervene personally. As the director of S.H.I.E.L.D., every move he makes is scrutinized by countless observers. His direct involvement would be akin to revealing the hidden truth. Thus, he ultimately decided to entrust the matter to Hill. I have transmitted the specific information to your personal terminal. The rest is left to your discretion, and I shall refrain from further involvement. Fury remarked after sending the information to Hill. Glancing at her specialized wristwatch, Hill made an OK gesture, indicating receipt. The Clockwork Psychiatric Hospital? Hill involuntarily uttered the name. Chapter 006, Raymond's Calculations. With a deep exhale, Raymond collapsed onto the bed, feeling an overwhelming sense of fatigue. Just as he had surmised, the transition to his alternate persona was indeed not without its constraints. Through various tests, he had finally discerned the limits of his alternate persona state. Firstly, the duration of this state is intimately linked to the physical exertion incurred during the transition. The more intense the exertion, the shorter the duration of the alternate persona. For instance, engaging in combat undoubtedly involves the most significant energy expenditure. After preliminary testing, he concluded that during a fight, the alternate persona could only be sustained for a maximum of 10 to 15 minutes. Conversely, remaining still could easily extend this duration to several hours. Of course, he remained uncertain about the absolute limits of remaining motionless, as he had yet to devote sufficient time to such testing. However, for the moment, Raymond had no intention of pursuing that line of inquiry. It was sufficient for him to ascertain the relationship between the duration of the alternate persona and physical consumption. At that moment, a rumbling sound emanated from his stomach. Glancing at the digital clock on the wall, Raymond realized he had lost track of time during his fervent testing of the alternate persona and had missed dinner. Night had already fallen. Never mind, I'll sleep, he decided resolutely, noting that even a slight movement had left him achingly sore. A little hunger wouldn't be fatal. He could eat upon waking. The next morning, Raymond awoke naturally. The ache in his body had vanished, but the pangs of hunger were more pronounced than the previous night. Noticing it was already around 6:40, he deduced that the hospital cafeteria must be open. After a quick wash-up, he made his way to the cafeteria. Shortly after, he sat down with his selected meal. David approached with a breakfast plate and greeted him. "Good morning, Raymond." "You too," Raymond replied, feeling a tightness in his chest upon seeing David. However, given his profound composure, even if he could not completely mask his emotions, he could certainly conceal any signs of anxiety, thereby ensuring that David perceived nothing amiss. "You slept well last night, I presume?" David inquired with a smile. "Of course, I slept for over 10 hours. It would be hard not to feel refreshed," Raymond shrugged in response. "Noticing your absence at dinner, I assumed you must still be asleep, so I refrained from disturbing you." David continued. spreading jam on the pre-sliced bread with a specially designed blunt plastic knife from the hospital. I was a bit fatigued yesterday. When I woke up midway, it was already dark, so I decided to continue sleeping. I see, David acknowledged. Your demeanor yesterday appeared rather poor. Your complexion was not at its best. Is it due to a lack of rest lately? Surely you have some inkling as to why my complexion was lacking. Encountering a world-class lunatic such as yourself would dim anyone's spirits. Raymond stifled the urge to retort and casually remarked, it must be due to my recent lack of rest. After a good night's sleep, I feel significantly better today. As long as you're fine, David sighed in relief. I was concerned they might have administered some new medication to you. Raymond perceived David's genuine concern for his well-being. However, being not the original owner of the body, he wished to avoid dwelling on such matters. He swiftly shifted the conversation, asking, how about you? You seem to be in good spirits lately, and there have been no episodes. Have you considered applying for discharge? Certainly, but you know how difficult it is to leave. Even someone like you, a psychological expert, has faced obstacles. I lack the confidence to secure my release on my own, David stated, a look of helplessness on his face. That may not be the case. My inability to leave is due to unforeseen circumstances, which does not imply you are equally bound, Raymond countered, shaking his head. How about this? Once we finish breakfast, I can conduct a simulated test for you. If you pass my evaluation, you are likely to succeed in the hospital's assessment as well. What do you think? Really? That would be splendid. David's expression brightened. Having known Raymond for quite some time, he was aware that before his illness, Raymond was a distinguished psychologist, possessing knowledge that surpassed that of the hospital's resident doctors in a normal state. Just as Raymond suggested, if he could pass Raymond's test, it was reasonable to believe he could also pass the tests administered by the resident physicians. He had contemplated this notion previously, but had hesitated to voice it, intending to wait until Raymond himself had passed the evaluation and was preparing for discharge to make his request. He never anticipated that Raymond would proactively offer to assist him, eliciting a rush of elation. Thank you ever so much, Brother Raymond, David exclaimed, brimming with excitement. It's merely a small favor. We are all comrades here. So there is no need for such formality, Raymond replied nonchalantly with a smile. Indeed, David nodded vigorously, though he could hardly conceal the excitement and joy in his eyes. Seeing David in such high spirits made Raymond feel somewhat bashful, as a sudden offer to assist David also stemmed from his own ulterior motives. Firstly, it was nearly impossible for him to be discharged through conventional means in the near future. After experiencing the remarkable operations of the Huagua private detective and the Rosenhan experiment, Dr. Beth found herself harboring deep-seated doubts about his claimed recovery. She would certainly not permit him to leave. Furthermore, should he switch to the alternate persona of Chloe, escaping the hospital would indeed be a trivial matter. Yet, unless absolutely necessary, he was loath to resort to such a crude tactic. After all, this is the 21st century, where surveillance is omnipresent and facial recognition technology has advanced tremendously. He had no desire to adopt the label of an escaped mental patient, perpetually evading capture. Moreover, compared to his previous life, this world featured additional organizations akin to SHIELD, and who could predict whether his sudden departure would attract unwarranted attention? Weighing these considerations, Raymond concluded that it would be prudent to refrain from rash actions and to contemplate a long-term strategy. However, being in proximity to David, a world-ending level mental patient, was undeniably unsettling. Thus, he resolved to shift his perspective. Since he was unable to leave in the immediate future, why not devise a means for David to escape? After all, according to the original timeline, even without his intervention, David would eventually leave the hospital. He would merely expedite the process. Chapter 007. A grand idea. If this plan were to succeed, it would indeed serve as a double-edged sword. Not only would it temporarily address his own safety concerns, but it would also allow him to test another hypothesis, whether altering the trajectory of established characters in the plot could yield rewards from the system. Admittedly, even if he managed to facilitate David's early departure from the hospital, it was unlikely to alter the fact that David was destined to become embroiled in the conflict between the Third Faction and the Summer Island, two rival mutant organizations. These groups had been fixated on David for many years and were not likely to relinquish their pursuit so easily. Yet, Raymond was acutely aware of David's terrifying potential, which far surpassed the imagination of these two mutant organizations. Their intentions towards David were destined to lead to their own demise. Raymond harbored no concerns for David's well-being, as David himself was the most formidable threat, to say nothing of two third-rate organizations that merely conspired in the shadows, even the X-Men established by David's father, as well as the Brotherhood of Mutants founded by his father's close ally, might struggle to manage this ticking time bomb named David. Resolute in his decision, Raymond, after finishing breakfast, accompanied David to the hospital's lounge. Once David settled at an empty table in the corner, Raymond sought out a nurse to procure several sheets of paper and a colored pen, intending to commence a simulated test for David. The memories concerning psychological assessments from the original host began to resurface naturally as he resolved to assist David in his early discharge, giving him a measure of confidence. Ready to begin, Raymond found a comfortable sitting position and addressed David, who had lowered his head. However, just as he finished speaking, a series of golden lines of text suddenly appeared in his mind. Raymond was initially perplexed. He had not yet begun to alter David's fate. So how could the system reward him prematurely? This seemed far too effortless. Ding dong. You have encountered the A-level antagonist, Amorphal Farouk, earning 50 exploration points. You can convert exploration points into universal system points, which can be used to redeem various system functions. Amorphal Farouk? Upon first seeing the name, Raymond felt a vague sense of unfamiliarity, failing to immediately recall who it was. However, considering that David appeared to be the only individual present, and the system's classification of this person as an A-level antagonist, he quickly deduced the identity of the name's owner. The Shadow King, one of Professor X's former nemeses. A formidable mutant who had entirely transformed his life form into a psychic entity. Though ultimately defeated by Professor X, he had successfully deceived him, leading Professor X to believe he had perished. In reality, he had been quietly parasitizing Professor X, lying in wait. Knowing he could never seize control of Professor X's body, he subtly shifted his presence to David after his birth, consistently influencing him from the shadows. His objective was simple: to one day breach David's psychological defenses, causing David's dominant persona to collapse so he could usurp it. Once a level 4 mutant, he possessed an understanding of David's situation that was undoubtedly more terrifying than even Professor X's. If he could completely inhabit David's body, it would be worth any amount of time, for after altering his life form, time had lost all significance for him. Currently, David was unaware of the Shadow King's existence, as the Shadow King had never revealed himself directly. It was only after David began collaborating with the Summer Island organization that he gradually discovered the Shadow King's presence and formally engaged in a prolonged and absurd confrontation with him. However, David's ignorance did not extend to Raymond, who understood the Shadow King's origins and intentions better than anyone else. Yet his mind had been consumed by that dual-purpose plan, fixated solely on its benefits, completely forgetting the existence of such a formidable antagonist within David. Damn it, he had let his guard down. Raymond's eyelids twitched uncontrollably. Had he taken a moment longer to reflect, he surely would have remembered the Shadow King's existence and would likely have abandoned this seemingly clever dual-purpose plan. 4. Compared to engaging with the current David, confronting the Shadow King was undoubtedly a far more perilous endeavor. Although David was a level 5 mutant, he was still far from his peak, and even if he did go berserk, the damage he could inflict would not be excessive. The Shadow King, however, was a being capable of directly contending with Professor X. Even if David were to rage uncontrollably now, he might not be able to contend with him in terms of strength, and a berserk David would lack rationality, while the Shadow King was unnaturally composed. Given the choice, Raymond would prefer to face a rampaging David than engage in a direct confrontation with the Shadow King. However, at this juncture, he found himself with no means of retreat. According to the system's recent notifications, the Shadow King had seemingly gained temporary control over David's body. Otherwise, the system would not have alerted him to the presence of the Shadow King without cause. There was no choice but to confront the situation as it unfolded. Realizing that the David before him was no longer the person he once knew, Raymond braced himself to navigate the circumstances step by step. In the face of the Shadow King, even switching to the persona of Chloe would prove futile. Chloe's combat prowess was evidently no match for a level 4 mutant, nor did he possess the capability to contend with a foe of the Shadow King's psychic nature. Fortunately, the Shadow King did not seem to be the type to unleash chaos indiscriminately. He appeared to prefer subtly manipulating the emotions of others to thoroughly dismantle his opponents. As long as Raymond refrained from provoking a confrontation, it seemed unlikely that conflict would arise. Shall we begin? David lifted his head, an eerie smile gracing his features. Observing this, Raymond could not help but scoff internally. It was no wonder David had been unable to escape. With such an obviously abnormal demeanor, only a blind attending physician could overlook the underlying issues. Under these circumstances, it would be a miracle for David to leave. Yes, we may commence, Raymond replied, maintaining a calm facade as he picked up his pen. Regardless of his inner contempt, he intended to keep his cards close to his chest. If the Shadow King wished to perform, Raymond would play along to the end. As long as he did not provoke an upheaval, all would remain negotiable. Chapter 008, A Sudden Assault. 20 minutes later, Raymond set down his pen, concluding the assessment. So, am I rehabilitated? David inquired, still wearing that peculiar smile. Raymond could only manage a cold chuckle inwardly, feeling a wave of distaste wash over him. It must be said, the Shadow King was exceptionally tedious. He had actually sat there, earnestly cooperating throughout the entire assessment, without a single impulsive action. Raymond had anticipated that the Shadow King might display some outrageous behavior to disrupt the testing, allowing him to gracefully conclude the ordeal. To his surprise, the Shadow King had adhered to the script, compelling him to endure this charade for 20 minutes. As for the outcome, it was hardly a mystery. No psychologist would rely solely on a few test questions to ascertain a patient's mental state. If the coherence of speech were the only criterion, Dr. Beth would have ceased to inhibit Raymond. Frankly, in your current state, you should not pass the assessment, Raymond stated, shaking his head. Oh, is that so? What a pity. David replied with a smile. Yet, despite his words of regret, his expression betrayed no semblance of sorrow. It was clear to anyone that he was indifferent to this result. Raymond, is that your name? Do you believe I stand any chance of recovery? David's gaze was fixed intently upon Raymond, the corners of his mouth still curving in a faint smile. Uncertain, Raymond replied casually. Uncertain? Who can truly clarify such matters? If I could provide clarity, would I still be confined here? David nodded and smiled, saying, Is that so? Then I must trouble you this time. By the way, I do not wish for him to be aware of my existence. Do you understand? As he spoke the final words, a sudden flicker of yellow light ignited in his eyes. Alarm bells rang in Raymond's mind as he immediately grasped David's intention. However, an unavoidable wave of dizziness overcame him, rendering his surroundings blurred. Simultaneously, the system's prompt reappeared in his mind. You are currently experiencing a mental contamination attack from Ummel. The level of contamination is mild. Would you like to expend 10 universal points to eliminate it? Would you like to proceed? Was there any doubt in this choice? Erase it with a mere thought. 10 points were automatically deducted from the 50 exploration points he had just acquired, converting them into universal points. As the deduction occurred, the dizziness finally vanished completely. A sense of regret washed over Raymond as he regained his senses. David, or rather the Shadow King, had, with his final action, revealed that he had seen through Raymond's performance. Hence, he attempted to influence Raymond's mind. In truth, Raymond realized that he had made a grave mistake. He had erred in pretending not to notice that David had suddenly transformed, a fact that was glaringly evident and required no specialized knowledge to discern. How could he, as a psychological expert, have missed such an obvious change? Fortunately, the Shadow King could not possibly deduce that Raymond was aware of his true identity. He would likely assume that Raymond merely regarded him as one of David's subpersonalities. It was only because Raymond did not wish to provoke this subpersonality that he feigned ignorance. Otherwise, the consequences would have been far more severe than a mere mental contamination attack. Yet, this realization left Raymond feeling quite disgruntled. Had it not been for his fortuitous good luck in recently acquiring 50 exploration points, the Shadow King's mental contamination attack would have succeeded. As for the potential effects of such a success, he could easily surmise that it would involve either making him forget the recent events or ensuring that his subconscious would forever keep them a secret. His brief encounter with the Shadow King provided him with a stark awareness of the world's reality. Previously, whether interacting with hospital staff or David, he had harbored an intangible sense of superiority, a superiority born from his former godlike perspective. He was aware of many truths about this world and understood the fates of numerous individuals. Unbeknownst to him, this had fostered an illusion that these individuals were merely NPCs. However, the appearance of the Shadow King struck him like a thunderbolt. Even in a situation of unequal information, the Shadow King had outmaneuvered him, nearly leading him to a disastrous fate. Had it not been for the system by his side, he would surely have faced dire consequences. This incident made him realize that if he continued to cling to the unwarranted superiority complex of viewing everyone as NPCs, he might not even know how he would meet his demise in the future. In this regard, he owed a debt of gratitude to the Shadow King for that jarring revelation that awakened him. What has happened to me? Why did I fall asleep here? As Raymond resolved to ensure that the Shadow King would suffer a swift demise in gratitude for the blow he had received, David suddenly seemed to awaken. Shivering slightly before asking with a bewildered expression, "Never mind, I think I'll take a stroll in the library." "Raymond, would you care to join me?" After pondering for a moment, David, unable to recall the circumstances, lazily stretched and inquired again. "I shall abstain. I prefer to rest here for a while," Raymond replied, shaking his head. "Very well, then I shall go alone." See you shortly. David shrugged off the matter and bid farewell to Raymond before departing on his own. Has he been influenced again? Raymond muttered to himself, his voice barely audible. It was evident from David's reaction that not only was he oblivious to the fact that the Shadow King had manipulated his body for a testing game, but he had also forgotten that Raymond had offered to assist him in that very endeavor. The excitement on David's face when he had heard Raymond's offer underscored the significance of the matter to him. Yet now, such an important issue had slipped entirely from his mind. This clearly indicated that he had completely forgotten about it, or perhaps his subconscious had convinced him that the test was concluded. Regardless, in either scenario, it was undoubtedly the handiwork of that old dog, the Shadow King. In truth, this was not the first instance of such manipulation. The Shadow King had been parasitizing David for 30 years and had influenced his memories on multiple occasions. For instance, David had always believed that his family had owned a large yellow dog, while in reality, they had never had a dog at all. That yellow dog was a mere figment conjured by the Shadow King, visible only to David. Such occurrences were far from isolated. They persistently and insidiously shaped David, aiming to render him increasingly radical until he succumbed to madness and lost his rationality. That perverse old dog will meet his end sooner or later. Raymond scoffed disdainfully. Chapter 009. The Observer? The first direct encounter with the Shadow King nearly resulted in Raymond suffering a significant setback. However, he deemed himself fortunate. For the time being, it seemed the Shadow King would not reappear. It was clear that if the Shadow King could forcibly commandeer David's body at will, he would not have needed to invest 30 years in covert operations and subtle manipulations. It was evident that the Shadow King was keen to keep his existence hidden from David. Should David become wary of him, any subsequent actions would likely raise his suspicions, making it increasingly challenging for the Shadow King to breach David's psychological defenses. Moreover, in a direct struggle for control of the body, the Shadow King lacked any certainty of overpowering David. After all, David was a level 5 mutant, even if his potential remained untapped. He was not someone whose body could be easily usurped. If it were otherwise, the Shadow King would not have resorted to such prolonged subterfuge. Given these circumstances, it was apparent that the Shadow King could not afford to make frequent appearances, a fact that offered Raymond a measure of reassurance. Furthermore, this encounter had not been without its merits. Aside from being jolted awake by the formidable Shadow King, which compelled him to relinquish his unfounded sense of superiority, he nonetheless managed to accrue 50 points of exploration value. Even after expending 10 points, he still retained a commendable 40 points, truly an unexpected delight. The sole predicament lay in the apparent impossibility of executing his plan to send David away, with the Shadow King lurking. David could scarcely hope to pass the so-called rehabilitation test. It was plausible that the resident physicians, including Dr. Beth, had already fallen victim to the Shadow King's machinations, rendering any attempt to liberate David utterly futile. Was it really necessary to stage a dramatic escape reminiscent of One Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest? Raymond rubbed his forehead, feeling a growing headache. The prospect of a potentially unstable David was already disconcerting enough to make him wish to leave the hospital. Now, with the Shadow King stirring up trouble, he felt an overwhelming sense of unease. It was akin to having a hand grenade beside one's pillow while sleeping. Even if one knew it was unlikely to detonate, the anxiety remained palpable, while forcibly departing the hospital would undoubtedly be a last resort. Remaining there did not seem a wise choice either. If all else failed, he would have to resign himself to that fate, Raymond mused. He resolved to grant himself a few more days to contemplate a more advantageous solution. Should inspiration elude him, he would simply have to make his escape. Being labeled a fugitive mental patient was certainly preferable to endlessly circling a powder keg. Resolved, Raymond spent the morning ruminating over the possibility of a mutually beneficial solution. Yet regrettably, no epiphany emerged. David appeared to have completely forgotten the events of that morning, remaining elusive until lunchtime, when Raymond finally encountered him in the cafeteria. However, their conversation skirted the subject of the test entirely. Raymond subtly probed, only to discover that David indeed had no recollection of what had transpired in the cafeteria earlier. Thus, Raymond chose to remain silent. Even if he genuinely wished to assist David, he found himself devoid of viable options. Should he recklessly divulge the truth about the Shadow King to David, it might cause trouble for the Shadow King. But there was no guarantee that the outcome wouldn't involve the Shadow King reconditioning David's memory once more. At that point, he would become a thorn in the Shadow King's side. Being targeted by such a formidable level 4 mutant, one whom even Professor X could not easily vanquish, was decidedly perilous for Raymond, who had no intention of courting disaster. Thus, he chose to feign ignorance for the time being. After all, According to the original trajectory, the Shadow King had not truly harmed David. With the impending involvement of the mutant organization Summer Island, the Shadow King's exposure was inevitable. Raymond need not interject himself into that unfolding drama. Unexpectedly, upon exiting the cafeteria, he was intercepted by a young nurse. "Dr. Raymond, there's a friend outside who wishes to visit you. Would you like to see them?" The nurse's demeanor was exceedingly courteous, a stark contrast to how she treated ordinary patients, an understandable distinction. Due to Raymond's remarkable achievements in psychology, several resident physicians at the hospital held him in high esteem, particularly Dr. Beth, as nearly everyone knew that he had once been her idol. It was hardly surprising that even the resident physicians respected Raymond, considering the nurses would likely share the same sentiment. After all, even the former occupant of this body was not perceived as a true madman in the eyes of ordinary people. Before the emergence of the alter ego, he had appeared quite normal. "My friend?" Raymond inquired, pointing in surprise at his own nose. "Indeed, a lady. She did not disclose her name, but she asked me to convey that if you wish to change your living arrangements, she might be of assistance," the nurse relayed earnestly. "Oh," Raymond responded, somewhat taken aback by this revelation. In his mind, it seemed reasonable for a friend of the former occupant to wish to visit. He had glimpsed through the disordered memories of the former occupant that friends and family had come see him. What did it mean that she could help him change his living situation? Was this not merely another way of saying she could assist him in leaving the hospital? This was not merely Raymond being overly suspicious. The situation itself reeked of peculiarity. He was at least 70% certain that the person wishing to visit him was not genuinely a friend of the former occupant. This matter was undoubtedly suspicious. However, after a brief contemplation, he resolved to meet this so-called friend, regardless of her intentions or whether she could genuinely facilitate his departure from the hospital. It would certainly not be detrimental to engage in a conversation. After all, even if she were a fraud, it wouldn't cost him anything significant to meet her. With this thought, Raymond smiled slightly and said, "Very well, please lead the way." "Of course, follow me," the nurse replied without further hesitation, guiding him ahead. Before long, they arrived outside a visitation room. In North America, the visitation areas in psychiatric hospitals bear some resemblance to those in prisons, with a designated small room equipped with cameras and a staff member responsible for monitoring. However, since hospitals are not prisons, the regulations are less stringent. Thus, the parties can converse face-to-face without the barrier of glass, and the staff typically does not eavesdrop on their discussions. Most of the time, they allow patients and visitors a degree of privacy. Their primary aim in monitoring is twofold: to prevent patients from suddenly exhibiting violent behavior toward their visitors, and to ensure that visitors do not inadvertently provide the patients with inappropriate items. In psychiatric hospitals, everything from utensils to furniture is custom-made, aimed at preventing patients from harming themselves or others during episodes. Therefore, they strive to eliminate any potential hazardous items from entry. Chapter 10. An unexpected visitor. As Raymond stepped into the room, he beheld a biracial woman of black and white descent, clad in a fitted floral dress, casually perusing a newspaper laid out on the visitation table. A floral dress? A biracial individual? Upon first laying eyes on the woman in the floral dress, Raymond was immediately struck by her most distinctive feature, and a name swiftly flashed through his mind. Could it be Lee, perhaps classmate Xiaohua? Before he could delve deeper into his thoughts, a notification from the system chimed. Ding dong. You have encountered C-level villain Reina. Exploration value 10. Indeed, it is her. Raymond had no doubt about the system's authentication. In truth, even without the system's prompt, he had already surmised that the enchanting woman before him was none other than Reina, the very same individual who would soon engage in a tumultuous romance with Coulson while forming a team of agents. Her penchant for floral dresses had earned her the affectionate nickname of Xiaohua. Raymond recognized her primarily due to the unique combination of her floral attire and her mixed heritage, which made it difficult not to draw connections. Thus, despite the fact that the characters in this world did not resemble the actors he had seen in his past life, he was still able to make a swift judgment. Why has she come to seek me? Upon comprehending Reina's identity, Raymond found himself even more perplexed. He was, of course, well aware of her origins and status. However, it was precisely this knowledge that left him baffled as to why she would approach him. Thus, a question arose. As a peripheral member of Hydra, what could have prompted Xiaohua to suddenly visit a psychiatric hospital to meet with a psychologist who had succumbed to madness? After a brief moment of contemplation, Raymond realized he had no clear answers. This was intriguing. His curiosity piqued. He felt a sense of anticipation regarding the unfolding developments. "Hello, Dr. Raymond. My name is Reina, and it is a pleasure to meet you." Spotting Raymond in his patient attire as he entered, Reina immediately recognized him and stood to greet him. It was evident that she must have seen his photograph beforehand. Please have a seat. Raymond nodded slightly, taking a seat opposite her, and gestured for her to do the same before slowly inquiring if my memory has not been clouded by my illness. We have not met before, have we, Miss Reyna? You are correct, Dr. Raymond. We indeed have not met prior, Reyna replied with a charming smile. Raymond, having been on guard due to his prior knowledge of her, remained composed, yet the staff member standing nearby was momentarily entranced by Reyna's allure. Nevertheless, Raymond had to concede that this version of classmate Xiaohua was indeed a captivating enchantress. The Reyna he had seen on television in his past life, in terms of allure, did not hold a candle to the real-life woman before him. So what brings you to seek me? With Reyna having acknowledged their lack of previous acquaintance, Raymond decided to cut to the chase. Reyna smiled and replied, I have come to propose a transaction with you, Dr. Raymond. A transaction? What kind of transaction? She continued, Excuse me, handsome, would you mind stepping out for a moment? I have some personal matters to discuss with Dr. Raymond. Rest assured, I will not violate any regulations of your hospital. Very well, he acquiesced. The staff member hesitated for a moment, initially inclined to refuse. But when he caught a glimpse of Rena's slightly pleading gaze, he ultimately found himself unable to resist acquiescing. However, after agreeing, he felt a pang of regret, as this was undoubtedly a violation of hospital regulations. No problem, it will be no more than 5 minutes, and I want to make it difficult for you. Rena gestured a kiss towards him. Upon witnessing this, the staff member's face flushed, and he hurriedly made his way outside. Miss Rena truly had a remarkable talent for engaging with men, Raymond thought to himself. It is indeed more challenging for women to navigate their way in society compared to men, and if they do not adeptly utilize their advantages, it would be quite unwise. Wouldn't it? Rena smiled with composure. That makes sense, Raymond nodded, then swiftly shifted the conversation, but let us not digress. You mentioned earlier a desire to make a deal with me. I am curious about the nature of this transaction. Also, what was the meaning behind the message you had the nurse convey to me? Rena replied with a laugh. Dr. Raymond, you are quite forthright. I shall not beat around the bush. I have heard that you have been attempting to prove your recovery and wish to be discharged from the hospital. Raymond narrowed his eyes. Heard? Such matters are not easily overheard, Miss Rena. Have you conducted a thorough investigation into me? To say investigation seems rather harsh. I would prefer to describe it as concern. Rena responded, unfazed by her revelation being exposed, maintaining her cheerful demeanor. Very well, let us call it concern. But what prompts your sudden interest in a madman confined to a psychiatric hospital? Raymond pressed on. Of course, it is because I seek something from you, Dr. Raymond, which is part of the transaction I mentioned earlier, Rena stated with a smile. Provided you agree to this deal, not only will you be able to leave the hospital openly, but you will also receive a substantial monetary reward, sufficient to ensure a carefree life for you and your family henceforth, free from financial worries. Such a generous offer? Raymond expressed mild surprise. Do you think I am deceiving you? You need not worry about that. Should you agree to this transaction, I can arrange for your exit first, and then transfer the funds to your account. You may provide me with what I seek only after you have received the payment, Rena said earnestly. That is quite a bold proposition, Raymond remarked, curiosity piqued. Might you disclose what exactly you wish to obtain from me? I seek information. I hope you can divulge everything you know regarding the Tahiti project. Rena lowered her voice deliberately, ensuring that only she and Raymond could hear her words. The Tahiti project? Raymond echoed, a sense of bewilderment washing over him. I was originally part of S.H.O.D. He was taken aback, and the purpose behind the invitation from the director was evidently far more complex than he had anticipated. On the surface, he was merely appointed as a guest professor at the S.H.I.L.D. Academy, yet in reality, he was covertly enlisted into the Tahiti project, assisting Coulson in the development of this initiative. Remarkably, even within S.H.I.E.L.D., few were privy to this information. Typically, symptoms of schizophrenia are closely associated with an individual's upbringing. Many afflicted individuals exhibit signs from a young age, as was the case with David. However, the sudden onset of such symptoms in the original host, devoid of any childhood trauma, strongly suggests the influence of a significant stimulus. It was only when Rena mentioned the Tahiti project that these fragmented memories resurfaced. Astonishingly, it was the Tahiti project that had driven him to the brink of madness. Although he had competently addressed the psychological issues of his team members in his role overseeing psychological treatment and hypnosis for the Tahiti project, he ultimately succumbed to the weight of his own burdens, losing his sanity. As the saying goes, a doctor cannot heal himself, no matter how profound his understanding of psychology. He could not alleviate his own suffering. Had the original host been in his place, he might have questioned Rena's true identity, but Raymond harbored no such doubts. In fact, he possessed a clearer understanding of her affiliations than she did herself. For a long time, Raina had only been aware that she was serving a mysterious figure codenamed the Clairvoyant. However, she remained oblivious to the fact that the Clairvoyant was none other than John Garrett, an 8th-level agent of SHILD, and a mole planted by Hydra within the organization. She had merely been functioning as a peripheral member of Hydra. The Tahiti Project represented a target Hydra had long sought to infiltrate but had been unable to approach. Despite Hydra having embedded numerous agents within SHILD, even the organization's nominal leader, former director Alexander Pierce, who commanded respect from Nick Fury, was affiliated with Hydra. Among the mid to high level agents, no less than a third were traitors. Should Hydra acquire the technology associated with this project, it would be pivotal for their future endeavors. Regrettably for them, Fury, seemingly well prepared for such eventualities, utilized his authority to obliterate all records of the project from the database after it was sealed. Thus, attempting to locate any information about the Tahiti Project online would be a futile endeavor. Consequently, the only viable option remained to track down those who had participated in the project, specifically those who had been directly involved, as they might possess insights into its intricacies. It is no wonder that Raina sought out Raymond. He was acutely aware of even the most critical aspects of the project, unlike many who had only engaged with a portion of it and were ignorant of its core elements. Based on Raymond's deductions, he was certainly not the first target Hydra had identified among the participants of the Tahiti Project, yet Hydra had undoubtedly failed to grasp its most vital components. Otherwise, Raina would not have approached him directly. Upon clarifying the circumstances, Raymond's gaze towards Raina shifted, now imbued with a hint of compassion. Raina immediately discerned this alteration in his demeanor and furrowed her brow slightly, inquiring, "Dr. Raymond, what do you mean by that?" It was evident that his sympathetic look made her quite uncomfortable. "If I were to engage in this transaction, I fear I might acquire the money with my life, yet be unable to spend it." Raymond chuckled softly, shaking his head. "Are you concerned that we might cause you trouble afterward?" "I can assure you." "You can assure me? On what basis?" Before Raina could finish her sentence, Raymond interrupted her with a sudden derisive laugh. "I wager you have no idea who is requesting this intelligence." Raina, feeling belittled by Raymond's condescension, was momentarily flustered. However, as she prepared to retort, her words faltered at the precipice of her lips. She abruptly realized that he was, in fact, not mistaken. She truly did not know who sought the intelligence regarding the Tahiti plan. While she was aware that she was working for Thousand Eyes, who had relayed this directive through subordinates to extract information from Raymond, she remained oblivious to the identity of Thousand Eyes. Was it an individual or an organization? She had no inkling. All she knew was that Thousand Eyes harbored grand ambitions and wielded considerable power, enabling her to maintain an advantage in her encounters with agents from SHILD. Yet the identity and origins of Thousand Eyes remained a mystery to her. In essence, she was merely a pawn in their game, utterly unaware of the larger scheme. Did he possess knowledge of this? Raina suddenly regarded Raymond with an expression of incredulity. Chapter 012. The discomposed flower student? No, that is impossible. The very notion sprang to her mind, only to be swiftly dismissed. It was simply too incredulous. Prior to her arrival, she had reviewed Raymond's profile and understood that he had only been inducted into SHILD due to the Tahiti plan, at best a mere technical expert. Beyond the documentation, she had conducted a thorough personal investigation into Raymond's life, acquiring a comprehensive understanding of his history. She was confident that he lacked any significant background and was not a prominent figure within SHILD. Could it be that someone as unfortunate as Raymond, inadvertently ensnared in the extraordinary realm, might possess knowledge of Thousand Eyes? Why did she find this so hard to believe? Surely, he was merely attempting to deceive her with words. It had to be so. Raina reassured herself inwardly. "Miss Raina?" Noticing her prolonged silence, Raymond, with a half-smile, prompted her. "Oh, are you threatening me?" Raymond raised an eyebrow. "Merely a friendly reminder," she replied, regaining her composure with a light laugh. "As a delicate woman, I cannot take any drastic measures myself, but I cannot guarantee what actions those behind me might take if they learn that you, Dr. Raymond, are unwilling to cooperate. Are you suggesting that if I decline to engage in this transaction, you will have me eliminated? I am not entirely certain about this, but I would advise you, Dr. Raymond, to give it considerable thought. They may not truly wish to take your life. However, at times, living can be more excruciating than death. Have you finished speaking?" "Dr. Raymond, are you certain you wish to invite suffering upon yourself?" Raina also rose, her tone growing somewhat urgent. No need for farewells. You. Witnessing Raymond actually turning to leave with such nonchalance, Reyna could no longer maintain her previous composure and became increasingly distressed. This was the first time she had been so toyed with, particularly by a wretched man. The reason she was chosen by the clairvoyants was her exceptional ability to interact with others, especially when the counterparts were male. She could effortlessly transform those with ulterior motives into devoted followers, revealing their innermost thoughts to her. Hence, tasks involving negotiation or manipulation typically fell within her purview. After investigating Raymond's background, she initially believed this mission would be a guaranteed success, with no room for error. From Raymond's profile, he appeared to be a scholarly individual steeped in academia. While not all scholars in psychology are mere bookworms, one would expect him to be somewhat outmatched compared to someone like Reyna, who had navigated the underworld for over a decade. To her surprise, the outcome was entirely contrary to her expectations. In their exchanges, Raymond maintained an overwhelming dominance, leaving her in a position of utter defensiveness. This is not right. Could he possibly be gay? The more she contemplated, the angrier she became. Madam, have you concluded your discussion so swiftly? During Reyna's tumultuous thoughts, the staff member she had previously dismissed entered, wearing a fawning expression. Oof. At that moment, Reyna had no inclination to entertain such sycophants. With a disdainful huff, she turned on her heel and departed, leaving the bewildered staff member in confusion, unable to comprehend what he had done wrong, or why this enchanting lady, who had previously exchanged meaningful glances with him, had suddenly turned so unapproachable. As Raymond exited the visitation room, he did not genuinely intend to meander through the gym. His earlier statement was merely a facade to placate Reyna. Strolling down the corridor, he pondered the potential scenarios that might unfold. Director Liu had already completely obliterated the files pertaining to the Tahiti project. If Hydra wished to pursue this further, they would inevitably target the few individuals involved in the plan. Compared to Director Liu and Coulson, I certainly present as a softer target. Since they have come knocking, they will not abandon this lead simply because I refuse to cooperate. From what little Huahua implied, they are likely to adopt a more aggressive approach with me. It seems fortune has smiled upon me, delivering a pillow to my slumber. With this thought, a subtle curve graced the corners of Raymond's mouth. Provoking classmate Xiaohua was, in fact, a deliberate move orchestrated by him. From the moment he unraveled the intricacies of the situation, he had resolved to incite the Hydra to engage him in a more confrontational manner. He was confident that with Fury's acumen, it was inconceivable that this significant individual would be neglected. Should any substantial commotion arise, Fury would undoubtedly take notice and seek to extricate him from this predicament with utmost transparency. This would conveniently alleviate his pressing dilemma. In comparison to David, a cataclysmic ticking time bomb, and the wretched Shadow King, Hydra seemed trivial. While the alter ego of Chloe might find it challenging to contend with David and his ilk, or even to ensure his own survival in their presence, dealing with the ordinary agents under Hydra's command will be a matter of effortless mastery. Moreover, even the super soldiers developed by the Centipede organization, a mere facade of Hydra, would not pose a significant threat to Chloe's alter ego. If Hydra had already ascended to power, completely supplanting S.H.I.L.D., he might have exercised caution, for at that juncture, Hydra would possess a plethora of large-scale destructive weaponry. However, in the present scenario as for why Raymond did not simply acquiesce to this transaction and leverage Hydra's assistance to exit this place, the answer was rather evident. A rebellious spirit is not easily quelled. Should he proceed in such a manner, he would not only offend S.H.I.E.L.D., but might also find himself in disfavor with Hydra, potentially becoming a victim of a treacherous scheme. Hydra's ranks were a mixed bag of individuals. And who could say if someone, envious of his newfound wealth, might not take it upon themselves to enact harm? Although he was not particularly apprehensive about being double-crossed by Hydra's lackluster agents, he could very well retaliate. However, such an approach would simultaneously alienate him from both S.H.I.L.D. and Hydra, a predicament he was keen to avoid. Thus, after weighing the pros and cons, he made the decision to provoke Reyna, choosing to confront her directly. Now, it was merely a matter of when Hydra's operatives would arrive. Chapter 013, The Night Grows Darker. Nevertheless, this maneuver posed little risk to him. Meanwhile, after leaving the psychiatric hospital, Reyna promptly contacted her superior, Addison, the head of the Centipede organization, a subsidiary of Hydra. Reyna, still not deemed worthy of direct communication with the all-seeing eye, relayed all commands through Addison and addressed her concerns to him. Though currently incarcerated, Addison maintained unfettered communication with the outside world, accessible at any time and place. This was one of the reasons Reyna was convinced that the all-seeing eye had formidable backing. For few in North America could treat prison as casually as one would a backyard. What? He declined? After Reyna succinctly reported the situation, Addison's voice conveyed his dissatisfaction. Indeed, and it appears he is rather indifferent to my threats, Reyna murmured. Addison responded, could it be that he has truly lost his mind? I have heard that spending an extended period in a psychiatric hospital can lead even the most stable individuals to become unhinged, let alone someone who is already afflicted. Reyna remarked, I cannot guarantee that, but from my interactions with him, I believe he is mostly sane. How can he not fear death? There seems to be no reason for it. Is it possible that someone is secretly protecting him? Addison paused before continuing. Wait a moment while I consult Lord Kianlian. Of course, Reyna replied. A few minutes later, the phone rang again. Lord Kianlian has stated that no one from SHILD is protecting him. He is likely attempting to intimidate you or may genuinely be suffering from a mental issue, Addison conveyed. What happens next? For now, you shall wait. I will dispatch someone to extract him from the hospital, and then you may interrogate him personally. I find it hard to believe that he will remain defiant at that point. Understood, Reyna responded. After hanging up, an inexplicable sense of unease settled within her. Despite even the enigmatic Lord Kianlian asserting that everything was normal and believing that Raymond was merely posturing or genuinely unwell, she could not shake her apprehension. Perhaps I am overthinking this. After dinner, as night deepened, a contingent of approximately 30 armed personnel stealthily approached the southeastern side of the hospital. Along their path, they expertly disabled the hospital surveillance systems. If one were to observe from the monitoring room, everything appeared perfectly ordinary. Judging by their agile movements and the weaponry they bore, it was evident that they were seasoned special operations forces. Given their prowess, breaching a mere psychiatric facility would be a trivial task for them, even if it were a heavily fortified prison. Upon successfully infiltrating the hospital, the leader began to issue commands through a wireless earpiece. Team A, proceed to the monitoring room and secure the area. Team B, flank from the rear to ensure no one approaches from that direction. Team C, follow me for a frontal assault. We must apprehend the target within 3 minutes. Team D will provide external support in case of unforeseen circumstances. Remember, avoid unnecessary casualties. The quieter we are, the better. Understood? Received. With a sweeping gesture, the leaders signaled the commencement of their operation. In no time, the unit swiftly divided into 4 teams. Executing the leader's orders. Team C, tasked with the frontal assault, was the largest, comprising 8 members, indicating their thorough preparation for capturing Raymond. Even if there were indeed SHILD operatives covertly guarding him, they were confident in their ability to seize him. Meanwhile, in the northwestern sector of the hospital, Hill, clad in a field agent's uniform, stealthily infiltrated the premises alongside another Chinese female agent. This female agent boasted a formidable reputation, akin to the legendary former KGB operative, the Black Widow, embodying the essence of a woman of intrigue and prowess. Melinda May, codenamed Knight, is a seasoned Level 7 agent. Fury's decision to send Hill for a rescue mission did not impose a limit on the number of personnel she could bring. However, given the sensitive nature of the Tahiti project, Hill could not afford to assemble a large team. After careful deliberation, she chose to bring only one aide, Agent May. Like Coulson, May is one of Fury's most trusted confidants. In terms of trustworthiness, May even surpass Coulson, for she embodies the essence of a pure agent, devoid of ulterior motives. Yet, this characteristic is both her strength and her weakness. It confines her to the role of an exceptional enforcer rather than a leader, which is why Fury considered grooming Coulson as his successor instead of her. Hill's selection of May was influenced not only by her familiarity with the Tahiti project, but also by the undeniable fact of May's extraordinary combat prowess. Within the SHILD hierarchy, it is generally true that higher-tier agents possess greater combat experience and capability than their lower-tier counterparts. However, this is not an absolute standard. Indeed, within the ranks of high-level agents, this method of assessing combat strength can be misleading. May serves as a prime example. Her overall combat ability far exceeds that of the majority of Level 8 agents, placing her among the elite fighters within SHILD. The Black Widow, another Level 7 agent, possesses combat skills that rival or surpass May's. Although Hill is a Level 9 agent, this merely signifies her higher authority within SHILD. When it comes to comparative combat effectiveness, she may not necessarily surpass May. Therefore, bringing May along serves merely as a precaution. As circumstances began to deteriorate, it appeared that other factions were also infiltrating the hospital. May, utilizing her specialized infrared binoculars, observed the situation and gravely informed Hill. Other factions? Hill paused momentarily, but her expression quickly shifted. Good grief, they are moving fast. What shall we do now? May awaited Hill's command. There is no choice. We must charge in. We cannot allow them to take Dr. Raymond, Hill declared resolutely. Before she even finished speaking, Hill led the charge towards the hospital's residential area, and without a second thought, May followed suit. Chapter 014, Adventure Wayne. In the corridor south of the hospital, David, returning alone from the library, wandered aimlessly, muttering to himself. Why do I feel that something is amiss? What could possibly be wrong? He tugged at his hair alternately, attempting to stimulate his mind and capture that elusive spark of inspiration. Throughout the day, he harbored an unsettling feeling, though he could not pinpoint its source. This nagging sensation of knowing something was wrong, yet being unable to articulate it, left him quite distressed. Who is there? Show yourself. As David grappled with the unsettling sensation that pervaded him, he suddenly sensed an unseen presence scrutinizing him. He swiftly turned a glance in that direction. His reaction startled the members of Group B, who had been poised to act only after he had passed by. According to their leader's instructions, they were meant to encircle him quietly from this side. However, upon their arrival, they unexpectedly encountered a patient wandering about, muttering to himself while tugging at his hair. Comprising 5 individuals, all equipped as secondary forces, they were certainly not intimidated by a deranged individual. Yet, the leader had cautioned against lethal action unless absolutely necessary. In this scenario, revealing themselves carelessly could provoke the patient into a loud outburst, thereby jeopardizing their mission. Hence, the leader of Group B decisively chose to wait until the patient moved on before proceeding. It was night, and clad in dark combat attire. They were well camouflaged in the shadows, making them difficult to detect unless one was actively looking in their direction. Who could have anticipated that they would be discovered so inexplicably? The leader of Group B, an African-American man, wore an expression of utter bewilderment. What to do? One of his team members signaled him. Clearly, he did not believe that they had truly been spotted. The reasoning was simple. The one who had called out was a madman. The leader of Group B was incredulous that a lunatic could pierce their concealment. He assumed the patient had simply succumbed to his affliction, perhaps mimicking lines from a movie. Unbeknownst to him, David had not lost his mind. He had indeed perceived their presence. As a level 5 mutant, even in an undeveloped state, David's mental acuity far surpassed that of ordinary individuals. If someone was observing him, it was impossible for him not to notice. Though Group B had concealed themselves effectively, they would remain undetected only if one did not scrutinize that area closely. For David, this was inconsequential, as his awareness extended beyond mere sight. If you do not come out soon, I shall call for help. David's gaze remained fixed, his voice low and commanding, directed toward the location of Group B. At last, the members of Group B recognized their predicament. They had indeed been discovered. If David had not noticed them, he would not have maintained such a steadfast stare at their position, nor would he have insisted they reveal themselves. If it were merely a case of mimicking movie lines, he would have moved on after a single utterance, rather than remaining obstinately focused. How could this be? The leader's eyes widened in disbelief. He simply could not fathom how they had been exposed. It made no sense at all. What to do? His teammates looked to him for guidance once more. You all stay put. I will handle this, he murmured. With that, the leader of Group B first holstered his weapon, removed his mask, and stepped forward with his hands raised in a gesture of surrender, wearing a gentle smile. Sir, please do not be alarmed. I harbor no ill intentions. I am the newly assigned security guard at the hospital, merely a bit disoriented in this unfamiliar environment, the leader of Group B said as he approached David. A gentle smile, gracing his face in an effort to appear as amicable as possible. A security guard? David replied, momentarily taken aback. As he pondered why the attire of this new guard appeared dissimilar to those he had encountered before, the leader of Group B had already reached his side. An instinctive feeling whispered to him that the man before him was not being truthful. Yet, his reaction came a fraction too late. By the time he sensed something was amiss, the self-proclaimed security guard accelerated his pace, darting to David's side and delivering a swift strike to the back of his neck. Success. The leader of Group B exhaled in relief. However, he was taken aback when his strike failed to connect as anticipated, as though something had inexplicably halted his hand in mid-air. This revelation left the leader of Group B in shock. In that moment, he witnessed David stretch lazily, flex his neck, and then, with a nonchalant tone, remark, "It's been a while since I've had a breath of fresh air. I must thank you for this opportunity. Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Jack Wayne, an adventurer. It is a pleasure to meet you." With a radiant smile illuminating his face, David extended his right hand towards the leader of Group B, as if to offer a handshake. Yet the leader, having lost control of his body, could only move his eyes. Even if he wished to reciprocate, he found himself utterly incapable. "Oh, right, I forgot you cannot move." "My apologies," David said, scratching his head sheepishly. As he spoke, he waved his hand, and the leader of Group B regained his faculties. However, the instant he did, his hand instinctively reached for his waist. Yet, just as his movement commenced, his firearm inexplicably soared into the air, hovering ominously with the barrel aimed directly at his head. No, this won't do. After all, this body is shared between us. I cannot allow you to act recklessly," David said at a leisurely pace. Upon hearing David's words, the leader of Group B's mind was flooded with a singular thought. Schizophrenia? The individual before him was indeed a split personality, possessing extraordinary capabilities. As if to confirm his suspicion, David's smile gradually faded, and his gaze turned icy as he declared, in gratitude for the chance to enjoy some fresh air, "I shall grant you a swift demise." With a swift motion, the silenced pistol was loaded and fired, instantly claiming the life of the leader of Group B. Simultaneously, the 4 members of Group B in the vicinity fell victim to their own weapons. In truth, they had long sensed something was amiss. But the moment David seized control of their leader, they too found themselves immobilized, powerless to retaliate. All they could do was watch in despair as their own firearms turned against them, sealing their fate. Observing the fallen individuals, David exhibited no signs of compassion. Instead, he furrowed his brow and muttered to himself, "That elderly gentleman is becoming increasingly excessive, persistently disrupting the host's personality. It appears I must devise a strategy. We cannot allow him to succeed, or else what hope will remain for us? However, confronting him alone is evidently futile. I must rally Cindy and Birmingham along with a few others to stand a chance. Nevertheless, prior to that, let us relish the wonders of the outside world." What a delightful decision. Chapter 015, Paranormal Events. On the eastern side of the hospital, Team C, led by their captain, arrived at the vicinity where Raymond resided. At that moment, a team member suddenly reported with urgency, "Boss, B team has inexplicably lost all contact." The abrupt loss of communication caused the leader's expression to shift. He was acutely aware of the implications of such a development. It indicated that the 5 members of B team were likely facing dire circumstances. What situation could possibly incapacitate 5 armed soldiers before they could even send a distress signal? As this thought crossed his mind, the leader felt a wave of trepidation wash over him. This situation clearly exceeded his prior expectations. He had assumed that even if SHIELD had covertly dispatched personnel to protect Dr. Raymond, they would merely send standard agents. With over 20 seasoned combatants at his disposal, he believed they could withstand any confrontation against an equal number of SHIELD agents. Thus, he had considered the mission nearly assured. Yet, the sudden disappearance of B team had caught him off guard. Having reached this juncture, he realized he had little recourse left. Retreat was not an option. The leader resolved within himself. Lifting the prohibition on lethal force meant they could engage at will. Clearly, he had grasped the gravity of the situation. Persisting with his previous mindset could lead to a fate unknown. D team will likely face difficulties as well. They've also come under attack, another team member interjected. "Have you discerned who the assailants are?" The leader inquired hastily. "Uncertain. They seem to be engaged in a firefight. Ensure they hold their ground. We shall act immediately." The leader gritted his teeth, determined to capture the target first. Given the current circumstances, it seemed likely that B team's 5 members were in grave peril. And even if D team could withstand the assault, they would not escape unscathed. Some degree of sacrifice was inevitable. Faced with such dire circumstances, he had no choice but to press on with unwavering resolve. "What is that?" Suddenly, a subordinate's hushed exclamation drew his attention. Following the direction of his gaze, the leader beheld an unfamiliar figure emerging from a yard approximately 10 meters away, someone they had previously failed to notice. Bathed in the ethereal glow of moonlight and the soft radiance of street lamps, one could discern a figure clad in a sleek black suit, adorned with a pair of intricately crafted round spectacles perched upon his nose and a square adhesive bandage affixed to his left cheek. Yet, what truly captivated attention were the gloves he wore, resembling feline claws, with each fingertip crowned by a blade approximately half a meter in length. "Who are you?" "Stand still," commanded the leader, raising his firearm and aiming it at the figure. "Isn't it curious? You seem to have come to apprehend me, yet here I am, presenting myself voluntarily. And you appear to be quite anxious," the man quipped, gently nudging his spectacles with his wrist and chuckling softly. "You are Raymond?" The leader's tone bore an air of incredulity. However, upon closer inspection, he realized that despite the individual before him not resembling the photographs he had seen of Dr. Raymond, there was an uncanny similarity in their features. If the esteemed Dr. Raymond did not have a twin brother, then it was highly plausible that this was indeed their intended target. But why was he adorned in such an unusual manner? The leader's apprehension remained unassuaged. As a mid-level operative of the Centipede organization, he was acutely aware of the existence of extraordinary beings in this world. The recent prominence of the Avengers could be deemed as representatives of this extraordinary realm, endowed with powers beyond the comprehension of ordinary individuals, confronting all manner of monstrosities. The Centipede organization was engaged in the development and research of super soldiers, which could, in a sense, be categorized as extraordinary beings as well. The peculiar attire of the man before him sparked a chilling thought. Could their target be yet another extraordinary individual? This conjecture sent a shiver down his spine. Observing that the leader had not immediately shouted for violence, Raymond, now under the control of his alter ego, Chloe, felt a tinge of disappointment. Why wasn't there any action? I have been waiting for you for quite some time. If you do not act soon, I shall take matters into my own hands, he declared, advancing towards the members of Group C. Do not approach. Halt. If you take another step, I will fire. The leader barked sternly. Come now. It was you who came to capture me. Do not portray it as though I am the aggressor. Such behavior is rather contemptible, Raymond retorted languidly. Bang! A muffled gunshot rang out, as the leader indeed fired his weapon. However, rather than aiming for a vital area, he shot towards the man's lower leg. Concealed by the silencer, the sound was not particularly loud, but it startled those in his company, who were bewildered by their leader's impulsiveness in taking such action without warning. They were oblivious to the existence of any extraordinary realm, merely perceiving Raymond as somewhat eccentric. Given Raymond's diagnosed mental condition, they thought nothing of it, attributing his peculiar attire to an episode of his illness. In their eyes, it was the leader's heightened state of alertness, compounded by the sudden discharge of his firearm. That appeared abnormal. What if he inadvertently killed the target? Wouldn't that render their efforts futile? Look, the figure has vanished. At that moment, a team member suddenly gasped. With his exclamation, others began to sense something amiss. The target, who had just been conversing with the leader and was approaching them, had inexplicably vanished, as if he had never existed. How could he have disappeared so suddenly? Could it be a ghost? It is said that such places like hospitals are rife with malevolent spirits. The team members, witnessing this eerie scene, held varying opinions on the sudden turn of events. But they all felt a chill creeping up their spines, as if a cold gust had surged from their very souls. Only the leader understood that this was far from a supernatural occurrence. The target was indeed an extraordinary being. Chapter 016, The Spoon. In the realm of the extraordinary, even within an organization like Centipede, which had one foot already in that world, such knowledge was not universally known. It was typically reserved for those at least at the mid-level. At this moment, the leader realized that the fastest way to convey the gravity of the situation to his subordinates was to use the example of super soldiers, as they had all witnessed the formidable power of these beings. Indeed, upon this comparison, his subordinates immediately became alert. Yet, in the face of such an absolute disparity in strength, how much difference could their vigilance truly make? Suddenly, a sickening sound of flesh being severed echoed through the air. One subordinate clutched his neck, his eyes wide with horror. He could no longer utter a sound, for in that fleeting moment, his throat had been brutally sliced, and no amount of pressure could stem the torrent of blood that gushed forth. How could this happen? Why was there no warning? When the leader discovered that one of his men had been silenced in such a manner, he found no trace of Raymond nearby. At that moment, Raymond appeared as a ghost, elusive and spectral. No one had seen what transpired, nor had they heard a sound. It was as if the necks of the victims had split open of their own accord, with no one wielding a blade against them. Had they not clearly seen Raymond standing there moments before, they might have genuinely questioned whether this was a supernatural event. But now they understood that this was anything but a ghostly occurrence. It was Raymond systematically eliminating them, as if engaged in a sinister game of assassination. Their lives were mere tools in this grim contest, and Raymond was the sole player. You bastard, show yourself. The leader's eyes blazed with fury at this unfolding horror. He could no longer concern himself with whether the commotion would alert the hospital staff, for he realized that if this continued, their demise was merely a matter of time. Perhaps if they could alert others, they might grasp at a slim chance of survival. Suddenly, a voice whispered in the leader's ear, a voice he recognized all too well. It was Raymond, who had just vanished before his eyes. However, that was not the crux of the matter. The true significance lay in the fact that the speaker was right behind him. Unbeknownst to him, his adversary had silently approached from behind, whispering directly into his ear. "You have lured them here, which effectively compels me to eliminate you ahead of schedule. I had intended to indulge you a while longer, but it seems I must hasten the proceedings." As the leader abruptly turned, he found no trace of Raymond. Simultaneously, Raymond's voice echoed once more, "Spoon." An instant later, the remaining 6 individuals, including the leader, collapsed to the ground. Not only them, but 2 nearby saplings were simultaneously severed, and upon closer inspection, numerous gashes from blades marred the surrounding walls. This was the lethal technique known as Spoon, employed by Chloe's alter ego, a relentless assault executed in tandem with his unique silent step, characterized by indiscriminate strikes. It is crucial to note that silent step rivals the speed of the Navy's 6-dial shave, and its most significant feature lies in its noiseless movement, making it exceptionally suited for assassination. This explains why the members of Group C had been oblivious to any sounds prior. When their eyes could not keep pace with Raymond's swiftness, and their ears failed to detect his footfalls, he became as inconsequential as a ghost to them. Regrettably, it appeared that he could not control the specific targets of his assault, which was indeed a vexing dilemma. After surveying his surroundings, Raymond pressed a hand to his forehead, appearing somewhat pained. Has someone arrived? The next moment, upon hearing footsteps approaching, he vanished from sight. Shortly after his disappearance, David, clad in a blue and white striped hospital gown, arrived at the scene, discovering the fallen members of Group C. "Oh, there's still a few here?" He hastened to the leader's corpse, crouched down for a closer inspection, then scanned the area again before pondering aloud, 2 with slit throats. And the other 6 seemed to have been slain by a flurry of blades before they could retaliate. Their deaths occurred in an instant. This is no ordinary feat. Intriguing. Could there be other mutants within this hospital? David stroked his chin in contemplation. However, he did not dwell on it for long, dismissing the thought with a shake of his head. "Never mind. It has nothing to do with me. It's best not to meddle, lest I implicate the primary persona." With that, he strolled in another direction, appearing as though he were merely enjoying a leisurely walk. Yet, before he had gone far, he abruptly turned his gaze toward the second floor, sensing something amiss, yet finding nothing there. A mere illusion? He mused, furrowing his brow before shaking his head once more and continuing on his way. Unbeknownst to him, on the opposite side of the second floor, Raymond had reverted to his primary persona, having dispelled his equipment's manifestation, and was contemplating his own situation. That was definitely not David, nor did it resemble the Shadow King. Could it be another alter ego? He made this assessment after surreptitiously observing the earlier encounter through Chloe's alter ego's perspective. He was uncertain about the nature of the alternate persona currently controlling David's body, but it was clear that it was not the old dog, Shadow King. Otherwise, he would have been detected. The speed of the alternate persona, Chloe, was impressive, yet it could not evade the scrutiny of a level 4 mutant. In fact, his curiosity had led him to the second floor, where he had intended to uncover who had arrived so hastily, only to find David. Upon noticing that David appeared to be in an unusual state, he felt a twinge of regret. Had David truly been under the control of Shadow King, he would have been impossible to miss. From what he gathered, David had encountered companions of those individuals elsewhere, suggesting that they had fortuitously crossed paths. Startling David and prompting the emergence of an alternate persona, Raymond quickly pieced together the situation, though it was of no immediate concern to him. His curiosity had merely compelled him to take a glance. He had no desire to be seen and linked to this affair. In the Chinese tradition of concealing one's capabilities, Chloe's alternate persona remained his greatest asset, and he had no intention of revealing it prematurely. Chapter 17. The astonished duo. "How are things?" Hill inquired, maintaining a vigilant grip on her firearm while scanning the surroundings. She turned to May, who was examining the corpses on the ground. "There is nothing identifiable. All weapons are standard issue, and their jaws contain lethal substances. Without exception, they are all dead soldiers. I intentionally left 2 alive, but they chose to take their own lives," May calmly assessed after inspecting several bodies. "Have the photos been taken?" "Indeed, your reasoning is sound," Hill nodded, then waved her hand decisively. "But this is not the time for such discussions. Dr. Raymond is still in danger. We must move." As they spoke, the 2 had already arrived in the courtyard south of the hospital. May immediately spotted the bodies of the 5 members of team be sprawled on the ground, her pupils dilating in shock. What could have led to this? Do they seem to be affiliated with the individuals outside? Hill appeared equally perplexed, struggling to comprehend the situation. They had already engaged in a skirmish with the outside group, and though they had emerged victorious, their experience allowed them to discern that these individuals were undoubtedly seasoned soldiers. Had they not been top-tier operatives, and had there not been a disparity in weaponry, it would have been impossible to annihilate the outside group within mere minutes. The attire of these 5 clearly indicated their association with the outside faction. What could have caused their sudden demise here? Was there a third party intruding upon the hospital, leading to a confrontation with this group? It is noteworthy that they had never considered that the hospital's own security forces could have slain these 5 as ordinary guards. Even armed, would merely be a joke in the face of such adversaries. Before Hill could issue a command, May had already sprinted toward the corpses, eager to investigate the matter. As the saying goes, know thyself and know thy enemy, and you shall never be defeated. If the circumstances surrounding the deaths of these individuals remain unclear, particularly regarding any potential involvement of a third party, it is highly likely that such oversight could lead to grave mistakes. While rescuing Raymond is undoubtedly crucial, methodical approaches must also be employed. Soon, May found herself beside several lifeless bodies. To guard against any deceit, she kept her weapon trained on the fallen figures, confident that anyone feigning death with intentions of ambush would not be quicker than her trigger finger. However, each of these individuals had been shot directly in the forehead. Ensuring their demise was absolute. A brief examination revealed the cause of their deaths, yet this clarity only deepened her solemn expression. What did you discover? Hill inquired. Sensing May's unease, it appeared that each individual had succumbed to suicide, using their own service weapons, and without exception, each had received a single fatal shot to the head. Suicide? Hill suddenly understood the gravity of May's demeanor. The absurdity of the situation was striking. This group had undoubtedly aimed to eliminate Raymond. Why would they take their own lives? Yet, Hill knew May well enough to trust her judgment. She would not reach such a conclusion without thorough investigation. This indicated that the deceased had indeed taken their own lives, a notion that, despite its implausibility, was not beyond the realm of possibility for those accustomed to the extraordinary. An extraordinary occurrence? Hill pondered, contemplating a potential explanation. The likelihood seemed substantial. May appear to share this line of reasoning. After a moment's reflection, Hill envisioned various scenarios. But regardless of the possibilities, it was unlikely that they could delve deeper into the matter in the immediate future. Since they could not clarify the situation promptly, they had no choice but to set it aside, hoping it bore no connection to the current events. The two resumed their journey towards the vicinity where Raymond resided. Before long, they arrived at the courtyard beneath the building where Raymond lived. Upon their arrival, they discovered yet another row of corpses on the ground, evidently linked to the previous confrontation that had culminated in their annihilation, alongside the earlier suicides. May, familiar with the task at hand, swiftly conducted another examination. This time, however, the conclusion of suicide was not reached, yet the results were equally troubling. Were they all slain in an instant by cold weapons? Hill questioned incredulously. The 8 armed professional soldiers had been dispatched with bladed weapons as if they were mere vegetables, a scenario reminiscent of a Bollywood blockbuster. Only 6 were cut down in a fray. The other 2 were dispatched with a single blow to the throat. Moreover, aside from one who managed to fire a shot, the others never had the opportunity to draw their weapons, May clarified. May's correction did little to assuage Hill's concerns. Regardless of whether 6 or 8 had been brutally slain, the implication remained unchanged. It suggested that within the confines of this hospital, a formidable, extraordinary being was likely lurking. If, prior to witnessing the bizarre suicides of those 5 individuals, she had merely harbored suspicions, she was now almost certain that this hospital indeed harbored extraordinary beings. As the deputy director of SHIELD, her understanding of the realm of the extraordinary far surpassed that of the Centipede organization. She was acutely aware that a multitude of extraordinary individuals existed in this world, among which mutants were the most prevalent. It was highly plausible that within her circle of acquaintances, there were mutants unbeknownst to her. Moreover, the vast majority of mutants could conceal their abilities when not in use. Only a select few, those with drastically altered appearances reminiscent of beasts, could not hide their identities. In numerous extraordinary incidents that SHIELD had previously managed, encounters with mutants were common. The current situation compelled Hill to draw connections to this aspect. Regardless of who this unknown, extraordinary individual might be, the fact that he had eliminated the intruders in the hospital at least indicated that he was not aligned with the puppet masters behind the Rising Tide organization. Under these circumstances, there was no need to regard him as a hypothetical enemy. After reaching a decision, the two swiftly arrived outside Raymond's room on the 2nd floor. Knock! Knock, knock! Hill tentatively rapped on the door. Who is it? A male voice responded from within. Upon hearing this voice, both Hill and May felt a sense of relief. for they recognized its owner, Dr. Raymond, the very individual they had come to rescue. Suddenly, the knocking had left Raymond somewhat bewildered. What was happening? He had just entered the room, and now there was someone knocking at the door. Was this mere coincidence? Could it be David following him? Raymond's expression darkened. If the one knocking was indeed David, it would mean he had been discovered. Had he known, he would not have been so curious. Curiosity, as they say, killed the cat, and Raymond felt a pang of regret. However, at that moment, not answering the door would also appear suspicious, which was clearly inappropriate. With this thought in mind, he steeled himself and inquired, "Who is it?" To his surprise, a female voice responded from outside, speaking in slightly awkward Mandarin. "Dr. Raymond." "It's me, Agent May." "Agent May?" "The legendary S-H-I-E-L-D, Agent Melinda May?" In the original timeline, it would not be long before Coulson would begin assembling a special team, with Agent May as one of its key members. Previously, when Raina had visited, he had glimpsed numerous memories of the original host's past connections with S-H-I-E-L-D, including Agent May's presence. Perhaps due to the original host's father being of Chinese descent, he had developed a relatively good rapport with Agent May. This could be likened to the saying about compatriots meeting, tears of joy filling their eyes. Realizing that the visitor was not David, but rather his old acquaintance Agent May, Raymond felt a wave of relief mixed with surprise. The arrival of S-H-I-E-L-D-S personnel was indeed rather swift. As soon as he stirred, the team below must have still been reeling from their losses, yet Agent May had already arrived. With this puzzlement in mind, Raymond swiftly approached the door and opened it. To his surprise, not only was Agent May standing at the threshold, but also an old acquaintance recognized by the original host of his body. "Miss Hill?" Raymond instinctively called out the name of this familiar figure. It must be said that the appearance of this deputy director truly left Raymond momentarily awestruck. In his previous life, he had encountered numerous beautiful women due to his profession, yet this strikingly spirited lady before him still managed to captivate him. Hill, however, seemed oblivious to, or perhaps too preoccupied to notice, Raymond's expression. Upon seeing him, she immediately began to explain the situation. "I understand," Raymond replied succinctly, nodding decisively. Yet recalling something, he inquired, "Are we to leave directly? Will there be any repercussions from the hospital?" Before he could finish, Hill interjected, "Rest assured, we will handle matters here." "All right. I appreciate your help," Raymond replied courteously. "We should be on our way. We can discuss further on the road," May reminded them. "Dr. Raymond, please follow us," Hill said, nodding as she led the way. Half an hour later, the three of them boarded a small combat aircraft produced by S.H.L.D., a vehicle typically reserved for high-ranking agents on missions. Of course, for May and Hill, this was hardly a challenge. One was a legendary female agent, and the other a dignified deputy director. Even summoning one of S.H.I.L.D.'s few customized aircraft would pose no difficulty for them. Nevertheless, for rescue missions, a small combat aircraft was undoubtedly more fitting. Finally, when the plane took off, Hill and May were able to relax their tense nerves. Once at ease, May hesitantly asked, "Dr. Raymond, have you been doing well lately?" Raymond smiled. "You must be inquiring about my health, correct? It is no surprise that a psychological expert like you sees through my facade." May, unbothered by the revelation, candidly admitted, "In truth, I am nearly recovered. I've been undergoing some rehabilitation tests. Had you arrived a few days later, you might not have found me." Raymond nonchalantly boasted, his composure unshaken. If Dr. Beth were present, she would surely feel embarrassed to have once idolized such a figure. Yet, regrettably, the two before him were evidently unaware of the truth, leaving no one to unmask his pretense. Upon hearing Raymond claim he was nearly recovered, both women expressed no doubt. May let out a sigh of relief, saying, "It's good to hear that. To be honest, ever since your incident, we have felt an overwhelming sense of guilt. If you had not accepted our invitation back then, this wouldn't have happened." May trailed off, unable to continue. However, she was evidently overthinking. Even if Raymond had seen the footage regarding the Tahiti project, it would merely be a fleeting glance, akin to viewing slides, without evoking any profound emotions. Furthermore, his nerves were far more robust than those of the original body. Even if he were to switch places with the original, he did not believe he would succumb to madness. "Let the past remain in the past, May. You need not blame yourself, for it was a path I chose willingly, and I harbor no resentment," Raymond reassured her. "It is splendid that you have managed to move forward, Doctor. Enough of this. Let us change the subject." Raymond smiled and shook his head before inquiring, "How has that fellow Coulson been lately? Is he recovering well?" "He is doing quite well, nearly indistinguishable from his former self. It is a relief that he is well. Our earlier suffering was not in vain. Even if we cannot fully promote it, at the very least, it holds some significance." Hearing their conversation, Hill, who was piloting the aircraft, interjected, "Dr. Raymond, due to the previous incident, Coulson has completely forgotten about the Tahiti project and thus should not recognize you. If you happen to see him again, please be cautious and refrain from mentioning anything related to the Tahiti project, as it may trigger some unpleasant memories for him." "I fully understand. Rest assured," Raymond replied with a gentle smile, indicating his comprehension. Chapter 019, Intelligence Exchange. Raymond was well aware of Coulson's current state. His sudden inquiry was merely to divert the conversation, wishing to avoid further discourse on the previous matter with May. Although there was the convenient excuse of a mental illness to serve as a shield, Raymond preferred not to be treated as a madman. So it was prudent to discuss the past as little as possible. "Dr. Raymond, I noticed your reaction when I mentioned your current peril. You seemed rather unfazed. Have you sensed something?" Hill asked suddenly. "Finally, we are getting to the crux of the matter. I have been waiting for this." Upon hearing Hill's question, Raymond felt a sense of calm wash over him rather than panic. His composed response was a deliberate act to alert Hill and the others to the unusual circumstances. Otherwise, how could he have made such a fundamental error? They had not broached the subject throughout the journey, and he had begun to think his performance was in vain. Thankfully, Hill did not disappoint his expectations. "Regarding that matter, indeed, even if you had not come today, I would have sought a way to contact you." Raymond pondered. "Previously, a woman named Rena approached me. She sought to strike a deal with me." Raymond shrugged and continued. "She proposed that if I divulged all I knew about the Tahiti project, she would arrange for my release from the hospital and promise me a substantial reward, sufficient for my family and me to live without financial worries for the rest of our lives." "You declined her offer?" Hill surmised. "Naturally." Raymond stated with an air of inevitability that he had witnessed the rise and subsequent concealment of the Tahiti project, fully aware of the inhumanity inherent in this endeavor. Should this research fall into the hands of those with nefarious intentions, it would undoubtedly result in further tragedies. How could I possibly engage in dealings with a woman of unknown identity? Both emotionally and logically, such a proposition is untenable. Upon hearing this, Hill eagerly inquired whether she had mentioned any other significant information, such as who she represented in her approach to you, or what kind of forces were backing her. Raymond, slightly surprised, glanced at Hill and remarked, "Are you also investigating her?" "No, this is the first time I've come across that name, and I'm unaware of her identity." Hill shook his head. "However, just a few days ago, SHIEL-DS database was breached, resulting in a loss of certain big data that may pertain to the Tahiti project. We suspect it was orchestrated by a civilian hacking group known as the Tide Organization. Yet, based on our assessment, there is assuredly a puppet master manipulating them, whose objective may very well be the Tahiti project." Upon reaching this conclusion, Director Fury surmised that you, Dr. Raymond, might become the next target of this hidden force. Thus he promptly dispatched me to ensure your protection. Therefore, I have reason to suspect that the woman attempting to broker a deal with you is likely affiliated with this puppet master, if not a direct subordinate. She is at the very least an employee. Hill recounted the situation to Raymond without reservation. Upon hearing this, Raymond finally understood why Hill and May fortuitously appeared before him at this juncture. It was all interconnected. The puppet master manipulating the Tide Organization was undoubtedly Hydra, or perhaps one of Hydra's many facades, such as the Centipede organization to which Rena belonged. Logically, Hydra had already infiltrated SHIELD to a devastating extent, with even the former director being one of their own. If they wished to access the database, they could simply wield their authority to do so. However, perhaps fearing that such direct access would leave traces, thus alerting Fury to the issue, they opted to employ the Tide Organization to launch an external attack and extract potentially relevant data concerning the Tahiti project. Following the acquisition of this data, their next step would naturally involve attempting to coerce the isolated Raymond. Yet, perhaps they were overly confident in Rena, failing to anticipate that Raymond would remain unyielding. Thus unfolded the earlier episode involving the hospital intrusion. While Raymond certainly played a role in exacerbating the conflict, it is evident that Hydra would not easily let him slip through their fingers. Director Fury, indeed the person Hydra fears the most, reacted with remarkable speed. Had I not deliberately provoked Rena, Hydra's decision to take action against me might not have materialized so swiftly, and by then, Hill and her team would have already extracted me, making Hydra a step too late. Raymond, having thoroughly grasped the entire situation, couldn't help but commend Director Egg's astuteness. If he had not possessed a comprehensive understanding of global intelligence, it is unlikely he could have discerned, as swiftly as Fury, that their adversaries were indeed contemplating the Tahiti project. With the cunning Fury in play, It is no wonder that Hydra has hesitated to take action. Perhaps my refusal has incited her wrath. She had threatened me in a fit of anger, which led me to anticipate a potential assault. So, it is, Hill acknowledged. Upon learning that the woman named Rena had divulged no useful information, she felt a tinge of disappointment. Did I just see some corpses in the hospital's backyard? Raymond inquired, pressing further. Indeed, they have sent someone. Doctor, your intuition was correct, May responded. Did you two handle them? I truly appreciate your efforts, Raymond feigned surprise. Hill understood that this was likely a futile endeavor, much like their failure to extract any valuable intelligence from the deceased soldiers. The woman named Rena would surely prove no easier to investigate. This action was merely precautionary. No problem, leave it to me, Raymond readily accepted. At this juncture, he realized he could likely enjoy a brief respite. Chapter 20, The First Encounter with Rena. Late at night, New York. Midtown Park Avenue, Hilton Hotel. Rena had just finished her bath and laid down to watch a movie when she received a phone call. The caller ID displayed an unknown number, but she knew without guessing that it was undoubtedly Addison. This temporary number was known only to him. How could this be? Rena was taken aback. She was well aware of Addison's influence. Anyone dispatched by him was undoubtedly a top-tier professional soldier. Who could possibly infiltrate their ranks? I want to know why this is happening, too. Shit. Addison seethed, clearly displeased with the outcome. Could it be S-H-I-E-L-D? Rena cautiously inquired. I am uncertain about the specifics at the moment, which is why I need you to lay low. If it is indeed S-H-I-E-L-D at play, they will surely glean information about you from that Dr. Raymond, and you may become a target of their investigation. Understood, she replied. The line then went dead. Listening to the dial tone, Rena momentarily forgot to hang up. After about half a minute, she suddenly snapped back to reality. Is it him? A face surfaced in her mind, the mixed-race visage that had once bested her. For reasons unbeknownst to her, she felt an inexplicable connection between this situation and that individual. Although, logically speaking, a powerless psychologist could hardly contend with a squad of armed soldiers, she nonetheless felt a peculiar connection to the matter at hand, lacking any tangible evidence. It was purely an instinct, an intuition unique to women. The absence of proof restrained her from sharing this notion with Addison over the phone, for she feared it would only lead him to question her sanity. How could the all-seeing one, who had consistently outmaneuvered S-H-I-L-D, encounter an unexpected setback this time? Questions swirled within Rena's mind. For the first time, she found herself doubting the capabilities of that all-seeing figure. Previously, she had regarded this individual as a significant entity from an extraordinary realm, whose influence permeated every corner, even infiltrating S-H-I-L-D. Yet this time, it was evident that the all-seeing one had faltered. Perhaps I am overthinking this, she pondered. After much contemplation, realizing she could not untangle the threads of this mystery, she ultimately resolved to set it aside for the time being and retreat. The small combat aircraft carrying Raymond and the others did not head directly to the S-H-I-E-L-D headquarters, but instead flew towards the vicinity of the S-H-L-D Academy, not far from the Triquil Tower. Within a villa located to the west of the Academy, Director Fury awaited their arrival. As Raymond descended the aircraft behind Hill and the others, the one-eyed director, resembling a pirate captain, promptly approached with a warm embrace. Welcome back, Dr. Raymond. It has been far too long. Indeed, Director, Raymond replied, a hint of a smile gracing his lips. From the original body's memories, he discerned that their relationship was quite amicable. It was Fury himself who had initially persuaded the original occupant of the body to clandestinely join the Tahiti Project and become a guest professor at the S-H-I-E-L-D Academy. Since then, their camaraderie had remained strong. I apologize for not visiting you sooner. I hope you understand that my identity is somewhat sensitive. To intrude unannounced might have caused you trouble, Fury expressed regretfully. Completely understood. No need for extensive explanations among allies. Raymond replied with a dismissive shake of his head and a smile. At that moment, Hill interjected, shall we move inside to continue our discussion? Indeed, I was being foolish. Fury chuckled, slapping his forehead as they entered the villa. Once inside, May proactively began preparing coffee while Raymond and the others settled onto the living room sofa, engaging in light conversation. It is worth noting that, while still aboard the aircraft, Hill had already briefed Fury through encrypted communication regarding the recent events at the Clockwork Asylum. Thus, Fury was somewhat informed of the situation and did not require a detailed account. As soon as they were seated, Fury inquired with genuine concern. I heard from Hill that your health has significantly improved, Doctor? Raymond nodded in affirmation. Yes, my recovery is progressing well, under normal circumstances. I should not experience any further episodes. Raymond chuckled. There is no need for that. Have you forgotten that I am the best doctor myself? Fury replied. I certainly believe that. Otherwise, I wouldn't have sought you out back then for assistance. Raymond interjected. All right, enough flattery. Let us address the matter at hand. What are your thoughts on the situation? Miss Hill has already shared your previous speculations with me. Is there any new development? How easy it is to say, Fury sighed, a bitter smile gracing his lips. S-H-I-E-L-D is a vast organization. Even if I have my suspicions, I cannot act recklessly for fear of inciting panic within. Should the situation escalate, the council would undoubtedly seek to replace me. I believe you are well aware of how much they disapprove of me. To clarify, this matter is challenging, extremely challenging indeed. Fury emphasized the difficulty thrice, underscoring the complexity of the situation. Raymond pondered. I do not share your perspective. Fury looked at Raymond with mild surprise. Oh? What is your take? The current circumstances are quite straightforward. You lack sufficient leads for an investigation, yet it is impractical to scrutinize each suspect individually. If that is the case, why not adopt a different approach? If you cannot investigate, then do not investigate. Why not cast out your bait and wait for the fish to bite? In such a scenario, any actions I take regarding the Tahiti project will undoubtedly be met with caution on their part. They will not fall for it easily. Raymond, however, chuckled softly. What if they are wary? What does it matter? Fury, puzzled, sought clarification on Raymond's intent. In my youth, I read a historical novel from my father's collection, where a strategist's words left a lasting impression on me. He stated that strategies fall into two categories, the covert and the overt. The former relies on exploiting the unawareness of the adversary, while the latter compels the enemy to leap into a trap, even when they are aware of its existence. Raymond continued with a light laugh. Covert strategies capitalize on information asymmetry to catch the enemy off guard, whereas overt strategies utilize a publicly known trap. As long as you possess something the enemy desires, they will inevitably fall into your snare, regardless of their suspicions. Clearly, the intelligence regarding the Tahiti project is something they will strive to obtain. Thus, even if they suspect a trap, they will ultimately walk into it. Whether you can apprehend them, however, depends on your skill in setting the trap, Director. Fury contemplated this insight and grasped Raymond's reasoning. Doctor, it appears your ailment has truly been cured. He quipped with a raised eyebrow, half jokingly. It was evident that he had absorbed Raymond's perspective. After all, even the wisest may overlook a detail. Previously, he had briefly fallen into a mental blind spot, instinctively believing that if he were to use the Tahiti project as a trap, the mastermind would surely see through it. He had never been one to underestimate the intelligence of his adversaries. However, Raymond's reminder made him realize that the crux of the matter lay not in whether the other party could discern the truth, but in the ability to set a trap capable of unmasking the mastermind in one fell swoop. As for how to lay this trap, he had yet to formulate a plan. Nonetheless, with this thought in mind, given his cunning and astuteness, it would not be long before he devised a feasible strategy, sooner or later. If we can capture the mastermind, consider it a personal favor owed to you. Fury exclaimed with a hearty laugh. At that moment, May arrived, balancing several cups of coffee on a tray. Upon hearing Fury's words, she interjected. You owe more than just one favor to the doctor, sir. Stung by May's blunt reminder, Fury suddenly recalled that he had made a similar remark when inviting Raymond to participate in the Tahiti project. The previous favor remained unpaid, and now, with yet another favor accruing, he found himself in an increasingly indebted position. A sheepish smile crossed his face as he attempted to mask his embarrassment. Raymond chuckled, coming to his rescue. Director, you are merely experiencing a cognitive blind spot. Even without my reminder, you would likely arrive at this conclusion in due time. There is no need to dwell on favors. Then I shall not be courteous with you, Doctor. Staying at headquarters? Raymond frowned slightly. This differed significantly from his earlier thoughts. While he intended to utilize S-H-I-E-L-D-S resources to exit the hospital openly, remaining at S-H-I-E-L-D. Headquarters felt akin to merely transferring from one prison to another. Certainly, the headquarters offered more freedom than the hospital, yet it still left much to be desired. Seated quietly and listening to their exchange, Hill seemed to notice the unease in Raymond's demeanor and suddenly proposed a suggestion. Isaki Eomi. Both Director Fury and Raymond turned their attention to her. Hill continued her analysis. Moreover, having the doctor stay at headquarters might seem rather peculiar to many, potentially leading to unnecessary misunderstandings. Therefore, I believe it will be prudent for the doctor to reside at S-H-L-D Academy for a while, perhaps even teaching classes to students. After all, the academy is well defended. In light of Hill's suggestion, Fury nodded in agreement. saying Hill has a point. What do you think, Doctor? I personally lean towards Miss Hill's proposal, Raymond pondered. This decision, while not entirely satisfying for Raymond, was undoubtedly an improvement over the prospect of remaining at SHIELD headquarters. It also presented him with the opportunity to experiment with acquiring additional system rewards. It is worth noting that when he encountered Hill and May at the hospital, the system rated them as an A-level hero and a B-level hero, respectively, granting him 50 and 30 exploration points. To be honest, he had been somewhat taken aback by this, as the evaluations of those he had previously met, such as David and Shadow King, had been far more predictable. For instance, David's classification is that of an S-tier anti-hero, while the Shadow King's is deemed an A-tier villain. It is surmised that these evaluations are based on their mutant levels, David being a level 5 mutant and the Shadow King a level 4, thus creating a fitting contrast. This method of evaluation is comprehensible to Raymond. Furthermore, when it comes to Reyna, whose classification is that of a villain, Raymond is not taken aback. Even if Reyna were to awaken her bloodline abilities due to the Inhuman's obelisk, her powers would merely equate to those of an ordinary mutant, rendering her incomparable to either the Shadow King or David. However, the System's assessment of Hill and May surprises Raymond for the first time. To his knowledge, even in the future, neither of them will become superhumans. There exists no so-called potential for power. Yet, the system rates Hill with an A, identical to that of the Shadow King, which dismantles Raymond as prior assumptions, while May's SB rating follows suit in logic. At that moment, he contemplated the possibility that his previous conjecture regarding the system's evaluation criteria may be flawed. If the ratings for Hill and May were merely puzzling, then encountering Fury after disembarking the plane completely overturned his earlier hypotheses. The system's assessment of Fury is shockingly an SS-tier hero. Chapter 022, Overlevel Activation. What does an SS-tier designation imply? It is utterly terrifying. David, classified as a level 5 mutant, is only rated as an S, yet Director Fury receives an SS, astonishingly granting Raymond 300 exploration points in one fell swoop. This solidifies Raymond's belief that the system's evaluations of narrative characters are not solely based on power or potential. There must be other criteria at play. Otherwise, it would be inexplicable why the ratings for Director Fury and Hill are so elevated. Regarding what these additional criteria might be, Raymond has formed some hypotheses. However, due to a lack of sufficient examples, he cannot yet be certain and must defer his conclusions. Seizing the opportunity to attend SHIELD Academy, he hopes to unravel the system's reward rules while simultaneously seeking to acquire more rewards. Raymond muses that if he can gather a few more subpersonalities, his confidence will undoubtedly be bolstered. Thus, even if there are disagreements with SHIELD, he could depart at any moment. For now, there is no rush to leave. Being new to this environment, he must first acclimate himself. Becoming a teacher at SHIELD Academy? It does not sound too dreary after all. Accepting this premise, Raymond finds himself unexpectedly looking forward to the forthcoming chapters of his life. After arranging his future plans, Director Fury takes his leave. It is late at night, and given that Raymond has just been discharged from the hospital, it is evidently not the ideal moment for reminiscing. Hill and May, on the other hand, accompany Raymond at the lodge, preparing to remain until he is settled before departing. The manor is one of the properties under the aegis of SHIELD, typically reserved for hosting esteemed guests. Naturally, high-ranking officials like Hill may also avail themselves of its accommodations temporarily. Previously, in order to avoid raising suspicion among Hill and her associates, he refrained from scrutinizing the system notifications during his journey from the hospital to the manor, as well as upon meeting Fury. It was only at this moment that he found himself truly at leisure. System, display my current information, Raymond thought to himself. In the next instant, his information panel materialized in his mind. Host, Raymond. Strength, 09. Agility, 08. Constitution, 09. Spirit, 17. Exploration value, 420. Subpersonality, CLO. Could this be considered an unexpected windfall? Upon witnessing the exploration value surge to 420, Raymond experienced an indescribable sense of satisfaction, akin to discovering an unexpected influx of funds in his bank account after completing a significant endeavor in his previous life. Prior to this, after redeeming the CLO subpersonality, he had encountered Shadow King and Reyna, collectively accruing 60 points of exploration value. However, due to testing and combat, he had utilized the equipment materialization function twice, expending 20 points of exploration value. The CLO subpersonality is classified as bronze level, with a corresponding price of 100 universal points. Thus, 1/10 equates to 10 universal points. Raymond's 2 instances of materialization accounted for 20 universal points. Given that the exchange ratio between exploration value and universal points is 1:1, he was left with only 40 points of exploration value after the 2 materializations. This 40 points, combined with Hill's 50 points, May's 30 points, and the formidable 300 points bestowed by Fury, an SS-level hero, totaled precisely 420 points of exploration value. This was sufficient for Raymond to exchange for 4 bronze character cards in one fell swoop, with some surplus remaining. The thought of acquiring additional trump cards exhilarated him. Despite the late hour, slumber was far from his mind. System exchanged for 2 bronze character cards. After a moment's contemplation, he resolved to initiate the exchange for 2 bronze-level character cards first. Would you like to activate the bronze character cards immediately? Yes, Raymond thought with familiarity. Activating bronze character cards. Bronze subpersonality, Death Marksman Floyd Lawton, activation successful. Prototype background, Death Marksman Floyd Lawton, from the DC Universe, a core member of the Suicide Squad, adept in combat and various firearms, endowed with a superlative talent for marksmanship, capable of hitting targets without sight and even bending bullets mid-flight. Activating bronze character cards. Bronze subpersonality, the world's greatest assassin, Tao Bai Bai, activation successful. Prototype background, the world's greatest assassin, Tao Bai Bai, from the Dragon Ball universe, brother of Master Roshi, founder of the Crane School, possesses the ability to turn any part of his body into a weapon, with astonishing prowess. If one were to say that Raymond remained relatively composed upon witnessing the first activated alter ego, which bore resemblance to DC's premier marksman, then the same could not be said when he encountered the second activated persona. His composure shattered instantly. Goodness, is that Tao Bai Bai? Initially astounded to discover that the second bronze character card had yielded a silver-level alter ego, he felt an overwhelming surge of joy. According to the introductory guidance from the system, the probability of activating an alter ego that surpasses one's current tier was exceedingly slim, even less likely than the chance of purchasing a bottle of iced tea only to receive another. To date, he had exchanged a mere 3 bronze character cards, and to his astonishment, one of them had manifested a silver-level alter ego. His luck was undeniably remarkable. However, the moment he recognized that this silver-level alter ego was none other than Tao Bai Bai, a wave of nausea washed over him. Tao Bai Bai was simply repulsive and perverse. One might question why. If one were to commit murder, it would involve such a grotesque method as using one's tongue, and to make matters worse, he was a man. It is worth noting that while the alter ego was, in a sense, 2 sides of the same coin with Raymond, due to the shared memories of their character prototype, the alter ego's mannerisms would closely align with those of the original. For instance, the Clow alter ego would occasionally and unconsciously push up his glasses on his nose, even when he wasn't wearing any. Although Raymond possessed absolute control over the switching of alter egos, it was evident that the alter ego would prioritize his own interests, refraining from actions that would jeopardize his well-being. This implied that should he switch to the Tao Bai Bai alter ego, if that persona were to engage in a brawl and suddenly resort to using his tongue to kill, Raymond wouldn't have the chance to intervene. The mere thought of potentially licking his opponent to death sent shivers down his spine. Chapter 023. Breathless Raymond, what a surprising turn of events. Observing Tao Bai Bai, this third alter ego stirred a tumult of emotions within Raymond. Admittedly, he wasn't particularly fond of the somewhat twisted Tao Bai Bai, yet he could not deny the formidable prowess this character possessed. He could kill with a mere flick of a flower petal. Although in the narrative following the Scion's arrival on Earth, Tao Bai Bai's combat capabilities appeared somewhat diminished, such assessments were contingent upon comparison. Prior to the main storyline of Dragon Ball venturing into the cosmos, Tao Bai Bai had already established himself as one of the foremost martial artists on Earth, with few rivals to speak of. Otherwise, he would not have earned the title of the world's greatest assassin. Despite his relatively diminished stature in the mid to late stages of Dragon Ball, on Earth, he was indistinguishable from superhero in the eyes of ordinary people. A casually tossed stone could soar thousands of kilometers, with speed surpassing that of conventional commercial aircraft. Such prowess surpasses that of Klo by a significant margin. In the realm of One Piece, it would undoubtedly rank among the formidable pirates of the Seven Warlords. The classification as a silver tier is beyond dispute. Raymond had previously speculated on the disparity between the bronze tier and silver tier subpersonalities. When comparing Tao Bai Bai with Klo, it becomes apparent that the difference is far greater than he had anticipated. Initially, using Klo's bronze tier as a benchmark, he He presumed that a silver-tier subpersonality might only equate to the level of an ordinary Navy captain or a rear admiral in the world of One Piece. However, it now appears he has underestimated the gap between these two tiers. Raymond did not harbor expectations of activating a subpersonality with an overwhelming combat prowess. As he understood the odds were exceedingly slim, he merely hoped to activate two subpersonalities that focused on different aspects of combat compared to Chloe, which he considered a commendable outcome. The second subpersonality, the Death Shooter, aligned well with his original expectations. While the Death Shooter's close combat abilities are rather ordinary, merely on par with elite special forces, it remains within the realm of average individuals. In a one-on-one unarmed duel with Chloe could effortlessly eliminate him. Nevertheless, the reason the Death Shooter is rated as a bronze-tier subpersonality is not without merit. His true strength lies in his astonishing talent with firearms, and describing him as a master of the gun is certainly not an exaggeration. Hitting every target is a given. It is merely a foundational skill. On top of that, he can achieve perfect accuracy even with his eyes closed and can bend bullets mid-flight to navigate around obstacles and strike targets. With such remarkable talent, he holds the title of the foremost marksman in the DC universe. Indeed, in a close-range confrontation, Chloe could dispatch the Death Shooter without difficulty. However, if the Death Shooter were armed with a sufficiently powerful sniper rifle and positioned at a considerable distance, he could take down 10 claws without hesitation. Raymond previously felt that Chloe's subpersonality was too limited in capability, especially in scenarios filled with gunfire, where Chloe's silent steps might prove ineffective. The emergence of the Death Shooter, a firearms expert, undoubtedly provides significant assistance to Raymond. Even if the third subpersonality does not manifest as a silver tier, the activation of the Death Shooter would be a gratifying achievement for him. Even if the third subpersonality offers little substantial aid, it is of no consequence. However, in the presence of Tao Bai Bai, the introduction of the Death Shooter appears somewhat anticlimactic. It seems there is no immediate need to continue exchanging for bronze-tier character cards. After comparing the differences between the two newly activated subpersonalities, Raymond murmured to himself. If his previous decision to activate new bronze-tier subpersonalities was to compensate for Chloe's shortcomings, it is evident that such a need has dissipated for the time being. To be honest, the mere activation of a silver-tier subpersonality from 3 bronze character cards feels almost surreal. Now, the remaining exploration value allows him to exchange for 2 more bronze character cards, yet he does not believe he can activate a silver-level subpersonality from these. He considers himself neither particularly fortunate nor unfortunate, possessing a degree of self-awareness regarding his luck. If he were to merely activate another bronze-level subpersonality, it would hold little significance for him, especially after acquiring the silver-level subpersonality, Tao Bai Bai. Thus, he resolves to conserve his remaining exploration value until he can eventually exchange it for a silver character card. Following his decision to refrain from further exchanges, Raymond decides to conduct a preliminary test, curious to see if switching to the newly activated subpersonalities mirrors the experience of transitioning to the Chloe subpersonality. 5 minutes later, he collapses onto his bed, gasping for breath, with only 4 words echoing in his mind. What is happening? Initially, when he switched to the Death Shot subpersonality, he felt relatively fine, and the exertion did not seem as burdensome as when he transitioned to Chloe. It was likely that there would be no significant difference during combat, as the Death Shot subpersonality typically avoids direct confrontation, favoring assassination and ambush tactics that do not deplete much stamina. However, due to the lack of firearms at his disposal, he could not further assess the remarkable talents of the Death Shot subpersonality. The real issue arose when he switched to the Tao Bai Bai subpersonality. Before he could engage in any vigorous activity, merely warming up and sensing the formidable physique and strength of the elite martial artists in the Dragon Ball world, he felt a wave of dizziness wash over him. In such a state, he found it difficult to remain standing for even a moment longer, yearning to succumb to sleep immediately. He recalled glimpsing detailed descriptions in the beginner's guide regarding the duration of subpersonality switches, but at that time, he was preoccupied with thoughts of hastening his discharge from the hospital and lacked the opportunity to thoroughly peruse the information. He had deduced, while simultaneously testing his combat capabilities after switching to Chloe, that the duration of the subpersonality switch was inversely proportional to the stamina or energy consumption of the subpersonality. Yet, it now appeared that his self-derived principle was incomplete. Chapter 024. Comprehensive Value? TF? Such operations exist. After painstakingly revisiting the beginner's guide to find information about the duration of subpersonality states, Raymond, having taken the time to read through it, suddenly let out an expletive. This situation was indeed somewhat frustrating. According to the guide, his previous hypothesis was not entirely erroneous. The duration of a subpersonality state is indeed inversely related to its stamina or energy consumption. The greater the consumption, the shorter the duration. However, this is merely one of the factors influencing the duration of the subpersonality state, not the entirety of it. In comparison to the influence of this factor on the duration of the secondary personality state, there exists an even more crucial element: the host's comprehensive value. What then is the comprehensive value? In simple terms, it refers to the final value derived from the weighted average of 4 attributes in Raymond's data panel: strength, agility, constitution, and spirit. Although the introduction does not explicitly state the weighting proportions, one thing is certain: the higher the overall values of these 4 attributes, the greater the resulting comprehensive value. According to Raymond's understanding, this comprehensive value bears a certain resemblance to the nature of overall combat power. It is evident that these 4 attributes significantly impact an individual's overall combat capability. Even though the comprehensive value does not equate to overall combat power, they're at least synonymous to some extent. Thus, interpreting the rules presented in the Novice Guide suggests that the higher an individual's comprehensive combat power, the longer the duration of the transition into the secondary personality state. Simultaneously, the higher the power tier of the secondary personality activated, the shorter the duration will be. In the case of the Deadshot secondary personality, the duration may surpass that of the close secondary personality, as the power tier of Deadshot is, strictly speaking, inferior to that of Chloe. Only the Peach-White secondary personality stands out, as its power tier significantly exceeds both Deadshot and Chloe. Even if it does not engage in intense combat upon activation, it can only maintain its state for a few minutes at most. After that, it reverts to its current state, akin to being completely drained of vitality. Should further combat ensue, this duration will inevitably diminish, potentially shrinking to a mere minute or even mere seconds. It is evident that, for the Peach-White secondary personality, the consumption of physical stamina and energy is no longer the primary concern. Even standing still and merely breathing, its current comprehensive value permits the maintenance of this state for only a few minutes, unlikely to exceed 10. Once movement commences, this duration will decrease drastically. To extend the duration of the Peach-White secondary personality, or even utilize it for combat, the only viable solution lies in finding ways to enhance his comprehensive value. This presents an urgent challenge he must address. Otherwise, it is likely that not only will the Peach-White secondary personality face this issue in the future, if he were to activate another silver tier secondary personality, or perhaps even a gold tier in the future, it may well be that he could barely sustain even a few seconds of breathing before collapsing entirely. What good would it do to accumulate exploration points or exchange for numerous character cards? Frustrated, Raymond cursed the system under his breath, metaphorically raising a middle finger to it. However, despite his grievances, he was aware that this could not entirely be blamed on the system. It had indeed provided prior warnings, indicating that any unclear questions could be addressed in the Novice Guide. Yet, since arriving in this world, he had never truly found the time to relax. And the content of the Novice Guide, being both tedious and lengthy, led him to skim through much of it. Moreover, within numerous subcategories, there exist even more pungent and lengthy descriptions upon further exploration, which he, due to time constraints, had not the opportunity to peruse in detail. This lack of scrutiny resulted in his limited understanding of the duration of the alter ego state. He was confident that the Novice Guide contained a wealth of significant information he had yet to examine, such as methods for enhancing his overall attributes, among other pertinent inquiries. While browsing the section on the duration of the alter ego, he encountered a subcategory related to overall attributes, although he had not yet had the chance to delve into it. No, he could not endure any longer. He resolved to continue his exploration in the morning. Initially intending to further examine the detailed introduction regarding overall attributes within the Novice Guide, he soon recognized that his eyelids had grown too heavy to keep open. An overwhelming wave of drowsiness had washed over him. The recent battle in the hospital, coupled with the arduous journey to Washington alongside Hill and the immense strain of switching to the alter ego, rendered him utterly exhausted. Shortly after he decided to rest, he was enveloped in slumber within mere seconds, a testament to his profound fatigue. The following morning, as dawn broke, it was evident that May had long since distanced herself from the front lines. Although she, like the Black Widow, was a legendary agent of SHALD, she bore the psychological scars of her famed battle, from which she had yet to emerge. Presently, she was merely one among the multitude of administrative personnel within the organization. Had it not been for Hill's desperate search for suitable assistance, which led her to solicit May's help, she would likely be seated at a desk in some office at SHILD headquarters, typing away at her keyboard. After May's departure, Hill personally escorted Raymond to the S.H.I.E.L.D. Academy. They were greeted by Dr. Annie Weaver, the dean of the academy, who also served as one of the vice presidents, overseeing the institution's staffing arrangements. Director Hill, Dr. Raymond. It has been a considerable time since our last encounter. Dr. Weaver warmly called out upon spotting them from afar, indicating that this was not their first meeting. Raymond's mind was filled with recollections of the esteemed dean, partly from the original host's memories and partly from his past life. If memory served correctly, the two brilliant scientists who would soon join the special team that Coulson was assembling were indeed Dr. Weaver's proud protégés. The original host recognized her due to her previous role as a visiting professor at the academy, where she had welcomed him on several occasions. Indeed, it has been quite some time, Dr. Weaver. I did not expect you to personally greet us, Raymond remarked with a smile. Once again, we must impose upon you, Dr. Weaver, Hill added politely. Chapter 025, Principal Dugan. The history of the S.H.I.E.L.D. Academy, strictly speaking, predates that of the organization itself. During the Second World War, the SHIELD Academy was originally part of the Strategic Scientific Reserve, a predecessor of the S.H.I.L.D. organization, though it was not referred to by that name at the time. One thing, however, has remained constant. It has consistently nurtured the most exceptional military talents, providing a continuous stream of skilled personnel to its parent organization. Nowadays, the majority of graduates from this institution automatically join S.H.I.L.D., while a small fraction may opt for alternative paths, such as remaining as educators within the academy or joining various organizations and departments that maintain amicable relations with S.H.I.E.L.D. Nevertheless, these choices require the institution's approval. The SHIELD Academy has always been tuition-free, with all funding exclusively sponsored by S.H.I.E.L.D. To gain admission, one must sign a stringent contract stipulating that post-graduation employment options must receive the institution's consent. Any breach of this contract grants the SHIELD Academy the right to impose penalties. There have been inquiries regarding whether such a clause is overly authoritarian. However, with S.H.I.L.D. backing the Academy, an internationally recognized semi-official organization supported by nations worldwide, who would dare to challenge it, even if it were indeed an unjust clause? Typically, semi-official organizations like S.H.I.L.D. do not engage in outright bullying. It is generally ill-advised for an ordinary person to confront them over such matters. A few minutes later, Dean Weaver ushered Hill and Raymond into her office. Coffee or tea? She inquired as they settled in. Coffee, Raymond shrugged. In North America, what is typically referred to as tea is often English black tea, and he found himself more accustomed to coffee. Just a glass of warm water for me, Hill replied with a smile. Emily, please prepare 2 cups of coffee and 1 glass of warm water. Thank you, Dean Weaver instructed her assistant over the desk phone. Certainly. Returning to the matter at hand, Dean Weaver addressed the two, explaining that after Director Fury's communication with the Academy, Principal Dugan had intended to personally welcome them. However, he was currently in Europe and was unfortunately unable to attend due to unforeseen circumstances. Thus, he had entrusted her with his apologies and asked her to extend his warmest welcome to Dr. Raymond. Principal Dugan is exceedingly gracious. He's a figure from whom all our agents should learn. If he were to greet us in person, we might find ourselves feeling rather uncomfortable, Hill remarked with a smile. Meanwhile, Raymond merely nodded in agreement, choosing not to interject. As he was processing the memories of the original body concerning Principal Dugan that Dean Weaver had mentioned, in the memories of the original host, he had only met Principal Dugan once, during the occasion when he was granted the title of visiting professor at the SHIELD Academy. The Academy comprises 4 major divisions: the Academy of Science, the Combat Institute, the Communications Institute, and the Espionage Institute. Weaver serves as the president of the Academy, uniquely holding the additional title of vice president among the 4 major branches, with the esteemed Principal Dugan being her superior. The original host of this body had limited knowledge of Principal Dugan, only aware that he was a seasoned veteran in the realm of espionage, having met him only once. However, Raymond gleaned a significant piece of information from the memories of the original host: the full name of Principal Dugan, Dum Dum Dugan. While the original host was oblivious to his background, Raymond was well informed. Dugan is one of the founding members of S.H.I.E.L.D. and one of its oldest agents, his legacy tracing back to the Strategic Scientific Reserve during World War II, where he fought alongside Captain America and Agent Carter. If Black Widow and her contemporaries possess a hint of legend, Principal Dugan could be regarded as a living legend. No wonder Hill remarked that Dugan is a figure every S.H.I.L.D. agent should aspire to emulate. Such a statement is not at all exaggerated. Upon realizing Dugan's identity, Raymond mused that he would indeed rely on Ms. Weaver's guidance in the future. He nodded in acknowledgement. Earlier that morning, Fury had already contacted him by phone, briefing him on the narrative to present to the Academy to ensure consistency in their accounts. Fury, of course, had not divulged the truth to the Academy, as details regarding the Tahiti project remained classified even within let alone to the Academy. Perhaps Fury would discreetly inform Principal Dugan of the true circumstances, but beyond that, it is likely that even President Weaver is unaware of the reality. Raymond was indifferent to this. He could simply nod in agreement to whatever Fury had to say. Upon confirming the situation, President Weaver expressed her delight, stating, "That is truly wonderful. I had previously considered the prospect of you joining our academy, Dr. Raymond, and I never anticipated it would come to fruition. With your expertise in psychology, our academy will finally be able to stand tall in this field. Ms. Weaver, if you continue to praise me so lavishly, I might just float away," Raymond jested. "I am merely speaking the truth," President Weaver replied with a smile, before continuing. "I can have the necessary paperwork prepared shortly. You will only need to sign it, which is quite simple." However, noticing President Weaver hesitating, Raymond encouraged her to voice any concerns directly, assuring her that it was perfectly fine. After a moment of thought, she nodded and organized her thoughts before saying, "Given that you were previously a guest professor at the Academy, your teaching could take place in any department. However, now that you are officially joining us, you must choose a specific department to be affiliated with. Would you prefer to join our Academy of Sciences or the neighboring Communications Department?" Chapter 26. The Astonished President Weaver. Should one choose the Academy of Sciences or the Communications Department? As no one had previously informed him about the necessity of making such a choice, whether it was Director Egg or Hill, it was evident that neither was particularly aware that a selection was required for joining the SHIELD Academy. Even the memories of the original body contained no information related to this matter. Thus, Dean Weaver's inquiry truly caught him off guard. However, he did not deliberate for long. After a brief moment, he reached a decision. "I apologize, Ms. Weaver, but I have no desire to attend either of those divisions," Raymond replied. "Really?" Dean Weaver was likely taken aback by this response, her brow furrowing slightly. "Do you wish to join the espionage division, Dr. Raymond?" "Indeed, psychology could play a significant role there, but the academic atmosphere is rather feeble. I personally would not recommend it." No, Ms. Weaver, you misunderstand. I merely stated that I do not wish to attend the Science Division or the Communications Division, not that I desire to join the Espionage Division." Raymond interrupted before she could finish her thought. "Then, are you implying that you wish to join the Combat Division?" Dean Weaver was utterly astonished. Her astonishment was not solitary. Even Hill, who had been observing quietly from the sidelines, was taken aback by Raymond's sudden decision, glancing at him with a hint of skepticism. This was also the reason why Director Egg had arranged for Raymond, who had mysteriously disappeared for a time. Others would not delve too deeply into it. However, Hill was aware that Raymond's absence had nothing to do with going abroad. Rather, he had been secretly sent to the Clockwork Mental Hospital for treatment of schizophrenia. Initially, from a moment he met with her after leaving the hospital until now, Raymond had exhibited normal behavior. Coupled with the fact that he was a psychology expert who claimed to have nearly recovered, Hill had harbored no doubts. Moreover, it was not just her who believed Raymond was fine. Director Egg and May evidently shared the same sentiment. Under such circumstances, she tacitly accepted that Raymond had indeed recuperated. Yet now, Raymond's unexpected and irrational request to join the Combat Division made her question whether he was experiencing a relapse. Otherwise, why would he seek to join that division? Hill herself did not graduate from the SHIELD Academy, but was rather inserted into the SHIELD agency midway by the World Security Council, belonging to the category of parachuted personnel. Nevertheless, as the deputy director of the SHIELD agency, she possessed a fundamental understanding of the SHIELD Academy. Among the 4 divisions of the SHIELD Academy, the Science Division is intended for cultivating technological talents, with most scientists in the SHIELD agency typically graduating from this division. The Communications Division, on the other hand, is geared towards nurturing intelligence professionals, with the vast majority of operatives in the SHIELD agency's intelligence system originating from there. These 2 divisions can essentially be understood as the administrative branches of a SHIELD Academy. Conversely, the Espionage Division and the Combat Division, as their names suggest, lean towards the combat aspect. The Espionage Division is responsible for training espionage professionals, although the Combat Division offers relevant courses. It can be said that in terms of specialization in espionage, it is significantly overshadowed by the Espionage Division. As for the attributes of the Combat Division, it is quite straightforward. It is fundamentally focused on training combat personnel. Within the ranks of SHIELD, a substantial portion of the field agents endowed with formidable combat prowess hail from the Combat Academy, including even Agent May. According to Dean Weaver's perspective, Raymond, a distinguished psychologist with a modestly notable reputation in the academic realm, epitomizes the archetypal scholar. Logically, one would presume that, upon officially joining the SHIELD Academy, he would gravitate toward either the Academy of Sciences or the Communications Institute, both bastions of scholarly pursuit. Even if we entertain the notion that Raymond might eschew these two civil service branches in favor of the Espionage Institute, while I would not particularly endorse this choice, it would not evoke undue surprise. After all, psychology is indeed a requisite course within the curriculum of the Espionage Institute. To excel as a spy necessitates not only adept performance skills and adaptability, but also a profound understanding of human psychology. In many ways, the demand for psychological acumen within the Espionage Institute surpasses that of the two civil service branches. However, the Combat Academy stands in stark contrast, for psychology bears no relevance in such an environment. It is evident that an institution dedicated to honing combatants would have little need for psychological studies. The curriculum is replete with essential skills, encompassing but not limited to close-quarters combat, firearms proficiency, physical conditioning, survival tactics, and the operation of various modes of transportation. Yet, conspicuously absent from these mandatory subjects is any mention of psychology. Perhaps a few students within the Combat Academy, driven by personal interests, might opt to take psychology as an elective. However, such individuals are exceedingly rare. The adage specialization leads to mastery holds true, and barring the rare genius, it is implausible for one to master every discipline. Consequently, Dean Weaver had never entertained the possibility that Raymond would choose the Combat Academy. Even Hill, an outsider with limited knowledge of the SHIELD Academy, found Raymond's decision astonishing, to the point of questioning his mental stability. It is easy to imagine the extent of Dean Weaver's astonishment. Nonetheless, Weaver's reaction to this decision, along with Hill's response, was anticipated by Raymond. With a calm demeanor, he smiled and remarked, "Ms. Weaver, there is no need for such surprise. My decision is grounded in reason. Pray, enlighten me." Weaver gestured, inviting Raymond to elaborate. If my memory serves me correctly, students across the 4 divisions of SHIELD Academy are permitted to enroll in courses from other divisions. Are they not? Raymond inquired, lifting his gaze to Dean Weaver. Indeed, Weaver acknowledged with a nod. Thus, my choice to enter the Combat Academy does not preclude students from other divisions from enrolling in my classes, does it? Raymond countered. While that is indeed accurate, Dr. Raymond, you must also understand that the majority of Combat Academy students are unlikely to exhibit interest in your courses, Dean Weaver replied sincerely. Although there is some overlap among the 4 divisions, cross-division course enrollment can be quite cumbersome, often involving significant time investment. Certainly, I believe that if Dr. Raymond were to indeed take up residence at the Combat Academy, many students from other branches would undoubtedly flock to enroll in his courses. However, I fail to comprehend the significance of such a choice. To speak candidly, I do not perceive this as a rational decision. I mean no offense. Yet I sincerely hope that Dr. Raymond will reconsider this matter thoughtfully. At this juncture, Dean Weaver cast a pleading glance towards Hill, hoping she might persuade Raymond. Chapter 27. Mutants? Doctor, may I have a moment of your time for a private conversation? There are a few matters I wish to consult you about, Hill inquired, fulfilling Dean Weaver's expectations by leaning closer to Raymond. Of course, Raymond replied nonchalantly, raising his hands in indifference. Hill then exchanged a questioning look with Dean Weaver, who understood her intentions and had no objections. Soon, the two found themselves in the corridor outside the office. Before Hill could speak, Raymond smiled and asked, "Do you think I'm still unwell?" His forthright approach left Hill somewhat taken aback, as she had intended to inquire delicately about his condition. However, since Raymond had broached the topic directly, she decided to forego any circumlocution. "That is not my intention. I merely believe that Agent Weaver's earlier comments hold some truth. Your decision is indeed somewhat perplexing. So, you truly believe that my health has not fully recovered?" Raymond did not elaborate, but opted for another straightforward approach. Hill found herself in an awkward position under Raymond's scrutiny. As she gathered her thoughts, Raymond continued, "Well, to put it plainly, you are not mistaken. My condition cannot be deemed entirely resolved." What? Hill thought she might have misheard him. Yet, he had previously stated. Raymond shook his head with a smile. "If memory serves, my exact words were that I was nearly better, not that I had achieved complete recovery. Am I correct?" Indeed, during their flight, Raymond had stated he was nearly well. However, through their interactions, both she and May had perceived Raymond as quite normal, and coupled with his remark of being almost well, they had defaulted to the assumption of his near-complete recovery. Thus, Hill had confidently informed Director Egg that Raymond was fine, and the director had not doubted this assessment, as he too had found Raymond to be entirely normal during their exchanges. It is important to note that the original Dr. Raymond, when he had first succumbed to madness, often spoke incoherently and appeared disoriented, making it exceedingly rare to observe him in a state of normalcy. Perhaps during his time in the Clockwork Psychiatric Hospital, his primary persona exhibited some semblance of normalcy, yet it was not uncommon for erratic behaviors to emerge sporadically. The current Dr. Raymond, however, manifested none of those issues, making it entirely reasonable for Director Egg and Hill to perceive no anomalies. Nonetheless, it was evident that Raymond's assertions carried an air of sophistry. A typical person would interpret the phrase almost fine to mean that there are essentially no issues. It would take it to imply that things are, in fact, not satisfactory. While it could be argued from that perspective, it would merely constitute a game of semantics. In truth, Raymond is indeed engaging in such a linguistic play. When he stated that things were almost fine, his original intent was to convey that he had largely recovered. However, just moments ago, when Dean Weaver prompted him to select a branch for residency, he suddenly recalled a significant concern. His grasp of psychology was, in fact, quite alarming. Despite having assimilated a plethora of memories from the original inhabitant of his body, most of these recollections remained superficial, akin to skimming through a presentation without truly digesting its contents. In casual conversations, he might not raise any suspicions, yet if he were to teach a class, numerous issues would undoubtedly arise. Given a few more months to thoroughly absorb the psychological memories of the original owner, he might overcome these challenges. However, since his arrival in this world, he had only been here for a mere 3 to 4 days. He hadn't even had the time to complete the System S introduction, let alone dedicate time to fully process the original owner's memories. Upon realizing this, Raymond quickly devised a remedial plan. If he couldn't teach psychology for the time being, why not switch to a different subject? Let us not forget that his Deadshot alter ego is an elite assassin, a mercenary, and a master of firearms, effortlessly proficient with any weapon and well-versed in modern combat tactics. Even legendary female operatives like Black Widow and May would pale in comparison to Deadshot's prowess. Should he embrace this alter ego while teaching at the Combat Academy, it would be a walk in the park, perhaps even an underutilization of his capabilities. The sole dilemma lay in how to explain his sudden aptitude in this area. Thus, he conceived a somewhat imperfect yet plausible ruse to masquerade as a mutant. Upon reflection, the feasibility of this plan appeared quite promising. Even on Earth in his previous life, there were countless phenomena that defied scientific explanation. How much more so in a world teeming with extraordinary beings? If he could convince others that his newly manifested alter egos were merely another form of extraordinary phenomena, akin to a swarm, he would undoubtedly sidestep many future complications. People often strive to dissect what they do not understand, yet once presented with an acceptable explanation, they are likely to cease their inquiries. Even if peculiar occurrences arise, they would uniformly attribute them to that same explanation. If he could successfully impersonate a mutant, convincing everyone that his abilities stem from the spontaneous creation of diverse virtual personas, most of which appeared vividly lifelike, then none of this would pose a problem. The current moment is an opportune time to test this persona. Observing the bewilderment etched on Hill's face as a result of his sophistry, Raymond continued to speak. I understand, Agent Hill, that my explanation may seem somewhat far-fetched to you. However, I have indeed grappled with this matter for quite some time, uncertain whether I should disclose it to you. For once I do, it signifies that my life may no longer remain tranquil. Agent Hill detected a hint of peculiarity. If I were to tell you that I was stimulated by the events of the last encounter, awakening certain latent abilities within me, would you believe it? Raymond spoke slowly. Mutant? Hill gazed at Raymond in astonishment. What do you mean by mutant? Raymond commenced his performance. He had no choice but to act, as the original inhabitant of this body had no comprehension of what a mutant was. Despite being invited by Fury to participate in the Tahiti Project and ostensibly being affiliated with the original host knew little of the agency's affairs or the extraordinary realm. At the very least, the concept of mutants did not exist within the original host's memories. Otherwise, the charade could not continue. Noticing Raymond's bewilderment, Hill pondered, Doctor, you must be aware that there are extraordinary beings in this world. They live among ordinary people. Yet each possesses powers that far exceed the imagination of the average individual, much like how ordinary people perceive superheroes. Like the Avengers? Raymond inquired. Are you suggesting that I, too, and one of those so-called mutants? He pointed to himself. I cannot say for certain, but if you indeed awakened some ability due to the previous incident, it is quite possible that you're a mutant. Wait. At this point, Hill suddenly seemed to recall something, her expression shifting to one of shock as she looked at Raymond. If that is the case, could it be that you were responsible for eliminating those two groups of intruders at the hospital? Initially, Hill had not connected this event to Raymond. She had suspected that an unknown extraordinary being within the Clockwork Asylum was displeased with the intruders' late-night invasion and had dealt with them. However, upon hearing Raymond's claim of awakening abilities possibly linked to mutation, she instantly forged a connection between the two incidents. Two groups of intruders? Raymond slightly faltered. Having resolved to masquerade as a mutant, he had anticipated Hill might make the connection to the hospital incident. Yet he had only dealt with one group of intruders. Where did the second group come from? Hill continued. When May and I arrived, we had already neutralized one group of intruders outside the hospital. However, upon entering, we discovered that two groups had been slain. The first group appeared to have collectively committed suicide, each shot dead. The second group seemed to have been brutally slaughtered in an instant. Hearing this, Raymond's brow furrowed slightly, for he had discerned the crux of the issue. Undoubtedly, the second wave of intruders was certainly eliminated by the 8 individuals orchestrated by the alter ego of Chloe. However, the demise of the first wave of intruders bears no relation to him. He currently lacks the ability to compel others to take their own lives, indicating that another party was responsible. Was it he? A fleeting thought crossed Raymond's mind, conjuring the image of David, who had nearly discovered him the previous night. Yet was not the Shadow King. At that moment, he speculated that this David was likely one of the many alter egos of the original David he was acquainted with. From what that David had implied, he had indeed encountered another group of intruders elsewhere, although Raymond remained oblivious to what had transpired with those individuals. However, by piecing together Hill's observations, he swiftly unraveled the situation. It must have been that those individuals fortuitously crossed paths with the original David and attempted to harm him, thereby triggering one of his alter egos, which subsequently dispatched them all. Control over self-destruction? What kind of psychic ability is this? Or is it psychokinetic manipulation? Raymond found himself unable to ascertain the true nature of David's abilities, resorting instead to mere conjecture. Noticing Raymond lost in contemplation, Hill probed further. Could it be you? It is me. Yet it is not, Raymond initially conceded, only to retract his statement moments later. What do you mean? He continued. The second wave of intruders may indeed have met their end by my hand, or more precisely, by one of my alter egos. However, the first wave's demise is unrelated to me. Raymond pondered aloud. He chose not to shoulder the blame for that David, nor could he elucidate the nature of his abilities. Are you suggesting that, aside from you, there was another extraordinary individual in the hospital last night? Hill massaged her forehead, feeling a headache brewing, as the matter was evidently far more intricate than she had anticipated. I cannot say, Raymond replied, shaking his head. He had no intention of covering for that David, but neither did he plan to divulge everything. By the way, Doctor, what precisely is your ability? Furthermore, when you mentioned that the second wave of intruders perished at the hands of one of your alter egos, what did you mean? Hill inquired once more. My ability is my multiplicity of personalities. I find it difficult to define this ability. If I must explain, these additional alter egos seem to embody another version of me with distinct life experiences. The knowledge and skills they possess are often realms I have never previously encountered. Raymond elucidated thoughtfully. There are occasions when they emerge unexpectedly. For instance, on that fateful night when I was faced with imminent peril, one of my alter egos, endowed with abilities akin to that of a ninja, suddenly manifested and helped me eliminate those intruders. And how can you be certain he only dispatched one group of people? Hill queried, perplexed. As far as she understood, typically, alter egos do not share memories. When one personality controls the body, the specific actions taken remain unknown to the others, unless that personality chooses to share the memories within the mind. Thus, she was curious as to why Raymond was so certain that this alter ego had only killed one group of intruders. Raymond was certainly aware of this, and had prepared himself accordingly. With a smile, he explained, this is likely a consequence of my abilities. Even when my alter ego takes control of my body, I can still perceive the external circumstances and switch back at will. In other words, he possessed absolute control over these alter egos, unlike genuine patients with dissociative identity disorder, who might lose control upon transitioning between personalities. Chapter 29. The blurring of truth and illusion. Observing Hill's reaction, Raymond realized that his assertion had already succeeded halfway. He deliberately characterized his abilities as different professions represented by his alter egos, likening them to martial arts masters, private detectives. And special forces operatives, these archetypal roles serve as a form of half-truth revelation. Such mixed information is often the most challenging to discern. And this was a narrative he had crafted when he decided to pose as a mutant. The advantages were manifold, chief among them being the mitigation of potential threats from the Clockwork Psychiatric Hospital. By revealing, albeit partially, that he possessed abilities and that his powers stemmed from multiple personalities. Even if the director of the Egg Bureau dispatched someone to the hospital to inquire about his condition, there would be no risk of exposure. After all, he had not genuinely recovered. Thus, there was nothing to uncover. Although Raymond felt he had left no trace, one can never be too cautious. His selective revelation at this moment also served to preemptively eliminate a potential hazard. Of course, there were drawbacks as well. For instance, he was not truly a mutant. If subjected to specialized testing for the X gene, this fact would undoubtedly be revealed. However, he had never claimed to be a mutant. It was solely Hill who had concluded he might be one. Even if it were discovered later that he was not a mutant, the blame would not fall upon him. Moreover, in this world, the variety of extraordinary beings is vast. There are certainly hundreds, if not thousands, of them. Mutants are merely the most numerous. Thus, they're the first to come to mind. Numerous other extraordinary groups exist, such as the Inhumans created by the Kree, or individuals like Spider-Man and the Hulk, whose abilities stem from external stimuli leading to genetic mutations. These are merely the more renowned examples. Countless others remain obscure. No one can guarantee they know all the extraordinary groups on Earth, and neither can S.H.I.E.L.D. Therefore, Raymond was not particularly concerned. Even if the day came when his truth was exposed, the director of the Egg Bureau would hardly harbor any suspicions about him. A victim driven to madness by the Tahitian Project over such a trivial misunderstanding. I still have one question, Hill hesitantly began after digesting this unexpected revelation. Please go on. Raymond encouraged her to continue. Even if you can have your special forces alter ego teach at the academy, isn't it considerably more troublesome than if you were to teach psychology yourself? Hill pondered aloud. If this question were posed by someone else, I might have fabricated a casual excuse to deflect. But Miss Hill, you are one of us, and I shall not deceive you. As to my choice. Raymond's expression grew somber as he spoke. The reasoning behind it is quite simple. I wish to distance myself from psychology as far as possible, unless absolutely necessary. I have no desire to engage with this field again in my lifetime, and I hope you can understand, Miss Hill. Hill had already conjured a dramatic narrative in her mind. To her, it seemed evident that Raymond must have been left with psychological scars from the Tahiti Project, developing a distaste for his work, thus prompting his reluctance to delve into these matters again. He would even rather admit that his condition had not fully healed, and that an incident had occurred which suggested the awakening of a mutant, than revisit the realm of psychology. The extent of his aversion was palpable. In light of this, Hill earnestly expressed her gratitude, stating, "Thank you, Doctor, for your trust. I fully comprehend your sentiments, and rest assured, I pledge that apart from reporting to Director Fury, I shall disclose this to no one else without your consent." "That is immensely appreciated, Miss Hill," Raymond replied, visibly relieved. "Indeed, we should be thanking you, Doctor, as this is a debt we owe you," Hill replied, shaking her head. "I will also find a way to explain to Agent Weaver on your behalf. So do not worry." Seeing Hill's understanding, Raymond decided to cease his theatrics. The issue had reached a point where resolution was clearly within reach. There was no need for further dramatization. Excess can be as detrimental as deficiency. As evening fell, Hill remarked, "Perhaps you should first repay the favor owed to Dr. Raymond." She was not in a jesting mood. Fury, noticing her unusual demeanor, immediately inquired, "What has transpired? Is there an issue with the arrangements from the academy?" "Not exactly." Hill shook her head, subsequently recounting the essence of her exchange with Raymond. "Mutants?" Fury's expression turned grave upon hearing Hill's account. It was evident that this revelation had caught him off guard. He had anticipated that Hill would express concern, perhaps regarding the academy as improper handling of Raymond's situation, which had incited her dissatisfaction, but not this. "I cannot confirm the status of mutant capabilities, yet the doctor's experience bears striking similarities to the awakening process of most mutants, typically activated by some form of stimulus," Fury mused. "How do you intend to manage this situation?" Hill inquired. "I hope this matter can conclude here," he replied. "Shouldn't you be aware of the attitudes of various governments towards mutants? Their circumstances are far from favorable. Some radicals even pursue them in secrecy," Fury said gravely. "Our role in SHIELD has always been to act as a lubricant between the extraordinary world and that of ordinary citizens. While we can choose not to align with either side, We cannot influence the radical stance towards them, nor is it appropriate for us to intervene in such disputes. Chapter 030. Immersive Experience. Our sole endeavor is to mitigate the possibility of further conflict between both parties, allowing them to coexist in harmony. Fury, with his hands braced against the table, wore a somewhat somber expression, yet the doctor should not have been entangled in such matters. For it was I who had specifically sought him out. He is unlike us. We chose this path many years ago, regardless of the arduous journey ahead. It remains our choice. The doctor, however, never opted for this fate. At this moment, I do not wish to ascertain whether he is indeed a mutant. Whether he is or is not, I simply wish for no one to perceive him as such. This is my intention, as Fury articulated this thought. His solitary eye bore a piercing gaze into Agent Hill's eyes, gravely inquiring, "Agent Hill, do you consider my approach to be appropriate?" Unbeknownst to him, Fury's address to Hill had subtly shifted from Hill to Agent Hill, a mere prefix, yet imbued with entirely different connotations. Suddenly, Perfect Hill burst into applause, her laughter breaking the tension. Fury, who had appeared so serious, erupted into hearty laughter, exclaiming, "Let us cease such weighty discussions. I hear there is a splendid new sushi restaurant on Rose Avenue. Come, my treat." Raymond was unclear on how Hill had communicated with Dean Weaver, yet following their discourse, the Dean readily consented to his affiliation with the Combat Academy, granting him considerable autonomy. Moreover, Dean Weaver boasted that as long as his requests were not excessively outrageous, the Academy would endeavor to accommodate him. However, Raymond was not one to overstep boundaries. Having Hill resolve a significant predicament for him was already more than satisfactory, and he would certainly refrain from imposing unreasonable demands upon the Academy. At last, Raymond had found his first home in this new world. After bidding farewell to Dean Weaver and Hill, he leaped onto his bed, stretching languidly and exhaling deeply, finally allowing himself to relax. Reflecting on the past few days' experiences, they were infinitely more thrilling than his previous life as a private investigator. He was inherently not a person satisfied with a mundane existence. Otherwise, after his service, he would not have discarded the stable position arranged for him by his former superior, opting instead to establish his own private detective agency. Of course, in his past life in Huagua, private investigation was a profession that straddled the gray areas of legality. Thus, he publicly operated a small information consulting firm. Yet, truth be told, it was only after entering this line of work that he realized it was markedly different from his expectations. The majority of his assignments revolved around matters of the heart. Encountering a case involving an inheritance dispute was akin to striking gold, while genuinely exhilarating assignments were exceedingly rare. Regardless of the significance of those larger cases, the thrill they provided paled in comparison to the experiences of these past few days. Unpredictable as a time bomb, David found himself entangled in a relentless clash between Hydra and not to mention the sinister machinations of the deranged Shadow King, who delighted in manipulating the human psyche to the brink of madness. One incident followed another, propelling him through a tumultuous ride akin to a roller coaster. However, after days of heightened tension, he felt an undeniable weariness wash over him. At last, he had truly found a moment of respite, not merely physical, but a profound stillness that enveloped him from within. He could finally allow himself to languish like a lethargic fish, emptying his mind and closing his eyes for a brief interlude. Half an hour later, while resting with his eyes closed, Raymond suddenly opened them wide. A look of resignation etched across his face. It appeared that he was ill-suited for the role of a languid fish. Lying flat, he endeavored to clear his mind and truly rest. Yet his thoughts swirled with greater intensity than before, a torrent of reflections that refused to relent. Among these thoughts, one concept surged forth with the highest frequency: the comprehensive value that determined the duration of his alter ego's state. Last night, he had been too exhausted to delve into the detailed explanation of this comprehensive value within the Novice Guide, surrendering instead to sleep before he could fully grasp its significance. Upon awakening that morning, he promptly immersed himself in the comprehensive value's detailed description. To his surprise, he discovered that within the system's many seemingly inconspicuous functions lay methods to enhance this very value. Aside from recognizing the feature that allowed him to exchange universal points for character cards, he had only paid attention to the equipment materialization function, which was evidently linked to the combat prowess of his alter ego. Yet, beyond this, there existed another feature known as immersive experience, a function he had not taken the time to explore thoroughly. The name alone was rather vague. Had he relied solely on his intuition, he would never have inferred its purpose. Now, although he grasped its general idea, he needed to personally experience the function to truly understand its implications. In the next moment, a prompt from the system materialized in his mind. Immersive experience function activated. Please select a scene. He chose the moment when Chloe first learned the fundamentals of combat. Activating immersive experience will consume 0 universal points for Chloe, a bronze-level alter ego. Would you like to activate it immediately? Yes. Without hesitation, Raymond affirmed his choice. With that decision, he was enveloped in an overwhelming darkness, swiftly obscuring all sight. After a brief interval, accompanied by an unexpected sensation of freefall, clarity returned to his vision. Where was he? As he surveyed his surroundings, he was astounded by the spectacle that lay before him, as he realized that he was no longer in the faculty apartment arranged by Dean Weaver, but rather aboard a swaying, somewhat dilapidated ship. The salty scent in the air confirmed that the vessel was indeed navigating the vast ocean. Chapter 031, a second entry. Hey Chloe, what are you daydreaming about? Get over here now. The sudden, thunderous shout jolted Raymond from his reverie, drawing his attention away. Upon turning to the source of the voice, he was startled to find a one-eyed man, reminiscent of the bald director, wearing an eye patch and possessing a gleaming bald head. The only discernible difference was that this individual appeared to be of Asian descent and spoke in Japanese. Although Raymond did not understand Japanese, nor did the original owner of the body he had assumed, he was inexplicably able to comprehend every word spoken by the bald man. Strangely, while the man was calling for Chloe, Raymond instinctively understood that he was being addressed. Am I now Chloe? Having experienced a body swap once before, and having been deceived by it, he quickly considered the possibility and hastened to a nearby water barrel, lifting the lid to peer inside. Indeed, before him was a boy of around 15 or 16 years old. Upon closer inspection, it was unmistakably a youthful version of Chloe. His face was youthful. He had yet to don his characteristic round glasses, and even the scars that should have marred his visage were conspicuously absent. Is this what it means to be immersed in the moment? Raymond was taken aback by the vividness of the scene. Were it not for the clear memory of having just spent 10 universal points to activate this scenario, he might have genuinely believed he had traversed into another realm. Without a doubt, everything he was witnessing and experiencing was a meticulously crafted simulation of Chloe's adolescent memories conjured by the system. What are you doing over there? Feeling itchy? The bald man bellowed, noticing that Chloe seemed oblivious to his orders and was wandering aimlessly by the water barrel. What are you yelling about? I'm not deaf, Raymond retorted, feeling a surge of impatience. Who do you think you are? A mere NPC created by the system, acting so superior. The bald man, incensed by Chloe's audacity to retort, drew a whip from his waist and lashed it through the air towards Raymond. Crack! With the sharp sound of the whip cracking, Raymond let out a pained cry. System, I curse you. In that moment, tears nearly sprang from his eyes. The pain, it was unbearably real. He could never have anticipated that what seemed like a mere virtual scene, akin to those found in novels from his previous life, could evoke such genuine sensations of agony. In virtual games, at least there was an option to adjust the pain threshold, but this simulation offered no such choices. It launched him directly into a realm of unfiltered, excruciating reality. Confounded system, how could it be so deceptive? As Raymond furiously contemplated the lineage of the inept system in his mind, a prompt materialized in his consciousness. You may choose to exit the scene early. Would you like to proceed? Yes. Observing the bald-headed figure, grinning maliciously as he prepared to deliver a second lash, Raymond resolutely opted for exit. It was no jest. Remaining would only lead to his own torment. He had no inclination to be at the mercy of a whip-wielding tormentor. If not now, when? In that very moment, Raymond resolved to withdraw from the scene. Everything before him abruptly froze, as if a pause button had been pressed. Even the second lash, poised to strike, hung suspended in the air, mere centimeters from him, threatening to land. Suddenly, the surrounding sights shattered like broken glass, fracturing and gradually dissolving, enveloping Raymond once more in an abyss of darkness. Following this, he experienced the familiar sensation of falling. After a brief interval, Raymond abruptly opened his eyes and realized he had not moved at all. He remained nestled in the soft embrace of his bed in the teacher's dormitory, gazing up at the ceiling. Sitting up suddenly, he instinctively glanced at the spot where the whip had struck, only to recognize that he was in a different body now, rendering any prior sensations irrelevant. Yet, the vivid memory of that tangible pain lingered in his mind. The virtual scene had replicated 100% of the sensation of pain, and the bald-headed man appeared quite normal, unlike the mindless NPCs in games who could be provoked without consequence. Reflecting on the previous scene, Raymond began to draw conclusions. Thus, the term immersive experience implied a virtual manifestation of a past scene encountered by a secondary persona. allowing him to assume that character and interact normally with the beings present in that scenario or receive their guidance. Furthermore, he realized he had seemingly forgotten to keep track of time, making it impossible to ascertain whether the duration spent in the virtual realm corresponded with reality. Let's try again. This time, I must not be negligent. Raymond retrieved his phone, placing it beside him, preparing to press the timer button before commencing to measure the discrepancy between the two timelines. After redeeming 2 bronze character cards, he had accrued 220 exploration points, and after utilizing 10 points, 210 remained. Thankfully, activating a bronze-level secondary persona's virtual scene required only 10 universal points, allowing him to endure a few failed attempts without significant loss. Should the scene involve a silver-level secondary persona, it would demand 100 points per activation, a risk he could not afford. Once more reclining and positioning his phone beside him, Raymond pressed the timer button and reactivated the previous scene. A familiar scene unfolds once more, an abyss of darkness, a sudden sensation of plummeting, followed by the swaying of a dilapidated vessel, the briny air, and that unmistakable one-eyed giant with a bald head. Chloe, what are you daydreaming about? Hurry up and come over here. Just as I had anticipated, each activation feels akin to entering a gaming quest. Even if the same scene is revisited upon re-entry, everything resets to its initial state, starting anew. Gazing at the familiar surroundings, this time, Raymond is no longer taken aback. Instead, he finds it rather amusing. Henceforth, he resolves to follow the unfolding narrative. Chapter 032, a noticeable transformation. Steady yourself, no swaying. The booming voice of the bald giant reverberates, causing Raymond's head to throb. Yet, this time, he refrains from confronting the giant head-on. Instead, he obeys the command and adopts a horse stance atop 2 wooden barrels, remaining perfectly still. After all, he had invested his universal points to learn the fighting techniques mastered by Chloe, not to engage in a battle of wills with a mere virtual entity. Coming to this realization, he finds little to be concerned about. He has no desire to endure another lash or squander another 10 universal points. Listen well, kid. On the sea, the most crucial aspect is always your footing. The bald giant, with his hands clasped behind his back, instructs Raymond with a thunderous roar. The vessel will sway incessantly due to the rolling waves. When you engage in combat, if you lose your footing and fall, it signifies that you have already lost half your life. Your adversary will seize that opportunity without mercy. Therefore, the first lesson I shall impart to you is to learn to stand firm. Shortly, I will strike the barrel beneath you without warning. You must neither rise nor fall. If you stand up, it will earn you a lash, and the same applies if you topple over. The giant grins menacingly. Upon hearing this, Raymond's heart quakes with trepidation. He recalls his previous encounter where he had received a lash from the bald giant, acutely aware of the excruciating pain it entails. Thus, his initial instinct is to withdraw. However, retreating would render his accumulated 20 universal points futile. More importantly, it would interrupt his aspirations to enhance his overall value. Resolute in his decision, he steels himself to remain. Just as he grapples with his internal conflict about whether to withdraw, perhaps sensing his distraction, the bald giant swiftly delivers a kick to the barrel beneath him, causing it to lurch. Caught off guard, Raymond loses his balance and tumbles onto the deck. Crack! The sound of the lash rings out, accompanied by Raymond's anguished scream. Get back up. Again, the bald giant coldly gestures toward the barrel. Despite the pain, Raymond grits his teeth, approaches the fallen barrel, and hoists it upright before climbing back atop it, resuming his horse stance. Ding! As Raymond presses the timer on his phone, he is astonished to find that merely 3 seconds have elapsed, including the process of him pressing the timer button twice. Along with a fleeting moment of disorientation upon awakening from the virtual realm, these 3 seconds can indeed be perceived as an instant. However, he had spent no less than 4 to 5 hours inside that virtual scenario, during which he endured numerous lashes from the imposing figure known as Big Baldy, before finally grasping the true secret of maintaining his balance. No matter how vigorously Big Baldy kicked the barrel thereafter, as long as it was not toppled in one decisive blow, he could remain upright, even amidst the most tumultuous of shakes. The fact that he had been inside for several hours while only an instant passed in the outside world led him to ponder. Does this imply that no matter how long I linger within, time in reality merely equates to a fleeting moment of distraction? Observing the timer on his phone, Raymond contemplated this notion. He had exited the virtual scene partly because, after enduring numerous lashes, his entire body throbbed with pain, making it increasingly difficult to withstand. Yet, had he truly wished to persist, he believed he could have held on a while longer. However, The uncertainty surrounding the ratio of time flow between the two realms concerned him. He feared that if he remained for several hours inside, several hours would also elapse in the outside world, making it inappropriate should he linger too long. What if someone came looking for him and presumed he had encountered misfortune? Yet, it now appeared that his concerns were unwarranted. Even if the flow of time was not as he envisioned, wherein any duration spent inside merely equated to an instant outside, it was undoubtedly an exaggerated ratio. He need not fret over this matter. Once he clarified the crucial issue of the time-flow ratio, Raymond swiftly redirected his attention to another pivotal point: the impact of his learning within the virtual scenario on reality. System, display my current statistics. As Raymond mused, the system's prompt emerged in his mind. Host, Raymond. Strength, 09. Agility, 09. Constitution, 09. Spirit, 17. Ability, clog fighting technique, 1. Exploration value, 200. Subpersonalities, 100 tricks clog. Death shooter Freud, world's greatest assassin Tao Bai Bai. It truly proved effective. Upon viewing his statistics panel, Raymond's heart raced with exhilaration. Compared to his last review, aside from a reduction in exploration value and an increase in the number of subpersonalities, two significant changes emerged. The first was his agility score. He distinctly remembered that during the previous examination, his strength and constitution were both at 09, while his spirit stood at 17, far surpassing the other values, with agility being the lowest at only 08. Yet this time, his agility had inexplicably risen by 01, now matching strength and constitution at 09. During this period, aside from entering the virtual scenario, he had not engaged in any additional training. Thus, the sudden enhancement of his agility could not have occurred without reason. He understood that this transformation was undoubtedly a result of the immersive experience. Furthermore, there was undeniable evidence. A new ability category had appeared in his statistics, which included the clog fighting technique, despite the notation indicating that he had only mastered level 1. This was sufficient to demonstrate the efficacy of his training in the virtual realm, enabling him to directly translate his gains into reality in a mere 4 to 5 hours. Having only grasped the fundamentals of Krav Maga, my agility had improved by 0.1. It appeared that those numerous lashes had not been in vain, Raymond mused. He was well aware that the reason he had witnessed such results in such a short span was largely due to the inherent frailty of his original physique. It was akin to a sedentary individual suddenly embarking on a weight loss journey. Any minuscule increment of physical activity would yield immediate and noticeable results. However, such effects were evidently not sustainable and would soon plateau. The same principle likely applied to him. Aside from his mental acuity, which surpassed that of the average person, his other three attributes had yet to reach even the baseline average of a healthy adult. It was evident just how weak his foundation truly was. Nevertheless, in the short term, a plateau would not arrive so swiftly. As long as he could thoroughly master Krav Maga, it would undoubtedly lead to significant enhancements in several of his attributes. Raymond thought with excitement. Now was the perfect moment to capitalize on his momentum. With this resolve, he reset the timer on his phone, preparing once more to commence his timing. This time, he anticipated spending a longer duration inside, needing to further ascertain the time-flow ratio between the two realms. Chapter 033, I disagree. SHIELD. Academy, Operations Department, Director's Office. Agent Weaver, are you certain you are not jesting with me? The speaker was a burly middle-aged man, resembling a polar bear in stature. His name was Leonid, a Russian and the current director of the Operations Department. Unlike Weaver, the director of the Academy of Sciences, Leonid had not always served at SHIELD Academy. A decade ago, he was renowned within SHIELD as a high-ranking field agent, known by the codename White Bear, his reputation rivaling that of the knighted agent May. Yet, like May, he could no longer approach missions with a normal mindset due to various circumstances. Thus, he chose to step back from the front lines, transitioning to a teaching role at the Academy until 2 years prior, when he succeeded the former director. In truth, he was not alone in this regard. All past directors of the Operations Department had been distinguished field agents within SHIELD. Without such credentials, they would struggle to earn the respect of their peers. In the realm of espionage, mere training was insufficient. Without the trials of blood and fire, one would forever remain a mere theorist. Similarly, the Department of Espionage and the Communications Department followed suit, with the vast majority of instructors and directors having prior experience at SHIELD, with only a scant few exceptions. The Academy of Sciences, however, was notably different. scientists were not required to engage in combat, and they could conduct research anywhere. Thus, many of the Academy's faculty chose to remain after their graduation. Agent Leon, I did not come here to jest with you. I have communicated with Director Fury regarding this matter on numerous occasions, and I ask that you respect my work. Observing Leonid's bewildered expression, Weaver felt compelled to invoke the authority of Director Fury. Agent Weaver, this is not a matter of respect. It is that you're treating the Combat Institute as a joke. Leonid retorted defiantly, questioning Fury's sanity. What need does the Combat Institute have for psychology? I believe you're mistaken. Although Dr. Raymond is a psychological expert, he has chosen to join your Combat Institute, not to teach a psychology course, Weaver clarified, shaking his head. Then what is he here for? Leonid demanded. He is to conduct a comprehensive combat course. With a resounding slap on the desk, Leonid erupted, a comprehensive combat course? What nonsense is this? Do you truly regard our Combat Institute as a playground? Agent Leon, this is an order, not a discussion, Weaver replied firmly. To hell with your orders. I do not consent to this. Leonid's face flushed with rage. I will report this to Senior Dugan. I refuse to believe he will stand by while you tarnish the Institute's reputation. You may find yourself disappointed, Agent Leon. I have already reported this matter to Principal Dugan and received his approval, Weaver stated with a smile. That is impossible, Leonid instinctively protested. However, he quickly realized that it would be futile for Weaver to deceive him about such a matter. Although Principal Dugan was in Europe, reaching him was merely a phone call away. If it were a lie, it would be exposed in an instant. Weaver would not commit such a blunder. In other words, Weaver must have indeed reported to Principal Dugan and secured his consent. An order from S.H.I.E.L.D., especially one approved by Principal Dugan, meant that it was a foregone conclusion, one that even he, as the director, could not obstruct. Coming to this realization, his expression turned ashen. Knock, knock, knock. Just as the atmosphere grew increasingly tense, a sudden knock on the door interrupted. Come in, Leonid responded, a hint of irritation in his tone. To his surprise, the very individual they had been debating over, Dr. Raymond, entered the room. Leonid recognized him, having seen him twice during his tenure as a visiting professor at the Institute. So he was not unfamiliar. Weaver also appeared taken aback. Dr. Raymond? What brings you here? I initially intended to visit Ms. Weaver in her office to inquire about something, but upon discovering she was absent, I learned from her assistant that she was here, so I came directly, Raymond explained with a smile, having fortuitously overheard their dispute. If I am not mistaken, you two were arguing about me? Faced with Raymond's direct inquiry, even Leonid, who had been fervently agitated moments before, felt a twinge of awkwardness. Yet, adhering to his principles, he steeled himself to provide an explanation. Dr. Raymond, please do not misunderstand me. I hold great admiration for your accomplishments in psychology. However, the standards for the comprehensive combat course are exceedingly high, to the extent that even instructors from the Combat Academy typically do not meet the requirements to teach this class. This, I'm fully aware of. Raymond nodded in agreement. The comprehensive combat course is a unique offering of the Combat Academy, and in principle, students from the 4 major divisions may apply. Nevertheless, it has always been exclusively available to truly elite students. To enroll in this course, one must receive a recommendation from the head of any of the 4 divisions, a criterion that alone eliminates 99% of applicants. If a student does not excel within their respective division, securing such a recommendation is virtually impossible. Conversely, this rigorous selection process naturally corresponds to the exceptional caliber of the faculty. Those qualified to teach this course are none other than top operatives, each possessing not only formidable combat skills, but also a broad range of expertise. Leonid had previously served as an instructor for the comprehensive combat course, and thus, he fully understood the stringent demands placed on teachers. Currently, even including himself, there are only 2 individuals in the Combat Academy qualified to teach this course. With his recent promotion to headmaster, he typically no longer engages in teaching, leaving the academy with only 1 comprehensive combat course available. Consequently, there's always been a high demand for this class among the vast student body of the Shield Academy. While there are indeed a fair number of elite students eligible to apply, ultimately only a select few can be chosen. As the head of the Combat Academy, Leonid naturally hopes that more instructors will be able to teach this course. However, the standards are set. If no one meets them, there is nothing he can do. He cannot lower the standards simply to allow more people to teach this course, as such self-deception would tarnish the Academy's reputation. As for Raymond, to be frank, he not only believes that Raymond is unqualified to teach the comprehensive combat course, but also doubts his capability to instruct any course at the Combat Academy. Chapter 34. The bet Raymond was well aware of Leonid's thoughts. If all went as expected, Leonid likely perceived him as a brash individual who, relying on his substantial connections, was coercing the SHIELD Bureau into compliance with his whims. Thus, he felt no anger. Instead, he smiled and inquired, "Is it that you, Director Leonid, oppose my teaching the comprehensive combat course because you think I appear like a bookworm and believe I am incapable of teaching it? That is not my intention," Leonid replied begrudgingly. Yet, anyone could discern that his reaction implied otherwise. Raymond was no fool. He could see through it, but he remained unfazed, continuing with a smile. "I have heard that you, Director Leonid, once taught this course." "Indeed," Leonid responded, puzzled by the relevance of Raymond's question at that moment. "How about this? Let's have a contest?" Raymond smiled brightly at him. "The events for our contest will be determined by you, Dean Leonid. You may select any 3 tasks related to the comprehensive combat course, and we shall compete. What do you say?" Leonid was taken aback by Raymond's sudden proposition. "What? Are you afraid, Dean Leonid?" Raymond observed him with a half-smile. "Afraid? Huh?" Leonid scoffed dismissively, not bothering to refute the insinuation. Instead, he retorted, "How will we determine the outcome? In the 3 events, if I lose any one of them, I concede defeat," Raymond replied lightly. "And if I lose, I shall voluntarily relinquish my position at the Combat Academy, so as not to cause you any trouble. But what if I prevail? If you win, I shall grant you unfettered access to all matters concerning me, and I will not impede you in any way," Leonid declared resolutely. "Moreover, let us not entertain any notions of losing in any single event equating to an overall defeat. Let us compete fairly. Best 2 out of 3. Are you certain?" "Absolutely." "Excellent. Then let us enlist Ms. Weaver as a witness," Raymond suggested, turning his gaze toward her. "I have no objections," Leonid shrugged, upon noticing both men looking in her direction. Weaver reluctantly nodded. Initially, she had intended to dissuade Raymond, for objectively speaking, he had no need to engage in such a wager with Leonid. The decision had already been made by Director Lou Dan and Principal Duggan, and even Leonid, as the head of the Combat Academy, had no authority to hinder Raymond's arrival. Regardless of Leonid's displeasure, he would not dare to act recklessly in this regard. However, since the wager was proposed by Raymond and both parties appeared agreeable, she decided it would be unwise to intervene. "Let us schedule the contest for this afternoon. Dean Leonid, please prepare the venue. I have a matter to discuss with Ms. Weaver. Once you are ready, kindly inform her," Raymond smiled. "Not a problem," Leonid readily acquiesced. Preparing the contest venue was a task well within the capacity of Combat Academy Dean. A mere word to his subordinates would suffice, and there was no need for him to handle it personally. "See you this afternoon," Weaver stated as she stood up to bid farewell to Leonid. As Leonid watched the two depart, he let out a couple of cold laughs before picking up the phone on his desk to issue commands. Clearly, he recognized that Raymond had been provoking him, yet he felt no concern, for he did not perceive any possibility of defeat for Raymond. Had a current high-ranking field agent from SHIELD issued a challenge, he might have felt some trepidation about a potential upset. After all, he had been in retirement for a decade. Despite remaining physically active, his comprehensive combat capabilities could not compare to his prime. Yet Raymond was merely a scholarly figure, with no notable combat achievements to his name. Even if he were an expert in psychology, it bore no relevance to the realm of comprehensive combat. Raymond's journey to seek assistance from Weaver primarily aimed to procure essential items, including but not limited to a change of clothes, a laptop, a new mobile phone, and a fresh number. The attire he currently donned was merely a standardized work uniform, procured for him by Hill and others from the previous lodge. Furthermore, he possessed no spare undergarments. The mobile device was a nondescript brand, hastily arranged by them, serving only to make calls and send messages, with internet connectivity proving to be a considerable challenge, which greatly troubled him. Previously, he had been preoccupied with exchanging character cards and activating his secondary persona, or exploring the immersive features, thus neglecting these mundane necessities. However, once he grasped the effects of the immersive experience and found a moment of respite, he was disconcerted to realize that he had been released from the hospital without even the most basic essentials. As a product of the 21st century, a mobile phone and computer were indispensable, not to mention the necessity of undergarments. Consequently, he hastily sought out Weaver's assistance. Prior to that, however, there was another crucial matter to address: obtaining a replacement bank card belonging to the original owner of his body. The original owner, a distinguished figure in psychology, held various positions and titles across numerous educational institutions and enterprises, accumulating a fortune in the 7 figures due to speaking fees and consultancy work. In terms of soft currency, this wealth surpassed what he had earned during his entrepreneurial endeavors in his past life. Moreover, this was despite the original owner's lack of enthusiasm for monetary gain. Otherwise, Their fortune could have multiplied several times over. While Raymond sought to acquire necessary items, he did not intend for Weaver to fund this expense. In fact, he had not anticipated that in seeking Weaver's help, he would inadvertently overhear a dispute between her and the esteemed Director Leonid of the Combat Institute. A confrontation that centered around him. He understood that he need not involve himself, for regardless of the director's objections, the chief of the bureau would certainly find a way to resolve the matter. As he sat in the passenger seat of Weaver's vehicle, preparing to procure the bank card, he mused on the opportunity for his lethargic secondary persona to stretch its legs and showcase its capabilities. Chapter 35. Leaked Information. The director of the Combat Institute, codename White Bear, former Level 7 agent of S.H.I.L.D., Leonid, was set to engage in 3 contests with a newly appointed instructor regarding the topics covered in the comprehensive combat course. The S.H.I.L.D. Academy is an institution dedicated to nurturing exceptional talent, where attendees are already among the elite. Therefore, the atmosphere within the academy has always been predominantly serious, rarely accommodating any deviations from the norm. Thus, when unusual events arise, they invariably ignite the curiosity of all, from the director to the newly enrolled students. Your people? Have you planted spies within the Combat Institute? Weaver inquired, arching an eyebrow. How can this be called eyeliner? I am merely honing their latent capabilities. This is part of our curriculum at the Espionage Academy. The director of the academy corrected with righteous authority. Weaver did not follow the director's line of thought, but rather astutely detected another key term within his words. Ahem, if you are unwilling to speak, then so be it. We'll find out soon enough. Noticing that Weaver was not inclined to divulge any information, the director chose to refrain from further inquiry. Seated in the passenger seat, Raymond was initially engrossed in configuring his newly acquired smartphone. Has the news spread? He exclaimed, this Leonid is utterly outrageous. Weaver felt a surge of annoyance. Without a doubt, she surmised that the rapid dissemination of this matter was due to someone covertly leaking information, perhaps even exacerbating the situation. Who could that person be? She wondered. Director Leonid must be concerned that I might not acknowledge my defeat if I were to lose, Raymond mused, quickly grasping Leonid's intentions. He chuckled. Leonid's actions are clearly motivated by a fear that I would refuse to leave even if I lost, continuing to exert pressure through Director Egg and Principal Dugan to remain. Now that the news has circulated, he has effectively cut off my escape route through public opinion. I was initially inclined to show you some leniency, but you've dug your own grave, so I cannot be blamed, Raymond quipped with a smile. In truth, he was rather indifferent to Leonid's attitude. After activating the Deadshot and Toru personalities and comprehending the effects of immersive experience, his interest in remaining at S.H.I.L.D. Academy had waned considerably. If he wished to leave, he could do so effortlessly, thriving wherever he went. He chose to stay merely to take a break, avoiding unnecessary wanderings while familiarizing himself with this world and its deviations from the many versions of the Marvel Universe he knew. During this time, he could further contemplate the various operations of the system, an endeavor yielding multiple benefits. As for teaching at S.H.I.L.D. Academy, it was merely a novel experience for him. Whether he taught or not was inconsequential, as he would follow his whims. Leonid's vehement response did not trouble him. Rather, it added an element of intrigue to the situation. Weaver, however, remained unaware of these nuances. From her perspective, Leonid had indeed acted inappropriately. Dr. Raymond, given Leonid's reckless behavior, you have the option to withdraw from the competition. I will report this matter to Principal Dugan, ensuring it does not affect your employment, Weaver reassured him. No. Thank you, Ms. Weaver, for your kind offer, but I find Leonid's actions quite to my liking. I am even more eager for the upcoming competition. Raymond replied with a grin. His reaction left Weaver somewhat taken aback. Yet recalling Hill's instructions, she chose to refrain from further comments. Let us proceed according to his wishes. Hopefully, it will not become too embarrassing in the end. The venue for the competition arranged by Leonid was a multi-functional outdoor base typically utilized by the Combat Academy's trainees for their training exercises. When Raymond was brought here by Weaver, the area had already been sealed off completely. Numerous small drones hovered above the base, capturing every detail of the surroundings from all angles, leaving no corner unexamined. Witnessing this scene, Weaver felt an increasing sense of dissatisfaction. Yet, Raymond remained silent, and she did not wish to overstep her bounds. Upon seeing the arrival of the two, Leonid was the first to speak, expressing his apologies, stating he was unaware of who leaked the information and that by the time he sought to intervene, it was already too late. He assured that once this matter concluded, he would thoroughly investigate to identify the culprit. However, both Raymond and Weaver could discern that he was merely obfuscating. It was a classic case of the thief shouting to catch the thief. "This won't trouble you, Agent Weaver. Our operations department can handle it ourselves," Leonid graciously declined. Nonetheless, his reaction undoubtedly hinted at the underlying issue. Yet, in the absence of concrete evidence, even with Weaver's position as vice principal, it would be inappropriate for her to publicly embarrass Leonid, the director of the operations department, as it would tarnish the reputation of the S.H.I.E.L.D. Academy. "Enough of this superfluous chatter," Raymond interjected. "Let's get straight to the point. Director Leonid, please articulate your intentions clearly. The sooner we commence, the sooner we can conclude." "Doctor speaks wisely," Leonid nodded in agreement, relieved that Raymond had not lingered on the matter of the leak. He quickly began to introduce the 3 competition events he had selected. The Comprehensive Combat Course is a unique program exclusive to our operations department. Designed over 30 years ago by Principal Dugan, who established its educational direction and standards. Over the years, it has evolved and adapted, consistently aligning with contemporary advancements in technology. Leonid provided a succinct overview of the course, covering aspects familiar to Raymond, as well as new information. Thus, despite Leonid not delving directly into the main topic, he did not interrupt. Chapter 036, Something is Amiss. Compared to standard training and courses, the most notable feature of the Comprehensive Combat Course is its all-encompassing nature. It is no exaggeration to say that those who pass this course can be directly promoted to Level 5 agents upon graduation from the S.H.I.E.L.D. Bureau. Leonid proudly elaborated, emphasizing that this distinction stems not only from the course's uniqueness, but also from his own experience as a former instructor of the Comprehensive Combat Course. Raymond listened attentively, refraining from interruption. Leonid, perhaps realizing he had digressed, cleared his throat and returned to the main topic, stating, "Considering the course's exceptional nature, I have refrained from selecting singular competition events, such as shooting or fighting, as determining a winner in such contests would ultimately be meaningless." With that, Leonid began to outline the details of the competition events. The content of the competition he devised is not particularly intricate. In fact, the first 2 rounds are nearly identical, differing only in the roles of offense and defense. However, it does rigorously test comprehensive combat abilities, as any shortcomings could lead to failure. Specifically, after the commencement of the first 2 rounds, both participants will enter a weapons room designated for assembling firearms, where numerous components are chaotically piled together. The critical issue is that these parts do not adhere to a singular correct assembly method deriving from various firearms, and the precise number of complete weapons that can be assembled remains uncertain, compounded by numerous distractions. Each individual is allotted merely 2 minutes to identify and assemble the components before proceeding to the main battlefield. The layout of the main battlefield is straightforward, featuring a defensible high ground, which is also equipped with obstacles for cover. In the first round, Leonid will defend the high ground while Raymond will launch an offensive. In the second round, the roles will reverse, with Raymond defending and Leonid attacking. Each offensive period lasts 30 minutes. Success is measured by whether the attacking side can seize the high ground. Furthermore, both the high ground and the surrounding area are equipped with various advanced technological devices, primarily exclusive to S.H.I.E.L.D., which the 2 may utilize flexibly. It is worth noting that the weapons and equipment available to them are fitted with training ammunition, rendering them non-lethal even upon impact. However, both will don specially designed training suits equipped with damage recognition and bulletproof capabilities, which will automatically assess the degree of damage sustained from enemy fire. Once the damage value reaches a critical threshold, the individual will be deemed dead and unable to continue resisting. As for the third round, it is a straightforward composite task involving the rescue of hostages, with each participant undertaking the rescue independently, competing based on their cumulative scores and deductions. "I have no objections. Let us commence immediately," Raymond stated affirmatively after the introduction. This was met with surprise by Leonid, who had anticipated that Raymond might voice dissent. "You agree? It is a perfectly reasonable design. Why would you oppose it?" Raymond merely shrugged. "Very well. I will have them finalize the preparations for the venue. We shall change into our training suits and ready ourselves to begin." Leonid felt a peculiar sensation upon witnessing Raymond's uncharacteristic promptness in agreeing, as it diverged from his prior expectations. However, with matters now settled, he had no time for further contemplation. 10 minutes later, both had donned their training suits. Upon seeing Raymond again, Leonid inexplicably sensed a change in him, particularly in his gaze, which evoked a slight sense of trepidation. Something was amiss. His instincts warned him that there was indeed something wrong. This is an instinct honed over many years of his career as a covert operative. On numerous occasions, he has relied on this intuition to navigate dire situations and discover pathways to survival. Now, Upon re-encountering Raymond, his instincts whispered to him that something was amiss. Yet, after much contemplation, he could not discern the nature of the problem. Had Raymond been privy to his thoughts, he might have marveled at how remarkably accurate a man's intuition could be. At this moment, Raymond was under the control of his Deadpool alter ego. The SHIELD organization? Is it akin to the Eye of Providence in this world? Observing Leonid's furrowed brow, the Deadpool persona muttered to himself in a voice only he could hear. It seemed somewhat different. However, even if not entirely analogous, it bore a resemblance to similar organizations. Truly, the presence of such obnoxious, formulaic characters is utterly revolting. A hint of disdain flickered in the Deadpool persona's gaze toward Leonid. The Eye of Providence's role in the DC universe indeed parallels that of SHIELD in this realm, with the distinction that the former is entirely subordinate to the North American government of the DC universe, while the latter, though subject to the World Security Council, does not exist in a wholly dependent relationship. His intrinsic aversion to the Eye of Providence also extended to SHIELD. At this moment, Leonid was momentarily equated with the detestable Eye of Providence in his eyes, despite Leonid's utter ignorance of what the Eye of Providence entailed. This ignorance did not diminish his dislike. Leonid, however, remained oblivious to Raymond's predicament. When he suddenly noticed Raymond regarding him with a look of utter disgust and disdain, he was perplexed but still approached him, asking, "Shall we begin, doctor?" Yet, Raymond disregarded him entirely, merely gesturing with his hand across his throat, the meaning unmistakable. This act incited Leonid's ire. Chapter 037. A stark contrast after escorting Raymond to the outdoor base, Weaver, accompanied by the staff of the Operations Center, arrived at the command tower. Here, one could observe the unfolding match in meticulous detail through surveillance equipment. However, upon Weaver's arrival, her two old friends had already convened. The first was Claude, the head of the Intelligence Academy, who had previously phoned her to gossip about this matter. He appeared to be a man in his 50s, impeccably dressed in a tailored gray suit, with a pair of classic gold-framed glasses perched on his nose, and leaning a cherrywood cane, an image of a gentleman stepped straight from the cover of a fashion magazine. Alongside Claude was a somewhat frail-looking Asian man with square black-framed glasses, whose well-preserved appearance belied his true age. His name was Vincent, director of the Communications Academy. Thus, among the heads of the four major divisions, only Leonid, the director of the Operations Academy, was absent, as he had personally entered the fray. Claude's gaze was sharp. He quickly spotted Weaver and approached him with enthusiasm. "Agent Weaver, why have you only just arrived? We've been waiting for you for quite some time." "You mean waiting for my intel, right?" Weaver replied with a hint of irritation, rolling his eyes. "Good afternoon, Agent Weaver," Vincent greeted with remarkable courtesy. Although Claude appeared more gentlemanly in attire, their behaviors were quite the opposite. "I thought only you, Claude, would be so gossipy. I didn't expect you, Agent Vincent, to join in as well." Weaver's demeanor towards Vincent was markedly more polite than towards Claude. Vincent smiled slightly, saying, "If it were merely about Agent Leon, I would not be very interested. However, I cannot overlook the matters concerning Dr. Raymond. You should know, Agent Weaver, that I have long considered recruiting Dr. Raymond to our Communications Institute. I never anticipated." Weaver nodded in acknowledgement. Perhaps it was due to Dr. Raymond's half-Chinese heritage. During his tenure as a visiting professor at the Institute, he had maintained a good rapport with Vincent, who shared a similar background. If Dr. Raymond were to choose based on connections, the Communications Institute would indeed be the rightful place for him. "Agent Weaver, even at this juncture, do you still intend to keep things under wraps? What exactly prompted Leonid and Dr. Raymond to agree to this contest? Please divulge some details," Claude pressed. Weaver hesitated, perhaps realizing that at this point, secrecy was unnecessary, as they would soon find out anyway. He succinctly summarized the situation. "What? A comprehensive combat course?" Claude was taken aback, exclaiming, "No wonder Leonid reacted so strongly. If I were in his shoes, I would probably be just as agitated." However, Vincent's focus was different. He furrowed his brow and pondered. "Agent Weaver, are you saying that Principal Dugan had already approved this matter?" "Indeed," Weaver confirmed with a nod. "Is that so?" Vincent seemed to reflect on this, concluding that it appeared Agent Leon would face some difficulties this time. Claude looked at Vincent with confusion, even touching his forehead. "Agent Vincent, are you all right? Have you perhaps caught a fever?" "Enough of the small talk. It's about to begin," Weaver suddenly noted. As the central screen in the control tower displayed two split screens featuring Raymond and Leonid, both clad in their combat training gear. The loudspeakers at the outdoor base then blared, commencing the countdown. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, start. The moment the command to start echoed through the loudspeakers, Leonid sprang into action. Moving like a cheetah, directly toward his designated armory. Covering the 50-meter distance in just 6 or 7 seconds, the split screen shifted to reveal the interior of his armory. A countdown timer loomed on the screen, compelling the two individuals to enter the armory within a mere 2 minutes, complete the identification and assembly of firearms, and subsequently exit the chamber. Should they linger beyond this fleeting interval, the door would seal shut, resulting in an immediate forfeit of the challenge. This urgency was precisely why Leonid sprinted with such fervor. In stark contrast, however, was the leisurely pace of Raymond, who ambled toward his armory, seemingly oblivious to the ticking clock. Covering a mere 50 meters, he took almost half a minute, moving as if on a casual stroll. Witnessing Leonid on the left side of the screen, hastily rummaging through a plethora of components. Having already selected several pieces, it was evident he had found his bearings. Meanwhile, on the right, Raymond had only just entered the armory, leaving Claude momentarily bewildered. Was Dr. Raymond resigning to defeat? Not just Claude, but even Vincent, who had just remarked that Leonid might be at a disadvantage, found himself questioning his prior judgment. Weaver, too, wore a look of mild perplexity, lost in contemplation. As the countdown mark reached 1 minute, Leonid appeared to have completed his selection, promptly assembling the chosen components. By the time the timer hit 1 minute and 20 seconds, Leonid had successfully crafted a reconnaissance rifle, recognizable to many observing the competition through the split screen. It was the Stair Scout sniper rifle, colloquially known as the Bird Sniper, a compact variant of the sniper rifle. Although its power and range paled in comparison to that of a traditional sniper rifle, its lightweight design made it an impeccable choice for scenarios requiring point defense against a limited number of adversaries. Claude and Vincent, both former high-ranking agents of SHIELD, immediately recognized the weapon. Even Weaver, a non-field agent, identified the firearm, given the brevity of time in which Leonid had selected the most suitable weapon. Weaver could not help but feel a pang of concern for Raymond. It seemed that Dr. Raymond had also finalized his components and was beginning to assemble them, Claude noted. At this prompt, Weaver redirected his gaze to the right side of the screen. The Desert Eagle? Simultaneously, Vincent's voice, tinged with an odd inflection, echoed in his ear. Chapter 038, The Impossible Kill. The Desert Eagle, renowned and infamous, is a firearm that resonates throughout North America, a nation where gun ownership is legal. Its prevalence in Hollywood films has rendered it a household name, leading many gun enthusiasts to add this iconic pistol to their collections. Undeniably, the Desert Eagle boasts one of the highest calibers among handguns. When discussing powerful firearms, the Desert Eagle is often the first name that springs to mind for many. However, its practical utility falls short of its formidable reputation for a simple reason. Although its power is formidable, the recoil is astonishingly severe, and its weight far exceeds that of an ordinary handgun, rendering it challenging for the average individual to wield. It seems that only a select group of individuals can master it. However, this peculiar aspect of Vincent's demeanor is not the only reason for his oddity. While the Desert Eagle may indeed be difficult for most, it poses little challenge to the majority of SHIELD agents. Even if Raymond were to handle the Desert Eagle, it would not astonish him. The crux of the matter lies in the current scenario of a fixed-point offense and defense, where handguns are typically suited for urban warfare or close-quarters combat, rendering them ill-suited for the present situation. The sight of Raymond assembling a Desert Eagle at this moment appears utterly nonsensical. Am I merely overthinking it? Vincent muttered to himself. In the armory, Raymond, having just completed the assembly of the Desert Eagle, slightly moved his lips. He scarcely uttered a sound, yet it was evident he was conversing with himself. Rest assured, how could I possibly be defeated by such a formulaic contender? No. In the face of absolute disparity, there is never such a thing as an accident. A confident smile adorned Raymond's face as he retrieved ammunition from a nearby shelf. When he exited the armory, the countdown clock read 1 minute and 57 seconds, just 3 seconds before the door would automatically lock. Meanwhile, Leonid had already vacated the armory and reached the high ground. Having prepared in advance, Leonid wasted no time in familiarizing himself with the high-tech equipment in the elevated area, swiftly identifying useful gadgets. By the time Raymond entered the arena, Leonid was fully prepared and merely awaited his appearance. He was confident that as long as Raymond dared to show himself, there would be no opportunity for him to launch an attack, eliminating the need for constant defense. Offense is the best defense. As long as he could eliminate Raymond, this first defensive mission would be deemed a success. Crouched behind a cover, Leonid was observing his surroundings through a small device, a sardonic smile gracing his lips. Although he was unsure of the source of Raymond's confidence to believe he could compete, the outcome was already predetermined. Suddenly, a tremendous force, seemingly from nowhere, pressed him downward, followed closely by a metallic clash that caused a brief moment of dizziness. This unexpected turn of events left Leonid utterly bewildered. Before he could comprehend the situation, the base's loudspeaker blared with a mechanized announcement. Agent Leonid has been eliminated. In the first match, Dr. Raymond is victorious. I have fallen. Upon hearing the announcement, Leonid was left in utter disbelief. What had just transpired? He hadn't even glimpsed his opponent, yet he was declared defeated? Little did Leonid know that he was not the only one perplexed. Those watching the match through two split screens were equally baffled by the unfolding events. The onlookers outside the outdoor base, comprising both students and instructors, were engulfed in a wave of astonishment. Even the three deans within the control tower were rendered speechless by the unfolding events. What had just transpired? Weaver cast a glance toward Claude, eager to ascertain whether he had comprehended the situation. As a civilian personnel member, Weaver was not particularly versed in matters of combat. So her instinctive response upon realizing her confusion was to consult Claude. Although Claude, the dean of the Espionage Academy, had not achieved the same notoriety as Leonid, he was nonetheless a high-ranking operative within SHIELD, and it stood to reason that his perspective would be equally astute. Thus, Weaver sought his insight at once. To her surprise, however, Claude appeared equally perplexed, his expression mirroring her own uncertainty. After shaking his head, he turned to Vincent, inquiring, "Have you discerned what occurred?" Vincent furrowed his brow, lost in contemplation. Moments later, he suddenly sprang into action. He swiftly approached the control console, where the personnel from the Communications Academy greeted him with respectful nods. Vincent, however, had no time for pleasantries. He acknowledged them with a nod and waved them aside. His hands began to glide rapidly across the console, and, as he did, the central screen shifted to reveal a side-angle view. A dashed line extended from Raymond's location, culminating behind the obstacle at the high ground where Leonid was positioned. Is this truly the case? Vincent's eyes sparkled with realization, and he continued to manipulate the controls. At this moment, look, Vincent directed, gesturing toward the screen for Claude and the others to observe intently. Claude focused, his gaze fixated on the screen, where Raymond was seen casually swinging the arm, holding his firearm while gazing at the high ground. Suddenly, the screen emitted a mechanical announcement from the loudspeaker. "My God, that movement was indeed a shot?" Claude exclaimed, incredulity flooding his voice. "Leonid was struck dead by that single bullet." "It appears so," Vincent replied, equally astonished. Given the previous transitions on the screen, it seemed implausible that the shot could have reached Leonid, who was shielded behind an obstacle at the high ground. The angle and direction should have rendered it impossible for the bullet to find its mark. Furthermore, given that training rounds were employed, the possibility of a bullet penetrating walls to eliminate an enemy was non-existent. A direct hit was required for a kill to be confirmed. From this angle, hitting Leonid would necessitate a bullet that could curve. But how could that be conceivable? In an instant, the control tower was enveloped in an eerie silence. Those present, even non-combatants like Weaver, had undergone professional military training and were seldom ignorant of such matters. Yet, it was precisely this newfound understanding that made the situation all the more astonishing. Regardless of their thoughts, they could not fathom how Raymond had managed to strike Leonid, who was shielded by an obstacle, and even execute a precise headshot. It was utterly bewildering. The distance between them, while not excessively vast, was certainly not negligible, at least 200 to 300 meters, which exceeded the typical range of a handgun. At such a distance, the trajectory of the bullet could easily deviate. In this scenario, even without any obstruction, it was questionable whether any of them could hit Leonid from that position, let alone surpass an obstacle and deliver a fatal headshot. Faced with this perplexing situation, they were left in stunned silence. The only thing that came to mind was the sudden force that had struck him from above. Following that force, the announcement of his demise echoed through the loudspeaker, directly declaring him defeated in the first trial, which spoke volumes. Had I truly been shot in the head? Leonid pondered in confusion. Although he was unaware of Raymond's whereabouts or the location from which he had fired, he could not comprehend how he had been struck while situated where he had been. However, he had no time to dwell on this, as the second trial was about to commence. This time, the roles of offense and defense would be reversed. He could not afford to be careless again. Victory was imperative. Leonid bolstered his resolve internally. He had no retreat left, despite Raymond initially stating that losing just 1 out of 3 rounds would signify defeat. Leonid insisted on altering the terms to a best-of-3 format. This meant that if he lost the second trial, he would be defeated outright, rendering any potential victory in the third round meaningless. Shortly thereafter, the two competitors exchanged positions under the guidance of the staff. Once the armory was reset, The second trial commenced. Observing both participants through simultaneous shots, the onlookers noted that the situation mirrored that of the first round, with Leonid once again dashing to the armory at remarkable speed to make his selection. However, unlike the first trial, no one regarded his actions as reckless this time. Those who feigned strength without substance were indeed foolish, while those with genuine prowess were truly formidable. Raymond had effectively demonstrated his capabilities in the first trial. Although no one had yet discerned how he had managed to kill Leonid through an obstacle, the undeniable outcome spoke for itself, leaving no room for dissent. Before long, Leonid swiftly assembled the weapon he had chosen, this time opting for a submachine gun instead of the sniper rifle. The characteristics of a sniper rifle rendered it suitable only for static defense, not for assault or aggressive maneuvers. As the attacker in this instance, Leonid's choice had to reflect a strategic shift. In contrast, Raymond's choice was notably similar to the first trial, as he methodically reassembled a Desert Eagle and once again exited the armory with precision. Dr. Raymond surely cannot be familiar only with this particular firearm, thought Claude, observing Raymond as he continued to assemble the Desert Eagle within the control tower. Vincent shot him a glance. Have you come to understand how the first Leonid agent met his demise? With this singular remark, Vincent rendered Claude speechless. He comprehended Vincent's insinuation all too well. It was a mere suggestion that if he could not even discern the methods of others' attacks, what confidence did he possess to question whether someone was adept with only one weapon? Regrettably, Claude found himself unable to retort, as he too had been pondering for quite some time without reaching any clarity. Agent Leonid has fallen. In the second contest, Dr. Raymond prevails. The sudden announcement from the loudspeaker interrupted Claude's unfinished thoughts, plunging the control tower into an immediate silence. What had just transpired? Everyone had been fixated on the two separate camera feeds, and it appeared that Leonid's preparations were evidently more thorough as he was gradually closing the distance. In contrast, Raymond seemed to be on a leisurely excursion, merely surveying the terrain from the vantage point before settling back. He neither manipulated the high-tech equipment on the peak with the swiftness of Leonid in the first contest, nor advanced with the same ferocity as Leonid in the second. How had he suddenly triumphed again? At that moment, it was not only Claude who was left reeling from the unexpected turn of events. Every observer of this contest fell into a profound silence. Vincent remained uncharacteristically quiet, once again accessing footage from half a minute prior on the control panel, this time dividing the central screen into 4 angles, capturing Raymond from various perspectives. As the replay commenced, they noted that, akin to the first contest, Raymond casually flicked his arm that grasped the firearm. Immediately following was the announcement of Leonid's demise, with 2 kills occurring in precisely the same manner. No one could dismiss this as mere coincidence, for such serendipity could not manifest twice in such rapid succession. Thus, the individual they had initially perceived as a foolhardy challenger to Leonid, Dr. Raymond, revealed himself to be an exceptionally concealed master, based solely on those 2 maneuvers. Among the elite agents of S.H.I.E.L.D., few could rival his prowess. Agent Weaver, did you already know of Dr. Raymond's capabilities? Awaiting the chance to witness our folly? Claude inquired with a wry smile towards Weaver. Do you believe I would admit to ignorance? Weaver appeared equally astonished, his reaction no less composed than Claude's. Chapter 040, The Art of Gunplay. According to the original arrangement, regardless of the outcome, all 3 contests were to be completed. However, with Leonid having been dispatched in rapid succession without fully grasping the situation, his mood was understandably soured, and he had no desire to continue the competition. Therefore, he called an immediate halt to the trials. While this action undoubtedly tarnishes one's reputation, he believes that persisting would not be more honorable than halting. I have stated that should you, Doctor, manage to surpass me, I shall grant you unimpeded freedom in all your future endeavors. My word is my bond. Leonid waved his hand dismissively, indicating to Raymond that he need not worry about his integrity. As Raymond conversed with Leonid, the other 3 deans, including Weaver, gathered around. Upon seeing Raymond, Vincent exclaimed in Chinese, "Raymond, this time you have truly shown me what it means to regard someone with fresh eyes after a mere 3 days apart." Raymond recognized the speaker, quickly recalling the identity of the Asian gentleman conversing in Chinese and the unfamiliar middle-aged gentleman beside Weaver. The deans of the Communication Institute and the Espionage Institute. I presume? You've been absent for so long, and you don't even greet an old friend? I thought you had forgotten me entirely. Vincent feigned dissatisfaction. My sincerest apologies. I had intended to reach out, but my recent whereabouts made it exceedingly difficult to contact the outside world. Raymond offered a casual excuse. However, it was not entirely fabricated. For a mental institution is indeed a place where communication with the outside is severely restricted. Fair enough, Raymond readily acquiesced. Just as their conversation flowed, Claude interrupted. Gentlemen, there are those present who do not understand Chinese. Could we exhibit a modicum of gentlemanly decorum? Are you so anxious to be noticed? Vincent retorted with a smirk. Vincent was familiar enough with Claude to jest freely, but Raymond, clearly not at that level of intimacy, merely smiled and greeted, "Good afternoon, Dean Claude." In truth, it was not only Raymond who was curious. Both Vincent and Weaver shared similar sentiments. Even Leonid, the unfortunate subject, perked up his ears upon hearing Claude's inquiry. "Do you wish to know?" Raymond surveyed the room. The several deans nodded in unison. Clearing his throat, he adopted a mysterious tone. "Have you ever heard of gunfu?" "Gunfu?" The group exchanged glances, realizing that the term was unfamiliar to them all. Legend has it that, during World War II, a marksman from Huagua single-handedly eliminated thousands of Japanese invaders. Raymond introduced with a somber tone, explaining that this extraordinary marksman had developed an astonishing technique. He named it gunfu. The most remarkable aspect of gunfu is its ability to make bullets curve. Bullets that curve. Both Claude and Leonid gasped in astonishment. While Vincent and Weaver did not display quite the same level of shock, their expressions mirrored disbelief as they stared at Raymond. However, the thought quickly dissipated from their minds, cast aside as an unreasonable notion. If bullets could indeed curve, how could Newton's laws withstand such a phenomenon? Little did they anticipate that Raymond's ultimate revelation would, in fact, align with that fleeting yet dismissed speculation. Indeed, bullets can curve. Raymond spoke eloquently, explaining that at the very moment a bullet exits the chamber, a rapid flick of the wrist could cause the bullet to curve midair. This, he claimed, was the ultimate essence of gunfu. Such revelation left Claude and Leonid wide-eyed with astonishment. Both had been high-ranking field agents of S.H., essentially operatives skilled in combat. Thus, they could hardly contain their excitement upon hearing of such an extraordinary technique, especially Leonid, whose mind was already racing with thoughts of whether he might glean some insights from Raymond's mastery of gunfu, perhaps even learn a thing or two himself. However, Weaver hesitated and remarked, applying a rotational force to a moving object could indeed result in a deviation from its trajectory. This phenomenon occurs in various ball sports, stemming from Bernoulli's principle. But considering the immense speed of a bullet, how could one possibly alter its direction with a mere flick of the wrist? That defies logic. "Ah, Weaver, you are being rather narrow-minded," Claude retorted passionately. "The evidence lies before your very eyes, yet you choose to dismiss it in favor of some theoretical principle. Are you not aware that existence itself is justification?" Leonid, a fervent believer in gunfu and having recently been bested by Raymond, appeared even more animated than Claude. Indeed, the wonders of gunfu cannot be confined to mere theory. There are countless phenomena in this world that science struggles to explain, are there not? Weaver, hearing their fervent arguments, found himself wavering. Leonid's point held a semblance of validity. As members of S.H.D., particularly in mid to senior ranks, they were well aware of the extraordinary aspects of their world. Chapter 041, Return Home. It must be said that Leonid and Claude's reactions were somewhat unexpected for Raymond. The notion of gunfu was a fabrication of his imagination, while the Deadshot persona did indeed possess a technique capable of curving bullets. It was certainly not achieved through a mere flick of the wrist. However, faced with their probing inquiries, he could not remain silent. So he concocted a few whimsical tales to entertain them. Whether they chose to believe him was no concern of his. Yet, even Raymond was taken aback by how readily Leonid and Claude accepted his claims. He could somewhat understand Leonid's defense of gunfu, given that he had been defeated by it. It was only natural for him to uphold the very technique that had bested him. Even for the sake of pride, he felt compelled to support Raymond's narrative. However, Claude's enthusiastic endorsement of gunfu surprised Raymond. "Then I shall trouble you with this," Raymond said. "Not at all." Leonid's demeanor towards Raymond had transformed dramatically from the reluctant politeness he had shown in the office. The fact that the Combat Academy had the advantage of Dr. Raymond's expertise was a source of great joy for him. He could hardly consider it a burden. Claude's tone, however, hinted at a tinge of jealousy. However, given his depth of character, it would be impossible for him to genuinely display all his emotions on his face. The jealousy he exhibited at that moment was merely a deliberate act. Raymond was not the naive youth who had just entered society. Thus, he could not take pride in the situation. He merely smiled and chose not to elaborate further. As the semester was already underway, even if Raymond wished to commence a course, it could not be decided today and implemented tomorrow. He would have to wait for the next semester to begin, which was still more than a month away. While a month may not seem long, For someone like Raymond, who had only been in this world for less than a week, it felt rather significant. This duration would afford him the opportunity to clarify certain matters, particularly those concerning the relationships of the original body's family and friends in this world. After all, his arrival had indeed usurped someone else's identity, and he would continue to live under that facade. He would ultimately have to confront these realities, even for the sake of his own peace of mind. He could not entirely sever ties with the past of the original body. Moreover, he did not harbor much aversion to these connections. In his previous life, he was an orphan who, shortly after leaving the orphanage, chose to enlist in the military, eventually retiring to establish his own firm. The notion of family, therefore, presented itself to him as a novel experience. Richmond, Virginia. Ding dong. The doorbell rang. Clarice, could you please answer the door and see who it is? Sure, Mom. Thud, thud. Thud, accompanied by the sound of hurried footsteps. The front door was opened just a crack, still secure by the chain lock. A quirky-looking Asian girl appeared on the other side of the door. Upon seeing the visitor outside, she was utterly taken aback. Aren't you going to let me in, little Cleary? The mixed-race man outside spoke with a gentle laugh. Unsurprisingly, the man ringing the bell was none other than Raymond. After finalizing matters concerning the courses at the academy, there was little else requiring his presence, as Leonid would handle all arrangements and enrollment processes for him. Through those memories, he gleaned that the original body's father was named Fong Mo, with the English name Edward, a detective in the local police department and Richmond's sole Chinese detective. His mother, Roland Aiden, was a local white woman and a public prosecutor. The union of these two was initially met with disapproval from Raymond's maternal grandfather's family, as Fong Mo was merely an ordinary police officer at the time, while Roland was a high-achieving graduate of an Ivy League law school. In every conceivable way, Roland's career prospects far surpassed those of Fong Mo. Though parents in North America typically refrain from excessive interference in their children's marriages, it does not imply that they are entirely indifferent. At the very least, their subjective attitudes can differ significantly. In the eyes of Grandpa Raymond, his daughter should have made a better choice. She must have been deceived by Fong Mo's sweet words to decide to marry a seemingly unambitious young police officer. Moreover, Fong Mo's inherently stubborn nature, which refuses to yield, led to a strained relationship between their family and Raymond's during the initial years of their marriage. It was not until the birth of Raymond that the tensions between the two sides began to ease. It is worth mentioning that Raymond does not actually bear the surname Lei. It is merely his English name. His Chinese name is Fong Mingxian, while his registered name is Raymond Fong. The Asian young woman who currently opens the door for him is his sister, Clarice. However, Clarice is not the biological child of Fong Mo and his wife. She was adopted after Raymond left for university. Given the professions of Fong Mo and his wife, adopting a child was not a difficult endeavor. Clarice? Who's there? Why is it so quiet? As Clarice stood frozen at the sight of Raymond at the door, Roland, who was preparing dinner inside, hurried to the entrance, concerned something was amiss. Brother? Roland paused, clearly perplexed, not immediately understanding that Clarice was referring to Raymond. Seeing that Roland was still in disbelief, Clarice quickly shut the door, unlatched the security chain, and opened the door wide once more, allowing Roland to see Raymond outside. Similarly, Raymond caught sight of the elegant middle-aged woman in the hallway. Mom! The unfamiliar word slipped from his lips as if instinctively. With a clatter, Roland, holding a wooden spatula, stood frozen in the hallway upon seeing Raymond, her hand inadvertently dropping the spatula to the floor. Chapter 042. The visit from Strick in the living room. Raymond provided Roland with an update on recent events, omitting certain key details. The original body had previously mentioned some matters concerning S.H.I.E.L.D. to Fong Mo and his wife, but had refrained from disclosing any specific information, merely referring to it as a special department. Given that both Fong Mo and his wife were public servants, they understood that such unnamed special departments were bound by confidentiality agreements and did not press for further details, lest they jeopardize their son. Initially, Fong Mo and his wife were skeptical, suspecting that the egg director was a fraud. However, given the egg director's considerable influence, proving his legitimacy was not a daunting task. Ultimately, Fong Mo and his wife were compelled to accept this reality. Roland, a strong woman, had wept silently countless times over this matter, while even Fong Mo often found himself alone in the yard, smoking in silence. Clarice, who had been kept in the dark, gradually sensed that something was amiss, and, through persistent inquiry, eventually learned the truth from Fong Mo and his wife. It is important to note that although they were not biological siblings, the original body had treated Clarice with far more kindness than many biological brothers would their sisters. Consequently, upon discovering the truth, Clarice was engulfed in a prolonged period of melancholy. The last family of three reached an unspoken understanding, deliberately avoiding the topic to spare one another from emotional harm. Beside them, Clarice was weeping, leaving Raymond in an awkward position as he clumsily handed tissues to both women while offering inept consolation. To his honest dismay, he had never encountered such a situation in his previous life. Sensing Raymond's discomfort, Roland swiftly regained her composure, yet her concern was palpable as she inquired, "What department do you work for that has caused you, a psychologist, to face such mental challenges?" "Mom, you promised not to ask me about this." Raymond replied with a wry smile. "In the past, I refrained from asking to avoid upsetting you. But now that something so significant has occurred, do you really intend to keep it from us?" Roland was resolute this time, unwilling to retreat. He could clearly see that his mother was determined to get to the bottom of this, and he suspected that his stubborn father would be even more relentless. In such circumstances, keeping secrets was likely to lead to a standoff, and after all, he was not the original owner of this body. He genuinely felt that the minor secrets of SHIELD did not warrant concealment. What is the big deal? What harm could it do to speak about it? The world is bound to remain tumultuous for many years to come. The extraordinary will eventually unfold before the public eye. So there's nothing to hide. At SHIELD headquarters in the director's office, come, Fury, let me introduce you to the former director Pierce, who serves as a bridge between the council and SHIELD. A slightly portly middle-aged man entered the office. "No need for introductions. We've met twice before, right, Colonel Strucker?" The director rose from behind his desk to shake the hand of the stout man, clearly familiar with him. Previously, when discussing various governments' attitudes toward mutants with Hill, he had mentioned that many radicals had never abandoned their pursuit of hunting mutants, continuing their covert operations. The man before him, Colonel Strucker from the North American military, epitomized such radicalism. The Sentinel Special Operations Division, which he commanded, was a clandestine department established with the tacit approval of hawkish elites within the North American military. Despite the absence of any mention of the Sentinel Special Operations Division in official military records and the impossibility of acknowledging its affiliation with the military, it was evident to discerning observers that Strucker, an active-duty colonel, was engaging in a game of subterfuge. For the director, who possessed SHIELD's intelligence network, this was hardly a secret. "Last time we met was 2 years ago?" The portly man, Colonel Strucker, inquired with a smile. "Seems so. I can't recall the exact details," the director replied noncommittally, then shifted the conversation, asking, "Colonel, you must be quite busy. What brings you here?" Pierce, recognizing the cue, interjected, "You two continue. I have matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave." The director did not stop him, nodding in acknowledgement as he watched Pierce exit. Once Pierce had left, the director remarked, "Shall we proceed? You must be familiar with the name Mental Health Facility, Director Fury?" Colonel Strick spoke while his gaze remained fixed on Director Fury's eyes, as if he were attempting to discern his reaction. However, Director Fury was not an ordinary man. It was implausible that Strick could glean anything from his expression. Yet, given that Colonel Strick had taken the initiative to visit SHIELD and specifically mention this name, Fury certainly did not perceive this as mere coincidence. Coupled with previous events, Fury had already surmised the likely reason for Strick's visit. "Just ask what you wish to know directly," Fury contemplated. "Very well. I shall be forthright," Colonel Strick replied gravely. "My intelligence network has discovered that mutants once appeared in that hospital, resulting in numerous fatalities. However, when my team arrived to pursue leads, we found that the bodies had already been disposed of. And so?" Fury inquired. "Upon further investigation, it became evident that the individuals responsible for handling the corpses were likely agents of SHIELD. Hence, I am here to inquire whether Director Fury possesses any pertinent information." Strick maintained a smile, adding, "Of course, I would not impose on you without reciprocating. Should you require assistance from our special operations in the future, I will do my utmost to help." "Then I shall thank you in advance, Colonel," Fury replied with a slight smile. "However, I must admit, even if I wish to assist, I am unable to do so in this matter." Strick's smile faltered, replaced by a somewhat rigid tone as he questioned, "What do you mean?" "I mean to say, I am completely unaware of this situation," Fury shrugged, feigning innocence. "I can assure you on my honor that I have not dispatched anyone to that hospital you mentioned. Thus, it seems you may be inquiring of the wrong person. Are you implying my people are deceiving me?" Strick's tone grew increasingly unfriendly. "I did not assert that," Fury hastily clarified. "From the current circumstances, there are two possibilities." "What are those?" "The first is that your team erred, and this matter is unrelated to SHIELD. D. The second is that your team is indeed correct, and this matter does pertain to S. H. I. L. D. Yet I remain uninformed. If that were the case, it would indicate a severe internal issue within S. H. I. E. L. D. Fury's expression turned grave. Rest assured, should that be the case, I will initiate a thorough investigation to identify the true culprits and provide you with an explanation, Colonel. Upon hearing this, Strick inhaled deeply, casting a penetrating glance at Fury before gritting his teeth and saying, "Then I suppose I should thank you, Director? You're welcome. No need for gratitude." Fury waved his hand dismissively. "I shall await your good news, Director." Strick replied impassively before abruptly turning and striding toward the exit. "Take care. No need for formalities," Fury called after his retreating figure. Once Colonel Strick had departed, Pierce entered from outside, curiosity etched on his face. "What did you discuss with Colonel Strick?" He seemed rather displeased upon leaving. "Nothing of consequence. Merely a minor misunderstanding," Fury replied nonchalantly. Pierce spoke with a hint of concern. "Regardless of whether it is a mere misunderstanding or not, I must remind you that while Strick may not be of great consequence, he is backed by the North American military. To some extent, he can even indirectly influence the attitude of the North American Council. Offending him would not bode well for you, Fury. I am well aware of this. I have already stated that it is a minor misunderstanding. What can I do?" Fury replied. "Well, let us hope it will not have any repercussions," Pierce sighed. After exchanging a few more words, Pierce departed from the office. Director Egg looked at Pierce's retreating figure, frowning slightly, lost in thought. He conveyed nearly everything the original host knew about the S. H. I. E. L. D. Aside from a Tahiti project. After listening, the Fong couple remained speechless for a considerable time. Even little Clarice was utterly astonished, feeling as if she were watching a Hollywood blockbuster. What he referred to as the Department of Homeland Strategic Defense, Attack, and Logistics Support is, indeed, the full name of S. H. I. E. L. D. This cumbersome and rather unpleasant title likely originated from an individual with obsessive tendencies who insisted on making S. H. I. E. L. D. sound more formal. As the detective in Richmond, a city so close to Washington, D.C., Fong M.O. had previously interacted with S. H. I. E. L. D. However, when S. H. I. E. L. D. operates externally, they often use the lengthy and unwieldy name of the Department of Homeland Strategic Defense, Attack, and Logistics Support. The typical response from local police upon hearing this name is to consult their superiors, who in turn will escalate it until a high-ranking official familiar with S. H. I. L. D. issues orders prompting cooperation. As for the origins of this cumbersome department, most people do not concern themselves with such details, and their immediate association upon hearing the name is with the Department of Homeland Security. So, those peculiar cases are handed over to S. H. I. E. L. D. agents because they involve superhumans? Fong M.O. inquired further. Raymond shook his head. Not always. Sometimes cases suspected of being extraordinary may turn out otherwise, but the majority certainly do involve such matters. I see, Fong M.O. acknowledged. Roland, noticing Fong M.O.'s interest in what she deemed an inconsequential issue, felt a tinge of dissatisfaction. Casting him a glance, she asked, "Why do they need a scholar like you amidst their constant violence and confrontation with dangerous individuals?" "I have mentioned before, Mother, that I merely joined their academy, primarily responsible for educating students. The previous incident was an unfortunate anomaly," he replied. "How can there be so many anomalies? Why didn't you encounter such incidents before joining them?" Roland retorted, clearly dissatisfied with his explanation. Raymond, feeling helpless, turned to his stepfather with a look of silent appeal. Recognizing the situation, Fong M.O. interjected, "Roland, this is his profession. We should not interfere." Roland, upon hearing this, became even more incensed. "Profession? Does work hold more importance than life?" Fong M.O., "Do you remember when your father believed my job posed too great a risk and urged me to resign? What did you say at that time?" Upon hearing this, Roland found herself at a loss for words. For the role her grandfather had played, she now found herself in the same position, and back then, she had forcefully persuaded her father with her legal eloquence. In terms of rhetoric, neither Fong M.O. nor Raymond could match her as a renowned lawyer. Yet at that moment, Fong M.O. wielded her own words against her, rendering Roland speechless. However, reasoning with a woman was evidently futile. Upon realizing the untenability of her argument, Roland abruptly stood up and declared, "All the blame lies with me. Are you satisfied now?" Observing her demeanor, Raymond felt a pang of frustration. He had dealt with many women, but never with a mother, the most unreasonable creature in existence. He found himself at a loss. "It's all right. Let her calm down," It will pass. Fong Mo shook his head, signaling to Raymond not to worry, while discreetly gesturing to Clarice to enter the room and comfort Roland. Clarice immediately understood and hurried inside to console her. Chapter 44. The Identity of a Sister. Raymond discerned that Fong Mo, his adoptive father, was not particularly eloquent. In terms of oratory, he would likely be outmatched by Roland. Yet, according to the memories of the original owner, Fong Mo was the true head of the household, a fact that could not be dismissed lightly. This realization instilled a measure of respect in Raymond for his adoptive father, along with a curiosity about how he resolved matters. However, curiosity aside, it was a question he could not pose. Despite Fong Mo having successfully alleviated one of Raymond's significant troubles, Roland soon launched her second offensive. The next morning, as the family sat down for breakfast, Roland suddenly announced, "Son, I believe it is time for you to consider finding a partner." Taken aback by this unexpected remark, Raymond struggled to comprehend his mother's rationale. "I think you need someone to take care of you," she continued. "I am in my 30s, not 13. I do not require anyone to look after me." "Oh, so you're aware of your age? Just tell me if you're going to find someone. Spare me the unnecessary talk." Sensing his mother was resorting to her usual tactics, Raymond glanced towards Fong Mo. However, this time his maneuver fell flat. For Fong Mo merely kept his head down, engaged in a silent battle with the food on his plate, showing no intention of making eye contact. Recognizing Fong Mo's demeanor, Raymond understood he had been betrayed. Clearly, the couple had conspired the night before to orchestrate this scenario. When Roland heard Raymond mention his health, the carefully prepared retort she had was swallowed back. There was no choice. Her son's well-being took precedence over all else. Clarice, who had been sipping her milk, was unwittingly pulled away by Raymond, leaving behind a fuming Roland and a distracted Fong Mo, lost in thought over his plate. "Brother, is this your new car?" Clarice, who had been taken away by Raymond as a shield, asked with a cheerful smile as she settled into the vehicle. "I borrowed it from a colleague," Raymond replied, casually while starting the engine and maneuvering out of the garage. This car, being a standard issue from SHIELD, boasted features such as bulletproof and waterproof capabilities, far surpassing the performance of similar models available on the market. After a moment of contemplation, Clarice remarked, "Well, aside from my parents occasionally feeling down because they miss you, there's really nothing else. And you? Of course I miss you too. Who asked you that?" "I was inquiring about how you've been lately." Clarice hesitated briefly before shaking her head. "I'm doing quite well. Actually, Mom says my grades are even better than yours were back in the day." While Clarice likely felt her response was perfectly normal, Raymond perceived a significant issue. Whether as a private detective in his past life or as a psychology expert in this one, he was accustomed to engaging in mental duels with others. The performance of a young girl like Clarice was rather insufficient in his eyes. "Are you hiding something from me? Have you started dating? Or perhaps gotten into a fight?" Raymond pressed. "I really haven't tea." At this moment, Clarice seemed to realize that her acting skills fell short before her brother, the psychology expert, and promptly switched tactics, employing the art of coquetry. This time, Raymond was indeed at a loss and succumbed to her charms. Before long, he had dropped the young girl off at the school gate. Just before she exited the car, he asked once more, "Do you need me to pick you up after school?" "No, it's fine. A classmate is having a birthday party, and I'll head straight there after school. I've already taken leave from Mom," Clarice said, and before her words had fully settled, she had dashed away. Watching her retreating figure, Raymond furrowed his brow. Had she already started to engage with someone? Of course, he would not have probed Clarice without reason. It was perfectly normal for a young girl to harbor a few secrets, especially since she was now in high school. In North America, dating at that age is considered completely ordinary. Yet, he still felt compelled to inquire. Even the initial decision to use Clarice as a shield and personally drive her to school was a deliberate strategy to gauge her. The rationale behind his actions was simple. From the very first moment he laid eyes on Clarice, he had received a notification from the system. Ding. "You have encountered B-class hero Clarice Fong. Exploration value 30. You may convert exploration value into universal system points, which can be used to redeem various functions of the system." When Raymond first saw this notification, he was somewhat bewildered. He already knew that Clarice was the sister of the original host, a memory he had assimilated beforehand. But the original host had no recollection linking his sister to anything extraordinary. This sudden revelation caught him off guard. It wasn't until that night that he suddenly recalled Clarice's true identity. In a past life on Earth, few would recognize the name Clarice. Yet her alias is undoubtedly familiar to many. Blink, Clarice Fong. Chapter 045. The Two Female Detectives. When it comes to Blink, the iteration most widely known is undoubtedly the one portrayed by a certain actor in the universe of X-Men, Days of Future Past. Following closely is the Asian girl from the universe of The Gifted. Regardless of the version, her primary ability remains consistent. The power to open portals, more precisely, the capacity to conjure spatial gateways for teleportation and transfer at will. However, in the portrayals within film and television, Blink's powers are noticeably diminished, relegating her to a mere supportive role akin to a healer. Raymond is uncertain as to which version of Blink his younger sister leans towards, as the Marvel multiverse is exceedingly vast. Based on his current observations, the world he inhabits does not align with any known Marvel universe. It merely bears a semblance to them. Yet, judging solely by the name Clarice Fong and her status as a high school student, it is evident that she aligns more closely with the Blink from the Gifted universe. Despite their differing origins, the similarities are striking. Following this thread of reasoning, it is highly probable that she may soon establish contact with the underground organization of mutants, or perhaps she has already done so. Raymond's earlier attempts to probe were aimed at discerning whether his sister harbored any secrets. He was surprised to discover that indeed, something amiss had surfaced. Whether he was merely overthinking or if there was genuine cause for concern, he resolved to follow her after school. Should he find that she has inadvertently connected with this disreputable organization, he, as her brother, would have to take on the role of an antagonist and find a way to sever her ties with this misguided group. Although this organization was selected by the professor as a seed group, akin to a subordinate or successor to the X-Men, it pales in comparison to the original, failing to address the conflicts between mutants and humans effectively. If the X-Men themselves could not generate significant change, what hope was there for an organization that was fundamentally inferior? In truth, Raymond is not particularly worried about Clarice's safety. Given her abilities, unless she were to encounter an extraordinarily unfortunate fate, she should be capable of self-preservation. Even in the extreme adversities of the Gifted universe, Blink has managed to survive time and again, which speaks volumes. However, it is worth noting that in that universe, Blink's parents met their demise due to her involvement with the underground mutant organization, which brought them peril. While it is clear that the circumstances in this world differ from that universe, and with his presence in the equation, theoretically, even if Clarice finds herself in similar trouble, the Fong couple should remain unharmed. Yet, one can never be too cautious. By the time he might have eradicated the entire family of the murderer, it would already be too late. From his perspective, the underground mutant organization could be equated with trouble, a quintessentially inept group that brings more ruin than success. Aligning oneself too closely with such a disreputable organization would undoubtedly yield more detriment than benefit. Of course, these are merely speculations made by Raymond based on the circumstances of the extraordinary universe. It is entirely possible that such an underground organization of mutants does not even exist in this world. Ding ding ding. As the class bell rang, students rushed out of the classroom like the wind, most of them boys eager to engage in play, while the girls were mostly leisurely organizing their backpacks. Clarice was no exception. At that moment, someone suddenly tapped her on the shoulder from behind. "Clea, a new Chinese restaurant has opened near the school, and Aaron and I are planning to try it out. Would you like to join us?" Another voice chimed in with an invitation. "Come with us, Clea." Clarice appeared to be lost in thought, but upon hearing her name called, she startled momentarily before realizing it was her close friends, Michelle and Aaron. No, I have some things to do later. You two go ahead." Michelle raised an eyebrow slightly at this, but she said nothing more, simply responding, "All right then, we'll go. If the food is good, we'll bring you along tomorrow." "Okay, sounds good," Clarice replied eagerly, nodding. Michelle said nothing further and left with Aaron. "I'm fine. It's Clea who seems off," Michelle remarked hesitantly. "Clarice? What's wrong with her?" Aaron inquired. Her reaction just now was clearly peculiar. She is hiding something from me. Isn't it completely normal for her to keep some things to herself? Don't you have things you keep from her? Aaron countered playfully. "That is not what I mean." Michelle shook her head. "I understand that having a few little secrets is perfectly normal, but Clea's response was definitely more than just a trivial secret. Could it be that you're overthinking it?" Aaron suggested. "From what I know of her, it's definitely not overthinking. She has been acting strangely lately, and I suspect she might be facing some trouble that she is reluctant to share. Since you're so concerned, why don't we investigate a bit?" Aaron proposed. "Investigate?" Michelle was slightly taken aback. "Yes, we can always go to the new restaurant later. Why not play detectives just this once?" Aaron suggested excitedly. For girls of their age, the idea of being detectives was filled with mystery and excitement, making it an enticing prospect to play such a role if given the chance. "You mean to follow Clea? That seems a bit inappropriate." Michelle hesitated. Although initially uneasy, Michelle was swayed by Aaron's enthusiasm. After a brief discussion, the two of them hurried to hide around the corner of a nearby hallway, discreetly observing the entrance of Clarice's classroom. Before long, Clarice emerged from the classroom with her backpack slung over her shoulder. She yes out. Hide, Aaron whispered urgently as she spotted Clarice. The two individuals promptly crouched down, stealthily glancing as if they were thieves. Thus, they trailed at a distance behind Clarice. Chapter 046, The Thunderbird and the North Star. It seemed she was waiting for someone. Could it be that someone was coming to fetch her? Aaron speculated. That could pose a problem. If someone were indeed coming for her, we would lose track. Michelle, upon Aaron's suggestion, suddenly came to a realization and hastily retrieved her phone. Who are you planning to call? Aaron inquired. Minutes later, the ride Michelle had summoned arrived. Yet Clarice remained stationary, awaiting her unknown companion. The two quickly and quietly boarded the vehicle. The driver, a white-collar worker, chuckled upon seeing two high school girls and asked, "Are you two lovely ladies headed to Harrison Park?" The location he mentioned was merely a random destination Michelle had chosen when calling for the ride. Hold on. Let us wait a moment and see where she goes. Michelle pointed toward the distant Clarice. The driver immediately donned a wary expression and said, "What are you two up to? I must clarify that I do not engage in illegal activities." "What nonsense?" "She our friend," Aaron retorted, "and look at us. We're in school uniforms. Do we look like we're about to commit any crimes?" The driver pondered for a moment, realizing the validity of her statement. Yet he hesitated, asking if she your friend, why not just go over and call her instead of stalking her? Michelle initially intended to keep her explanation brief, but sensing the driver's skepticism, she felt compelled to clarify. She has been acting strangely lately, and we suspect she may be threatened by unsavory individuals and is too frightened to confide in us. Therefore, we plan to follow her and ascertain the situation. If it turns out to be a misunderstanding, we will leave, but if there is indeed a problem, we want to be able to assist her. The driver finally set aside his doubts. All right then, I'll wait with you. Just then, a gray van came to a slow stop in front of Clarice. The side door was pulled open from within, and Clarice skillfully jumped into the vehicle. It was only after the door was closed from the inside that the van began to move. Are you sure she's being threatened? The driver cast a skeptical glance at Michelle and Aaron. If we were sure, we would have called the police instead of following her, Aaron replied impatiently. Let us go. We can't lose her. Though the driver remained somewhat dubious, he pressed the accelerator and followed. Ahead, Clarice, now inside the van, appeared to be happily chatting with a girl seated beside her, who had long, dark green hair. The driver was a sturdy young man with short hair, and seated next to him in the passenger seat was a woman with burgundy hair, seemingly of similar age. Lona, hold on a moment. My eyes feel a bit uncomfortable. Clarice suddenly interjected while conversing with the girl with emerald green hair. Thank you, Brother John, but it's unnecessary. With deft hands, Clarice removed her contact lenses, revealing a pair of eyes reminiscent of emeralds, and carefully stored the lenses in a small case. John, the short-haired young man behind the wheel, wore the full name John Prasta, codenamed Thunderbird. He possessed extraordinary perceptive abilities, alongside superhuman speed and strength, marking him as a mutant. Seated in the passenger seat was his girlfriend, Sophia Simonson, codenamed Dreamweaver, endowed with the power to alter others' memories. Beside Clarice sat Lona Dane, a girl with long, dark green hair, known as Polaris. Her abilities mirrored those of the notorious mutant, Old Man, for she was, in fact, his biological daughter. While her fame may not rival that of her half-siblings, she had perfectly inherited Old Man's powers, effectively making her a second generation of his legacy. Had Raymond been in the car, he might have felt a pang of realization, affirming that he had not overthought the situation. In the future, both John and Lona would emerge as leaders within the mutant underground organization. Besides them, there was another mutant named Marcos, codenamed Glutton. However, given Lona's age, it was likely she had only recently joined this fledgling organization and had yet to ascend to leadership, while Marcos might not have even been recruited yet. Everyone, please secure yourselves, John suddenly cautioned from the driver's seat as Clarice prepared to continue her conversation with Lona. What is happening, John? Lona inquired, feeling the jolt from a movement in the back seat. Are they still following us? John replied, his tone serious. Do you need me to intervene? Lona asked. No. If you act, it will only escalate the situation. The agents from a special task force, with their keen instincts, will undoubtedly trace our whereabouts. John shook his head resolutely. What should we do now? Clarice asked, her voice tinged with anxiety. I'll check to see if that vehicle is indeed following us. If it is, we'll find a place to stop and ascertain who they are, John pondered aloud. At this, he turned to Clarice and inquired, Is your power stable lately? Yes. Clarice replied with a vigorous nod. As long as I remain calm, I should be fine. John continued. If, hypothetically, we need to stop and discover that the pursuers are indeed special task force agents, how far do you think your abilities could get us? After a moment of contemplation, Clarice whispered. I Haven T attempted a large-scale transfer, but through several smaller ones, I should be able to help us escape at least 10 kilometers quickly. That will suffice. After a brief reflection, John devised a strategy to confront the impending challenge. Chapter 047, Mutation. Creak. After a sharp turn, the white-collar man abruptly slammed on the brakes. Ouch. Michelle and Aaron, seated in the back, were unprepared and collided against the front seat's backrest, letting out a cry of pain. Why did you brake suddenly, old man? Aaron complained, rubbing her head. It seems your friend has spotted us, the white-collar man replied, shrugging helplessly at the two girls in the back, acknowledging that it wasn't Tia's fault. At that moment, Michelle and Aaron also recognized the situation ahead, exchanging glances. They had never intended to reveal their presence. If Clarice were to discover them, they would undoubtedly find themselves in an awkward predicament, despite their good intentions. However, seeing the van abruptly blocking the road, they could only lament that what they feared had indeed come to pass. In the next moment, they saw a man and a woman step out from the front seats of the van. The man called out, "Friend in the car, come down and let us chat." Upon hearing his words, they realized there was no avoiding the situation, so they bit the bullet and stepped out of the vehicle. As soon as they exited, Aaron demanded, "Who are you? What have you done to Clarice?" Michelle pulled Aaron back, signaling her to be cautious, but Aaron ignored her. The couple descending from a van was none other than John, the Thunderbird, and Sonia, the Dreamer. They had been prepared for confrontation. But upon seeing two high school girls in uniforms emerge from the vehicle, they quickly understood there might be a misunderstanding. It wasn't until Aaron spoke that their suspicions were confirmed. "Are you classmates of Clarice?" Sonia inquired. Aaron instinctively nodded, but soon realized the absurdity. She was the one asking questions, yet the tables had turned. Her tone turned slightly irate as she warned, "I advise you not to act recklessly. The man in the car has a phone. If you cause trouble, he might call the police." To her, John clearly appeared to be no good, as evidenced by the numerous scars visible on his exposed arms. "Michelle, Aaron, how did you end up here?" John asked, concern etched on his face. "I noticed you seemed off lately and suspected you might be in trouble. So I discussed it with Aaron and decided to check on you," Michelle said, a hint of embarrassment in her voice. Aaron, however, was skeptical. "Are you really okay? Are they threatening you to say that? Don't be afraid. We're here, and they wouldn't dare harm you. You can speak the truth." "Aaron, you're misunderstanding. They're all my friends, truly," Clarice began, but suddenly Lorna's warning interrupted her. At the same time, Lorna stepped out of the van, raising one hand in the air, pointing in the direction behind Michelle and Aaron. Due to Lorna's alert, everyone turned their attention in that direction. Suddenly, the white-collar gentleman from the car behind had alighted without notice, brandishing a silenced pistol aimed directly at them. Yet, this was not the most astonishing aspect. The true spectacle lay in the bullet that hovered motionless in mid-air. Both Michelle and Aaron were taken aback by this extraordinary scene. They could not comprehend why the timid Uber driver, who had seemed so intent on avoiding trouble just moments ago, would transform into someone wielding a silenced firearm. Furthermore, they were baffled by the inexplicable suspension of the bullet in the air, utterly still. Aaron, along with Clarice, was equally astonished. She never anticipated that their outing with two friends would involve a dangerous individual, and the act of drawing a firearm was clearly laden with malicious intent. Had Lona not intervened, the bullet might have already inflicted harm upon one of them. "He was merely an Uber driver we summoned to follow you. We do not know him," Michelle hurriedly clarified. She spoke the truth. At that moment, Sonia interjected with a sudden remark. Upon hearing Sonia's words, both Clarice and John, alongside Lona, chose to believe her, for Sonia possessed the ability to discern truth from falsehood. "Brother John?" Clarice looked at John in confusion. John raised his hand, signaling Clarice to remain calm, while his gaze remained fixated on the white-collar man, inquiring, "Are you from the Special Operations?" The white-collar man, no longer exhibiting the cowardice he had displayed within the vehicle, curled a smirk at Lona, who was raising her hand towards him. "What a familiar ability, young lady. Would you consider switching sides? The audacity of today's youth is quite remarkable. Your manner of address is rather distressing. I had intended to grant you a swift end, but now I must reconsider." Upon hearing this, John's expression shifted drastically, and he immediately commanded Lona, "Act now." Without hesitation, Lona clenched her raised hand into a fist. With her motion, the suspended bullet suddenly shot towards the white-collar man with ferocity. Clang! The piercing sound of collision echoed, yet the white-collar man did not fall. Instead, he transformed into a transparent, crystalline figure. "This is bad. He too is a mutant." John's expression changed dramatically at this revelation. Sonia and the others appeared tense, having not anticipated such a turn of events. Initially, they believed the white-collar man to be merely an agent, and with their combined abilities, they thought they would not face significant danger unless surrounded by a multitude of agents. However, they were unprepared for the fact that he was also a mutant, possessing formidable powers capable of deflecting bullets. Aaron and Michelle were utterly bewildered, grappling with the surreal scene before them, questioning if they were caught in a dream. Just recently, the seemingly timid white-collar Uber driver transformed into a figure wielding a firearm, instantly morphing into a humanoid crystal sculpture. What an astonishing turn of events. Chapter 048. Engage. Following the monumental battle in New York, the world was taken aback as it became evident that there truly exist Avengers akin to the superheroes depicted in comics. However, the precise number of individuals endowed with extraordinary powers beyond these Avengers remains shrouded in mystery. While many superhero factions are renowned in certain regions, few possess the global recognition of the Avengers. Most operate covertly. Furthermore, with SHIELD trailing closely behind to mitigate their influence, the majority of ordinary citizens remain oblivious to the fact that their world is intricately intertwined with the realm of the extraordinary, where hidden superhumans may dwell within their social circles. Consequently, when faced with situations beyond comprehension, their immediate reaction is often disbelief. This was precisely the case for Michelle and Aaron, whose eyes widened in shock. However, the others present had no time to soothe their astonishment. Upon realizing that the white-collar man was also a mutant, John spoke sternly. "You are not with the special operations." The white-collar man retorted, "I believe I never claimed to be, did I? It has always been you speaking on your own accord." He maintained his crystalline form. "State your intentions," John demanded with vigilance. "My intentions? There is nothing I cannot disclose. I originally came for her." The white-collar man indicated Clarice standing beside John. "For me?" Clarice replied, astonished. "About 6 months ago, you displayed your abilities in Blackstone Park, where my associates inadvertently discovered you," the white-collar man explained nonchalantly. "If I am not mistaken, that was when you had just awakened your powers and were unable to fully control them, correct?" Her abilities had indeed manifested after she learned of Raymond's potential misfortune, triggered by immense psychological distress. Initially frightened, she took over a week to stabilize her emotions. Subsequently, she sought solitude in remote areas to hone her abilities, eager to understand their potential. Blackstone Park was one of the locations she had chosen. Noticing Clarice's silence, the white-collar man continued with a smile. "After discovering you, my team reported the incident, and following internal discussions, we decided to send me to recruit you. However, I was delayed due to other matters and only arrived in Richmond this week. I intended to confront you today, but it seems we have an unexpected surprise." His tone reflected a hint of excitement as he mentioned the surprise, likely referring to the other 3 mutants present. In essence, the white-collar man is affiliated with a mutant organization and has inadvertently discovered Clarice, a newly awakened mutant with extraordinary abilities. He intends to persuade her to join their ranks. Today, as he plans to confront Clarice at school, he fortuitously observes Michelle and others stealthily tracking her, leading him to follow suit. What unfolds is this very scene. Regardless of the organization he represents, Clarice has already allied herself with us. "You are too late." Upon hearing the white-collar man's explanation, John promptly asserts his position. "Joined you? Who are you?" The white-collar man tilts his head in curiosity. "We are an underground organization of mutants." Lorna, standing behind John, declares with a hint of pride, "Are you not the impoverished group that can scarcely afford a meal, wandering aimlessly to evade the Sentinel Special Operations? I've heard your leader is a fellow named Thunderbird. Could that be you?" The white-collar man speaks with a tone laced with pity as he glances at John. "Who are you calling a brat?" Lorna, incensed by the white-collar man's derogatory description of them, retorts vehemently. John, though less agitated than Lorna, adopts a similarly unfriendly tone. "If you have finished speaking, please take your leave. Richmond does not welcome your presence, regardless of who you are. Leaving is not an option. At least not until I resolve matters with you." The white-collar man shakes his head. "How about this? You all come with me. I can assure you. Joining our organization will provide you with a far more prosperous life than you currently endure. Rest assured, once you arrive, you will be allocated resources. If you wish to bring other mutants to join us, that can be arranged, though they will not receive the same privileges as you. They will have to start as ordinary members." Disregarding John's dismissal, the white-collar man continues his monologue. Even though John's temper has remained relatively restrained, he finds himself increasingly agitated by the white-collar man's demeanor. "Enough! You are overstepping," John exclaims, unable to contain his frustration once more. With John's interruption, the white-collar man's tone turns cold. "So, there's nothing to discuss? It seems I must first subdue you." "Lorna." John finally loses his composure, shouting. Lorna, understanding the cue, raises her hands towards the white-collar man's vehicle. Suddenly, the car appears to be lifted by an unseen force, crashing down toward the white-collar man's position with great force. With a resounding crash, the car is sent flying. The white-collar man, transformed into a crystalline humanoid form, remains unscathed, effortlessly sending the vehicle away with a single punch. Clarice, take them and leave, John commands urgently, sensing the situation has escalated. Clarice, already on edge from the unexpected turn of events, attempts to open a portal, only to find her abilities wavering once more, the portal flickering uncertainly. My powers are unstable again. It's too dangerous to use them now, she informs John hastily. John did not anticipate such a situation arising at this moment. He hurriedly said to Sonia, you take them and run ahead. I'll stay back with Lorna to cover you. Without hesitation, Sonia nodded and immediately began to flee in the opposite direction with Clarice and Michelle. She was acutely aware that her abilities were ill-suited for combat, and remaining would only serve as a burden. Similarly, Clarice, gripped by tension, could not contribute much. Staying would only complicate matters further. However, John failed to notice that the white-collar man observed Sonia leading the three young girls away without a hint of urgency, instead sporting a peculiar smile. Chapter 49, Gunshots and Headshots. There is no time to discuss this now. I will explain once we are out of here, Clarice stated. Although Michelle and the others remained in a state of panic, they chose to trust that Clarice would not harm them, refraining from further questions and simply following her lead. Soon, they found themselves in an area resembling an abandoned mine. The mine was dotted with several dilapidated buildings that appeared long forgotten. Upon seeing the buildings, Sonia's eyes lit up. Let's go inside and hide. Her intention was straightforward. Find a place to take shelter, and once Clarice regained her composure, she could utilize the spatial portal to relocate them again. Otherwise, given their physical condition, they would not be able to run very far. Yet, while Sonia's intentions were noble, reality proved harsh. Just as she resolved to lead the three young girls into the building for safety, the sudden roar of engines erupted from the surroundings. Moments later, 7 or 8 SUVs emerged from the periphery of the dilapidated mine, encircling the 4 of them. This scene caused Sonia's expression to change drastically. Michelle and Aaron were equally startled, nearly on the verge of tears, clutching tightly to Clarice's hands, their bodies trembling slightly. Clarice, though slightly more composed, was not in a much better state, equally fraught with tension. With a clamor, a group of individuals resembling mercenaries surged forth from the vehicles, aiming their weapons at the encircled Clarice and the others. In the face of such an overwhelming force, even if Clarice's abilities were stable, there would be no time to escape with the others. These individuals wielded firearms that were no toys, and they would not allow for any chance of escape. As for Sonia, her power was to alter memories, and it could only be executed when the target was unguarded and in close proximity. Surrounded by so many, her abilities were rendered utterly futile. Listen carefully. Immediately kneel and surrender. You have 10 seconds. Once the time is up, there will be no mercy. A figure who appeared to be the leader stepped out of one of the vehicles, coldly declaring. Upon hearing the threat of execution, Michelle and Aaron collapsed in fear to the ground. They are, after all, merely ordinary high school girls, unaccustomed to such a terrifying spectacle. The mere act of being confronted by a group wielding firearms is already frightful enough, let alone the grim implication that their intent may be lethal. Sonia and Clarice, though slightly more resilient, were nonetheless drenched in perspiration. A fleeting glance exchanged between them revealed a shared struggle. At that moment, the menacing leader threatening them commenced a countdown. 10, 9, 8. Suddenly, a sound reminiscent of a bursting watermelon echoed through the air as the leaders had exploded, leaving only his body standing in place, which then toppled backward due to inertia. An ambush! Caution! Take cover! The seasoned fighters immediately discerned the grim fate of their leader and realized they were under siege, likely ambushed by concealed assailants. Clarice and her companions were taken aback by the gruesome scene, while Michelle and her friend trembled in terror, clutching their heads and screaming. Yet, the chaos was far from over. As several mercenaries shouted warnings of an ambush and urged caution, each of them was swiftly silenced, their heads exploding in succession. Shit! They're in the building to the left. Someone deduced the source of the gunfire from the direction in which the fallen comrades had collapsed. However, before the warning could fully escape his lips, his own head was violently obliterated. The horrific scene ignited a fury among the remaining mercenaries, who unleashed a barrage of gunfire towards the left building. Yet, this frenzied attack did little to improve their dire situation, as more of them continued to fall victim to the unseen gunfire. In less than 10 seconds, nearly half of the 30-plus individuals who had disembarked from the vehicle lay dead, leaving only a handful standing. Retreat. If we don't leave now, we'll all perish here. The shout rang out, but it was too late. Had they retreated collectively from the outset, perhaps a few might have escaped. Now, the situation was grim. The sound of gunfire echoed like fireworks, with each shot resulting in another head exploding. Not a single bullet went astray. In mere moments, only 3 among the group retained their heads atop their necks, though their limbs were riddled with bullets, collapsing to the ground like marionettes severed from their strings. It was evident to anyone observing that the assailants had deliberately spared these individuals as potential witnesses. This blood-soaked and harrowing scene left Clarice and her companions pale with fear. Although the hidden assailants had, in essence, saved them, they remained oblivious to the identity and motives of their saviors, wondering if they too might have intentions akin to those of the mercenaries. Amidst their trepidation, they beheld a mysterious figure clad in red combat attire, adorned with a silver, full-face helmet, emerging from the dilapidated building and approaching them with measured steps. The enigmatic figure bore a flamboyant, blood-red, long gun upon his shoulder, seemingly a perfect match for his combat attire. Instinctively, they cast their gaze behind the mysterious man, only to find no one else in sight. One individual? Both Sonia and Clarice were expressions of disbelief. How could a single person annihilate that group in such a brief span of time, and with such precision? The very thought instilled a sense of trepidation within them. As the mysterious man drew nearer, the oppressive aura he exuded intensified, prompting them to take a few steps back. Yet, they dared not act impulsively, let alone attempt to flee. In the face of those mercenaries, escape had been impossible. How could they hope to evade a terrifying figure capable of decimating an entire squad of mercenaries in less than half a minute? Despite their fear, they could not shake the inevitable dread that gripped them. When a mysterious man halted mere meters away, a voice emanated from beneath his mask, one that struck a familiar chord in Clarice's ears. "Is this what you call a birthday party for your friend?" Sonia and Michelle were utterly perplexed by this statement. What birthday party? Only Clarice trembled in disbelief, staring at the mysterious figure and stammering, "You," as she fumbled for words. The mysterious man removed his silver-white mask. Chapter 050. Brother? Brother? Upon beholding the familiar visage beneath the mask, Clarice questioned her own sanity. In truth, when a mysterious man uttered, "Is this what you call a birthday party for your friend?" her heart had already begun to conjecture, coupled with his voice, which she recognized all too well. She might have been momentarily stunned, but when he mentioned the birthday party, realization dawned upon her. Only when he unmasked did she finally confirm that she had not misheard. Yet, this revelation only deepened her disbelief. Throughout her life, Raymond, her brother, had been her academic idol, excelling at a prestigious university and earning acclaim in the field of psychology. Guests at their home would often laud the parenting skills of the Fong family. Thus, Clarice had always looked up to Raymond as a model for her own aspirations, determined to emulate his prowess as she grew. Yet, the Raymond before her was a solitary gunman who had dispatched an armed squad of mercenaries in a mere half-minute, a far cry from the esteemed psychologist she had idolized. Could psychology possibly encompass this? Bang! At that moment, Sonia and the others noticed that among the 3 survivors, one had been stealthily reaching for a nearby weapon, only to have his hand obliterated by Raymond's gunfire. "Stay put and do not approach that area," Raymond instructed, foregoing pleasantries with Clarice as he pointed towards the dilapidated building before striding towards the 3 survivors. As he approached the trio, he nonchalantly fired another shot at the surviving individual who was about to reach for his weapon, instantly delivering a fatal blow to the head. He then holstered his handgun and slung the crimson long gun across his back. With one survivor in each hand, he made his way toward the dilapidated building, swiftly vanishing from the sight of Clarice and her companions. Unbeknownst to Clarice, the figure she had just conversed with, though it could be loosely identified as Raymond, was actually his lethal persona in full force. Even the initial inquiry posed was a deliberate utterance crafted by Raymond to conceal any peculiarities from Clarice, adhering to the principle of saying less to avoid errors. This persona refrained from engaging in further dialogue with Clarice and proceeded directly to interrogate the captives. For him, this was merely a mundane affair, one he was all too familiar with. It was only when Raymond had completely disappeared from their view that Sonia exhaled a sigh of relief and inquired of Clarice, "Who was that just now? Your brother? The one you mentioned, the psychology PhD?" Sonia's reaction mirrored that of Clarice upon discovering the identity concealed beneath the hood, her face a canvas of disbelief. Even Michelle and Aaron, who had been slumped on the ground, found a semblance of strength, supporting each other as they stood, both gasping in astonishment. "That's your brother?" It was evident that Clarice had previously spoken of her brother to her two friends. "Yes," she replied, her expression a complex tapestry of emotions. "He is incredibly handsome." Michelle's eyes sparkled with admiration. "Does your brother have a girlfriend?" Aaron's inquiry was decidedly more practical. "Can you two really find humor in such a moment?" Clarice thought. Amused. She felt that her friends were remarkably unfazed, while her own heart raced, still ensnared in the panic of being surrounded by mercenaries moments ago. "What on earth is your brother's background? How is he so formidable?" Sonia, unlike the two girls, was not caught up in infatuation. Her focus was on the true nature of Raymond. Initially, she had intended to describe him as ruthless, but reconsidered, realizing that he was Clarice's brother, thus opting for the term formidable instead. "I don't know when he became this powerful, and he shouldn't even be aware of my circumstances. I certainly didn't expect him to show up," Clarice murmured, withholding the entire truth. She refrained from mentioning the SHIELD incident that Raymond had disclosed the previous day, uncertain of how it might affect him. Sonia likely recognized that Clarice was not being entirely forthright, as it was among her abilities to discern such nuances, yet she chose not to press further. Everyone harbors their own secrets. Sonia, too, possessed mysteries that Clarice was unaware of. Even between friends, complete transparency is an unrealistic expectation, as such is the nature of humanity. She merely nodded and said, "In any case, we owe it all to your brother this time. Otherwise, we would truly have been apprehended. What should we do now?" After a silent exchange of glances between Michelle and Aaron, they suddenly remembered that they had not completely extricated themselves from danger, turning their gaze towards Clarice. "My brother instructed us to wait here, so let us do just that." Clarice hesitated. Suddenly, before she could finish her sentence, a chilling wail echoed from the derelict building, sounding as if someone was enduring inhuman torment. Considering that Raymond had deliberately left a few alive and instructed them to remain away from the old building, they quickly deduced the rationale behind his orders. While Michelle and Aaron remained largely unfazed, still caught in a daze, Sonia's expression shifted slightly, revealing a hint of compassion. Even though this group had just assaulted them, had she been in their position, she could not possibly bring herself to deliver a fatal blow. Such actions were not in line with the ethos of the mutant underground organization. However, Raymond was not one of their own and had just rescued them, leaving her with no ground to voice any objections. Chapter 051, Hellfire Club. Within the derelict building, he had initially intended to follow Clarice after school, to ascertain whether she had indeed become entangled with that disreputable mutant underground organization, as he suspected. To his astonishment, his suspicions were confirmed, and he unexpectedly encountered the appearance of the white-collar man. At that moment, while the white-collar man was engaged in a verbal exchange with John and the others, Raymond was discreetly lurking in the shadows, poised to intervene if necessary. It was during that time that he received several notifications from the system. Among them was the recognition of Polaris, Lorna Dane, as an A-class anti-hero, granting him 50 exploration points, along with B-class hero Thunderbird, John Proudstar, and the B-class hero Dreamer, Sonia Simonson, who collectively contributed 30 and 10 exploration points respectively. Observing the arrival of these three individuals allowed Raymond to confirm that Clarice had indeed established contact with the mutant underground organization, a point later validated by John. The only aspect that surprised Raymond was the sudden emergence of the white-collar man. Through the system's notifications, he quickly discerned the identity of the white-collar man as B-class villain Absorbing Man, Carl Creel, who also provided him with 30 exploration points. The collective contribution of these four individuals amounted to 120 exploration points, which was an unexpected boon. Nevertheless, his primary focus at the time was not on this. For while 120 exploration points were indeed an achievement, they did not elicit an overwhelming sense of excitement. His true concern lay in understanding the circumstances surrounding the white-collar man who had targeted Clarice. He had some recollection of Absorbing Man, a being capable of transforming his body into any material he came into contact with. The origins of his abilities varied across different Marvel universes. In certain renditions, he is depicted as a magical being, transformed through Loki's sorcery, a humanoid weapon created to combat Thor. In other versions, he is portrayed as a mutant, awakening his own abilities. Merely through the system's prompts, Raymond finds it challenging to ascertain the true nature of the Absorber in this realm. However, when the Absorber reveals his intent to absorb Clarice on behalf of the mutant organization behind him, Raymond can surmise that this entity is likely also a mutant, though the specifics of the organization remain elusive. After Clarice and her companions make their escape, Raymond discreetly follows, discovering that others are also pursuing them. In such dire circumstances, even if he were to switch to his alter ego, Cloak, it would be improbable for him to neutralize all adversaries without endangering Clarice and her group. Thus, he opts for the most prudent choice, the manifestation of his Deadshot alter ego and its accompanying arsenal. Given the precarious situation, where the enemy is aware and he is not, employing Deadshot is almost a guarantee of success. Indeed, Raymond's decision proves astute. Deadshot resolves the conflict in under 30 seconds, preserving several captives at Raymond's request. Otherwise, a swift execution would have been far simpler. Following interrogations conducted by Deadshot, Raymond finally uncovers the origins of the organization behind the Absorber, which he is not unfamiliar with, the Hellfire Club. This mutant organization, with roots tracing back to the 18th century, boasts a historical significance that eclipses the two largest contemporary mutant organizations. Its operational model is unique, distinct from the Mutant Brotherhood that confronts governments directly, resembling an international terrorist entity, and differing from the X-Men who adopt a cooperative stance to mitigate tensions between mutants and humans. Instead, the Hellfire Club operates discreetly within the fabric of human society. Notably, the former Magneto had once been a member and even served as its leader. Even after the advent of gene testing technologies, the core interests of the organization remained unshaken. As they could recede into the shadows, allowing their proxies to ascend, these proxies are not mutants and would evade detection regardless of the methods employed. At present, the extent of the organization's power is largely inscrutable to anyone outside its inner circle. In comparison, John's underground mutant organization appears almost trivial, which explains the Absorber's indifference upon learning that Clarice had allied with John. The two factions operate on vastly different scales. Thus, it begs the question, why concern oneself? In a world where both the Hellfire Club and the Mutant Brotherhood coexist, what role does Magneto play? Is he truly the leader of both organizations? Raymond pondered. Since the revelation that this world does not conform to any version of the Marvel Universe he had previously known, he has seldom indulged in self-assured subjective judgments. While many aspects align with his understanding, numerous distinctions also exist. Should he presume himself to be omniscient, he might find himself oblivious to his own demise. However, from the intelligence extracted from the interrogation of Deadshot's alter ego, it appears that the Hellfire Club in this world bears little deviation from what he is familiar with. Aside from the uncertainty surrounding whether the leader is indeed the Old Man, the organizational structure remains consistent, with core members designated by chess piece code names, one each for the Black King, White King, Black Queen, and White Queen, and two each for the Black Rook, Black Bishop, Black Knight, White Rook, White Bishop, and White Knight, totaling 16 core members. The individual leading this operation, the Absorber, happens to be one of the two Black Knights. This presents a bit of a conundrum. Upon uncovering the Absorber's background, Raymond felt a pang of frustration. Initially, he had presumed Clarice was merely entangled with a mutant underground organization, and if that were the case, severing their connection would not pose a significant challenge. Yet now, with the involvement of the Hellfire Club, the situation has become markedly more complicated. Chapter 052, Contemplating Strategies. Compared to the Hellfire Club, which boasts a history spanning over 2 centuries, the mutant underground organization is, at best, a minor entity. Any core member of the Hellfire Club possesses the capability to effortlessly dismantle such a small organization. Given the Hellfire Club as historical modus operandi, its core members are undoubtedly more than mere masters of physical prowess. The influence they wield is what truly incites trepidation. At its zenith, the Hellfire Club could subtly instigate discord among superpowers, illustrating the vastness of their reach. Departments like the Sentinel Special Operations, which pose a significant threat to the mutant underground organization, are barely regarded as a threat by the Hellfire Club. For instance, had Raymond not unexpectedly appeared. Even if John and Lorna managed to extricate themselves from the Absorber, Clarice and Sonia would surely have been captured. This outcome occurred with merely one core member of the Hellfire Club present. Furthermore, the Absorber was not specifically targeting the mutant underground organization. His initial intent was simply to recruit Clarice into the Hellfire Club. Had he been resolved to confront the mutant underground organization, he would have summoned more resources, certainly bringing along some non-core mutant members from the club. In such a scenario, the mutant underground organization, relying solely on John, a mutant of average combat ability, and Lorna, who possesses untapped potential yet remains untrained, would stand little chance in confrontation. Thus, Raymond's assessment of the mutant underground organization remains objective. It is indeed a struggling entity, even with Lorna, the daughter of the Old Man, among its ranks. The current underground organization of mutants pales in comparison to the two second-rate mutant factions, the Third Division and Summer Island, which are currently embroiled in a struggle with David. Raymond is confident in severing the connection between Clarice and the underground mutant organization due to the latter's exceedingly feeble operational style, coupled with the fact that he is Clarice's brother. Given his eloquence, persuading John and his associates to release her should pose little difficulty. Moreover, should words fail, his physical prowess surpasses that of John and his crew. If necessary, he can resort to the iron fist of love to convey his point. However, the situation changes dramatically when faced with the Hellfire Club. The capabilities of their absorber are commendable, as evidenced by their numerous encounters with various superheroes, managing to remain unscathed thus far. Yet, their vulnerabilities are equally pronounced. As long as one possesses the means to counteract them, Raymond could incapacitate the absorber without even resorting to his alternate persona, Pow Bye Bye. If you're to engage that persona, he could easily overpower the absorber. Nevertheless, eliminating a single absorber would not resolve Clarice's current predicament and could potentially exacerbate the situation. The Hellfire Club would not idly stand by while a core member is killed. They would likely dispatch more, stronger core members to investigate the circumstances surrounding the absorber's demise. Even if Raymond could continue his onslaught, the Hellfire Club is not naive enough to repeatedly send individuals to bolster his experience. It is worth noting that Raymond can only momentarily switch to the Pow by persona. Even if he were to summon that persona directly, absolute freedom to act would remain unattainable. Thus, unless absolutely necessary, Raymond is reluctant to openly confront them. As for the mercenaries who have been eliminated, they are merely insignificant pawns to the Hellfire Club. Their deaths would not incite a significant response and would not alter the larger scheme of things. Certainly, if it were Raymond in charge, he would not engage in such indiscriminate slaughter. Yet, the Deadpool persona is far from benign. Raymond's directive was to neutralize those threats while ensuring Clarice and her companion's safety. For Deadpool, this option is the most secure. Death is the ultimate safeguard. Resolving to first escort them to safety before devising a further plan, Raymond shook his head and proceeded toward the building's exit. Minutes later, he arrived in his car before Clarice and the others. "Please get in," he called out, rolling down the window. "Hello, Brother Raymond. I am Michelle Aaron, a classmate of Clary." Upon entering the vehicle, Michelle and Aaron simultaneously engaged in light conversation. Upon discovering their mutual intentions, they exchanged glances filled with rivalry. In contrast to the two exuberant girls, Clarice and Sonia remained notably subdued, maintaining silence as they entered the car. Clarice was embarrassed after being caught in a lie, while Sonia felt uneasy about the gruesome scene they had just witnessed and was uncertain how to interact with Raymond. "Hello, everyone." Raymond initially greeted the two young girls with a polite smile before turning to Clarice in the passenger seat and inquiring, "Aren't you going to offer me an explanation?" Sitting in the center of the back seat, Sonia immediately understood the cue, her hands discreetly pressing down on the heads of Michelle and Aaron on either side. In an instant, both girls collapsed, slumping back into their seats, fast asleep. Raymond realized that this must also be one of Sonia's abilities, somewhat akin to that of the Mantis from the Guardians, though likely not as potent. "Are you a mutant?" Raymond glanced at Sonia through the rearview mirror. "Brother, you truly know about mutants?" Clarice responded, not particularly surprised. Earlier, when Raymond mentioned matters concerning S.H.I.E.L.D. at home, Clarice had surmised that he might be aware of the existence of mutants. However, she was uncertain of how Raymond would perceive mutants, which had prevented her from being forthcoming at that time. After all, based on the first-hand experiences of many mutant friends, even family members often harbored negative attitudes toward the emergence of mutants. Clarice was unsure of how Raymond and the fallen couple would react to the matter, hence her reluctance to disclose the truth, not wanting to jeopardize her relationship with her family. Yet, it seemed that the truth could no longer be concealed, and she had no choice but to confess. Actually, I'm also a mutant." As she spoke, Clarice removed her colored contact lenses, revealing a pair of emerald-like eyes that had transformed following her awakening. "Why didn't you tell me sooner?" Raymond continued to drive, displaying no particularly strong reaction. Did I ask you?" Without allowing Sonia to finish her sentence, Raymond interrupted coldly. He was well aware of why Clarice had kept it hidden. He understood their situation even better than they did, and there was no need for Sonia to elaborate. His inquiry was merely a means to admonish Clarice, ensuring she would remember not to take things for granted in the future. "Brother, why are you speaking to Sister Sonia like that?" Clarice was taken aback by Raymond's abruptness, unable to believe such words were coming from him. In her eyes, Raymond had always been a gentle and courteous scholar. This was the first time she witnessed such a brusque demeanor from him. How should I speak to her? Raymond replied coldly. If I hadn't come along, you would have been taken today. What value does an organization that can't even protect its own hold? But Clarice felt somewhat defiant, yet momentarily at a loss for a rebuttal. No. Upon hearing that Raymond intended to inform the Fong couple, she became frantic. She knew them too well, especially her mother, Roland. If she were to find out about Clarice's involvement in such matters, she would undoubtedly impose a lockdown, leaving Clarice unable to go anywhere except school. I await your explanation. This time, Raymond did not relent. 10 minutes later, Raymond found a suitable location to drop the 4 women off before departing. However, he was momentarily at a loss for a viable strategy. Thus, he resolved to resort to extraordinary measures. Boom, 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 under Lorna's command. The 2 car doors relentlessly slammed against the absorber, Carl, creating a rather spectacular scene. Yet, Carl remained motionless, allowing Lorna's assault to continue, exuding an air of indifference that suggested he would concede the moment he moved. John, of course, was not idle either. He had somehow procured a bag filled with short spears approximately a meter long. As Lorna attacked the absorber, he seized the opportunity to launch his own strikes. With his superhuman strength, the damage inflicted by these thrown spears rivaled that of conventional firearms, and each time he threw, he aimed for Carl's vital points, such as his neck, eyes, and other sensitive areas. Nevertheless, despite Lorna's continuous barrage and John's sporadic, forceful strikes, they could not inflict any harm on Carl, who appeared to be merely amused by their efforts, as if they were merely scratching an itch. Curiously, Carl showed no urgency to retaliate and allowed their attacks to persist. Something felt amiss. After the 6th failed attack, John finally sensed that the situation was not as it seemed. Although on the surface it appeared that he and Lorna held the upper hand, their prolonged assault had seemingly left Carl unscathed, indicating that his defenses far surpassed their destructive capabilities. Their attacks seemed utterly ineffective against him. If that were the case, why would he stand there, enduring their strikes without retaliating? With such an impenetrable defense, he could easily disregard their attempts and launch a direct counterattack. Even if John could evade with his super speed, Lorna lacked such abilities and would inevitably find herself at a disadvantage. He could not fathom why Carl would allow them to attack without response, merely to toy with them. That seemed rather tedious. Wait, he realized the gravity of the situation upon considering that Carl surely would not have come merely to mock them. John suddenly recognized that Carl's original target was, in fact, Clarice. Coupled with Carl's current inexplicable behavior, a possibility struck him. Had he finally connected the dots? However, it seemed Carl had likely succeeded in his objective. Noticing John's change in expression, the absorber, Carl, surmised that John had come to a realization. Nevertheless, he calculated the time and concluded that it was likely sufficient for his allies to have captured their target. His purpose in staying here was merely to temporarily stall John and Lorna, the primary combatants, allowing the others to apprehend Clarice and her companions. He understood that with just himself and the individuals he had brought, capturing John and his allies all at once was implausible. Had he been aware in advance that Clarice had joined the mutant underground organization and arrived fully prepared, there might have been a chance. Now, however, hope seemed slim. After all, his abilities were ill-suited for apprehending individuals. He could hardly pursue even a single John. Thus, he refrained from attacking, fearing that he might frighten John and his companions away, which would adversely affect the situation elsewhere. Let's go. John, having discerned the problem, promptly summoned Lorna to prepare for their retreat. Carl did not intervene, for he understood that even if he wished to stop them, it would likely prove futile. There was no need to engage in fruitless efforts. Watching the pair's departing figures, Carl chuckled to himself, pondering the intriguing nature of their abilities. Might there be a connection to that individual? For this revelation alone, my journey here has not been in vain. However, if I were you, I would not celebrate too soon. Just as Carl reveled in his newfound insight, an unfamiliar voice abruptly interrupted him. Knowing too much is not always advantageous. Carl's expression shifted slightly as he turned to the source of the voice. He beheld a mixed-race man of Caucasian descent, who had somehow appeared not far behind him, arms crossed before his chest, leaning against a wall with a bemused smile. The previous remark had undoubtedly originated from this individual. The fact that he had manifested here without Carl's awareness led him to suspect that this person was not merely an ordinary passerby. Who might you be? Carl asked in a low voice. My name is Raymond. Yes, this is likely the first time you have heard it. The mixed-race man, or rather Raymond, who was under the control of the alternate persona of Chloe, replied with a light laugh. By the way, the girl you intend to capture is my sister. Chapter 054. The Black Emperor naturally, Carl had never encountered the name Raymond before, but upon hearing the latter half of the statement, he quickly comprehended why Raymond had come to him. It turned out that he was a brother coming to defend his sister. This was particularly common among those extraordinary individuals who had been associated with organizations. Additionally, it was not unusual for families to produce multiple mutants. For instance, the renowned brothers Cyclops and Havoc were prime examples. He had not previously delved into Clarice's family background and was unaware that she had a brother. However, such information could easily be uncovered, leading him to believe that the other party was not deceiving him. Mr. Raymond, have you come to defend your sister? Now aware of the man's identity, Carl felt a sense of reassurance. In truth, you need not concern yourself. I am here solely to absorb her, and I harbor no ill intent. Raymond replied coolly. However, I would prefer that she not be prematurely embroiled in these disturbances. As for her future, I believe she should decide for herself once she reaches adulthood. Carl shook his head. You're too late. No, not at all, Raymond said, a wicked smile curling at the corners of his mouth. If you are referring to the several vehicles of cannon fodder you dispatched to apprehend her, I have already taken the liberty of dealing with them. What did you say? Carl's countenance darkened suddenly. There was no choice. They were all armed and rather aggressive. To prevent any reckless actions on their part, I had no option but to send them on their way. Raymond shrugged. You likely do not comprehend whom you are confronting. Carl's tone turned hostile. Is it not the Hellfire Club? Raymond feigned surprise. You. Do not be so agitated. I merely conducted a brief interrogation before sending them on their way, Raymond said with a smile. It was only then that he realized Mr. Carl was indeed a formidable Black Knight. How audacious to betray the club. Carl gritted his teeth in frustration. This cannot be solely attributed to them. If you can withstand my personal questioning, I firmly believe that had you, Mr. Carl, been in their position, the outcome would not have differed significantly. You have slain my men and yet dare to meet me? Do you presume you have me at your mercy? Raymond gestured towards Carl's back. Touch your back. Carl was perplexed by this sudden remark amid their conversation, yet he did not inquire further. He casually felt his back to discern Raymond's intention. As soon as his hand brushed against it, he discovered a note had been affixed there unbeknownst to him, causing his expression to darken immediately. However, this was not the end. Upon removing the note, he found an inscription that instantly rendered his countenance even more grim, for it contained the precise method to counter his abilities. Furthermore, the fact that Raymond had managed to attach this note without his awareness was a testament to Raymond's capability to effortlessly eliminate him using the very method inscribed upon it. Had John and Lorna seen this note earlier, he might have already knelt before them. After folding the note several times and tearing it to shreds, he spoke in a low voice. Even if you believe you have me at your mercy, are you certain you can withstand the club's retribution? If you were certain of that, do you think I would still be standing here engaging in this futile conversation? Raymond scoffed. Carl fell silent for a moment before replying. I can leave at this point. Never to return. I do not trust your words. Raymond interjected decisively. What do you expect me to do? Carl retorted, a hint of irritation creeping into his tone. Help me establish contact with someone authoritative within your club. I wish to communicate directly with him. Raymond articulated his demand. Is that so? You are unwilling? Then I shall simply eliminate you and await their arrival, Raymond threatened. Wait, I acquiesce. Carl quickly responded. He harbored doubts about Raymond's willingness to kill him, especially since Raymond had already obtained some intelligence about the Hellfire Club from his subordinates. However, he dared not gamble, as the stakes were his very life. Should he lose, there would be no chance for a comeback, and he had no intention of wagering his existence. Once connected, he briefly communicated with the person on the other end before handing the phone to Raymond. Raymond took the call, and a rugged voice resonated from the other side. I am the Black Emperor. This simple introduction confirmed to Raymond that he was indeed speaking with someone of authority. According to the Hellfire Club's hierarchy, the Black Emperor and the White Emperor were both supreme leaders, equal in rank. However, as the saying goes, two tigers cannot coexist on the same mountain. Typically, one of the positions remained vacant, and for both to be filled, mutual recognition of each other's capabilities was essential. However, such circumstances are exceedingly rare. At this moment, the identities of the upper echelon of the Hellfire Club remain unknown, even to Raymond, and naturally, the vice persona of Cloak has no means of guessing, as his knowledge of the Hellfire Club is solely derived from Raymond. Nevertheless, he does not require knowledge of the other party's identity. After all he seeks is an opportunity for negotiation. Greetings, I am Raymond. Indeed, I have been briefed on the general situation by Carl. Please articulate your intentions, spoke the unidentified Black Emperor directly and candidly from the other end of the line. I wish to join your esteemed club. Very well, the Black Emperor replied, though he cautioned, let us not rush to agreement. I have certain stipulations. Oh, I desire a title. That is against protocol, the Black Emperor replied in a grave tone. You have managed to convince Carl not to pursue retribution for the lives you have taken, thereby demonstrating your strength. However, to become a core member of the club, one must contribute significantly. I cannot acquiesce to your request outright. Do not attempt to deceive me with such rhetoric, Mr. Black Emperor. Rules are established by individuals and can also be amended by them. I trust you possess the authority to alter these regulations, Raymond stated with a faint smile. On what basis do you presume I would violate the club's rules for your sake? Because I have unwavering confidence in my capabilities. Upon hearing this, the Black Emperor fell silent for a few moments, and after a brief pause, he continued, Tomorrow, I shall personally visit Richmond. With that, the call was abruptly terminated. Chapter 055. Convergence. What did the Black Emperor say? Carl inquired tentatively. He indicated that he would come to Richmond tomorrow, Raymond replied nonchalantly. Carl appeared somewhat astonished. It seems the Black Emperor holds you in high regard, Mr. Raymond. Please provide me with your contact information. I shall reach out to you tomorrow. Raymond did not respond to his request, but shifted the conversation, stating, Additionally, before I meet your esteemed Black Emperor, I wish for my sister to remain undisturbed. Otherwise, that is certainly not an issue, Carl readily agreed, without much hesitation. Regardless of whether Raymond could persuade the Black Emperor to make an exception for him and grant him core membership, he deemed it unnecessary to offend someone who held knowledge of his vulnerabilities over a mere routine absorption task. He had indeed contemplated eliminating Raymond, but after considerable internal conflict, he restrained himself. He was uncertain of the outcome should he act impulsively, as Raymond possessed undeniable leverage over him. Moreover, Raymond was no ordinary individual. He was even unaware of the full extent of Raymond's abilities. In such precarious circumstances, taking action would be akin to gambling with his own life. Hence, he ultimately resolved to bide his time. Well then, I shall take my leave, Raymond declared, turning to depart. Please hold on, Carl suddenly called out to him. Yes. Raymond halted and turned to face him. Are you attempting to ascertain whether I possess the capability to eliminate you? No, Mr. Raymond, do not misinterpret my intentions. I merely wish to inquire about your earlier statement regarding how knowing too much may not always be advantageous. What did you mean by that? You wish to discuss this? Raymond paused for a moment before shaking his head and replying, This matter is somewhat intricate. We shall discuss it later when time permits. In any case, I can offer you this piece of advice. When it involves significant figures, it is prudent to maintain a degree of ambiguity. He was astonished that Carl had failed to notice Raymond's departure. Such an elusive ability startled Carl slightly. Yet he felt a sense of relief for not having acted impulsively and created a rift. However, he was not particularly surprised, as he had harbored suspicions prior. It was Raymond's earlier admonition that piqued his curiosity. When it involves significant figures, it is wise to be a bit muddled. Could she truly be connected to that individual? The image of a girl with long, dark green hair floated into his mind as he murmured. When John and Lona extricated themselves from Carl and reconnected with Sonia, they were taken aback to find that Sonia and her companions had managed to escape quite a distance. Upon reuniting, John embraced Sonia warmly. It was only then that he noticed Clarice's two friends were still unconscious, and he queried in confusion, What has happened to them? Sonia, without reservation, recounted the events that had transpired. That fellow truly had a backup plan. How infuriating. I was careless. Upon learning that had it not been for Clarice's brother's timely intervention, they would likely have been captured, John's expression turned to one of frustration. This debacle was undoubtedly a miscalculation on his part. As the leader of the organization and as her boyfriend, he bore an inescapable responsibility. Do not berate yourself. It is not as dire as it seems, Lona consoled, while glancing at her friend Clarice with curiosity. Clarice, did you not tell me that your brother is a psychologist? How has he suddenly become a top-tier agent? Clarice found herself at a loss for an explanation. Just then, a ringing phone provided her an escape. The caller was, of course, Raymond. After inquiring about their current location, he swiftly ended the call. Your brother? Sonia inquired, looking at her. Yes, Clarice replied, appearing somewhat anxious. She was uncertain whether she could persuade Raymond, and her tension was understandable. A few minutes later, Raymond's vehicle came to a stop before them, and he stepped out. Having seen the two newcomers from a distance, he was well aware of their identities. Particularly, Lona, the renowned Polaris sister, was easily recognizable even to those who had not met her before, thanks to her striking dark green hair and an aura that unmistakably signaled her formidable presence. Brother, Clarice said shyly, gazing at Raymond. Raymond responded lightly, revealing no discernible emotion. The earlier switch to his alter ego, Chloe, had been primarily to explore whether Chloe could resolve Clarice's predicament without inciting a complete rupture with the Hellfire Club. After conveying the general situation to the alternate personality of Chloe, Raymond decided to observe the unfolding events. He was taken aback by Chloe's approach, which involved infiltrating the opposing side directly. It must be said that this decision indeed caught Raymond off guard. Had it been his choice, he would likely have contemplated negotiating with Carl. However, upon further reflection, Chloe's strategy appeared to be quite astute, although it seemed somewhat radical at first glance. The likelihood of success was evidently far superior to that of negotiation. Negotiations can yield either successful or unsuccessful outcomes, and even in the case of success, there remains the possibility of the other party having second thoughts, laden with uncertainties. Conversely, if he could penetrate the Hellfire Club and become a core member, Clarice would essentially be considered one of their own, thereby eliminating any potential future repercussions. Realizing this, Raymond chose not to hinder Chloe's initiative, allowing him the freedom to manage the situation. "Good day, Mr. Raymond. My name is John." He greeted warmly upon seeing Raymond. "Are you their leader?" Raymond interjected with an indifferent expression. Yes," John stammered, taken aback by Raymond's cold demeanor. Yet he pressed on, "I sincerely thank you for rescuing Sonia and the others. I am at a loss for how to express my gratitude." "There is no need for gratitude. Simply keep your distance from Clarice in the future," Raymond replied flatly. "Is that what I'm supposed to do?" John faltered, finally comprehending Raymond's implication. "What does that mean, Mr. Raymond?" John asked, slightly bewildered. "Literally what I said," Raymond replied calmly. "If you encounter a situation like today's again, do you believe that you novices can truly protect her? Or, should any of them find themselves in similar trouble, what assistance could your organization possibly offer? To be honest, I see no reason for her to associate with a group of novices who can barely protect themselves. Even banding together, you would solve nothing." "Brother, how can you speak like that?" Clarice interjected, visibly distressed. "Be quiet. I have yet to settle accounts with you." Raymond shot her a glare. Upon hearing Raymond mention settling scores, Clarice immediately wilted. However, while Clarice became subdued, Lorna could not remain silent, defiantly stating, "It was that guy who played tricks, and besides, Clee's abilities have suddenly become unstable. That's why we found ourselves in such a predicament. If we had been more vigilant, this situation would never have arisen. Do you feel the same way?" Raymond asked Clarice. Nevertheless, from her expression, he could discern that she likely shared that sentiment. Shaking his head, Raymond inquired, "Have you heard of the Hellfire Club?" Only John's expression shifted dramatically. "It seems you are aware," Raymond remarked, directing his gaze toward him. "I once heard an older mutant mention it. It is said to be the oldest existing mutant organization, predating the Mutant Brotherhood and the X-Men by a considerable margin." John recounted. "So, it is that organization." Sonia seemed to recall something as well, and promptly responded, "Mr. Raymond, are you implying that those individuals just now were for the Hellfire Club?" "Indeed," Raymond nodded slightly. Upon hearing Raymond's confirmation, John's heart sank dramatically. Unlike Lorna, who had awakened her abilities long ago but only truly entered this realm upon joining the Mutant Underground organization, John's exposure to this world had been far earlier. He was acutely aware of how terrifying an organization like the Hellfire Club, recognized as the most enigmatic and ancient among mutant factions, could be. The underground organization he led hardly ranked among the myriad of mutant groups, often considered barely third-rate. The disparity between the two was immense, and he certainly understood the implications. However, while John recognized the precarious situation, Lorna, unaware of the Hellfire Club's true nature, remained defiant. "What, they have a long history. That guy didn't seem particularly formidable to me. He merely has a tougher shell. I refuse to believe he is truly invincible." "He is certainly not invincible. No ability exists without its flaws," Raymond replied. "Then what is there to fear?" Lorna, encouraged by Raymond's agreement, felt emboldened. "Little girl, you don't genuinely believe that man was the leader of the Hellfire Club, do you?" Raymond chuckled softly, shaking his head. "Isn't he?" Lorna was taken aback. "Theoretically, the core members of the Hellfire Club should number 16, and that individual was merely one of them. Indeed, one of the weaker ones, as Raymond revealed the truth. This assertion held merit. Given that the Hellfire Club is named after chess pieces, it naturally follows a ranking system akin to chess. The Black Knight, Carl, likely occupied a lowly position among the core members. How is that possible? Lorna was astonished by this revelation, although she found the earlier individual quite irksome. She had to concede that his capabilities were undeniably impressive. Even when facing both her and John, he managed with remarkable ease. It is worth noting that she and John represented the strongest forces within their mutant underground organization, while there were a few other members with some combat prowess. They paled in comparison to the two of them. Thus, it could be said that the earlier individual was capable of single-handedly challenging the mutant underground organization. Yet, this remarkably powerful mutant was merely one of the 16 core members of the Hellfire Club, and one of the weaker ones at that. How formidable must the other core members be? If this were true, what a terrifying organization possessed of such powerful mutants. This notion, beyond comprehension, left Lorna feeling somewhat disoriented. However, when she glanced at John, she found him not disputing Raymond's claims, but rather enveloped in a heavy silence. Witnessing John's reaction, Lorna began to entertain the possibility that Raymond's assertions might indeed hold some truth. What she remained unaware of was that John, too, was uncertain whether Raymond's assertions held any semblance of truth, for he was oblivious to the existence of the Hellfire Club's 16 core members. Yet, when Raymond spoke, John felt no surprise, for only such a formidable organization could account for its centuries-old legacy. The history of mutants is undeniably a tale of humiliation. Even the two current titans often find themselves in hiding or resorting to pretense, forced to tread cautiously. A mutant organization lacking sufficient strength could not possibly endure for centuries, having been eradicated countless times. However, John was not devoid of courage. The mere knowledge that he faced the colossal Hellfire Club would not deter him from confrontation. Even when Carl revealed his identity, he could not abandon his comrades. Yet, in the face of Raymond's familial skepticism, he found it impossible to deceive himself. I concede that against the Hellfire Club, my power is indeed insignificant, yet I shall never relinquish Clarice, for she is my companion, John declared solemnly. Though Sonia uttered no words, her expression radiated resolve. Observing the seriousness etched on their faces, Raymond felt an urge to interject, questioning their perception of the Hellfire Club as a mere recruitment entity rather than a threat to their lives. However, to douse their fervor at that moment seemed rather harsh. So he refrained from such cruelty. With this thought, he maintained a stern demeanor as he turned to Clarice, asking, "Are you certain you wish to persist in this folly? This is my final inquiry. Ponder it well before responding." Clarice's expression wavered, yet ultimately she nodded, stating, "Throughout my life, I have never made any significant decisions. Please allow me this one moment of recklessness, brother. I implore you." "I hope you will not regret it," Raymond said, casting a deep gaze upon her. Before he could finish, the vehicle roared to life and sped away, leaving behind a group of bewildered individuals. Chapter 057. Raymond Transformation. What was meant by the notion that there was no need to worry about the Hellfire Club? Given the tone Raymond had just employed, they collectively deduced that the troubles posed by the Hellfire Club had, in fact, been resolved by Raymond. Only under such circumstances could he assert such confidence. Had anyone else made such a claim, they might have dismissed it as mere bravado, but Raymond, as Clarice's brother, had no reason to deceive her regarding such matters. In other words, it appeared that in the brief interval just before his departure, Raymond had successfully navigated the relationships with the Hellfire Club, persuading them to cease their disturbances toward Clarice, even after they had already suffered losses in personnel. What magnitude of influence must one wield to accomplish such a feat? They could scarcely fathom it. "Clarice, do tell the truth. What exactly does your brother do?" As soon as Raymond departed, Lorna immediately interrogated Clarice, transforming into a curious child. Lorna's demeanor was originally reserved solely for strangers. However, in the presence of familiar faces, she would instantly transform, as she did now. Trust me, I, too, was taken aback. With Lorna and John gazing intently at her, Clarice realized she needed to say something, otherwise her companions would likely not relent. Until now, I had only known that my brother worked for a vast organization collaborating with various governments, primarily in an educational capacity, completely unaware of his remarkable prowess. Could this enormous institution collaborating with governments be S.H.I.L.D.? John speculated. Clarice hesitated for a moment. She had not intended to mention S.H.I.L.D., not out of distrust towards her friends, but because this matter concerned her brother, Raymond. Just as she had never shared details about her friends with Raymond, she believed that the more people who knew, the greater the potential for complications. And she did not wish to harm anyone because of her own reasons. However, since John had already deduced she was referring to S.H., she saw no point in fabricating a lie. Moreover, with Sonia present, it would be futile to deceive someone who could read her like a book. Thus, she decided to be candid. So, she nodded and said, "I only just learned about this myself. S.H.I.E.L.D. What is that? How does it compare to the Sentinel Services?" Lorna asked, having never heard the name before, instinctively comparing it to the organization that relentlessly pursued mutants. The two were entirely different concepts. John shook his head. The Sentinel Services is merely a covert division under the North American military, generally operating within the continent. In contrast, SHIELD is a global international agency beyond the direct jurisdiction of the North American government. While neither organization is hierarchically superior to the other, they are not comparable in scale. Is it really that formidable? Lorna exclaimed, taken aback. If the Sentinel Services forced them into hiding, living like rats in a gutter, it was astonishing that SHIELD was even more expansive. No wonder if Clarice's brother held a significant position within SHIELD. It could very well afford him some respect from the Hellfire Club, John surmised. He was uncertain of the specifics regarding the Hellfire Club and SHIELD. It was akin to an ant's perspective, where both a husky and a Siberian tiger appeared as insurmountable giants. An ant could not discern which was more powerful. The current underground mutant organizations were akin to that ant. As for the Hellfire Club and SHIELD, determining which was the husky and which was the Siberian tiger was beyond his ability to judge. He could perceive that Raymond harbored little fondness for them, so he refrained from suggesting a formal expression of gratitude, instead asking Clarice to convey his thanks. I understand, Clarice nodded. Host, Raymond. Strength, 24. Agility, 32. Constitution, 21. Spirit, 18. Ability, clock combat technique. Exploration value, 240. The secondary persona, Clock, the Death Shooter, Freud, and the number 1 assassin, Tao Bai Bai. Abundance of rewards is everywhere. Previously, after multiple uses of immersive experience, and once again manifesting the Death Shooter's secondary persona outfit while rescuing Clarice, his exploration value had plummeted to just over 100. However, upon encountering those mutants from the underground organization and absorbing Carl, he unexpectedly gained an additional 120 exploration points, which was a delightful surprise. Nevertheless, he bore no regret for the exploration value he had expended, as he had now fully mastered Clock's combat techniques. While the precise change in his combat prowess is difficult to quantify, it is undeniable that all his physical functions have significantly improved. Currently, even without switching to any secondary persona, his overall physical capabilities surpass those of an ordinary agent. In unarmed combat, he could best over 90% of SHIELD agents. This is the fruit of his experiences with immersive experience, and it has only been 2 or 3 days since he discovered its effects. In fact, 2 or 3 days might be an exaggeration, for he has come to realize that as long as his mental fortitude can withstand it, time outside compresses to mere moments, regardless of how long he spends within. Otherwise, mastering Clock's combat techniques in such a brief period would have been impossible. When Clock's secondary persona emerged previously, they had discussed this, and according to Clock, it took him over a year to grasp the basics. However, he is already significantly stronger than before. Even switching to Tao Bai Bai's persona should enable him to sustain short bouts of combat. There are no longer any limitations when switching between Clock and the Death Shooter personas. He could engage in battle without fear of exhaustion. Raymond gently stroked his chin, contemplating that Clock's decision to assist Clarice was not only a means to resolve her troubles, but also presented an opportunity. If he could infiltrate the Hellfire Club, it would yield substantial exploration value, seemingly a guaranteed profit for him. Chapter 058. 3. Individuals? For Raymond, whether they're superheroes, villains, or anti-heroes like David and Lorna, there is fundamentally no difference. All are potential sources of benefit. As long as there is contact, he can openly extract exploration value from them. Thus, he is not deterred by complications, especially those that present opportunities for greater exploration rewards. The more, the better. The thought of being able to exploit another lucrative target tomorrow further brightened his spirits, dispelling any previous irritation caused by Clarice's recent alignment with the fallen organization. Notably, the reason he ultimately refrained from forcibly severing Clarice's ties with John and the others was not that he was swayed by her heartfelt monologue. The primary reason for his sudden realization was the appearance of the absorber, Carl. He understood that Clarice, having awakened her powers, could not possibly remain confined at home as a docile girl. Whether it be a mutant underground organization or the Hellfire Club, the absence of one would inevitably lead to the emergence of another. This world, which appeared to have temporarily returned to a state of tranquility, was perpetually rife with undercurrents. He wished for Clarice to be entirely isolated from the extraordinary realm. However, unless he were to confine her to their home, the difficulty of achieving such a separation seemed insurmountable. Since it was nearly impossible to prevent her involvement, he pondered why he should assume the role of the villain. Allowing Clarice to remain within the mutant underground organization was, at least in principle, not an egregious error. Moreover, even if issues arose, like the current predicament, they would likely remain within his control. The true concern would arise if she were to join a more extremist organization, the consequences of which were unpredictable. Thus, Raymond ultimately resolved to refrain from intervening in this matter. At this juncture, he found himself utterly at a loss. As he had recently encountered the Absorber, Carl, in several high-profile Marvel parallel universes, he was either a magical minion created by Loki specifically to contend with Thor, or he was a loyal servant of Hydra, having been captured by them. However, it seemed that in no parallel universe was he affiliated with the Hellfire Club, particularly as one of its core members. The mere existence of Carl served as ample evidence that the Hellfire Club in this world vastly differed from his previous understanding, and it was impossible for him to extrapolate further intelligence based on what he already knew. Nevertheless, this sense of the unknown only heightened his anticipation for the meeting scheduled for the following day. Outside Richmond International Airport, Carl, clad in a business suit, stood beside a trash can, casually puffing on a cigar while scrolling through his phone. Suddenly, a hand clapped on his shoulder, startling him. Had Leonid, the Combat Academy's director, who had clashed with Raymond, been present, he might have questioned whether his nickname was indeed appropriate, as this individual appeared far more akin to a polar bear, at least in terms of physique. Beside him stood a lithe woman dressed in a form-fitting black leather skirt, who regarded Carl with a playful smile, exclaiming, "TSK, SK. Carl, I hear you had a bit of setback this time? Lady Betsy, what brings you here?" Carl responded, astonished by the presence of this elegant woman, who was none other than the core member known as the Black Queen of the Hellfire Club, and the nominal partner of the imposing figure beside her, who was undoubtedly the Black King. It is noteworthy that the relationships among the Black King and Black Queen, as well as the White King and White Queen, are essentially partnerships rather than necessarily spousal connections. Although the history of the Hellfire Club has seen numerous pairs of partners unite romantically, such instances are not the norm. Therefore, these two could be regarded as the principal figures within the Hellfire Club. Carl's astonishment grew upon their simultaneous appearance. Previously, the Dark Emperor had merely indicated that he would make an appearance, but to my astonishment, even the rarely seen Dark Queen from North America accompanied him. She happened to be visiting me for a matter, and upon hearing about your situation, insisted on joining me to see the Dark Emperor. Noticing Carle's surprise, he raised his hands in a gesture of feigned innocence. "What? Are you not welcoming me?" The graceful woman pouted. "How could that be? It is my honor that you, Lady Betsy, have graced us with your presence," Carl quickly refuted. As a core member of the Hellfire Club, despite his status being far inferior to the two before him, he did not feel the need to grovel. However, women, particularly those with a penchant for holding grudges, are often the most formidable to provoke, especially someone as powerful as the Dark Queen before him. He certainly wished to avoid incurring her wrath over trivial matters. "Enough of this talk. Let us find somewhere to eat, for the food on the plane was quite dreadful, and I haven't had breakfast yet," the elegant woman suggested. Indeed, the Dark Emperor nodded slightly. "My car is parked just nearby." Naturally, Carl had no objections and led the way for the two. In the afternoon, when Raymond received Carl's call, he drove alone to a park on the outskirts of Richmond. He was not concerned about any tricks Carl might play. The Hellfire Club would not have lasted this long without a modicum of credibility. Moreover, he harbored no deep-seated animosity toward the Hellfire Club. Even when weighing the pros and cons, they would not forsake the opportunity to turn foes into friends, unless the negotiations were to collapse, which would be an entirely different matter. However, even if the talks did fall apart, Raymond did not feel that he should be the one to worry. He was already prepared to unleash his alter ego, Tao Bai, should a confrontation arise. 3 people? As Raymond approached the agreed-upon location, he spotted Carl from a distance, noting that he was accompanied by more than one individual. Besides the remarkably imposing man, there was also a graceful woman who appeared to be around 30 years old. Simultaneously, a notification appeared in his mind. Ding. You have encountered S-rank villain Kane Marco. Exploration value 100. Ding. You have encountered A-rank villain Bezzy Braddock. Exploration value 50. Chapter 059, Power and Background. It was him. Upon seeing the system notification, Raymond's pupils constricted sharply. Kane Marco, codename Red Tank, the brother of the professor. Although he and the professor were brothers, they were not related by blood. The professor's mother had divorced and married Raymond's father, making them brothers. Their relationship, however, was exceedingly poor. Nonetheless, it was certain that his strength was not inferior to that of several renowned level 4 mutants, including his brother, the professor. In some Marvel universes, he had even become the second in command of the Brotherhood of Mutants, with a status only surpassed by Magneto. It remained unclear whether this version of him had ever joined the Brotherhood or why he had become the Dark Emperor of the Hellfire Club. However, in terms of sheer strength, he is undoubtedly capable of occupying the position of the Black King. Yet, Raymond has never associated the identity of the Black King with this red tank. He even speculated whether the Black King might indeed be Magneto himself. This is primarily due to the perception that the red tank embodies a brawny physique coupled with a simplistic mindset, whereas the Hellfire Club is an organization often linked to schemes and ambitions. Raymond knows that those who have led this organization are invariably cunning and astute. The demeanor of the red tank is clearly at odds with that of the Black King. Nevertheless, the reality before him is indisputable, leaving him no choice but to accept it. As for the graceful woman who appeared alongside the red tank, she is no less significant. However, Raymond was too astonished by the revelation of the Black King being the red tank to notice her at first. Becky Braddock, codenamed Sherlock, is a third-tier mutant endowed with the ability to materialize psychic energy while also possessing a vague sense of others' emotions. In terms of ability alone, she is akin to a fortified version of Sonya in combat prowess. Of course, when compared to the red tank, her strength pales considerably. This is not to suggest that third-tier mutants are inherently susceptible to being effortlessly vanquished by fourth-tier mutants. After all, even a remarkably powerful fourth-tier mutant like Professor X could be easily dispatched by an ordinary agent if equipped with gear that nullifies his mental manipulation. The same holds true for Magneto. If he were to be placed in an environment where he could not utilize his magnetic powers, he would not differ significantly from an average individual, aside from perhaps possessing slightly greater vitality. Nonetheless, in most scenarios, fourth-tier mutants maintain a considerable advantage over third-tier mutants. Furthermore, the red tank is not even a mutant. He merely possesses combat abilities that rival those of fourth-tier mutants, which has led many to mistakenly believe him to be one of their kind. Perhaps due to his prolonged association with mutants and being the brother of the professor, the public has tacitly accepted him as a mutant. No one has ever demanded that he undergo testing to ascertain his mutant status, as being a mutant is not regarded as a prestigious identity. Typically, no one would willingly claim such a label. Yet, the red tank is an anomaly. He does not mind being regarded as a mutant. However, despite Sherlock's abilities being inferior to those of the red tank, she possesses brothers of remarkable prowess. Particularly her second brother, Brian Braddock, codenamed Captain Britain, a formidable sorcerer. Upon encountering this codename, many might instinctively compare him to the renowned superhero Captain America. Yet the levels of their powers are not at all comparable. This disparity is evident from the caliber of their respective adversaries. Captain Britain's nemesis is a remarkably powerful fifth-tier mutant. Although Captain Britain ultimately failed to defeat his foe, this alone speaks volumes about the challenges faced. The elder brother of the two is even more formidable, akin to the rival of the English team, being a level 5 mutant. However, he suffers from a few mental issues, often appearing quite eccentric. Of course, Raymond does not believe that the level 5 mutants in this world possess the extraordinary prowess depicted in comic books. Otherwise, the earth beneath his feet would have been obliterated countless times. Based on his estimation, the level 5 mutants in this realm might only reach the caliber of Apocalypse from the X-Men cinematic universe, and certainly not to the extent of casually rebooting the universe. Nevertheless, this family is undeniably impressive. In terms of background, she is likely one of the most powerful individuals on Earth, and those who are aware of her lineage would scarcely dare to provoke her. Could she possibly be affiliated with the Hellfire Club? Raymond pondered, feeling a twinge of doubt. He had previously considered switching to his alter ego, Tao Bai Bai, to unleash chaos if negotiations faltered, even if Black Emperor were indeed a formidable figure akin to Magneto. A sudden outburst might prove lethal. For instance, Red Tank's defining trait is that he grows stronger with each battle. If he were to be subdued from the outset, he would have no opportunity for retaliation. However, suddenly encountering Spirit Butterfly, if the intent were to eliminate her, would certainly be easier, at least 100-fold compared to taking down Red Tank. The pressing concern is, after her demise, who could guarantee that her two brothers would not retaliate? Setting aside the frenzied older brother's understanding of vengeance, the mere presence of the second brother, the English team, is enough to give anyone pause, including Raymond. This troubling thought made Raymond's head spin. Yet, despite his trepidation, having arrived, he could only adapt to the situation. With a flourish, he parked the car beside the trio and stepped out. "I hope I'm not late," he smiled as he exited the vehicle. "Not at all," Carl replied, his composure restored. "There are still 5 minutes until our appointed time. We merely came to explore the area a bit early." At that moment, Carl smiled and introduced, "Allow me to present to you the esteemed Black Emperor, whom you spoke with over the phone yesterday." "Hello," Raymond greeted Red Tank with a nod and a smile. "Greetings, Dr. Raymond," Red Tank responded, appearing far more courteous than his imposing physique suggested. He extended his hand for a handshake, wearing a warm smile. Raymond keenly noted the title Red Tank used to address him, raising an eyebrow. "It seems you have conducted some prior research on me." "Indeed," Red Tank replied with a calm smile. "I made a special trip here, genuinely wishing to recruit you, Dr. Raymond. However, our club has endured for many years, and we certainly do not accept just anyone without a known identity. Even as Black Emperor, I would not recklessly violate the club's rules." Chapter 060. You will die a miserable death. Has Lord Black Emperor uncovered anything? Raymond inquired with an unchanging expression. "One must admit, Dr. Raymond, your life experiences are quite remarkable," Red Tank elaborated, becoming an expert in psychology at such a young age and being recruited by S.H.L.D. Upon hearing this, Raymond could not help but commend the intelligence system of the Hellfire Club, exclaiming in astonishment, "It appears that His Dark Majesty has conducted a thorough investigation of me." "You seem rather unfazed," remarked the Red Tank, slightly surprised. "If they were unable to uncover even these publicly available details, I would indeed begin to question the wisdom of joining the Hellfire Club," Raymond replied with a chuckle. Shaking his head, "Humph, quite the bravado," the silent Ling Dai suddenly scoffed, clearly unimpressed and believing Raymond was merely posturing. In fact, it was evident to Raymond that not only Ling Dai, but also Carl and the Red Tank shared a similar sentiment, albeit without her overt bluntness. "And who might this lady be?" Raymond inquired, directing his gaze towards Carl. "This is Lady Black Queen," Carl succinctly identified Ling Dai. He was aware that Raymond had already extracted some fundamental information regarding the Hellfire Club from the previous cohort he had interrogated, so he knew he would not be oblivious to the significance of the title Black Queen. "Ah, so she is Lady Black Queen," Raymond responded with mild surprise. He had not anticipated that Ling Dai would be the partner of the Red Tank, the current Black Queen of the Hellfire Club, especially as they did not appear to be a romantic couple. However, considering that the Black King and Black Queen need not necessarily be a pair, he found solace in this realization. Regardless of Ling Dai's status within the club, Raymond was determined not to let her undermine him, as this could influence the outcome of their forthcoming negotiations. Thus, he retorted, "Does Lady Black Queen believe I am intentionally feigning indifference?" "Is it not so?" Ling Dai replied, showing no intention of being courteous, scoffing at him. This young lady, evidently accustomed to the backing of her two formidable brothers, was not inclined to indulge Raymond, speaking her mind without reservation. At that moment, the Red Tank interjected with a smile, "Do not take offense, Dr. Raymond. She has always had this disposition. Even I am often the target of her mockery. She is not singling you out." Understanding Ling Dai's identity, Raymond recognized that the Red Tank's assertion was likely true. Had he been in possession of two similarly impressive brothers, he might have been even more unrestrained than Ling Dai. Nevertheless, Raymond could discern that the Red Tank may also have been utilizing Ling Dai to deliver subtle jabs at him. The ability to play good cop and bad cop is a skill that every household in Huagua must master. If Raymond were unable to perceive this, it would be a disservice to his years of experience. Thus, he chose not to respond to the Red Tank's comment, but instead shifted the conversation, saying, "Since His Dark Majesty has conducted such an in-depth investigation of me, I wonder if he has uncovered the circumstances surrounding my departure from the Clockwork Asylum. Are you referring to the murder that occurred on the day you left the hospital?" The Red Tank questioned, puzzled as to why Raymond would bring up this matter. Upon obtaining all pertinent information regarding Raymond, he had indeed noted this piece of intelligence. However, he had not given it much thought, as the source of the information indicated that it was also related to S.H.I.E.L.D., leading him to categorize it as an internal conflict within the organization, losing interest in further investigation. "Indeed, was it you who committed the act?" The Red Tank speculated. "1/3 of them were slain by my hand, another third by those sent by S.H.I.L.D. to retrieve me, and as for the remaining third, they met their end at the hands of a fellow patient of mine." "What precisely are you trying to convey?" Red Tank furrowed his brow, perplexed by Raymond's mention of this matter at such a moment. He felt no concern for who had killed those individuals, as he did not even know who they were. Why should he care? However, he understood that Raymond would not have broached this topic without reason. Yet, he was utterly at a loss as to what that reason might be. Raymond, maintaining his composure, smiled and remarked, "By the way, you should have some acquaintance with my aforementioned patient." "Acquaintance with me?" Red Tank inquired. "His name is David Holler, an adopted orphan, and I believe you are familiar with the name of his biological father, Charles Francis Xavier." At the utterance of this name, Red Tank's gaze shifted sharply, growing cold and menacing. Though Ling Dai and Carl did not react as dramatically as Red Tank, their expressions still shifted noticeably. They were all too aware of the individual to whom that name belonged. Anyone who had been a mutant for some time, or had affiliated with any mutant organization, would certainly have heard of Professor X. Furthermore, as core members of the Hellfire Club, they were acutely aware that Red Tank and Professor X were brothers, and they understood the turbulent nature of their relationship. Yet, they were astonished that Raymond, who had only recently become a mutant and appeared to hold a lowly position within SHLD, possessed such extensive knowledge. Within the Hellfire Club, aside from the core members who were aware of each other's true identities, few others knew the identities behind each title. Thus, upon encountering Raymond, they had refrained from introducing themselves by their real names, opting instead for their titles within the club. This revelation surpassed their previous understanding and perception of Raymond. Had they not investigated Raymond beforehand, their surprise might have been less palpable. It was precisely because they had conducted their inquiries and believed they knew him well that they found this revelation so astonishing. It proved that their intelligence was flawed, merely reflecting what others wanted them to discover. For those who had recently questioned whether Raymond was merely putting on an act, this revelation was undoubtedly a resounding slap in the face. I despise being manipulated. If you cannot provide me with a satisfactory explanation, I assure you that your demise will be most gruesome. Red Tank glared at Raymond with lethal intent. Chapter 061. Have I lost my mind? Explanation? What is there to explain? In the face of Red Tank's murderous glare, Raymond remained unperturbed, shaking his head with a smile. Do you truly believe that only you must investigate the backgrounds of others before recruiting them? I, too, must examine the background of any organization I choose to join. Raymond's reasoning was undeniably sound. It has never been stipulated that one cannot conduct prior inquiries before joining an organization. However, this was evidently not the answer Red Tank sought. A being capable of rendering the Hellfire Club's intelligence network ineffective could hardly be a novice who has just awakened their abilities. There are but a handful of mutant organizations that could accomplish such a feat. Thus, in Red Tank's eyes, Raymond was clearly a pawn sent by an old acquaintance to toy with him. You are courting death, Red Tank growled in a deep, thunderous voice. His face contorted with rage and his eyes ablaze with a crimson hue. Almost immediately, a crimson glow, mirroring the color of his eyes, enveloped him entirely, exuding an aura of malevolence and profundity. With a single step, he created a massive crater in the ground. In some respects, this was a manifestation of his inability to perfectly control his power, resulting in a release of energy. Yet, it also attested to the sheer terror of his strength at that moment. King, my Lord Black Emperor, remain calm, Ling Dai and Carl exclaimed in unison, witnessing Red Tank's impulsive aggression. Yet, their attempts to intervene were too late. Red Tank had already launched himself like a human missile toward Raymond. The collision was Red Tank's most terrifying method of attack. Given sufficient distance, he could even breach a mountain with ease. Though his abilities might appear simplistic and lacked flair in battle, no one ever doubted his prowess, for he was undeniably formidable. Those who had questioned him were long since obliterated. Furthermore, his abilities extended beyond mere physical offense and defense. The power emanating from his crimson glow not only shielded him from all forms of negative influences and energy assaults, but also endowed him with the capacity to engage beings on any level. Even the Shadow King, a spirit impervious to physical strikes, would find itself fleeing in his presence. Despite Raymond's enigmatic demeanor, even Carl, who had previously faced defeat at his hands, remained clueless about the nature of his powers. Yet he too did not believe Raymond could hold his ground against Red Tank. After all, this was Red Tank. However, the ensuing events surpassed their wildest imaginations. Observing Red Tank's reckless aggression, Raymond instinctively switched to his alternate persona, Peach White. Haha, it's finally my turn to shine. Who shall I slay? Raymond exclaimed, hands on his hips, laughing like a fool. Yet, he had barely completed his laughter when the human cannonball that was Red Tank loomed before him, about to collide with him. What on earth? He had no time to comprehend the massive force hurtling toward him and instinctively swung a punch. Boom! Ouch, that was hard. Raymond shook his fist, astonished as he glanced at the sizable figure he had just sent flying. As he had just thrown that punch, he felt a slight soreness in his hand, an unusual sensation for him. After all, even when punching through a thick steel plate, he had never experienced such a feeling. However, this surprise did not linger for long, as his attention swiftly shifted to the figures of Ling Dai and Carl standing nearby. Are you here to ask for my autograph? Raymond tilted his head slightly. The two, now under Raymond's gaze, felt as if they were mice caught in the stare of a cat, their bodies stiffening as they simultaneously shook their heads. So, You have come to request my assistance in taking a life? Raymond inquired once more. They shook their heads in unison again. Oh, is it a matter of killing him? He mused aloud. Is it unnecessary? Then what am I here for? I am only responsible for taking lives. Oof. Do not speak to Lord Tao by in such a commanding tone. Even if you are, no, I was mistaken, you are the esteemed one. Allow me to indulge for a moment longer. Observing Raymond standing there, seemingly conversing with himself in a frenzied manner. An involuntary thought emerged in the minds of Ling Dai and Carl. Has he lost his mind? They had previously reviewed Raymond's dossier and were aware that he had been suspected of suffering from a mental disorder for unknown reasons, which led S.H.I.E.L.D. to secretly send him to New York's Clockwork Psychiatric Hospital for treatment. It was precisely this intelligence that led them to reasonably deduce that Raymond might have awakened his abilities during that period. This also aligned with the awakening process of many mutants. However, they had assumed that being released from the hospital indicated he was cured. Yet, his current demeanor hardly suggested recovery. It was unmistakably indicative of a mental breakdown. Mental illness is not inherently terrifying. What is truly fearsome is a mentally unstable individual endowed with formidable powers. Did they not witness even the Red Tank being sent flying with a single punch? Although, given the Red Tank's condition, such an attack would not inflict any harm, his resilience did not guarantee their own safety. Just that casual punch, landing on either of them, would be enough to leave them in dire straits. Carl was somewhat better off, as his abilities granted him a degree of durability. Ling Dai, however, was not so fortunate. Her strengths did not lie in defense. Moreover, should other powerful mutants or extraordinary beings be aware of Ling Dai's background, they would generally refrain from causing her harm. The consequences of such actions would be exceedingly severe. Yet, could one truly expect a mentally unstable individual to regard considerations of background and consequences? Thus, in that moment, Ling Dai was engulfed by an unprecedented sense of crisis. She was on the verge of posting in the club's internal forum. What should one do when encountering a mentally unstable individual with terrifying power? Urgently seeking advice. Chapter 62. Crimson Sovereign. You would do well to help him regain his composure. If this continues, I fear I may lose control myself. Believe me, you would not wish to witness such an outcome. This statement from Raymond undoubtedly served as a threat to Ling Dai and Carl, yet astonishingly, it proved to be remarkably effective. It is evident that the two individuals can discern that he has temporarily returned to a semblance of normalcy. However, the words he uttered, juxtaposed with his earlier unmistakable state of distress, inevitably provoke a myriad of associations. Could it be that Raymond's mention of losing control alludes to that previous condition? Does this imply that whenever Raymond is compelled into a combative state, he may suddenly revert to a similar state of mental upheaval, rendering him irrational? If such is the case, should the Red Tank continue to escalate, it would undoubtedly force the temporarily stabilized Raymond back into a state of mental breakdown, reverting to his earlier erratic behavior. While the outcome for Raymond remains uncertain, the two are certain that their own fates would not be favorable. Moreover, a pivotal concern is that there truly exists no insurmountable conflict between the parties. Even Carl, who suffered the loss of a squad at the hands of Raymond, perceives it as a mere trifle and does not entirely dismiss the possibility of Raymond joining their ranks. This understanding elucidates why, when the Red Tank recklessly took action earlier, Carl, alongside Ling Dai, sought to intervene. With this revelation, the two exchanged a knowing glance and instinctively made their way toward the Red Tank. On the other hand, the Red Tank was far from willing to relent. Although Raymond's strength had exceeded his expectations, the intensity of the assault merely left him appearing somewhat disheveled, while he remained fundamentally unscathed. In such circumstances, would he harbor any fear? The answer, of course, is in the negative. His fury intensified, causing the crimson radiance enveloping him to grow more pronounced, exuding an even more perilous aura. However, Carl had already reached him first, quick to react. Upon noticing the Red Tank teetering on the brink of rage, he swiftly transformed into his crystalline form and embraced the Red Tank from the side, urging him. My Lord Black Emperor, this is a misunderstanding. Remain calm, please. Get away from me. The Red Tank thundered, refusing to acquiesce, his anger palpable. Yet, he was unable to shake off Carl's hold at that moment, for he had not yet descended into such madness as to strike down an ally. And in a situation where he could not unleash his full wrath, he found it challenging to break free. It was precisely this fleeting moment of delay that allowed Ling Dai to arrive as well. She, in a rare display of seriousness, addressed him, Kane. Have you forgotten your initial promise? The Red Tank's eyes blazed crimson, his breath heavy, on the verge of complete eruption, Yet upon hearing Ling Dai's query, he abruptly fell silent. While his anger was not entirely quelled, it no longer seemed as volatile as before. After a brief pause, he spoke in a low voice. "Let go, I am fine now." At this juncture, the red tank closed his eyes and took several deep breaths. When he reopened them, the crimson hue had vanished, restoring his gaze to normalcy, and the scarlet light that had enveloped him dissipated alongside the disappearance of the red in his eyes. "Let us proceed to reacquaint ourselves with this new friend," the now composed red tank stated, his demeanor unperturbed as he approached Raymond. Wholly unrecognizable from the brink of rage he had just teetered upon. Upon witnessing that the red tank had seemingly returned to a state of normalcy, Raymond felt little surprise, for he understood well the reasons behind the red tank's propensity for rage. This condition was intimately linked to the source of the red tank's power. While the world perceived him as a mutant, he was never truly one. His abilities stemmed entirely from a nefarious entity beyond the multiverse, the Crimson Sovereign Cyttorak. This being reigned over a multiverse known as the Crimson Cosmos, embodying a transcendent demonic force of unfathomable might. In comparison to him, the renowned demon lords appeared as mere jesters. However, due to his overwhelming strength and his status as a non-entity of this multiverse, his power could not directly permeate it. The sovereign of this multiverse would never permit an outsider to intrude upon his domain. The red tank had inadvertently encountered an altar dedicated to the worship of this malevolent sovereign during an unforeseen incident, thereby receiving a fraction of his power. This minuscule portion, a mere fraction of a billionth of Cyttorak's true essence, nevertheless endowed the red tank with strength sufficient to rival that of a level 4 mutant, even fueling his tenacity in battle. The sole predicament lay in the nature of Cyttorak's power. Its essence was profoundly malevolent, continuously eroding the psyche of its host. The crimson glow enveloping the red tank was a manifestation of Cyttorak's might. Upon their initial meeting, Raymond discerned that the red tank was not merely a brute devoid of intellect. Yet, after Raymond uttered a few less than pleasant remarks, the red tank reacted with immediate aggression, akin to a man confronting a sworn enemy, a stark contrast that was quite disconcerting. Thus, Raymond surmised that the red tank had been influenced by the power coursing through him, rather than genuinely harboring murderous intent towards him. In light of this, he sought to ascertain whether Ling Dai and her companions could assuage the red tank's fury. Should they succeed, conversations could resume. If not, he would have no choice but to resort to physical persuasion. Fortunately, events unfolded as he had anticipated. Ling Dai and her team successfully calmed the red tank, restoring him to a semblance of his former self. "I apologize for my earlier impulsiveness," the red tank stated, lowering his head in a gesture of humility. Although he did not offer a direct apology, his demeanor had undergone a dramatic transformation from one of murderous intent towards Raymond and his family. "That's quite all right. We can converse properly now, can't we?" Raymond shrugged, indicating his lack of concern. "Of course." Chapter 063. Raymond's concerns. The subdued red tank bore no resemblance to the enraged figure from moments prior. In merely 3 minutes, Raymond succeeded in persuading him to believe that he genuinely wished to join the Hellfire Club, rather than being a pawn sent to mock or provoke him. Had it been the previous incarnation of the red tank, he would have never granted Raymond the opportunity to speak. As for why Raymond was able to render the Hellfire Club's intelligence network ineffective, only managing to gather superficial information, and how he uncovered the connection between the red tank and the professor, this became a non-issue after Raymond had demonstrated his prowess. At this moment, in the eyes of the 3 members of the red tank, Raymond was no longer the inexperienced novice who had merely awakened his abilities by chance. For mutants, even the most formidable level 4 mutants like Magneto and the Professor might not have been able to contend with lower-tier mutants upon their initial awakening. At that time, they merely possessed the potential to become level 4 mutants. Just as Lorna is now, Carl could easily subdue her without exerting much effort. However, there are always exceptions. Some level 5 mutants might awaken with overwhelming power, such as Jean Grey before the Professor sealed her primary persona. Similarly, Raymond's good friend David could transform into an unstoppable force if provoked severely. If not for this possibility, the Shadow King would not have spent decades lurking around David, having already replaced him long ago. Yet, such instances are exceedingly rare in the annals of mutant history. Not only have the Red Tank members not witnessed such examples, but even if they had, they would hardly consider it a stroke of luck that Raymond was the 1-in-a-million anomaly. Thus, to them, Raymond appeared to be a level 4 mutant who had long since awakened his abilities, skillfully disguising himself until now without detection. It is improbable for someone of his caliber, having awakened for years, to lack any significant connections, which elucidates how he could investigate the relationship between the Red Tank and the Professor. However, their swift dismissal of doubt left Raymond feeling somewhat uneasy. As the saying goes, unusual occurrences often harbor hidden motives. If he were in the shoes of the Hellfire Club, he would not find it so easy to trust. Why, then, did the Red Tank members seem so readily assured? Contemplating this, Raymond pondered aloud. If memory serves, your Hellfire Club is essentially an underground organization, with many members publicly holding other identities, correct? Indeed, Red Tank affirmed without hesitation. Aside from Carl, several core members who regularly attend the club possess dual or even multiple identities. Take Betsy, for instance. She leads a mutant organization in Europe and collaborates with various underground factions in the black market. Don't listen to his nonsense. My organization is merely a casual one with very few members, Blink interjected, visibly displeased that Red Tank used her as an example. She shot him a glare and added, "Why not use yourself as an example? You're still the N2 of the Brotherhood of Mutants." N2 of the Brotherhood of Mutants, you say? Raymond promptly noted this piece of information. He indeed knew that in certain Marvel universes, Red Tank had been recruited by Magneto into the Brotherhood of Mutants and had risen to the status of its second-in-command. However, he had presumed that in this world, since Red Tank had become the Black King of the Hellfire Club, he would not have joined the Brotherhood of Mutants. To his surprise, both identities coexisted simultaneously. As for the situation concerning Blink, he was not particularly astonished. In the cinematic universe of the X-Men, Blink had been stripped of her familial background for specific reasons, leaving only her personal abilities, which rendered her rather inconspicuous. Yet, in this world, it was apparent that she had two formidable brothers backing her. The distinction between having a background and lacking one was not trivial. Even if Blink did not flaunt her brothers' names to act recklessly, others could not possibly treat her as if she possessed no background whatsoever. He thought, since I can ascertain the connection between Red Tank and the Professor, it would be impossible for me not to uncover the relationship between Red Tank and the Brotherhood of Mutants. Hence, was there any need to be discreet? Observing the apparent lack of defenses as the two openly revealed each other's secrets, Raymond remained unfazed. Thus far, whether it was what he had articulated or the information disclosed by Red Tank and Blink, it was fundamentally just some information laid bare on the table. Blink's greatest asset was her two brothers, while Red Tank's principal strength lay in the source of his power. Aside from these, many others were likely aware of the rest. Moreover, these matters were evidently not related to the true secrets of the Hellfire Club, and the way these two presented themselves as completely unguarded was merely a gesture of goodwill towards him. Raymond thought it prudent to steer the conversation back to serious matters. Upon hearing Blink disclose her own background, Red Tank appeared rather unconcerned and, with a hint of a smile, turned to Raymond and inquired, "Doctor, are you curious as to why we are not worried that your joining the club is driven by ulterior motives, and how we can ensure that, given many core members possess multiple identities, everyone remains selfless?" Noticing Red Tank's unexpected candor, Raymond felt no need for pretense and simply nodded slightly. Upon seeing Raymond acknowledge his curiosity, Red Tank exchanged glances with the others, and they all erupted into laughter. Red Tank remarked, "Let Carl elucidate this question for you." Raymond was indifferent, shrugging his shoulders. Carl had no objections either and responded with a grin, "Because there is no need for guarantees." What do you mean? Raymond did not fully grasp this statement. The existence of the Hellfire Club inherently lacked any clear significance. We are not like the Brotherhood of Mutants, which aims to make mutants the masters of the world, nor are we like the X-Men, insisting that ordinary people accept the existence of mutants, allowing them to walk freely in the sunlight and fully integrate into the world of common folk, Carl explained with a smile. If we must articulate the purpose of our existence, it would be to assist one another, to lend a hand when possible without compromising our own interests. Regarding what you mentioned about Dr. Raymond, how can one guarantee that there are no personal agendas at play? This question itself is a fallacy, for we all possess our own self-interests. Chapter 064, Ecstasy. Is that so? Carl has articulated his thoughts so clearly that if Raymond fails to comprehend, it would indeed indicate a lack of cognitive clarity. If the circumstances of the Hellfire Club are indeed as Carl has described, then his concerns can certainly be deemed a fallacy. Since everyone harbors self-interest, why should one worry about whether new members possess ulterior motives? This may also elucidate why the core members of the Hellfire Club, despite their diverse identities, do not exert significant influence. That essentially summarizes the situation. If, Doctor, you wish to join, your capabilities leave us no grounds for refusal. However, there are certain stipulations I must convey up front to prevent future discord. Red Tank took over Carl's discourse, succinctly relaying a few points to Raymond. The content was quite straightforward. Upon joining the club, one must not intentionally harm other core members. Should such behavior be discovered, the offending party would face relentless pursuit by all members until their demise. Furthermore, while there is no obligatory bond among core members, and no explicit mandate that one must assist another in times of trouble, mutual support is expected. If one fails to assist others in distress, they should not expect help in their own times of need. Naturally, such assistance is seldom without compensation. Typically, the recipient is expected to show some appreciation, essentially a token of gratitude for the effort expended. In summary, the rules of the Hellfire Club are rather lenient. Even Red Tank, the so-called Black Emperor and nominal leader of the club, does not maintain an absolute hierarchical relationship with the other core members. His commands may be disregarded by them if they choose. Nonetheless, it is rare for anyone to disregard his authority, as mutual respect is paramount. After absorbing this information, Raymond suddenly perceived that joining the club might not be a detrimental choice. For him, aligning with the Hellfire Club undoubtedly presents more advantages than disadvantages, a sentiment that likely resonates with every member of the club. If one utilizes this identity judiciously, it will undoubtedly yield significant benefits. While risks cannot be entirely dismissed, they largely depend on individual fortune. Thus far, even the regulations of the Shield Agent Academy appear more stringent than those of the Hellfire Club, making his decision to join seem quite reasonable. Once Raymond reconfirmed his intentions, Red Tank graciously welcomed him into the fold, presenting him with a specially crafted identity badge symbolizing the title of Black Cardinal. Do not place too much emphasis on this. It merely serves to identify you to those who are not acquainted with all core members. I will inform the other core members of your addition, and you may all become acquainted at the year-end gathering, Red Tank remarked with a smile as he handed the badge to Raymond. Receiving the badge, Raymond nodded and inquired, I have heard that the club comprises a total of 16 core member positions. With my addition, how many positions remain vacant? Before your arrival, there were 4 vacant positions, and now only 3 remain, the Red Tank replied with a smile, yet refrained from elaborating on which specific positions were still open. Noticing this, Raymond chose not to inquire further. After all, according to the Red Tank, there would be a gathering at the club by year-end, at which point he would naturally discover the remaining vacancies. Thus, on behalf of the club, I extend a warm welcome to you, Doctor. Observing Raymond's temporary silence, the Red Tank decisively welcomed him in his capacity as the Black Monarch. Thank you, Didong. You have successfully joined the Hellfire Club, becoming the new Black Bishop. With a development value of 300, you may convert the development value into universal points at a ratio of 1:5. As this is your initial acquisition of development value, the system will activate certain new features. You may explore the specifics by contemplating the novice guidance feature in your mind. Development value, 1/5. Upon receiving the unexpected notification in his mind, Raymond's heart soared with joy, although he exerted great effort to restrain himself from laughing out loud. The surprise was so sudden that he nearly lost control. This shift rendered his expression somewhat distorted. His reaction did not go unnoticed by the trio, particularly by Ling Dai and Carl, who had recently witnessed his sudden episode. Oh no, he is having another episode. They both simultaneously reached this conclusion and retreated hastily. Ling Dai sprouted a pair of semi-transparent, ethereal wings, which propelled her backward, while Carl transformed into a crystalline form, rolling away like a wheel. In the blink of an eye, they had retreated several dozen meters, watching from a distance to observe whether Raymond would exhibit any further erratic behavior, so they could decide whether to continue their retreat. Only the Red Tank remained standing in front of Raymond, feeling somewhat at a loss. Admittedly, Ling Dai and Carl's reactions had left him feeling a tad awkward, as it was evident they believed his mental state was once again questionable. However, he chose not to offer any explanations, as such clarifications would only exacerbate the misunderstanding. Even if he were to assert that he was not mentally unstable, they would remain unconvinced. Moreover, this misunderstanding served as a guise for his abilities. There was no necessity to clarify. Let them continue in their misapprehension. His primary concern now was the unexpected development value. If this development value were akin to exploration value, with a 1-to-1 exchange for universal points, receiving 300 points would certainly bring him joy, but it would not elicit such an uncharacteristic reaction. The issue, however, was that the exchange ratio was 1:5. What does a 1:5 ratio imply? This 300 points of development value could be exchanged for a staggering 500 points of universal points. In his previous encounters with various characters, even including the unexpected delight from Director Ludden, the total exploration value he had amassed paled in comparison to this recent gain, amounting to merely half of it. With this bounty, Even if fortune were to frown upon him, he could still acquire a secondary persona of equal caliber to that of Tao Bai Bai. Moreover, the 500 universal points he possesses not only allow him to exchange for a silver character card, but he can also retain a balance of 500 points, which, when combined with his existing universal points, is more than sufficient for indulgence. More importantly, he has discovered a brand new avenue for exploitation. Chapter 065, The Second Silver. Indeed, it aligns perfectly with my initial conjectures, since even encounters with the so-called narrative characters yield rewards. It stands to reason that interactions with these narrative figures would also bear some significance. It appears that the previous interactions simply did not meet the criteria established by the system, hence the lack of response. Having directly joined the Hellfire Club and becoming one of its core members, the Black Bishop certainly has a much greater impact than prior interactions. From the very first instance of acquiring exploration value, he had speculated that the system's rewards could not possibly be so one-dimensional as to only pertain to encounters with specific narrative characters. If that were the case, why introduce a mechanism for exchanging exploration value for universal points? Directly awarding universal points would suffice. The sudden emergence of development value, while unexpected, was nonetheless within the realm of reason. Initially, he had contemplated testing whether there were alternative methods to secure system rewards, but during his time in the hospital, the only subject available for testing was David, and he wasn't inclined to court danger. Thus, he postponed his inquiries. After leaving the hospital, he had, in a sense, continued to engage with these so-called narrative characters, including his formal employment at the S.H.I.E.L.D. Agent Academy. Unfortunately, these actions evidently did not meet the system's criteria. As time passed, Raymond began to question whether he was overthinking the matter. Perhaps the system truly offered rewards solely for encounters with narrative characters. The mechanism for exchanging exploration value for universal points might merely be an incidental design. It wasn't until the concept of development value surfaced that he finally ceased to doubt his purpose. This rationale made sense. With an exploration value to universal points exchange ratio of 1:1, there should logically exist other exchange ratios, otherwise, the system's design would indeed be nonsensical. However, akin to how the beginner's guide did not mention the methods for obtaining exploration value, even after the introduction of development value, the guide content had not expanded to include how to acquire development value. This aspect remained something Raymond had to explore on his own. In other words, my reasoning is not flawed. Raymond stroked his chin, pondering. To obtain the system's rewards, beyond encountering various new narrative characters, is indeed necessary to engage in more interactions with them. However, the criteria for the system to acknowledge interactions that yield development value are not so straightforward. They must reach a certain level of depth. Thus, based on this instance, if I were to ascend to a high-ranking position within the S.H.I.E.L.D. Academy, or even within S.H.I.E.L.D. itself, would I not also be able to acquire development value? Or perhaps, under my guidance, the annihilation of a certain organization could yield even greater rewards? Raymond's mind was teeming with various potential schemes. Of course, the feasibility of these ideas remained to be tested in practice. Yet, at the very least, he had gained another option. However, that was a matter for another time. At present, he felt little sense of urgency and could afford to slow his pace, free from the burden of self-imposed pressure. First, let us determine the most suitable means of exchange. System, display my information. In the next moment, his information panel manifested in his mind. Host, Raymond Strength, 24, Agility, 32, Constitution, 2, Spirit, 8 Ability, Clog Martial Arts Exploration Points, 390 Development Points, 300 Subpersonalities, Baiji Clog, Death Shooter Freud, the world's greatest assassin Tao Bai Bai. Gazing at the information panel, he noted that his exploration points had reached 390 and a new category for development points had emerged. To facilitate memory retention, Raymond decided to convert all exploration and development points into universal points. Consequently, he now possessed a staggering total of 890 universal points. What does it mean to suddenly become wealthy? This is what it means. For someone who had recently winced at the thought of spending even a single point, suddenly amassing nearly 2,000 universal points undoubtedly qualified as a windfall. From now on, he too could indulge in lavish purchases, drinking one bowl of soy milk while pouring another. In that moment, Raymond profoundly felt what it meant to have reached the pinnacle of life. Nonetheless, while reflections were well and good, practical matters took precedence. System, exchange for a silver character card. After a moment's contemplation, he resolved to exchange for just one silver-level character card for now. assessing the situation before deciding whether to continue with a few bronze-level cards in hopes of fortune. Although he still had 890 universal points, sufficient to acquire 8 bronze-level cards at once, the ordinary bronze-level subpersonalities held little value for him at this juncture. Unless he could obtain abilities that did not overlap with his existing subpersonalities or experience a stroke of luck akin to when he had previously drawn Tao Bai Bai, it would essentially be a waste. Thus, it was prudent to wait and see. Would you like to activate this silver character card immediately? Would you? Yes. Silver character card, activation in progress. Silver subpersonality, Akainu, Sakazuki, activation successful. Prototype background, Akainu Sakazuki, from the world of One Piece, current fleet admiral of a navy. Akainu? Upon seeing that the subpersonality he had drawn was Akainu, Raymond instinctively furrowed his brow, yet his reaction was not as pronounced as when he had encountered Tao Bai Bai. He had a distinct aversion to Tao Bai Bai, purely based on personal sentiment. However, his feelings towards Akainu were somewhat ambivalent. Having once viewed One Piece from the protagonist's perspective, he could not claim to have any fondness for Akainu. Indeed, among the 3 admirals of the Navy, Akainu was undoubtedly the most detestable. Whether it be the languid Akiji or the cunning Kizuru, both are far more likable than the unsympathetic Akainu. Yet, from the perspective of the Navy, it appears that only Akainu consistently engages earnestly in his duties, truly deserving the title of a model admiral and an exemplar of the Navy. In contrast, Akiji, who seems to have ambiguous ties with pirates, and Kizuru, who often opts for laziness, serve as archetypes of the opposite. As for the question of who is right or wrong, that is a matter of personal interpretation. Nonetheless, Raymond finds himself harboring less disdain for Akainu now, having shifted from a position of animosity. The prospect of exchanging for Akainu is indeed a source of satisfaction for him, for Akainu is undeniably powerful. The introduction succinctly states, current fleet admiral of the Navy. There is no need for further elaboration, for this title alone speaks volumes regarding his status and strength. Those who ascend to the rank of fleet admiral are certainly not ordinary individuals. Consequently, Raymond does not worry that Akainu's strength may not align with the caliber of his silver-tier secondary persona. In fact, in Raymond's estimation, Akainu surpasses the likes of Tosaka by a considerable margin. Particularly in terms of vitality, 10 Tosaka do not equate to 1 Akainu. In a world devoid of haki, a Logia-type user is essentially akin to an indomitable cockroach. While not invulnerable, they're certainly not easily harmed by conventional physical attacks. Of course, the technology in this world is vastly more advanced than that of the One Piece universe. Relying solely on the properties of Logia to secure victory is unrealistic. However, it is safe to say that one would not fear common weaponry. Even missiles would pose no threat. From this perspective, Raymond's survivability has significantly increased with the acquisition of Akainu's secondary persona. What truly concerns Raymond is whether Akainu's personality mirrors that of his original form, unyielding and inflexible. The 3 secondary personas he previously exchanged, even the formidable Tosaka, did not possess particularly rigid personalities. He could easily maintain control due to his absolute authority over persona switching. Moreover, although these secondary personas retain all the memories and abilities of their originals, they fundamentally perceive themselves as one with Raymond and would not act against their own interests. Yet, this does not alter their ingrained habits and styles of operation. Conversely, Akainu's temperament starkly contrasts with that of Tosaka and the others. He is a remarkably obstinate individual. Once he has made a determination, no one can sway his conviction. Not even his superiors can alter his will. The opinions of others and notions of right and wrong hold no significance for him. While Raymond is not concerned that Akainu may betray him, he cannot guarantee that Akainu will act entirely in accordance with his desires. Based on his understanding of Akainu, should they ever find themselves at odds, the threat of switching personalities might prove ineffective. If that were indeed the case, the utility of Akainu's secondary persona might pale in comparison to that of Tao Bai Bai. Perhaps I am overthinking this, he mused, shaking his head and setting the matter aside. Ultimately, these are merely conjectures. It could happen or it might not. No one can say for certain, even if by unfortunate chance his prediction were to come true. As long as he skillfully switches between a few secondary personas, he should be able to mitigate any potential awkwardness stemming from disagreement. This hinges on his personal aptitude for application. With 890 general points remaining, reserving over 500 for future use would suffice. So he might as well exchange a few more in hopes of luck. After glancing at his profile panel, Raymond succumbed to his urge to exchange and decided to redeem 3 bronze-level character cards in one go. System, exchange for 3 bronze character cards. Soon, 3 new bronze-level character cards appeared in his inventory. Would you like to activate the bronze character cards immediately? Yes. Activate all. Without hesitation, Raymond chose to activate them all. Bronze character card, activation in progress. Bronze secondary persona, the Beidou 5 Elements Exorcist, activation successful. Background, the Beidou 5 Elements Exorcist. Hailing from the world of Journey to the West, demon subduing. Can mimic the attacks of various demons through martial arts, and is renowned alongside Kong Su as one of the 3 great exorcists. Bronze secondary persona, the Underground Culinary King. Lai Beala, activation successful. Background, the Underground Culinary King, Lai Beala, from the world of Gourmet Captor, ranked 17th among chefs, owner of a culinary casino, possessing the ability to absorb others' memories, and mastering a unique culinary technique that serves both cooking and combat. Bronze secondary persona, Hell Detective John Constantine, activation successful. Background, Hell Detective John Constantine, from the D Universe, is one of the most renowned mages in that realm, a living encyclopedia of magic. For a fleeting moment, Raymond felt his heart pause. Upon witnessing the activation of the Beidou 5 Elements Exorcist from the world of martial arts, he remained unfazed, as the prowess of this persona was hardly remarkable. Although he was classified among the 3 great exorcists alongside Kong Su, his strength was evidently inferior, and his attack methods were overly simplistic, lacking distinctiveness. Comparatively, he fell short even against the persona of Kilo, let alone Tao Bai Bai. The sole redeeming quality might be his extensive experience as an exorcist. Perhaps he could prove useful in encounters of a more supernatural nature. However, most of the time, he would likely be of little significance, not worth dwelling upon. In contrast, the second persona activated, Lai Beala from the world of Gourmet Captor, undoubtedly possessed far greater utility than the first. Firstly, let us not overlook the sheer practicality of his culinary skills. Despite Lai Beala's notorious reputation as a crime lord in the realm of culinary captives, his prowess in the kitchen is undeniably formidable. Otherwise, he would not have secured the impressive rank of 17 on the culinary leaderboard. This is the world of culinary captives. After all, even a chef ranked 100th possesses skills that could surpass those of the so-called elite chefs of this realm, let alone Lai Beala, who is among the top 20. Setting aside his formidable abilities, Raymond felt that merely for the sake of his culinary talents, he was not at a loss. Upon encountering this secondary personality, he could already envision frequently invoking this persona to satiate his own culinary cravings. Life is not merely about survival. One cannot perpetually dwell on the pursuit of advancement. Moreover, Lai Beala is not merely a top-tier chef. He wields extraordinary knife skills and possesses a myriad of remarkable effects. For instance, he can sever others' pain receptors in an instant, and he can manipulate certain hormones within others to a degree through his knife techniques, among other things. All of these contribute to his life-saving capabilities. In essence, he is both a fighter and a healer, although his greatest expertise lies in the culinary arts. However, the presence of Lai Beala's secondary persona alone was insufficient to render Raymond's heart seemingly pause in that fleeting moment. After all, even the previous Akaina persona did not evoke such a reaction. Thus, it was improbable that Lai Beala's persona could. The true catalyst for his heart-stopping moment was the activation of the 3rd secondary persona, the infamous Jia Kong. Chapter 067, Jia Kong. John Constantine. This name may not be universally known in the D world, but it is certainly recognized among prominent figures, and few would willingly wish to engage with its bearer. For whether they are allies or adversaries, the outcomes rarely end favorably, and that is a rather diplomatic way to put it. Jia Kong is dubbed as such because he is an unequivocal scoundrel. Although categorized within the hero faction, his actions often surpass those of villains in their malevolence. The concept of virtue seems to be utterly foreign to him. Indulgences such as drinking, gambling, and other vices are mere trifles to him. Basic operations, if you will. Were it merely this, his notoriety would not be so profound. What truly earns him widespread disdain is his utter lack of moral boundaries. He perceives the world through a lens devoid of conventional notions of right and wrong, adhering instead to his own idiosyncratic logic. This logic appears rife with contradictions to outsiders. For instance, when his friends find themselves in peril, he will almost invariably come to their aid, even if the threat looms large enough to endanger his own life. Yet, during the process of resolving such predicaments, he may not hesitate to betray his teammates if he deems it necessary. Even if the troubles are ultimately resolved, the fate of the friend he assisted may not significantly improve and may even become more dire than before. In such circumstances, few would wish to forge a deep connection with him. Even among his friends, most would maintain a certain distance, for his capacity to betray knows no bounds, indiscriminately ensnaring all in his wake. The number of individuals he has deceived is staggering. Notably, even the esteemed figures from both the heavenly and infernal realms of the D-world have found themselves ensnared by his machinations, harboring palpable animosity towards him at the mere mention of his name. Yet this loathed scoundrel, who has deceived both heaven and hell, somehow continues to navigate the world with ease, a phenomenon not without reason. As a mage, his standing in the D-world is arguably on par with that of Doctor Strange in the Marvel Universe, despite his seemingly unimpressive demeanor in daily life. Where he could scarcely hold his own against street thugs, in terms of combat accomplishments, he has many formidable feats to his name. Archimedes once claimed that given a lever, he could move the world. If applied to this scoundrel, it would imply that with sufficient preparation time, whether one be angel or demon, he could ensnare them all the same. In terms of achievements, he is undoubtedly the equal of Doctor Strange. Thus, it could be posited that he is among the most powerful mages in the D-world, as few could rival him in terms of accomplishments. This is why Raymond's heart momentarily halted upon witnessing the activation of the bronze personality card revealing this scoundrel, when assessed against his most extraordinary feats. Even the other bronze-level secondary personalities pale in comparison, while the silver-level personalities, such as Tao, Bai, and Akainu, appear insignificant before him. However, should one consider his everyday capabilities, any bronze-level personality could easily overwhelm him. In summary, he represents a profound contradiction. Both his behavioral style and personal power are steeped in paradox. Nevertheless, regardless of opinion, be it admiration or disdain, his remarkable abilities cannot be denied. In a realm of uncertain odds, even Captain America and Kakashi would be unworthy of serving him. Consequently, Raymond is perplexed as to why the system categorizes him as a bronze-level secondary personality. If you were to classify him, he would surely place him at gold level. Could it be that the system assesses the ranks of such individuals with vast fluctuations in power based on their lowest point? Upon reflection, this seems to be the only plausible explanation. Otherwise, there is no rationale for his classification as bronze. So, have I stumbled upon a fortunate opportunity? As he gazed upon the newly revealed secondary personality of this scoundrel in the information panel, Raymond surely felt a surge of joy mixed with surprise. Though this time he did not activate a silver-level persona using a bronze-level character card as he did previously. Jia Kong is such an anomaly that he cannot be simply measured by levels. His greatest strength has never resided in his magic, but rather in his cunning and strategy. To put succinctly, he lacks a broad perspective. When called upon to resolve minor troubles, he may offer insights that differ significantly from Raymond's, and these can indeed be effective. For instance, he proposed infiltrating the Hellfire Club to address the issues therein. However, such cleverness is ultimately limited, and often not the optimal choice. Jia Kang's secondary persona stands in stark contrast to that of Chloe, and his emergence serves to fill this gap. Yet, Raymond harbors considerable concerns regarding Jia Kang's secondary persona. Just as he is uncertain whether he can contain the Red Dog's secondary persona, the same applies here. Should trouble arise necessitating Jia Kang's secondary persona to intervene, Raymond must first ascertain that no close acquaintances will be drawn into the fray. A moment's negligence could lead to catastrophic errors. Another troublesome character, Raymond rubbed his temples, feeling a bit of a headache. Not far from the Three Chi building, in a Thai restaurant, Colonel Strick sat alone in a private room, seemingly awaiting someone. Shortly thereafter, a Latin man in a suit, sporting silver-framed glasses, entered and took a seat across from Colonel Strick, pouring himself a glass of wine. His name was Sitwell, a level 6 agent of S.H.I.E.L.D. More significantly, he was also one of Hydra's operatives embedded within S.H.I.L.D. Had a rough time with Director Fury? Sitwell inquired with a smile, observing the Colonel's struggle with his meal. Are you here to mock me? Colonel Strick set down his cutlery, regarding him coldly. You are overly sensitive, Colonel. We are allies. Sitwell continued to chuckle. Oof. Colonel Strick snorted, still appearing somewhat displeased, though it did not prevent him from retrieving a folder from behind him and tossing it across the table to Sitwell. What is this? Sitwell asked, accepting the folder. It contains investigative reports regarding this incident. With this, I believe it should not be difficult for you to ascertain which agents were involved. Strick replied as he picked up his cutlery once more, ready to continue his meal. Of course, it would be preferable if you could provide me with a direct answer. If that proves inconvenient, at least a list will suffice, and I shall find the rest on my own. Finding people is not difficult, but are you certain you wish to proceed in this manner? Sitwell's voice took on a more serious tone. If Fury discovers you dare to act against S.H.I.E.L.D., D. Personnel. Given his disposition, he will not hesitate regardless of who stands behind you. You must consider this carefully. What if he discovers it? He can easily find a scapegoat for such a trivial matter. Does he dare to confront the military over this? Colonel Strick replied dismissively. You do not understand him. Sitwell shook his head. It seems you have been thoroughly intimidated by him. Colonel Strick scoffed. Observing Colonel Strick's arrogance, Agent Sitwell chose not to engage in further banter. As the saying goes, words fall on deaf ears. He rose from his seat, folder in hand, and stated, Once I have a list, I will send it to you. I have other matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave. No need to see me out. He left behind a full glass of red wine, untouched on the table. Watching his retreating figure, Colonel Strick let out a couple of cold laughs, showing no intention of detaining him, and continued to leisurely savor his meal. Over half an hour later, Agent Sitwell appeared in Alexander Pierce's office. That sums it up, he reported after briefing Pierce on his encounter with Colonel Strick. He then inquired, So, shall we continue our collaboration with him? Why not? Pierce responded, patting Sitwell on the shoulder with a smile. Strick's arrogance is bound to lead him in a conflict with Fury. At that point, with a little guidance from us, even if we cannot oust Fury in one fell swoop, we can certainly distract him from other concerns. Isn't that advantageous? But I worry he might expose us. Agent Sitwell frowned. There's no need for concern. A single Strick cannot ruin our plans. Pierce reassured him with a smile. Moreover, this matter involves the Tahiti project, which can resurrect the dead. If Strick continues his investigation, he might inadvertently assist us. Let him take the lead. Indeed. By the way, how are the arrangements at the Academy progressing? Pierce asked further. Lord Garrett has already made the necessary arrangements, but I have not had the opportunity to grasp the specifics. Agent Sitwell replied after a moment's thought. Did Garrett personally oversee the arrangements? That should minimize any issues. An outsider like him cannot possibly evade Garrett's grasp. Pierce nodded in acknowledgement, refraining from further inquiry. Although nominally his superior, Pierce and Garrett were equals within Hydra, each with their distinct responsibilities. He had no authority to interfere with Garrett's affairs and deemed it inappropriate to ask more. Clary, are you certain your brother will permit us to visit your home? Under the moonlight, Lorna asked Clarice with a hint of trepidation. She indeed felt a measure of fear regarding Clarice's enigmatic brother, a sentiment shared by John and Sonia. As her observations indicated, despite her earlier bravado in the face of Raymond, it had merely been a facade. After all, she was merely a 15 or 16-year-old girl. And in her limited life experiences, the most terrifying adversaries had always been the Sentinels, who relentlessly hunted mutants. Upon discovering that Raymond hailed from an organization even larger than the Sentinel Services, an unavoidable sense of dread took root within her. This apprehension intensified after hearing from Sonia about Raymond's gruesome exploits, where he had slaughtered over 30 mercenaries. The thought of Raymond inevitably filled her with anxiety. Rest assured, I've already spoken to my brother, and he has agreed. There will be no issues, Clarice stated nonchalantly. Unlike her few companions, Clarice had witnessed Raymond's gruesome exploits firsthand. However, he remained her brother, and his actions were motivated by his desire to protect her. Following an initial shock, she swiftly acclimated to the reality. The two had reached an understanding. Raymond would temporarily keep her transformation into a mutant a secret from the Fawn couple, while she would feign ignorance of his formidable abilities. With Raymond's safe return, the Fawn couple decided to make the gathering a lively affair. They not only invited relatives from Roland's side, but also encouraged Raymond and Clarice to bring along their friends. Clarice's immediate thought was to invite Lorna, John, and Sonia, for she understood that her friends had long been deprived of the warmth of home. She yearned to share her own comfort with them. Naturally, she considered whether Raymond would mind having her friends over, so she had indeed inquired beforehand, to which he had nonchalantly consented. Ding-dong, as the doorbell rang. It was Roland who opened the door. Hello, Annie, the three greeted awkwardly upon seeing Roland. Hello to you as well, Roland replied with a warm smile, turning to Clarice. Clea, are you not going to introduce me to your new friends? Clarice then realized and promptly introduced the three. Once Roland recognized who they were, she did not linger unnecessarily, simply smiling at Clarice. Your brother and his friends have already arrived and are chatting in the backyard. You young people will likely have more in common, so I shall leave you to it and go prepare dinner. All right. Clarice nodded and led her three companions towards the backyard. Upon their arrival, they indeed found Raymond engaged in conversation with several individuals, though their backs were turned to Clarice and her friends, obscuring their features. They could discern, however, that one of them possessed a notably tall and imposing stature, exuding an overwhelming presence even while seated. You've arrived. Come over, Raymond called out, waving them over. Among the trio was an old acquaintance. Chapter 069, just like your father. This old acquaintance was none other than the mysterious white-collar man from the Hellfire Club who had previously trailed Clarice. Although they were unaware of Carl's name, it did not diminish their apprehension towards him. Why on earth was he here? Lorna and the others were baffled, and even Clarice, as a semi-host, was perplexed by the presence of the very individual who had caused them trouble before, now appearing as a guest of her brother and sharing a jovial conversation with him. Among them, John's reaction was the most intense. Instinctively, he sought any nearby weapon. Unlike Lorna and Clarice, John had endured more than one betrayal and had witnessed too many mutants betrayed by those closest to them. His experiences taught him never to underestimate the malevolence of a human heart. Even if Raymond did not betray Clarice, his sister, it was entirely possible that he could treat the other three as bargaining chips in a transaction. Moreover, they were not related to Raymond, so it would not be surprising if he decided to sell them out. John's reaction was, of course, keenly observed by Raymond and the trio of Red Tank, Carl, and others who were invited yet had not left Richmond. Apart from Carl, Red Tank and Ling Dai had never met Clarice or her companions, but during their earlier conversation, they had discussed past events, making it easy for Red Tank and Ling Dai to deduce that these youngsters were indeed Raymond's sister and her friends. Can you think for a moment? If I truly intended to capture you, why would I invite you to my home? Raymond chuckled, shaking his head. Come, sit down. Don't just stand there foolishly. He gestured toward the empty patch of grass beside him. Due to the number of guests, they had not bothered to bring chairs, opting instead to sit directly on the lawn. At that moment, there was ample space on grass. Even 10 more people could sit without feeling cramped. If Raymond truly intended to cooperate with the Hellfire Club against them, there was no need to summon them to his home. He could simply follow Clarice to find them. Realizing this, they hesitated before finding a spot to sit. Brother, what is this? As soon as she sat down, Clarice could not help but inquire. Although she did not believe Raymond would harm her, she could not comprehend the situation. At that moment, Raymond smiled slightly and replied, Carl and I are old friends. This situation is indeed a misunderstanding. I was unaware that he would suddenly come to Richmond to find you, and he harbors no ill will. He merely wishes to invite you to join the Hellfire Club. Had I been present last time, you would not have been in any danger. Upon hearing Raymond's words, Clarice nodded, somewhat bewildered, without a hint of suspicion, as she had always believed that Raymond would not harm her. Furthermore, this was a script that Raymond had arranged in advance with Carl to reassure Clarice, which logically seemed sound. Suddenly, just as Raymond was explaining that the previous incident was a misunderstanding, Sonia, who had just settled down, suddenly clutched her head and emitted a muffled groan. Sonia's unexpected reaction caused John to spring up, rushing to support her, his concern evident. What's wrong, dear? Little girl, hasn't anyone taught you not to pry into others' consciousness? Ling Dai chuckled softly, gazing at Sonia, who was holding her head. It's you. John cast an angry glance towards Ling Dai. Given that Ling Dai had willingly stepped forward to accept the blame, it would indeed be peculiar if he remained unaware of the situation. At that moment, Lorna and Clarice also reacted, directing hostile glances at Ling Dai, particularly Lorna, who, with a mere lift of her hand, summoned several nails that seemed to have materialized from nowhere, hovering ominously just a meter away from Ling Dai, posing an immediate threat. Yet, Ling Dai displayed no sign of anxiety or fear in response to this spectacle. Rather, she looked at Lorna with keen interest. What a familiar scene. Reminiscent of your father in his youth, she remarked. My father? Lorna was momentarily taken aback by Ling Dai's words, instinctively dismissing them as nonsense. After all, her father was not a mutant. How could she possibly resemble him in his youth? However, before she could voice her rebuttal, a sudden realization struck her. She remembered that, like Clarice, she too had been adopted. This was precisely why she and Clarice shared such a close bond. As their life trajectories were remarkably similar, they were both adopted and both mutants. The only difference lay in the timing of their abilities awakening. She had awakened hers earlier and chosen to leave home to avoid burdening her adoptive parents, while Clarice was only just beginning to discover her powers. Nevertheless, the fact remained that she was indeed adopted. Yet, considering the uncertainty surrounding the unfamiliar woman before her, she refrained from immediately accepting Ling Dai's words. Instead, she stubbornly retorted, Do not speak nonsense. My father has no abilities whatsoever. You must not be aware of your own origins? Ling Dai's smile grew increasingly radiant, as if she had stumbled upon a new discovery. She tilted her head towards the red tank and inquired, Surely, you have not heard that he has a daughter? Don't look at me. I know nothing, the red tank replied, gazing into the distance, noncommittal. Observing the red tank's reaction, Ling Dai's smile blossomed even further. A love child? How intriguing. What have you done to Sonia? John, who had been increasingly agitated by Ling Dai's cryptic remarks, was enraged with concern for Sonia's well-being. This scene only served to heighten John's fury, as he seemed on the verge of taking action. "John, do not act impulsively. I am fine. It was my fault," Sonia, having improved somewhat, quickly intervened to restrain John, signaling him to refrain from rash actions. Chapter 070. The Astonishing Lorna. It turned out that, after sitting down, Sonia had instinctively attempted to use her powers to sense whether the red tank and his companions harbored any ill intentions. Unexpectedly, she encountered Ling Dai, another mutant possessing mental abilities, and it was evident that Ling Dai's powers far surpassed her own. Not only did Ling Dai detect her probing, but she also provided her with a small lesson. The sudden pain that caused Sonia to clutch her head was the result of Ling Dai's counterattack, leading to a backlash of her own abilities. Upon hearing Sonia's explanation, John realized that Sonia was indeed in the wrong regarding this matter. The reckless use of psychic abilities on others is inherently an offensive act, while no legal statute prohibits the indiscriminate application of such powers. A tacit understanding has long been established within the mutant community. For instance, directly employing psychic abilities on someone without their consent is tantamount to declaring war. There is simply no room for discussion. Ling Dai did not sever ties with Sonia due to her unreasonable actions. Rather, she imparted a small lesson, which was, without a doubt, a display of leniency. In light of this, John's previous reaction appeared somewhat ludicrous. Sonia's actions were not intentionally offensive. "I extend my sincerest apologies on her behalf," John said, somewhat awkwardly, realizing he had made a significant faux pas. "Forget it. It's in the past." Ling Dai casually waved her hand and glanced at him. "However, had this not been at Dr. Raymond's residence, your earlier tone would have cost you your life." She then turned her attention to Lorna with a hint of a smile. "Next time you wish to take action, ensure it is decisive. Do not present yourself in a manner that merely implies a threat, as such an approach is more likely to result in your own downfall than any effective intimidation." No sooner had she spoken than several nails before Ling Dai were enveloped in a translucent purple light, which pulled the nails swiftly towards Lorna. During this moment, Lorna was astonished to find her control over the nails completely ineffective against the purple light's force, leaving her powerless to stop them from flying toward her. She understood the implications of this. Had this unfamiliar woman harbored any hostility, she could have effortlessly eliminated her in an instant, while Lorna would have been utterly defenseless. "Enough of scaring her," Raymond chuckled, shaking his head. At his words, Ling Dai smiled and dissipated the purple light, allowing the nails to clatter harmlessly to the ground. Witnessing this scene, John's astonishment was no less than Lorna's. Although Ling Dai had not truly unleashed her full power upon them, the brief encounter had revealed just how formidable she was. She could completely dominate Lorna in a display of abilities, rendering Lorna incapable of resistance, and possessed a psychic strength surpassing that of Sonia. What a terrifying force. John had encountered numerous mutants, yet he had never met anyone with Ling Dai's level of power. If she were to regard them with hostility, she could effortlessly eliminate them all, especially with Carl nearby, who rendered both him and Lorna helpless. Not to mention the imposing and enigmatic Red Tank. While John did not know Red Tank personally, he did not believe that someone capable of associating with both Carl and Ling Dai could be anything but formidable. Only at this moment did he finally come to believe that these individuals bore no ill will towards him and his companions. Having exchanged pleasantries, it was time to settle down, wasn't it? Raymond offered them a means of easing into the situation. Observing that the youngsters had finally calmed down, he shook his head with a smile and chose not to dwell on it. Embracing the role of host, he facilitated their introductions to one another. With Raymond's calming presence and Carl's seasoned demeanor, the atmosphere soon became congenial. Particularly, Clarice and Lorna quickly bonded with Ling Dai. However, this was not solely due to Ling Dai's approachable nature. Those familiar with her, like Carl, knew that this esteemed lady of the shadows typically regarded others with disdain. Even within the Hellfire Club, few could provoke her to lower her guard. The reason for her demeanor was twofold: her high status within the Hellfire Club, coupled with her formidable abilities and her prestigious background, which indeed warranted her pride. Her willingness to set aside her regal airs in front of Clarice and Lorna stemmed from the fact that, in some respects, these two young ladies belonged to the same echelon as herself. Lorna's prowess and her strikingly familiar aloofness made it difficult for Ling Dai to refrain from associating her with the notorious mutant crime lord. Ling Dai's true age far exceeded her youthful appearance, and she was well acquainted with Magneto, having engaged in numerous dealings with him. Moreover, they shared a mutual ally in the formidable Red Tank. If Lorna were indeed Magneto's daughter, Ling Dai would not dare trouble her, if only out of respect for Raymond. As for Clarice, the situation was even less complicated. with Raymond now considered an ally and possessing an unfathomable strength. Who would dare to challenge her? For Clarice, having Raymond as her brother was her greatest source of support. In essence, both Clarice and Lorna belonged to a privileged class with powerful protectors. Lingdai recognized her own reflection in them, and thus felt no need to maintain her lofty demeanor. However, she was far less amiable towards the couple, John and Sonia, never once deigning to acknowledge them. Not only did she remain indifferent, but Carl exhibited a similar attitude, albeit with a veneer of civility. John, not being oblivious, soon discerned the tension, and his expression grew noticeably awkward. His unusual reaction did not escape the notice of anyone except for the naive Clarice and Lorna. Raymond, of course, was no exception to this awareness, yet he chose not to engage, dismissing John's thoughts as irrelevant to him. At that moment, Red Tank suddenly stood up and inclined his head towards Raymond, suggesting a private conversation. Raymond perceived that Red Tank had matters to discuss and did not refuse. Chapter 071. Accompanied by a host of elders. You previously mentioned a matter concerning your ailing companion. Is it true? After stepping aside, the Red Tank inquired. Of course. It is true. There would be no purpose in deceiving you about such matters, would there? Raymond shrugged. However, I have never heard of him having a child. The Red Tank remarked, his brow furrowed. Because even he is unaware of the existence of this son, Raymond chuckled, gesturing towards Lorna. Much like Magneto, remains oblivious to the existence of his daughter. The Red Tank cast a glance at Lorna, a contemplative expression crossing his face. Where's that child now? Still in the hospital? He queried once more. I'm uncertain about that. But wait, you wouldn't intend to use him to blackmail the professor, would you? The Red Tank denied, stating, there will ultimately be a resolution between us, but I have not stooped to the level of using children as leverage. What I desire is to personally dismantle everything he has built, compelling him to kneel before me in repentance. At this juncture, a fleeting glimmer of crimson danced in the depths of the Red Tank's eyes. Raymond shook his head, saying, I am unaware of the grievances between you that fuel such relentless determination, but I personally advise against involving David in this matter. Oh, the Red Tank discerned an underlying meaning in Raymond's words. The potential within David is formidable, Raymond stated succinctly, leaving it at that. Formidable? The Red Tank momentarily paused at Raymond's choice of words. He instinctively perceived it as an exaggeration. Yet, upon reflection, considering that the individual before him was a level 4 mutant, it dawned on him just how daunting such potential must be, if even a level 4 mutant regarded it as formidable. Raymond seemed to sense that the Red Tank wished to press further and preemptively curtailed the conversation. Do not inquire further. I am not privy to additional details. All I can convey is to refrain from provoking him. I comprehend. The Red Tank nodded slightly. Yet, Raymond observed him, sensing that he had not truly absorbed the warning. He is lying. Suddenly, a raspy voice echoed in Raymond's mind. This voice was familiar to him, belonging to one of the newly activated bronze-level subpersonalities, the slovenly Khan subpersonality. With the emergence of developmental values, the system had activated new functions, one of which allowed him to communicate with his subpersonalities in his mind at all times, not limited to switching periods. Furthermore, he could opt to share his senses with them. Of course, he could cease this at any moment if he wished. The system did not bestow a name upon this function, yet Raymond dubbed it the carrying a host of elders feature. Upon discovering this newfound ability, the subpersonalities eagerly approached Raymond, fervently requesting him to frequently enable sensory sharing. Even the notoriously difficult Akainu subpersonality expressed a willingness to comply, assuring Raymond that as long as he was amenable to regularly activating sensory sharing, he would strive to obey Raymond's commands without faltering at crucial moments, all while adhering to his own moral boundaries. Faced with the requests of his alter egos, Raymond did not overstep his bounds. Reaching an agreement with them, as long as it did not involve matters he deemed inappropriate, he would engage in sensory sharing. He found nothing unreasonable in their demands. One cannot expect a horse to run while withholding its fodder. At such moments, offering a little incentive would undoubtedly yield better results. Thus, during Raymond's recent exchange with the Red Tank, his alter egos were privy to the entire interaction. Did you notice that? Raymond mused internally. So conspicuous. It would be quite difficult not to see, remarked the alter ego Chloe with a teasing tone in his mind. If I'm not mistaken, while he won't use that David as a hostage, he is likely to exploit him against his father, instigating a father-son conflict? How thrilling. The alter ego Liebler chuckled. Why resort to familial ties? How dull, sighed the alter ego Deadshot. What are you all talking about? The alter ego Demon Hunter interjected, completely bewildered. As a quintessential brute, he gleaned no useful information from the earlier scene, merely enjoying the spectacle of Raymond's dialogue with the red tank. Upon hearing Akainu speak, Chloe and the others fell silent. Despite being alter egos themselves, they understood the hierarchy among them. Akainu, a formidable silver-tier presence, stood a level above them. It is a universal principle to accord respect to the strong, regardless of the realm. Thus, they refrained from rebuttal. Among the bronze-tier alter egos, the only one unrestrained by such conventions was the slothful Zhakong, who, too lazy to dissent at this moment, remained silent. Ultimately, it was the alter ego Tao Bai who stepped forward to mockingly declare, to achieve great things, one must live boldly. What do you know, you simpleton? Do you wish for death, you effeminate fool? Akainu replied in a deep tone. Who are you calling effeminate? Tao Bai retorted, incensed. A true man would never sport braid. If you do, what does that make you? Akainu scoffed. In Raymond's mind, these alter egos could perceive each other's true forms. So Akainu was aware of Tao Bai's appearance. My dear brother, I must disagree with your statement, the demon hunter alter ego asserted in his Shandong dialect, as he too had a braid. Akainu's disparaging remarks inadvertently targeted him as well. Silence. They both snapped as he began to speak. Enough. Cease your bickering and take a break, Raymond interjected, overwhelmed by their cacophony. He promptly activated a shield, severing sensory sharing and communication. Once disconnected, tranquility enveloped the world once more. At that moment, Raymond's maternal grandfather and his uncle's family had also arrived. Mother Roland called to him through the kitchen window, indicating that he should make his way to the living room, presumably to assist in entertaining his grandfather and uncle. Reluctantly, he bid farewell to the red tank and proceeded alone in the direction of the living room. Chapter 072, Family. Much like the Raymond family, grandfather Old Aiden has two children. One, of course, is Raymond's mother, Roland, and the other is Roland's brother, Raymond's uncle, Mitchell Aiden. Grandfather Old Aiden runs a clothing company, and although it may not be large in scale, it is sufficient to secure his status among the affluent in Richmond. In essence, Mother Roland is indeed a quintessential, second-generation, rich individual. This was one of the reasons why Old Aiden initially opposed his daughter's marriage to Raymond's father. The notion of social class compatibility is not exclusively a Chinese concern. At the time, Fang Mo was merely an inconspicuous police officer, hailing from an ordinary immigrant family. And in comparison to Roland's family, he was undeniably reaching beyond his means. It was only after Raymond's birth that Old Aiden finally accepted Fang Mo as his son-in-law. Especially when Raymond emerged as a prominent psychologist recognized across North America, Fang Mo finally found his footing and could hold his head high in front of his father-in-law. The reasoning is simple. Although Raymond's wealth may not yet surpass that of grandfather Aiden, one is a nationally renowned psychologist while the other is a modest local businessman. The disparity in their social standings is unmistakable. Furthermore, as a distinguished young scholar, should Raymond amass even greater fame in the future, he would undoubtedly attract numerous investors should he choose to venture into entrepreneurship. At that juncture, his wealth could easily eclipse that of Old Aiden. The elder man is well aware of this, often boasting about his beloved grandson Raymond to his old friends while drinking, illustrating the immense pride he takes in him. Consequently, Fang Mo has also gained esteem in Old Aiden's eyes as his status rises alongside his son. As for Raymond's uncle Mitchell, like Mother Roland, he graduated from law school and initially pursued a career as an attorney. However, when his career faced challenges, Old Aiden invited him to join the family business, intending to groom him as his successor. As Mitchell gradually adapted to this new role, the now 7-year-old Old Aiden could finally retire comfortably, occasionally engaging in significant decisions while spending the remainder of his time relishing his golden years, fishing and playing golf with old friends. Upon entering the living room, Raymond was greeted by the sight of grandfather Old Aiden and grandmother, along with Uncle Mitchell and his wife, and his two younger cousins. Similar to grandfather Old Aiden and Mother Roland, Uncle Mitchell also has two children, but they are both daughters. The elder, named Haley, has recently graduated from university and is currently seeking employment, while the younger, Alex, is of similar age to Clarice and is still in high school. Raymond, cousin. It has been far too long. Upon catching sight of Raymond, Alexis rushed toward him and enveloped him in a warm embrace. Having fully assimilated the memories of the original body regarding family, Raymond found no surprise in his little cousin's actions, as she had always regarded him as an idol. His elder, cousin Haley, one of the few underachievers in the family, was entirely disinterested in her studies. In contrast, young Alexis, much like Clarice, was an academic prodigy, relentlessly pursuing the standards set by Raymond in his heyday. Both of them had consistently viewed Raymond as their benchmark. However, It was evident that Alexis harbored a tinge of jealousy towards Clarice for having such a brother as Raymond, having complained on more than one occasion about wishing to exchange him for her underperforming sister Haley. Indeed, it had been quite a while since they last met, and the little girl had noticeably grown taller. Raymond affectionately ruffled her hair and chuckled. "I must say, Raymond, you certainly know how to invite trouble. With that remark, this girl is bound to pester you frequently." Uncle Mitchell shook his head with a smile. "Let her be. The capital is nearby. It would be beneficial for Alexis to learn a thing or two from Raymond, lest she end up like some other girls without prospects." Grandfather old Aiden remarked with a twinkle in his eye. "Here we go again, Grandpa." Haley rolled her eyes. As the sole underachiever in the family, she often faced discrimination and was used as a cautionary example. "By the way, where is Clarice?" Alexis suddenly began to scan her surroundings. "She is chatting with a few friends in the backyard. You should go join her." Raymond pointed toward the rear of the house. "Then I shall go see," she declared. And without delay, she dashed toward the backyard, not particularly concerned for Alexis. Raymond believed that neither Clarice's friends nor Ling Dai and Carl would be easily swayed by a young girl like her. "I'll also go take a look," Haley said, following Alexis into the backyard. "Lisa and I will assist Roland. You gentlemen can chat freely without minding us," said Haley as she and Alexis exited, leaving the living room to the 4 male members of the family. "Care for a drink?" asked the taciturn Fong Mo, addressing his father-in-law and brother-in-law. "Would young Raymond like a drink?" Grandfather old Aiden inquired, glancing at Raymond. "If grandfather wishes to drink, I shall certainly oblige," Raymond replied with a smile. "Excellent. Then let us indulge today," old Aiden exclaimed, slapping his thigh in delight. "As for the drinking, I have a few friends over there. I will check if they wish to join," Raymond said, making his way toward the backyard, initially intending to invite John as well. Raymond respected John's polite declination and did not press the matter. Before long, under Raymond's introductions, both parties became quite familiar with one another. "Here is my business card. Should you require collaboration in the fashion industry in the future, feel free to reach out." Uncle Mitchell, succumbing to his professional instinct, handed out his business card halfway through their drinks. "Fashion industry, you say? Not a problem. I have several companies under my purview that dabble in that sector, and there will undoubtedly be opportunities for collaboration ahead." Upon receiving the business card, Mitchell glanced at the title inscribed upon it and instinctively whispered, "Chairman of the Welding Group?" He initially uttered it softly, but soon, as if a sudden realization struck him, his voice elevated, repeating it in an incredulous tone. Once he finished, he recognized his own lapse in composure and hurriedly offered his apologies. Old Aiden had intended to reprimand him, yet before he could voice his admonishment, he too seemed to be struck by an epiphany, turning to Mitchell and inquiring, "Which Welding Group?" "The very one you were thinking of, old man," Mitchell replied, his throat constricting, revealing a hint of nervousness. Chapter 073, Still Poor. "Ahem, am I the only one unaware of what the Welding Group is?" Raymond coughed, breaking the silence. The usually taciturn old Aiden also raised his hand, confessing his own ignorance of the conversation at hand. However, Red Tank appeared to be well acquainted with the Welding Group, showing no surprise at the reactions of the Aiden father and son, casually sipping his drink. Uncle Mitchell then took on the role of the narrator. The Welding Group is one of the top 10 publicly listed companies in Virginia, with subsidiaries spanning various industries, such as apparel, dining, and tourism. Notable brands under its umbrella include the local Richmond staple, Polk Menswear, and the Southeast chain of fried chicken. As Mitchell elaborated, a sense of unreality still enveloped him. If the man before him, Carl, truly was the chairman of the Welding Group, then even at a conservative estimate of his shareholding, his wealth would easily reach the tens of billions of dollars. The entirety of old Aiden's clothing company would scarcely amount to even a fraction of that fortune. Men of such immense wealth, like Carl, were not individuals that old Aiden and his son would typically encounter, save for some rare social gatherings or events. Genuine interaction was virtually impossible, let alone the prospect of an invitation to their home. The disparity in their social strata was stark. Most of old Aiden's acquaintances were merely modest business owners who had stepped back from the limelight, with few belonging to the salaried class. Thus, the sudden arrival of a chairman of a publicly listed conglomerate at their home, especially under the guise of a friend of their nephew, rendered Mitchell's perception of reality somewhat surreal. With his discerning eye, he could easily discern that this seemingly affluent figure, Mr. Carl of the Welding Group, exhibited profound respect towards Raymond and the robust man named Kane. Though he did not overtly seek to ingratiate himself, he consistently positioned himself in a manner that suggested humility. Such behavior could not simply be attributed to modesty. Did a billionaire chairman of a publicly traded company truly need to act in such a manner? While Raymond was indeed a notable figure in academia and a respected psychology expert, It seemed preposterous that he would command such deference from a titan of industry. Mitchell found himself grappling with the incongruity of it all. Old Aiden need not be mentioned, for his insight surpasses that of his son. He had long discerned that Carl was exhibiting an exceedingly lowly demeanor towards Raymond. Initially, he assumed that Carl was merely a subordinate of Raymond or a sycophantic acquaintance seeking to curry favor. Little did he anticipate that Carl was, in fact, the head of the Weldon Group. To be candid, both father and son harbored suspicions deep within that Carl might be a charlatan. Raymond's reaction clearly indicated his ignorance of Carl's true standing as the leader of the Weldon Group, suggesting that their level of acquaintance was rather shallow. In such circumstances, if Carl were indeed the head of the Weldon Group, they could not fathom any rationale for him to adopt such a subservient posture. However, the doubts held by old Aiden and Mitchell stem from their unawareness of Carl's other identity as a core member of the Hellfire Club, known as the Black Knight. Raymond, possessing knowledge of Carl's true nature, certainly did not perceive him as a fool. Nonetheless, it would be disingenuous to claim he was entirely unperturbed by the revelation that Carl was also the CEO of a publicly traded conglomerate. After hearing his Uncle Mitchell's introduction, Raymond gazed at Carl in astonishment, exclaiming, "You, of all people, possess such wealth? Why did you not inform me sooner?" To which Carl shrugged nonchalantly, responding, "You never inquired." Carl, with a carefree smile, added, "Moreover, in comparison to Miss Betsy, I would hesitate to label myself as affluent. If you seek to envy the wealthy, you have chosen the wrong target." "Betsy is wealthier than you?" Raymond queried, glancing toward the backyard in surprise. "There is no basis for comparison," Carl replied, shaking his head. At this juncture, Raymond finally comprehended why the Hellfire Club was humorously dubbed the elite consortium of mutants. Even a core member like Carl, presumably among the lower ranks, possessed a fortune of at least several $billion, alongside control of a substantial publicly traded company. Moreover, it appeared that his wealth paled in comparison to that of the butterfly, suggesting that if the butterfly's fortune were merely 2 or 3 times that of Carl's, it would not warrant the term incomparable. This indicated that the butterfly was undoubtedly one of those invisible, super-rich individuals. Given this context, it seemed probable that most core members of the Hellfire Club were similarly affluent, each possessing wealth that could rival nations. In the gold standard-driven societies of Europe and America, wealth is often directly correlated with political power, especially outside emerging industries. Thus, with such vast riches, the Hellfire Club naturally wielded significant political influence, explaining their enduring prominence over the years. Raymond had previously considered himself to be quite wealthy, at least in comparison to his former life. Yet, upon reflection, he realized he was still destitute. As Raymond lamented his own financial shortcomings, old Aiden and Mitchell exchanged glances once more, each recognizing the doubt reflected in the other's eyes. The individual who claimed to be the chairman of the Weldon Group, Carl, left them somewhat incredulous, harboring secret suspicions of his potential deceit. To their astonishment, Carl insinuated that the female companion accompanying Raymond was even wealthier than he, and by an extraordinary margin at that, far exceeding several $billion. How could such claims become increasingly extravagant? Had it not been for Carl's association with Raymond, they might have voiced their doubts. Under the subtle prompting of his father, old Aiden, Mitchell gently tapped Raymond on the shoulder and said, "Raymond, come upstairs with me for a moment. I wish to consult you regarding some personnel matters at the company." "Sure," Raymond replied without hesitation. In truth, he had taken note of the shifting expressions of both his grandfather and uncle, believing that Hong Tank and Carl had also observed them, though they seemed to regard it with indifference. Sure enough, once they ascended to the second floor, Uncle Mitchell immediately inquired in a hushed tone, "What is the background of these friends of yours? Are you certain there are no issues?" I gathered from their conversation that Mitchell had nearly voiced his suspicion that they were frauds. Raymond chuckled, "Uncle, you're overthinking this. Have you forgotten my profession? Not just anyone can deceive me." Mitchell paused, recalling that he had indeed overlooked Raymond's expertise in psychology. It was likely that even a seasoned con artist would find it challenging to pull a fast one on him. Nonetheless, Mitchell remained uneasy. Raymond continued with a smile. "While I was initially unaware of Carl's position as the chairman of the Weldon Group, his other identity is arguably of equal, if not greater, significance. He has no reason to deceive me in this matter, so you need not worry, Uncle. Moreover, regarding the veracity of such matters, you could easily inquire and ascertain the truth, couldn't you? With your connections, obtaining a photograph of the Weldon Group's chairman shouldn't pose any difficulty." Immediately, Mitchell, being somewhat impatient, took off to make a call. Upon emerging from the room, Mitchell appeared dazed, for he had acquired a photograph of the Weldon Group's chairman from a friend, and he recognized Carl instantly. It was indeed the very same individual downstairs. This revelation confirmed that Carl's assertions were entirely truthful, and he and his father had overthought the situation. Realizing this, Mitchell felt a mix of embarrassment and unexpected delight. For a large publicly listed entity like the Weldon Group, even a mere trickle of its resources could greatly benefit old Aiden's clothing company. Now, that Carl was genuinely the head of the Weldon Group and had such a close relationship with his nephew, it was likely that he would support their company, if only for the sake of familial ties. Given the current unfavorable global economic climate, which posed significant challenges for smaller companies like theirs, Mitchell had been troubled lately. Little did he expect that a simple family gathering could lead to such fortuitous circumstances. Raymond, do not forget to speak well of me to your friends. Your mother has a significant stake in the company's future. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Mitchell immediately rallied Raymond. I understand, Raymond replied, conceding to Mitchell to avoid his endless chatter. As for Carl, there was no need for a special briefing. With Carl's cunning nature, fostering goodwill with him required little effort. Should I also devise ways to earn some money? Raymond suddenly pondered. He no longer felt the same insecurity as when he first arrived, especially with two formidable silver-level alter egos by his side, along with the unpredictable Jacques alter, which he considered a potential trump card. Most of the time, it was a victory if he refrained from bullying others. Anyone who dared provoke him was truly courting disaster. With his personal safety assured, it seemed time to pursue individual aspirations. What should I do then? After leaving Raymond's residence, John wore a stern expression, as if someone owed him money. They did not allow Clarice to see them off. The trio departed directly by car. What is wrong, Brother John? Lorna finally inquired, noticing John's unusual demeanor. I'm fine, John initially denied, but soon added from now on, you should keep your distance from Clarice's brother. He and his associates seem rather peculiar. Peculiar? What do you mean? I think Brother Raymond and Sister Betsy are quite nice, Lorna replied, confused by John's assertion. After a brief exchange with Ling Dai, she held a favorable impression of the older sister, despite Ling Dai not disclosing the meaning behind her previous words. Unbeknownst to her, Ling Dai was actually older than her adoptive parents, yet appeared to be under 30. Moreover, it wasn't just Ling Dai. She also thought highly of Raymond. Although Raymond had displayed arrogance during his last appearance, Clarice had consistently praised him, which influenced her perception. Additionally, this time, Raymond was notably more courteous than during their last encounter. Aside from slight chilliness, he seemed devoid of other faults. However, coldness was not an issue for her. Thus, she struggled to comprehend why John suddenly advised her to distance herself from Raymond and Sonia. Sonia likely sensed her boyfriend's unease, but with no one else around, spoke candidly. Dear, from my observations, Clarice's brother and his friends do not seem to be targeting you specifically. They likely behave this way regularly. Do you also believe they are harmless? John interrupted Sonia impatiently, his tone sharp, suggesting, so you mean I'm being petty and maliciously undermining them behind their backs? You know that's not what I mean, Sonia replied softly. Then what do you mean? Are you implying I lack capability and cannot measure up to them? John suddenly questioned in a harsh tone, reflecting on the fact that those around him were either prominent figures within the Hellfire Club or high-ranking officials of SHIELD. What was he, after all? Merely the leader of a disreputable organization. John, how can you speak to Sister Sonia like that? Lorna interjected, her dissatisfaction evident. Am I not speaking the truth? If you find more fulfillment mingling with them, then by all means, go seek them out. There is no need for you to suffer here. I cannot bear it. Sonia regarded John with an expression akin to that of a stranger. Her eyes filled with disappointment and glistening with unshed tears. This gaze from Sonia jolted John into a sudden awareness, making him realize that his previous words were perhaps too harsh. He quickly attempted to amend his statement. I'm sorry, that wasn't my intention. Enough. Just let me have a moment of silence. Sonia interrupted him, closing her eyes and turning away. Witnessing Sonia's genuine anger, John felt a twinge of panic. Yet, out of pride, he was reluctant to bow down before Sonia in front of Lorna, so he opted for silence instead. Observing John's demeanor, Lorna couldn't help but compare him to Raymond. The comparison was telling. It immediately highlighted how John paled in comparison to Raymond, both in demeanor and in their respective abilities to handle situations. This realization led Lorna to question whether her decision to join the mutant underground organization was indeed the right one. Meanwhile, the Red Tank trio, having left Raymond's residence, made their way directly to the airport, as they all had tickets to leave Richmond that very evening. Who? Carl inquired. It's the patient Dr. Raymond mentioned. From the Clockwork Asylum. I believe his name is David Haller, Red Tank replied, uncertainly. That's the name, Carl confirmed, nodding. So, we're investigating him? Indeed, Red Tank affirmed. At this moment, Ling Dai interjected with curiosity. Could it be that what Dr. Raymond said is true? That David is indeed your nephew? It seems likely. Red Tank nodded slightly. First, there's Eric's illegitimate daughter, and now Charles's illegitimate son. TSK, you men really can't seem to control yourselves, Ling Dai remarked with a smirk. Her comment was, unfortunately, rather accurate, as male mutants were, after all, still men. Chapter 075. Raymond's Sudden Inspiration. Time flies. In the blink of an eye, Raymond had been at home for over half a month. During this period, Director Egg had called him several times, inquiring whether he needed anyone to discreetly protect him. But Raymond had politely declined each time, and Director Egg did not press the matter. He understood that Raymond was no longer the same as before. It was evident that Director Egg must have already learned from Hill about Raymond's suspected mutation. Additionally, the gambling incident involving Raymond and the head of the Combat Academy, Leonid, had long since circulated, and, as the head of SHIEL, Director Egg could not possibly overlook such intelligence. Raymond's decisive victory over Leonid, the seasoned field agent, rendered him independent and in no need of protection. On this day, it must be noted that the original occupant's taste was quite refined. The choice of this apartment, along with its decor, aligned perfectly with Raymond's preferences. After careful consideration, he resolved to sell it. Sell it? Vincent, the dean of the Communications Institute, whom Raymond had summoned for assistance, gazed at him in disbelief. Just moments ago, you were lamenting the wisdom of your earlier choices. Why the sudden change of heart? He was busy organizing his valuable belongings to take with him. Come on, my friend, I'm serious. Why on earth do you wish to sell the apartment? Vincent retorted, a hint of annoyance in his tone. Raymond paused his actions and turned to him. All right, since you're so curious, I'll be candid. I plan to establish a comprehensive detective agency, and my finances are a bit tight. So I figure it would be prudent to liquidate this apartment. A detective agency? Aren't you supposed to be devoted to the academy? Vincent inquired, puzzled. Not long ago, Raymond had entered into a wager with Leonid regarding his position at the Combat Institute and had emerged victorious. Why was he suddenly altering his course? That may be true, but do you really think SHIELD and the Combat Institute will approve of this? I have already informed Director Fury, and he has given his consent. As for the academy, do you not recall my agreement with Agent Leonid? Vincent remembered then that Leonid, confident in his superiority, had promised that should Raymond win, he would facilitate all his endeavors. While there were procedural irregularities concerning faculty members taking on external positions, it was not unheard of. Many guest professors at the academy held dual appointments. Raymond himself had been one of them. However, it seemed there had been no precedent for a new faculty member to take on external roles. Yet since SHIELD had agreed, it would undoubtedly be feasible unless anyone at the academy opposed it. As the dean, Vincent possessed enough discernment to not doubt Raymond's ability to successfully embark on this new venture. After considering this, Vincent shook his head and chuckled. What exactly did you say to Director Fury? It appears he is at your beck and call. Stop pretending, my brother. I refuse to believe that a distinguished dean of the Communications Institute, who deals with intelligence daily, could not uncover my recent whereabouts, Raymond remarked, casting a sidelong glance at him. At this, Vincent felt a twinge of awkwardness, for he had indeed conducted a discreet investigation into Raymond's recent activities through his own channels. Though his intentions were benign, it was not something he could openly admit. When he encountered Raymond at the control tower, he had refrained from asking too many questions, opting instead to feign ignorance about Raymond's prior movements, until now when Raymond had called him out. I was merely concerned for your well-being, fearing you might encounter some trouble. Vincent replied with a sheepish smile. I comprehend your point. Otherwise, I would not have sought your assistance. Raymond waved dismissively, indicating that further elaboration was unnecessary. Some rules are understood, and excessive discourse would not serve your interests. I fully grasp, Vincent acknowledged. What I can share is that Director Fury may indeed feel a sense of obligation regarding this matter. Generally, he accommodates any reasonable requests I make. Raymond pondered. Understood. Let us cease this discussion. Vincent gestured for a pause. Moreover, as a seasoned agent of SHIELD, he recognized that some matters warranted discretion. The fact that Fury personally ordered confidentiality regarding Raymond's previous whereabouts was a testament to the complexity of the situation. He wished to avoid unnecessary complications, thus swiftly changing the subject. However, should you wish to establish your own agency, a lack of funds can easily be remedied through a loan. Given your circumstances, I doubt any bank would decline you as a prime client. He was thoroughly familiar with the process of opening a detective agency. In his previous life, he often resided at the company, preferring to avoid the back and forth between home and office, particularly now with additional commitments at the academy. Raymond had sought Vincent's assistance primarily for his extensive network. Few within the S.H.L.D. system could rival Vincent's influence as the head of communications. Upon learning of Raymond's intentions, Vincent did not disappoint and readily agreed, offering a mysterious smile. For matters such as this, you have indeed come to the right person. I shall introduce you to someone who can ensure all these affairs are managed effectively. One person? Raymond inquired, somewhat astonished. It was important to note that his responsibilities extended beyond merely selling the apartment. He also needed to secure an appropriate office location and obtain the necessary licenses for the detective agency, among various other tasks. Were it not for the intricacies involved, he would have simply approached a real estate agent. To his surprise, Vincent's solution was to introduce him to an individual. Indeed, just one person, Vincent affirmed with a nod. I will arrange a meeting for you. After your discussion, you can approach him for any future minor complications. Very well. I appreciate your assistance. We are comrades. So no need for formalities, Vincent replied with a charming smile. Chapter 76, to the public hall. In the evening, following the address provided by Vincent, Raymond arrived in Chinatown, Washington, D.C. Compared to New York's Chinatown and Flushing, the Washington Chinatown, though a similar hub for the Chinese community, was undoubtedly quieter yet markedly cleaner, devoid of the chaos often associated with other Chinatowns. The establishment Vincent mentioned was a renowned Chinese restaurant, Dong Lu Seafood Restaurant. While its prices were somewhat elevated compared to smaller establishments, it was reasonable for someone of the original owner's financial standing. The original owner had frequented this venue with several Chinese friends, including Vincent. According to Vincent's intention, the individual he introduced to assist him with all his minor troubles appears to be of Chinese descent, which makes the choice of this meeting place rather unsurprising. As Raymond entered the dining hall of the restaurant, he had just taken out his phone and was about to dial a number when he noticed a plump, middle-aged Chinese man wearing sunglasses striding toward him. The man was wiping the sweat from his forehead with a tissue, and with a broad smile, he inquired, "Are you Dr. Raymond?" "Indeed," Raymond nodded, having already surmised the man's identity. As expected, the middle-aged man, relieved that he had not mistaken the person, said, "I am Ren Yen, but my English name is January. You may address me as you wish, Dr. Raymond. Mr. Vincent sent me here to wait for you." Janren. Raymond glanced at him with a slightly peculiar expression. The combination of this English name with the gentleman's surname struck him as oddly amusing. The man named Run Yen seemed to have guessed why Raymond found it strange and offered a wry smile. "You must be curious as to why I chose such an English name, right?" Ren Yen explained with a hint of embarrassment. "When I first arrived in North America, I hardly spoke English, so I asked a friend to help me pick a name. I intended it to reflect the saying that the year's plans are made in spring, so I chose the English name for January, which is abbreviated to January. Did no one ever mention how peculiar it sounds?" Raymond couldn't help but inquire. "Initially, no. Perhaps my friends noticed, but chose not to mention it out of consideration for my feelings. By the time I realized it was inappropriate, everyone around me already knew my English name, and over time, I simply resigned myself to it and didn't bother to change it." Run Yen shrugged. "It's quite unique, actually," Raymond replied with a smile. Run Yen shook his head with a rueful grin and deftly shifted the topic, saying, "The private room has been arranged. Shall we proceed inside? I'm easygoing. I'll follow your lead." Raymond indicated his indifference. "Very well." Ren Yen gestured, and immediately a waitress led them through the restaurant. In a short while, they arrived at a private room on the second floor named Autumn Melody. As soon as they sat down, Ren Yen signaled to the waitress to serve the dishes. "I noticed the waitress seems particularly courteous to you. Do you visit here often?" Raymond asked with a smile after they were seated. Ren Yen hesitated for a moment before thoughtfully responding, "This restaurant is, in name, one of my properties." "In name?" Raymond noted the choice of words. It wouldn't be surprising if Run Yen were merely the owner of this restaurant, given the wealth of the original owner. Opening a Chinese restaurant of similar scale would be quite effortless. However, Vincent had specifically introduced this Run Yen to him, and had mysteriously indicated that any minor troubles he found inconvenient to handle could be directed to this individual, which surely held significance. Thus, Raymond was inclined to believe that Ren Yen possessed another identity. "Mr. Vincent has done me a favor. Dr. Raymond, since you are a friend of Mr. Vincent, there are matters I shall not conceal from you. Have you heard of the Chinese Consolidated Benevolent Association?" Ren Yen inquired after a moment of hesitation. "The Hongmen in North America?" Raymond instinctively replied. "This appellation is not entirely incorrect," Ren Yen remarked with a shrug. "Compared to the Zhigong Hall, the term North American Hongmen is undoubtedly more widely recognized. The fact that Raymond is familiar with this name has little to do with the original body he inhabits, in his previous life on Earth. This gang also existed and frequently appeared in various films and dramas. As the largest gang in Huagua, the Homans branch in North America undoubtedly holds a unique status within the Chinese community, especially after Huagua prohibited the existence of gangs, allowing the North American Hongmen to supplant the core position of the Hongmen in Huagua and become the headquarters of the organization. Zhigong Hall is the official designation of the North American Hongmen, both the former Raymond and the original body, who possesses half-Chinese heritage, are certainly no strangers to the name Zhigong Hall. Are you a member of the Zhigong Hall? Raymond inquired, slightly taken aback. I am, in fact, the leader of the Zhigong Hall's Washington branch, known in the community as the Jade-Faced Flying Dragon. Puffed. Raymond, who was sipping tea, could not contain himself and nearly sprayed it out. Fortunately, he reacted quickly, tilting his head just in time to prevent a mess on the table. Ahem, my apologies. I choked a bit, Raymond said, feeling somewhat embarrassed. I understand, Renyan replied, appearing a bit awkward as well. It was evident that his nickname had likely caused discomfort for others before. Raymond was certainly not the first, nor would he be the last. Nevertheless, Renyan felt compelled to explain, well, this nickname was given to me before I lost weight. I assure you I was quite handsome once I slimmed down, truly. I'm not deceiving you. Realizing he had digressed, he swiftly redirected the conversation. Let us put that aside and discuss the matter at hand. I heard from Mr. Vincent that you, Dr. Raymond, are facing a minor predicament that requires my assistance. May I inquire as to the nature of this trouble? Raymond, upon hearing this, adopted a serious demeanor. It is as follows. With Raymond's elucidation, Ren Yin swiftly comprehended the nature of his dilemma. After listening, he nodded and summarized. So, you intend to sell an apartment in the city center and establish a detective agency, requiring a suitable office location and a business license, correct? Indeed, Raymond affirmed with a nod. Leave it to me. Once the particulars are clarified, I assure you I can assist with everything within 3 days, except the business license, which might take a bit longer. After grasping the situation, Ren Yin patted his chest, promising Raymond that he would handle it. Chapter 077. A different paradigm. As Raymond conversed with Ren Yin, 2 female waitstaff began to serve the dishes. Thus, the two commenced their meal while continuing their dialogue. Through Ren Yin's explanations, Raymond soon understood why he had claimed that this restaurant merely nominally belonged to him. In reality, it was owned by the Zhigong Hall's Washington branch. As the branch leader, Ren Yin indeed wielded control over the establishment. However, strictly speaking, the restaurant did not belong to him personally. Should he step down, the authority over the restaurant would naturally transfer to the next branch leader. Do not jest with me. You must surely know how the Chinese community fares in North America. Ren Yin sighed. Though we may be the largest Chinese gang in North America, it sounds quite imposing. Yet if one were to rank all the gangs in North America, we wouldn't even make it into the top 10. Is it truly that dire? Raymond questioned, a hint of disbelief in his voice. Though he had only visited North America a few times in his previous life as a private investigator, he possessed a far greater understanding of the underworld than the average person. From what he knew, the most formidable gang in North America was the 5 families of the North American Mafia. Originally, the North American Mafia bore similarities to the Chinese triads, both being mere branches of larger organizations, with the Italian Mafia as its core. However, as North America grew in strength and stature, becoming the world's foremost superpower, the North American Mafia flourished, no longer content to remain subordinate to the Italian Mafia and subsequently splitting away. This evolution led to the emergence of the North American Mafia, dominated by 5 prominent families. Conversely, the fortunes of the North American triads did not mirror those of the Mafia. Despite their considerable numbers, most members were of Chinese descent. In a predominantly white nation like North America, they remained underdogs, unable to compete with the 5 families of the North American Mafia. Nevertheless, the North American triads still represented a gang of comparable stature. Even if they could not surpass the Mafia, they were undoubtedly among the top 3 gangs. How could it be that under Ren Yin's leadership, they would fail to even break into the top 10? Why would I deceive you? Just counting alone reveals numerous gangs that are far more powerful than ours, Ren Yin said, enumerating on his fingers. Take the Jinbing gang, for instance. Their leader needs no introduction. Wait, the Jinbing gang? Raymond interjected suddenly. He realized then how he had overlooked this detail. Upon hearing the name, he understood his mistake. This was the Marvel Universe, where, despite many similarities to his previous life, such as the presence of the North American triads, there were also numerous differences. When discussing the underworld of the Marvel Universe, how could one possibly overlook the Jinbing, the emperor of the North American underworld? Originating from New York's underground kitchens, Jinbing's influence spanned across North America and extended into the global underworld. Despite lacking any superhuman abilities, he had managed to best numerous superheroes. Countless heroes, from Daredevil to Spider-Man, from the Punisher to Iron Man, had felt the weight of his might, leaving one to wonder how a mere mortal gang leader could contend with such extraordinary beings. Furthermore, he did not only target superheroes, he had bullied many villains as well. Raymond had momentarily been trapped in a cognitive blind spot, failing to recall this figure at once. Otherwise, he would have recognized that the apex of the North American underworld could not possibly be the North American Mafia. No, I had only heard the name mentioned before. I had no idea it was this formidable. Raymond waved his hand dismissively. The leader known as Jean Bing is widely recognized in the underworld as the Emperor of the Mafia, overshadowing even the notorious 5 families of the North American mob. If it weren't for Jean Bing's reluctance to expand his territory, the majority of gangs currently operating in North America would likely have been absorbed by him, leaving scarcely a remnant behind, Reborn lamented. While Reborn speculated on the dynamics of the North American underground, Raymond merely nodded occasionally, refraining from offering his insights, as his mind was occupied with his own thoughts. Is it possible that such a formidable figure capable of sweeping through the North American underworld exists? The Deadshot's alter ego marveled at Reborn's description of Jean Bing. For instance, New York in this world bears a striking resemblance to his birthplace, Gotham City, resembling a fusion of Gotham and Metropolis. However, in his own realm, no one has ever truly dominated the underworld. He himself had a foot in the world of crime, having engaged in business dealings with numerous mob bosses of Gotham. Thus, he was acutely aware of the formidable challenge posed by the idea of conquering the North American underground. This figure named Jean Bing certainly seemed to be an extraordinary individual. Do not be overly astonished. It is merely the underworld of a single nation. Haha. I have swept across the underworld of the entire world, chuckled Leibala, the alter ego. Renowned as the king of underground cuisine, he indeed had traversed the culinary realms of the human world, and thus his claim was not entirely boastful. However, this world appears to be significantly more powerful than the human realm. The ability to dominate a nation's underground is indeed remarkable. I would relish the opportunity to savor his memories, Leibala remarked, inadvertently letting out a sound of salivation. After a brief pause, he continued, speaking of which, have you ever considered establishing your own gang? Host personality? With my assistance, I guarantee you would surpass that Jean Bing and ascend as the new emperor of the underworld. Just with you? The Deadshot's alter ego scoffed. He had little faith that this creature resembling a monster could rival the remarkable Jean Bing. Raymond's thoughts aligned with those of the Deadshot's alter ego this time. While Leibala indeed possessed some degree of prowess, the underworld of the culinary realm was devoid of any significant figures, making his claims of sweeping it hardly impressive. Compared to Jean Bing, Leibala's alter ego would undoubtedly fall short. Moreover, Raymond had no intention of delving into the underworld. Had he not coincidentally encountered Reborn, a member of the North American Hongmen, he might not have even recalled the name Jean Bing. Chapter 078, The Plight of Chinese Gangs. Regarding Reborn's gossip about the North American underworld, aside from the Deadshot's alter ego and Leibala, the other alter egos showed little interest in the topic. Even the Clever Claw alter ego, who often relished showcasing his wit, remained silent. On the other hand, Raymond listened intently. Although he had no desire to engage with the underworld, like the vast majority, he found the stories surrounding it quite intriguing. Apart from the Golden Blade Gang, other notorious factions, such as the Russian Brotherhood, Hell's Angels, Bloodhand Society, and the Hands in Society are also entities we must cautiously avoid. As Reborn spoke, a deep sense of despair etched across his chubby face, reflecting the sentiment of a child burdened by the weight of the world. Even the North American Mafia, which had seen 3 families eradicated by the Golden Blade Gang, was a formidable force, one that could not be trifled with. If I recall correctly, there are quite a number of Chinese in North America. Why then do you find yourselves unable to confront them? Raymond inquired, perplexed. What does sheer numbers matter? We no longer live in an era where mere numerical superiority guarantees dominance. For a gang to flourish, it requires either substantial financial backing or a heart as dark as coal. The Golden Blade Gang possesses both attributes, which is why they thrive, climbing to power atop the corpses of the 5 major families of the North American Mafia. Meanwhile, the Hands and Bloodhand societies engage in despicable dealings, with hearts darker than even the Golden Blade Gang, ensuring their stability. Our Association of Public Welfare is a prime example of a contrasting model, lacking both resources. We can only scrape by, relying on a few inherited assets. Otherwise, we would have disbanded long ago. Reborn sighed deeply. Although Raymond lacked psychic abilities, he could perceive the truth in Reborn's words. There was no feigned misery in his tone. Furthermore, Ren Yin was unaware of his true identity. Knowing only that he was a friend of Vincent and a doctor of psychology, no reason for him to elicit sympathy. It became evident that overseas Chinese were indeed enduring a harsh existence, perhaps even more so than their counterparts on Earth in the past. Having absorbed this information, it would be disingenuous for Raymond to claim he felt no stirrings within his heart. After all, he too was part of the Chinese community. And even if he bore no trace of Chinese blood in this life, it could not erase his intrinsic identification with his heritage. Although he had no intention of establishing a gang, he would not shy away from offering support to the Association of Public Welfare if the opportunity arose. However, he decided to keep this thought to himself for the time being, waiting for a more opportune moment to express it. By the way, how did you come to know Vincent? Raymond, sensing a lull in the conversation, opted to shift the topic. To my surprise, a single phone call from Mr. Vincent resolved my troubles. I had no idea he worked within the government. I had underestimated him, Ren Yin replied. Vincent is quite the networker, indeed. You were right to seek him out for such matters, Raymond chuckled in response. Although SHIELD operates independently of the North American government, it maintains close cooperation with it as a quasi-official entity. As long as core interests are not at stake, government agencies typically grant SHIELD a green light. As the communications director of the SHIELD Academy, Vincent boasts a vast network of alumni scattered throughout various departments and systems of SHIELD, with some graduates potentially recruited by secret governmental agencies. Thus, even within the CIA and the Department of Homeland Security, many of his former students hold significant positions, with some perhaps already in high-ranking roles. These individuals certainly possess their own professional ethics. They would not betray their organization simply because Vincent was once their mentor. However, offering a little assistance is still permissible, especially since most of them foresee future interactions with Vincent, such as the need to recruit some quality new members from the SHIELD Academy, which requires the approval of several deans. If they cannot extend even this small favor, how can they expect to recruit in the future? It's a futile dream. Raymond, fully aware of Vincent's connections, was prompted to seek his help without hesitation. After all, Mr. Vincent's kindness is something I can never fully repay. Therefore, Dr. Raymond, should you find yourself in need of my assistance in the future, do not hesitate to speak up. It would grant me more opportunities to repay the favor. Wouldn't it? Ren Yin said with a cheerful smile. Rest assured, I will not hold back. Raymond replied with a grin. Now let us eat. The food shouldn't get cold. Ren Yin's efficiency surpassed Raymond's expectations. Early the following morning, as soon as he awoke, he received a text from Ren Yin, requesting a call upon reading the message. After making the call, he learned that Ren Yin had already found an office location that met his criteria, advising him to visit when convenient to assess his satisfaction. With nothing pressing at the moment, Raymond headed over after breakfast. Upon his arrival, he discovered that Ren Yin was already there waiting for him. Boss Ren, your speed in handling matters is astonishing. Just yesterday, I sought your assistance. And today you've already found a suitable place? Raymond remarked. Doctor, you overestimate me. I didn't expect it to happen so swiftly either, Ren Yin chuckled. After you left yesterday, I happened to have a dinner gathering. While enjoying a drink, I casually mentioned to a few friends to keep an eye out for any office floors available that matched your requirements. Guess what? One friend immediately indicated that he had 3 floors available for rent. Upon inspection, they indeed align well with your preferences. I intended to inform you last night, but after drinking, it was already 2 or 3 in the morning. I thought it was too late to disturb you, so I decided to reach out first thing this morning. Raymond pointed at the office building beneath them. Is this building owned by your friend? Ren Yin shook his head repeatedly. No, don't jest. This place is certainly beyond what an average person could afford. My friend runs a real estate agency and is well acquainted with the owner of this building. All rental activities for the owner's properties are entrusted to him. As they spoke, they had already arrived on the 6th floor. Chapter 079, Ghostly Push Detective Agency. Floors 6, 7, and 8 are currently vacant. I wonder, Dr. Raymond, do you intend to rent all 3 floors, or just one? After showing Raymond around, Ren Yin inquired with a smile. 1 floor? No. I only need 1 room. I believe that room at the very back seems quite suitable. If the price is reasonable, I will take that one, Raymond stated. Just 1 room? Ren Yin paused in surprise. Previously, Raymond merely indicated his intention to establish a detective agency and requested assistance in finding a suitable office space for lease, without specifying the size he required. However, it was evident to him that if Raymond could leverage Vincent's connections for assistance, he would not settle for merely renting a small commercial unit. That would indeed be an overreaction. Even nascent enterprises typically lease entire floors. What could a single shop suffice for? Only establishments run by couples would operate on such a modest scale. Although he was unaware of Raymond's true identity and his accomplishments in psychology, the fact that Vincent had specifically urged him to treat Raymond with utmost care was indicative of Raymond's exceptional nature. It seemed implausible that such a remarkable individual would only require a single shop. Was it not possible to rent a space independently? Raymond, noticing Reyn's surprise, responded affirmatively. Yes, of course. If it is convenient, please also inquire about the earliest possible date for occupancy. Reyn replied, Doctor, if you are eager to commence operations, you may move in at any time. The leasing agreement can be simplified and finalized shortly. By the way, do you require any renovations? All right, I will communicate with him. And this afternoon, I will have someone come to you to sign the contract and hand over the keys. Reyn readily agreed. I appreciate your assistance. I will await your good news at home. Not a problem. After escorting Raymond to the elevator, Reyn retrieved his phone and dialed number. After a few rings, a middle-aged man's voice answered in Mandarin. Have you finished reviewing it so soon? How do you find it? Well, I am satisfied. He insists on renting only the innermost unit on the 6th floor, Reyn replied. Are you joking with me, Reyn? Did I not tell you it must be at least a full floor? Otherwise, I would have to lease the remaining vacant units individually, which would waste both time and labor costs. Have you calculated the expenses involved? I grasp your concerns, but this is non-negotiable, Reyn responded firmly. Is it really necessary to be so stringent over a single unit? I could assist you in finding another location. The voice on the other end grumbled in annoyance. Old Wong, I am not jesting. This matter must be resolved, regardless of the circumstances. If you consider me a friend, you must ensure this is handled impeccably. Is it truly that serious? The voice on the other end began to sense the urgency. Indeed. All right. For this instance, I shall make an exception for you. Truly. Thank you. A smile finally graced Reyn's face. Raymond remained oblivious to the exchange between Reyn and his intermediary friend. However, he could sense the dedication Reyn exhibited as that very afternoon. Someone reached out to him to finalize the leasing contract and even assisted in locating a designer for his custom logo. Subsequently, with Reyn's full support, Raymond transferred some of his belongings from his apartment to the office building that evening, settling in temporarily. Indeed, while the lease agreements for office buildings explicitly prohibit residential occupancy, such regulations are not strictly enforced, whether in China or North America. Generally, as long as the conduct remains within reasonable limits, property management tends to turn a blind eye and refrain from being overly stringent. The following day, the custom-designed bilingual trademark requested by Raymond arrived. Its translation into Chinese can be roughly understood as Money First Detective Agency, yet Raymond bestowed upon it a more culturally resonant name, Gue Te Mo Detective Agency. Old friend. We meet again. As he gazed at the newly installed bilingual sign adorning the wall, a complex expression crossed Raymond's face. For this name was none other than that of the private detective agency he had established after retiring in his previous life. His resolve to open a detective agency was undoubtedly sparked by the sudden realization of the wealth amassed by Carl and his companions. But more importantly, he sought to retain the memory of his past. As the memories of the original body gradually assimilated into his consciousness, he began to fully integrate into this world, shedding the unease he had felt upon his arrival, along with the sense of alienation that had stemmed from perceiving everyone as mere NPCs. Yet, it was precisely for this reason that he required a tangible reminder to ensure he did not forget his past. The Gue Te Mo Detective Agency, bridging two worlds, evidently served this purpose. Recalling how he had nearly fallen victim to the memory-altering schemes of that old dog, the Shadow King, a flame of indignation surged within Raymond that he could not extinguish. Over the past month and a half, he had invested nearly all his remaining universal points into immersive experience, mastering the basics of chi cultivation from the memory fragments of his counterpart, Tao Bai Bai, and acquiring 4 techniques from the Navy's 6 styles through the memories of his other counterpart, Akainu. His overall capabilities had multiplied several times over. Now, even when switching to the personas of Tao Bai Bai or Akainu, his sustained combat duration rivaled that of his initial transitions to the persona of Kuro. As a result, he finally possessed the confidence to confront that old dog, the Shadow King, head-on, casting a glance out the window, confirming that night had thoroughly descended. Raymond descended to the ground floor of the office building. Shortly thereafter, he retrieved a prepared stone pillar from a nearby alley. After carefully aligning himself, his gaze suddenly shifted, and he hurled the stone pillar toward a specific point in the sky. Almost simultaneously, he leaped upward, landing atop the stone pillar. In an instant, he transformed into a fleeting shadow, vanishing into the heavens alongside the pillar. Chapter 080, Dr. Beth's Suspicions. Nearly a month had passed since the Centipede organization invaded the hospital. Yet the atmosphere at the Winding Clock Psychiatric Hospital remained oppressively somber. The management could only express their helplessness, having temporarily borrowed personnel from other hospitals to prevent chaos from ensuing. Furthermore, the hospital administration remained tight-lipped about the events of that fateful night, as if shrouded in some unspoken taboo. However, a discerning individual noticed that one patient mysteriously vanished after that day. This particular patient held a unique status within the hospital, earning profound respect from nearly all the nurses and doctors. It goes without saying that this patient was, in fact, Raymond. The official narrative suggested that Raymond's family, upon learning of the incident at the hospital, deemed it unsafe and thus arranged for his transfer to another facility for treatment. Yet, while this explanation might suffice for others, it was utterly unacceptable to Dr. Beth. As Raymond's attending physician, his discharge or transfer to another hospital could not occur without her signature and approval, which was contrary to standard protocol. Furthermore, she had inquired with the hospital administration to ascertain which facility Raymond had been transferred to, only to receive vague and evasive responses. Even a close acquaintance within the administration hinted to her that she should cease her inquiries regarding Raymond's whereabouts. All these circumstances appeared exceedingly peculiar, leaving Dr. Beth with an overwhelming sense of unease. She could not shake the feeling that there was a hidden secret behind this matter. Otherwise, why would so many individuals have inexplicably perished? And why would the administration be so reticent about Raymond's location? Was there a connection between these two occurrences? Or did they conceal a deeper, undisclosed truth? Dr. Beth's imagination ran wild, even conjuring the possibility that the administration was colluding with some malevolent force to abduct Raymond. After all, why would they be unwilling to divulge his whereabouts? Armed with such thoughts, Dr. Beth did not relinquish her quest to uncover Raymond's fate. Her motivation stemmed not only from her admiration for Raymond as a pioneer in the field of psychology, but also from her duty as his physician. She could not accept the inexplicable disappearance of her patient, as it violated her moral compass. Yet, despite her determination, she was not one to recklessly pursue the matter without caution. On the surface, she appeared to have lost interest. Many situations, even if not personally experienced, are familiar from films. Should there truly be a sinister force at play, her continued probing might not only fail to resolve the issue, but could also jeopardize her own safety, a reality she understood well. Thus, she refrained from further inquiries with the administration and opted for a different approach. Under the cover of night, Dr. Beth engaged in light conversation with David in the hospital courtyard. Formally, she was meant to be providing him with psychological counseling. Did they exchange anything particularly noteworthy? It seemed not, yet he appeared certain that he would soon leave this place, David mused. Are you truly certain? Think again, Dr. Beth urged, her reluctance palpable. Perhaps due to her own emotional investment, her reaction prompted David to sense something amiss, leading him to ask, Dr. Beth, is something wrong with Raymond? No. Do not overthink it. Raymond is perfectly well. At this moment, Dr. Beth realized that she may have been a tad hasty in her actions, and she swiftly composed herself. Upon hearing David's words, she understood his implication. Is it you? David's emotions surged, and he let out a low growl, startling Dr. Beth. She recoiled several steps, gazing at him with uncertainty, fearing he had suddenly succumbed to his illness. It was only then that Dr. Beth noticed the fury in David's eyes, which seemed to flicker with a mysterious, bluish electric light. Thinking her eyes were deceiving her, she rubbed them and looked again, only to confirm that indeed, there appeared to be a shimmering light emanating from his gaze. Witnessing this eerie scene, she instinctively felt the urge to scream. However, she suddenly became aware that everyone in the yard, patients, caregivers, and even the burly security guards patrolling, had all frozen as if a pause button had been pressed. They stood motionless, locked in place, and she was paralyzed with fear, unable to move or utter a sound. Just then, the frozen figures all began to move in unison. Regardless of their previous orientations, turning to face David, their eyes glowing with an identical, earthy hue as they spoke in unison. This is not my doing. David, with a frenzied expression, roared, Do you think I will believe that? Listen to me, this truly has nothing to do with me. I did indeed intervene with him, but merely altered his memory slightly, nothing more. David shouted, I don't believe you. Who else could it possibly be? His emotional state remained precariously unstable. Faced with this surreal, horror movie-like tableau, Dr. Beth felt her legs weaken, and the desire to flee evaporated as she found herself rooted in place. This isn't real. This isn't real, she silently repeated, hoping against hope that this was but a dream from which she would soon awaken. Alas, her wishes were destined to remain unfulfilled. Chapter 081. Are you still alive? Ever since the Shadow King forcibly seized control of David's body to confront Raymond, David's alter egos could no longer remain passive. They resolved to confront the Shadow King with determination. Their feelings towards David, the primary persona, were far from amicable. After all, no alter ego wished to be anything less than the sole ruler of this body, each aspiring to usurp David's place. Even among themselves, they harbored mutual disdain. However, their boundaries were clearly defined. Even if they could not become the singular master, they would never allow the Shadow King to replace David. Indeed, David, the primary persona, had many flaws and exhibited a notable weakness, which they found contemptible. However, a feeble master persona is preferable to a domineering one. If the Shadow King were to supplant David, the other subpersonas would undoubtedly fall victim to his overwhelming might. Consequently, they would never allow the Shadow King to wreak havoc unchecked. Until now, they refrained from confronting him directly, believing it was not yet the appropriate moment to sever ties. After all, the Shadow King is no pushover, and they recognized that any attempt to counter him could lead to their own detriment. Reluctantly, they were unwilling to jeopardize themselves for the sake of David, the master persona. Thus, under the leadership of the adventurer Wayne and several other formidable subpersonas, a coalition was formed to launch a counteroffensive against the Shadow King. Only then did David grasp the unfolding situation and become aware of the Shadow King's existence. Of course, he was oblivious to the Shadow King's origins, as even his own subpersonas remained in the dark, believing the Shadow King to be a persona more powerful than the rest. Upon realizing this, David felt an intense aversion towards the Shadow King. Yet, wisdom comes with age. As the situation turned unfavorable for him, the Shadow King quickly conceded, employing his manipulative skills to placate David, almost prostrating himself in submission. David, possessing a forgiving heart, found his anger dissipating in light of the Shadow King's humble demeanor. Ultimately, they reached an accord. The Shadow King would refrain from tampering with David's memories and would not forcibly occupy his body without consent, lest they sever ties irrevocably. Although David currently displayed no discernible abilities, he remained the master persona, should he choose to collaborate with the other subpersonas to eliminate the Shadow King. The latter would stand no chance. Thus, the Shadow King reluctantly agreed to these terms. Unexpectedly, upon hearing news that Raymond might have encountered some misfortune, David erupted with fury. To him, it was undoubtedly the Shadow King's doing. Unbeknownst to him, the Shadow King was equally frustrated, for this matter had nothing to do with him. While others might be oblivious, he was acutely aware that the sudden disappearance of someone named Raymond bore no connection to him. Surely, he would not be unjustly blamed for a past incident involving Raymond, as he had already been forced into submission by David and the subpersonas once before. A humiliation he had endured long enough. This time, however, it was not his affair, and he would not accept undue blame. Thus, he promptly appeared to deny any involvement. Yet, David was evidently dissatisfied with this explanation, furiously declaring, "I don't care how you spin it, if I cannot see Raymond safely before me. Our dealings are far from over." David's unreasonable stance finally pushed the Shadow King past his breaking point. He could tolerate tactical concessions aimed at ultimately seizing David's body, a sacrifice he found acceptable, having long transcended petty concerns. To him, dignity was no longer of paramount importance. However, David was evidently not one to relent simply because he lowered his head. Rather, he was determined to compel him to manifest Raymond, and only then would he consider relinquishing his demands. But where could he possibly conjure Raymond for David? Heaven knows where that Raymond has vanished to. David's utterly unreasonable coercion had pushed him to the brink of endurance. "You little brat, do not force my hand." All the Shadow Kings in the courtyard intoned in unison, their eyes gleaming with a murky yellow light. "It is you who must not provoke me. I have stated clearly that without seeing Raymond, our matter is far from settled." David retorted, his voice laced with fury. "You." The faces of the Shadow Kings were etched with murderous intent, their gazes fixed intently upon David. Just as the tension reached its breaking point, a sudden voice pierced through the standoff, interrupting their confrontation. Oh, what a lively scene. Am I perhaps arriving at an inopportune moment? With a flash of crimson mist, a figure clad entirely in scarlet, complete with a tail that trailed behind him, materialized beside Dr. Beth, resembling a devil straight out of a tome. "God!" Dr. Beth could no longer contain her shriek. "God? Everyone has always called me a devil. You are the first to address me as God. If you do not mind, shall we dine together later?" The devilish man chuckled amiably. "Aye, I must decline. Dr. Beth stammered, fighting back her fear. Do not be afraid. I am a gentleman. Even if your refusal causes me great sorrow, I assure you, I would not harm you. After all, beautiful ladies are to be cherished. The Red Devil, it is you. Just as this devilish figure jested with Dr. Beth, all the Shadow Kings in the courtyard suddenly interrupted him in unison. You actually know me? The devilish man turned to regard the Shadow Kings, a hint of surprise evident in his expression. The Red Devil, indeed, is my name. To be precise, it is one of the aliases I most frequently employ. As for my true name, I can scarcely recall it, having lived for such an exceedingly long time. So long, in fact, that I am unable to retain certain trivial matters in my memory. Names, without a doubt, fall into that category of trivialities, and I find myself preferring the title of Red Devil over that elusive true name. The fact that the Shadow Kings before him could call out his alias indicated an acquaintance, yet he could not immediately recall who they were. You insufferable wretch. Still so arrogant. The Shadow Kings in the courtyard ground their teeth in unison. I believe I once heard someone mention that you were dealt with by Charles. Silence. Upon hearing the Red Devil broach this topic, the Shadow Kings collectively interjected, their expressions darkening as they questioned, "What brings you here?" "I am in search of a young boy named David Haller. Are you familiar with him?" the Red Devil inquired. Upon hearing this, the Shadow Kings silently cursed their misfortune. But before they could devise a response, David had already spoken up. "I am David Haller. Who are you?" "Oh, what a delightful coincidence." The Red Devil likely did not anticipate encountering the true subject upon his arrival. After a moment of surprise, he smiled and introduced himself, saying, "I am the Red Devil, representing the Hellfire Club, here to extend an invitation for you to join us." If the Shadow King's unilateral occupation of David's body had transgressed the boundaries of David's secondary personas, then the Red Devil's invitation to David was undoubtedly an affront to the Shadow King's limits. For the Shadow King, now fully transformed into a spiritual entity, he could forsake his dignity. Even groveling would be acceptable, as long as he could ultimately seize David's body, making it all worthwhile. However, should David choose to join the Hellfire Club, the Shadow King's scheming would likely become far more complicated, for many within the club were well acquainted with him, some of whom could be described as adversarial. If they discovered his true intentions, they would not hesitate to thwart him. How could he then proceed with his plans? Thus, he could not permit David to join the Hellfire Club. In contrast, the Red Devil stood resolute, facing a group of individuals with eyes glowing a murky yellow, shouting at him. An ordinary person would have been paralyzed with fear in such a situation. Even Dr. Beth, merely an observer and not the main subject, trembled at the scene. Yet, the Red Devil felt no trace of fear. Instead, he wore a pensive expression, reflecting, "Ah, so this is how it is. Red Devil, I care not for the intentions of your Hellfire Club. I implore you to leave this place immediately, or we shall not rest until one of us is no more," threatened the Shadow Kings in unison. Upon hearing the Shadow King's audacity to threaten him, the Red Devil's expression turned icy. "Farouk, do you comprehend the gravity of your words? You think you can contend with the club? You may consider the Hellfire Club formidable, but if Charles could not slay me, do you truly believe you can?" He continued, "As long as I draw breath, I assure you, you shall know no peace." The Shadow King's words caused the Red Devil to furrow his brow. He had indeed been unaware of the Shadow King's presence prior to his arrival. Had he known, he would have certainly prepared accordingly or brought additional reinforcements. As a fellow class 4 mutant, he harbored no fear of the Shadow King and possessed a measure of psychic abilities. Should a confrontation arise, he felt confident in his prowess. However, as the Shadow King noted, he could not guarantee the elimination of the Shadow King. Not even the club's premier powerhouse, the Red Tank, could assert with certainty that he could vanquish the Shadow King. Given the Shadow King's current life form, even Professor X had failed to completely extinguish him. Who could claim to be more adept at confronting such a psychic entity than Professor X? If he could not eliminate the Shadow King, then the threat he posed warranted serious consideration. After all, the Hellfire Club was a sizable organization, even if he and the Red Tank were unafraid of the Shadow King. Could the other members say the same? There was no need to mention the peripheral members. Even among the core members, many were not as formidable as the Shadow King. If the Shadow King is truly resolute in his confrontation with the Hellfire Club, even if the club ultimately devises a means to eliminate him, they will undoubtedly suffer significant repercussions beforehand. Is it truly worth it for the sake of a singular David? The Red Devil is aware of David's true identity. Prior to dispatching him, the Red Tank had already shared his thoughts with him, and his relationship with Professor X is rather tenuous. Thus, he finds himself somewhat pleased with the situation. However, if the entire Hellfire Club were to be embroiled in turmoil, merely due to the Red Tank's personal vendetta. It would clearly be inappropriate. The Red Devil is an exceedingly composed individual. Had he not been, he would not have survived for millennia. It is precisely due to his calm demeanor that, despite his inner fury at the Shadow King's audacity to threaten him, he refrains from immediate action and begins to contemplate whether it would be wise to withdraw. Depart now, Red Devil. The Shadow Kings may have sensed the Red Devil's wavering resolve and hastily intensified their threats, asserting that if he chooses to leave, he would be owed a favor. But should he choose to remain, they would be compelled to fight to the death. Ah, does that mean eliminating you would bring about peace? A voice, half-mocking, suddenly interrupted the Shadow King's threats. This time, even the Red Devil was taken aback. He had not anticipated the arrival of another. Dr. Raymond? Upon seeing the newcomer, Beth gasped in surprise and delight, for it was indeed Raymond, the very individual she had been desperately seeking in recent days. She was elated to see him safe and sound, yet astonished at his appearance at such a critical juncture, especially with three formidable entities present. In Dr. Beth's eyes, monsters were not limited to just the Shadow King. She had discerned that the beings glowing with earthy yellow light were, in fact, one singular entity. This was the first monster. The Red Devil, who had just invited her to dine, constituted the second monster, and David, who could converse effortlessly with these two, was undoubtedly the third monster. Having assured herself that this was not a mere dream, Dr. Beth had mentally prepared for her own demise, fully aware that if these monsters truly wished to end her life, escape would be futile. Thus, she made no attempt to flee. However, she was unprepared for Raymond's sudden appearance, which startled her, causing her to overlook the significance of his previous statement. Dr. Raymond, you must flee, she exclaimed, noting how close he was to the entrance. You're unharmed? That is wonderful. David, upon witnessing Raymond's arrival, expressed his surprise, his previously unstable emotions beginning to stabilize. Even the Shadow King exhaled in relief at Raymond's presence, as it alleviated the threat posed by David's side. The implications of Raymond's earlier words were instinctively disregarded by him, for he perceived Raymond as a mere ordinary individual, one whose memories he could manipulate at will. Unbeknownst to him, the Red Devil bore a faint smile upon hearing Dr. Beth and David's references to Raymond. Chapter 083. Why not let me give a try? The newcomer was undoubtedly Raymond. In truth, Raymond had not just recently arrived. The distance between Washington and New York was trivial. Utilizing the unscientific flight techniques of his alter ego, Tao Bai, Raymond reached New York in less than 5 minutes. This speed surpassed even the five-fold pace at which he had been retrieved by Hill and May in their fighter jets, rendering it an essential skill for domestic travel and illicit endeavors. Such a distance was hardly a challenge, even without switching personas. His own physical prowess would have enabled him to reach the hospital swiftly. By the time he arrived at the hospital, David and the Shadow King had not yet begun their confrontation. His choice to delay his appearance was not an attempt to make a grand entrance or to adhere to some narrative trope of the protagonist arriving last. It was purely due to insufficient preparation. In fact, during his journey, he had already convened discussions in his mind with his alter egos, deliberating on the following matters. My situation is rather precarious. Do you have any suggestions? I am powerless in this regard. Farewell. The Deadshot alter ego was the first to withdraw from the discussion. Although the Deadshot persona possessed formidable modern combat capabilities, with sufficiently powerful weaponry, he could contend with a formidable adversary like the Red Tank, a being more formidable than the average 4th-level mutant. However, against an entity like the Shadow King, he was utterly impotent, as it was evident that conventional physical attacks posed no threat to the Shadow King. I am equally at a loss. I shall take my leave. The Cloak alter ego also excused himself. Agreed. The Libea alter ego followed suit, departing from the conversation. Each of the three possessed their unique strengths, yet it was clear they were ill-equipped to confront the Shadow King. Is a spiritual entity somewhat akin to a ghost? Inquired the Exorcist alter ego. If it were malevolent spirits or vengeful ghosts, I could handle it alone, but if it were a ghost king, I would struggle, the Exorcist persona replied. Are the specters you mentioned categorized by rank? How can one discern their levels? Raymond asked. As for the ghost king, it is indistinguishable from a great demon, possessing the capacity for myriad transformations, making it exceedingly difficult to vanquish. Even a top-tier exorcist like myself lacks the assurance to subdue them. The Exorcist alter ego educated Raymond on this matter. Of course, the spirits he referenced existed within the framework of the journey to the West, demon-subduing narrative, and may not align with the rules of other realms. Moreover, the Shadow King's life form may not necessarily conform to the concept of a ghost. Nonetheless, by his standards, The Shadow King was undoubtedly more than just a malevolent spirit or vengeful ghost, likely at the level of a ghost king. This also indicated that the exorcist alter ego would find the Shadow King to be a formidable opponent. Even though he possessed more extensive experience in this domain than the Cloak and the other two, such experience could not compensate for the inherent disparity in power. Furthermore, this did not come as a surprise to Raymond. He had never anticipated that these bronze alter egos could truly contend with the Shadow King. The Shadow King, undeniably a level 4 mutant with an exceptionally resilient vitality, is not easily subdued. Raymond's original strategy was to compel the Shadow King to reveal himself using either the persona of Tao Bai Bai or that of Akainu, allowing David to recognize the Shadow King's existence, and subsequently collaborate with David to explore ways to obliterate him entirely. Unlike the persona of Kuro, both Tao Bai Bai and Akainu possess their own methods for dealing with such peculiar life forms. Kuro, although emerging from the world of One Piece, never had the opportunity to traverse the Grand Line, thus lacking exposure to the advanced techniques of Haki. Consequently, after Raymond detailed the circumstances surrounding the Shadow King and the bronze personas expressed their inability to assist, both Akainu and Tao Bai declared their willingness to take action. However, neither made any definitive promises regarding their success in vanquishing the Shadow King. Raymond had previously noted that given the unique characteristics of the Shadow King's life form, even the faintest trace of spiritual energy could lead to his resurrection. While both were immensely confident in their abilities, they refrained from hubris, opting not to make absolute claims to avoid the embarrassment of failure. This scenario aligned with Raymond's expectations and was not unexpected. However, just as Raymond hesitated between employing Tao Bai or Akainu, the often overlooked persona of Jakan, who had remained silent until now, unexpectedly interjected, "Why not allow me to give it a try? I possess a modicum of experience in dealing with such entities, provided I have a moment to prepare. Dispatching him should pose little challenge." "Youth, boasting is an unwise habit," Tao Bai retorted, visibly irked by Jakan's audacity. What was the implication of this? A bronze persona daring to speak boldly about a matter that even Tao Bai himself was uncertain of? Had Akainu made such a proclamation, Tao Bai would have refrained from retorting, knowing that if Akainu succeeded, it would be his own pride at stake. However, Jakan was merely a bronze persona. During Raymond's previous tests of switching between different personas, he had witnessed the capabilities of the bronze personas and was acutely aware of the disparity in strength between them and himself. He did not believe Jakan could resolve a predicament that even the two silver personas deemed formidable. Akainu shared a perspective similar to Tao Bai's, yet due to his nature, he was disinclined to dwell excessively on such matters, thus remained silent. Tao Bai's temperament, however, was less forgiving, leading him to confront Jakan directly. "Brother John, in my opinion, it would be prudent for us not to speak recklessly. It is entirely normal for us to be unable to handle a situation that even Admiral Akainu cannot manage. There is no need for bravado." At that moment, the persona of Kuro also chimed in, somewhat gleefully. Clearly, the persona of Kuro has never held any fondness for Jakan. Especially, Raymond had inadvertently mentioned that the Jakang subpersona should be the most cunning among them, which left him rather displeased for quite some time. It is noteworthy that he had always considered himself the most intelligent, even if his abilities did not match those of the subsequent subpersonas. He held a sense of superiority in terms of intellect. Therefore, when Raymond asserted that the Jakang subpersona was the most astute, how could he possibly accept it? Consequently, in order to prove Raymond wrong, he frequently sought to showcase his own capabilities. Moreover, when the Jakang subpersona was criticized, he certainly did not mind taking the opportunity to add fuel to the fire. "Do you recognize me?" The Akainu subpersona, upon hearing the Kuro subpersona refer to him as an admiral, immediately surmised that Kuro might hail from the same world as himself. However, he did not recognize Kuro, as the latter only operated within the East Sea. For the Akainu subpersona, bounties under 100 million were mostly trivialities. Aside from unique individuals like Nico Robin, they were hardly worth his attention. Moreover, a subpersona like Kuro, who had never even set foot in the Grand Line, was even less deserving of focus. At this moment, Kuro realized he might have misspoken. He was quite aware of Akainu's exploits and dared not openly acknowledge himself as a pirate. He promptly closed his mouth and ceased speaking. Observing this, the Akainu subpersona caught a hint of the situation but chose not to pursue the matter further. As for the Jakang subpersona, after receiving a reprimand from the Mamabuda subpersona, he was further undermined by the Kuro subpersona, yet did not exhibit any signs of anger. Instead, he chuckled. "Well, whether I can do it or not will soon be revealed. Even if I fail, Aren't there two esteemed individuals here to save the day? Absolutely. Raymond readily agreed without hesitation. While the other subpersonas might be unaware of Jacquin's capabilities, he was not. Although Jacquin appeared rather unorthodox and was classified by the system as a bronze-level subpersona, he was certainly not one to boast without merit. If one were to rank the enemies he had bested, even those of the caliber of the Shadow King would not make it to the top 10. Thus, Raymond had every reason to believe that Jacquin could handle the Shadow King. Seeing Raymond so readily acquiesce, the Jacquin subpersona suddenly hit the brakes. Hold on. Let us not rush into agreement just yet. I can take action, but I have one condition. Speak. For the next month, I require 1 hour of free activity time each week. What do you say? Free activity? For what purpose? Raymond retorted. Why, to smoke and drink, of course. What else could I possibly do? I'm nearly suffocating from being cooped up. Jacquin complained. Very well, I agree. If you can deal with him, I will grant you 2 hours of free activity time each week for the coming month. Raymond suddenly smiled. Are you serious? Jacquin was somewhat puzzled by Raymond's unexpected willingness, and added, I suggest you consider it carefully before making such promises. Although you are the leader, I have no means to impose upon you. However, should you deceive me, do not expect me to exert any effort on your behalf in the future. Are you certain you do not wish to reconsider? No need for that. It's settled. Raymond replied with a smile. You need not overthink it. Even if I were to deceive you, there would be no necessity to do so in front of them. Otherwise, who would be willing to assist me in the future? Rest assured. Of course, the wisdom of the subpersonality, Jacquin, comprehended Raymond's words. He reminded him once more, merely to provide Raymond an opportunity to retreat gracefully, should he later harbor feelings of regret. Seeing that Raymond had no objections, Jacquin was, of course, pleased. Then it is settled. Thus, Jacquin accepted the task. The other subpersonalities were merely spectators, eager to witness the audacity of Jacquin in undertaking a task that even the two silver subpersonalities deemed uncertain. Particularly, the subpersonalities Tao Bai Bai and Clo were waiting to see his folly. Notably, after seizing control of the body, Jacquin did not immediately storm into the hospital. Instead, he wandered mysteriously around its vicinity. Occasionally, he would fiddle with small stones or break a branch from a tree, drawing patterns in the dirt. Should anyone have noticed him, they would undoubtedly suspect he had just escaped from the hospital, for his actions bore a striking resemblance to those of the patients within. Has this guy gone mad? Tao Bai Bai Quetztin Intenali. Perhaps he was mad to begin with, Clo scoffed. I do not share that view. I believe this brother John possesses some skills. The Demon Slayer subpersonality offered a different perspective. I have a rival named Lord Kidney Deficiency, who before his downfall also indulged in such antics. This John seems somewhat akin to him. We shall see how it unfolds. No need for baseless speculation, Raymond chuckled. While Jacquin was occupied inside the hospital, David and Shadow King commenced their standoff. Jacquin sensed the unusual atmosphere within the hospital and hastened his actions. Before long, he had completed his preparations and was heading inside. It was only then that Raymond discerned the situation within the hospital. The confrontation between David and Shadow King was unforeseen, for David had been unaware of Shadow King's existence prior to his departure. A sudden turn of events had brought about a stalemate. Could it be related to David's adventurer, Wayne's subpersonality? Raymond speculated. Yet, what captured his attention was not the standoff between David and Shadow King, but the unexpected emergence of the Red Devil. Uncertain of whether the apocalypse still lived, this individual could essentially be regarded as the oldest mutant on Earth, having survived for at least a millennium. Wolverine, considered among the older mutants, appeared as nothing more than a child in comparison. Raymond had previously been intrigued about the mutants residing within the Hellfire Club. However, as the year was drawing to a close and they were destined to meet soon, he refrained from inquiring further. Little did he anticipate that he would encounter one ahead of schedule. That Kane fellow certainly had not given up, Raymond mused to himself. Shaking his head, upon meeting the self-proclaimed representative of the Hellfire Club, the Red Devil, Raymond quickly deduced that it was the Red Tank who had dispatched him. Moreover, the several alter egos within him had already surmised Red Tank's intentions with remarkable accuracy, though they had not expected the visitor to be the Red Devil. When the alter ego of Jacquin arrived at the hospital, the Red Devil had already been coerced by the Shadow King into contemplating his withdrawal from the situation. Jacquin's mission was to eliminate the Shadow King, and he had no intention of lingering any longer. He revealed himself directly. Am I late? Raymond languidly emerged from the shadows. The Red Devil, having gathered Raymond's identity from the titles used by Dr. Beth and David, swiftly teleported to stand before him. Enveloped in crimson mist, this was one of his abilities, allowing him to traverse into an unknown subspace filled with red fog, achieving a teleportation-like effect. With the level of his powers development, he could effectively accomplish seamless global teleportation. "I did not expect to meet you here, Doctor," the Red Devil said, smiling as he extended his hand in greeting. Chapter 085. You are not him. Recognizing the Red Devil as an ally, Raymond did not rebuff him. After shaking his hand, he regarded him with curiosity. "Demon? Devil?" The Red Devil's smile faltered slightly, taken aback by the new Black Bishop's forthrightness in addressing his race so bluntly upon their first encounter. "Oh, my apologies. Let's discuss that later. We should prioritize the matter at hand." Raymond seemed to realize that the moment was not opportune for such discussions, and he walked past the Red Devil, casting his gaze upon the multitude of Shadow Kings in the courtyard, their eyes glowing with a yellowish hue. "Well then, Mr. Farouk, it is time to escort you." "You are not him." The expressions of the Shadow Kings shifted in unison. Upon first laying eyes on Raymond, they, like Dr. Beth and David, had assumed he was the psychological expert who had previously been at their mercy. However, it was only when Raymond spoke that they began to perceive something amiss. For at that moment, Raymond was articulating in a flawless British accent, tinged with a hint of Welsh, which was decidedly peculiar. To those for whom English was not the first language, accents may not be readily discernible, but for native speakers, the distinctions between various English accents are stark. It was akin to a scenario where Raymond had previously spoken in the dialect of Tianjin, only to suddenly switch to fluent Chongqing dialect, complete with the accent of a specific small town. How could that not provoke contemplation? The Red Devil, having never encountered Raymond or heard him speak before, did not detect any irregularities. However, the other three were not unfamiliar with Raymond. After a few words exchanged by the individual before them, Raymond, they all became acutely aware of a peculiar issue. However, David and Dr. Beth merely sensed something amiss, failing to grasp that the Raymond before them was not the one they were familiar with. In contrast, Shadow King unequivocally concluded that this person was entirely different. In his psychic perception, the Raymond standing before him emanated a distinctly dissimilar mental frequency compared to the one he had encountered previously. He placed greater trust in his psychic intuition than in mere appearances. Among mutants, there were indeed those capable of altering their outward forms. For instance, the renowned Mystique could completely transform into another individual, even mimicking their voice. Yet, Mystique's transformations proved ineffective against telepaths like Shadow King and Professor X, as her external appearance could change, but her mental signature remained unchanged. Thus, for Shadow King, this Raymond, aside from his notably different accent, radiated an entirely unfamiliar mental frequency. There was no conceivable way he could be the Raymond he had known. This assertion from Shadow King caused David to cast a dubious glance at Raymond, uncertainty clouding his expression. Only Dr. Beth remained somewhat perplexed, unaware that such shapeshifters existed in the world. Although she noticed the peculiar accent of Raymond, she did not question his identity. However, she discerned that the situation diverged significantly from her previous assumptions, for Raymond displayed no surprise upon encountering either the Red Devil or Shadow King. This implied that he was already accustomed to such phenomena. In other words, her former idol could very well be a member of the monstrous realm. Realizing this, Dr. Beth felt a wave of anticipation wash over her instead of anxiety, as she believed that even if this Dr. Raymond were indeed a creature of the night, he would not harm her. Perhaps this Dr. Raymond was akin to those Avengers, possessing extraordinary abilities as a superhero. She began to weave an elaborate narrative about Raymond in her mind, allowing her imagination to cast aside her fears. Unbeknownst to Raymond, who remained oblivious to Dr. Beth's psychological transformation, and even if he were aware, he would remain indifferent. His sole concern lay with the Shadow Kings before him. This matter was pivotal to whether he could enjoy a leisurely month ahead, and he could not afford to be careless. Suddenly, the Shadow Kings furrowed their brows, curious as to what this individual intended to do next. After clearing his throat, Raymond abruptly adopted a tone of extreme disdain, declaring, "You, old man, who raised a filthy creature, dare to alter my memories." Upon hearing this, the Shadow Kings were instantly taken aback, displaying a mixture of shock and fury. The astonishment stemmed from the implication that Raymond was indeed the very psychologist whose memories they had tampered with not long ago, while their anger ignited from the audacity of his words. Even his most bitter adversaries had never dared to insult him in such a manner. He could scarcely remember the last time someone had the audacity to speak to him like that. "I'm indifferent to whether you're truly him or not. For today your outcome is singular, to remain here eternally." The Shadow Kings fixated their gaze on Raymond, their eyes gleaming with a deep ochre light. "I will not allow you to harm him." Upon hearing this from the Shadow Kings, David resolutely declared, The expressions of the Shadow Kings darkened. They had initially intended to wait for the opportune moment to strike, but it appeared that they had no choice but to act prematurely. Explode, explode, explode. At the sound of the Shadow King's low chant, David suddenly let out a muffled groan and then collapsed backward, unconscious. Raymond glanced at the unconscious David and lazily inquired, "Have you embedded something akin to a mental bomb within his consciousness? You seem to possess considerable knowledge." The Shadow Kings regarded Raymond coldly. They had planned to strike only when fully prepared. However, they decided against further discussion, for it seemed futile now. "Are you finished?" Raymond shook his head, saying, "I still wish to hear more of the tale. Since you choose not to speak, I shall expedite your departure." As he uttered the incantation, he raised his hands toward the heavens, as if cradling an invisible sphere. In an instant, a colossal, fiery magical array materialized beneath their feet, encircling everyone within it. Among those present, aside from the already unconscious David, the others instinctively realized that Raymond was undoubtedly reciting some form of spell. Even if they had not witnessed such a phenomenon firsthand, they had likely encountered similar scenes in films. With the emergence of the immense magical array, the Shadow Kings in the courtyard suddenly shrieked, clutching their heads in despair. Chapter 086. The inferior version of Dormammu? Is this magic? Not far away, the Red Devil, who had initially intended merely to observe, was taken aback by this astonishing spectacle. He was unaware of Raymond's capabilities. The Red Tank had not mentioned them during their previous discussions, thus igniting his curiosity to uncover the truth. Of course, had Raymond found himself at a disadvantage against the Shadow Kings, the Red Devil would not remain passive. Yet he had not anticipated such an extraordinary scene to unfold. The existence of magic is not universally acknowledged, even in the extraordinary realm. Particularly among mutants, a burgeoning cohort, many may be oblivious to the existence of magic and have never witnessed it. The Red Devil, however, was different. Throughout his extensive life, he had encountered countless incredible phenomena. He had traversed most corners of the globe and engaged with a multitude of extraordinary factions, which naturally included the secluded sorcerers of Camartage. Thus, upon seeing the magical array beneath him, his mind immediately conjured images of Camartage. Could it be that he was not a mutant, but rather a sorcerer? Observing Raymond's silhouette, the Red Devil's thoughts swirled. He wondered if the Red Tank was aware of the situation or if he knew yet chose to remain silent. However, even if the Raymond before him is truly not a mutant, he would not be particularly surprised. As a founding member of the Hellfire Club, he joined long before the Black Emperor, Red Tank, and he is one of the few who knows that Red Tank is non-mutant. If even the nominal leader of the Hellfire Club can be non-mutant, then the addition of another core member who is not a mutant is of little consequence. What he genuinely cares about is whether Raymond's joining the Hellfire Club is connected to Camartage. Cain is truly playing with fire, the Red Devil thought with a raised brow. Nevertheless, despite these contemplations, his focus remained unwavering on the confrontation between Raymond and the Shadow Kings. As the enormous magical array emerged, it was evident that the Shadow Kings were in excruciating agony, as if countless needles were simultaneously piercing them. Yet, Raymond did not cease his movements. Maintaining his posture with arms crossed over his chest, rapidly reciting an incomprehensible incantation, his pace quickening with an escalating urgency. Suddenly, the Shadow Kings in the yard let out a collective, thunderous roar. From their mouths surged a swirling mass of indistinct black mist, existing in the liminal space between reality and illusion, swiftly coalescing in midair to form a colossal shadow over 10 meters in diameter. As this nebulous black mist erupted from their mouths, they all collapsed simultaneously, akin to the recently fainted David. Meanwhile, the vast shadow in the sky continued to churn. Within the black mist, a grotesque visage emerged, looking down upon Raymond with an air of dominance. It was evident that this fearsome countenance was still enduring some form of torment, yet it appeared significantly improved compared to before. My goodness, this is no ordinary Demon King. Fortunately, I did not overestimate myself, the secondary persona of the Demon Slayer remarked, taken aback by the enormous shadow that suddenly appeared in the sky through Raymond's eyes. Is this a low-tier version of Dormammu? Observing the transformation of the Shadow Kings, Raymond found the scene strikingly familiar. Dormammu often manifested in a similar form, teetering between the realms of the tangible and the intangible, though far more spectacular than the current Shadow Kings. Of course, the power levels of the two are not even in the same league. This kid indeed possesses the means to handle such troublesome foes, he concluded, directing his final remark toward Raymond. No need, let us observe a bit longer. Raymond declined the suggestion from the secondary persona of Akainu. Indeed, just as Raymond rejected the proposal, the tide of battle shifted once more. You seek death. The Shadow King, now manifesting as a colossal visage, was incensed to see Raymond nonchalantly continuing his incantation while the magical array assaulted him, prompting a furious response. In an instant, he surged toward Raymond with an oppressive force, intent on shifting the battlefield directly onto him. As a spiritual entity, his greatest prowess did not lie in direct confrontation, but rather in the art of psychological warfare. Once he could attach himself to Raymond, he was confident that ultimate victory would be his, for there were not many Xavier-like figures capable of besting him at his most adept level. However, a sense of dread washed over him as the Red Devil, observing from a distance, instinctively prepared to rescue Raymond. He tilted his body, intending to slip into the crimson mist space to extricate Raymond, thereby rendering the Shadow King's efforts futile. Yet, it was at this moment that he realized, to his astonishment, that he could not access the crimson mist space. This revelation drastically altered the Red Devil's countenance. It must be understood that the crimson mist space was his ultimate safeguard. He had relied on this ability countless times to escape with his life, even when faced with foes of greater strength, allowing him to evade danger with relative ease. This was the first time he had been severed from his connection to the crimson mist space. The Shadow King? No, that was not the core issue. It was the massive magic array beneath his feet. The Red Devil quickly deduced that everything was likely related to the enormous magic circle. This grand array might not have been specifically designed to target him, yet anyone within its confines would undoubtedly be affected. Undeniably, it had been crafted to prevent the Shadow King from making a sudden escape, and inadvertently, it had also temporarily hindered his ability to teleport. Thus, he could no longer entertain the notion of saving Raymond. Deprived of his teleportation capabilities, any attempt to rescue Raymond would be futile. As he watched the colossal shadow of the Shadow King draw ever closer, his grotesquely magnified visage becoming increasingly discernible, Raymond did not flinch. When the distance closed to within 3 meters, Raymond suddenly stomped his foot. Instantly, the immense magic array surged upwards, ensnaring the Shadow King's massive face like a gigantic net, rapidly contracting into a sphere of light the size of a palm. However, this luminous orb appeared extremely unstable, quivering as though it might explode at any moment. Observing this, Raymond leaped forward and grasped the orb. He then dashed towards the astonished Dr. Beth, and before she could react, he thrust the orb into her mouth. Gulp! Dr. Beth instinctively swallowed. Chapter 087, The Death of the Shadow King. What in the world? This bewildering maneuver stunned everyone present. What was happening? How had the battle shifted so abruptly, resulting in the Shadow King being stuffed into Dr. Beth's mouth? Not only were the bewildered Dr. Beth and the bystander Red Devil at a loss, but even Raymond, who had witnessed the meticulous preparations of the subpersonality of Jacques, was taken aback. He had contemplated numerous possible outcomes involving Jacques' subpersonality. These included scenarios where Jacques' subpersonality unleashed a cosmic explosion to utterly vanquish the Shadow King, or where it might struggle to a precarious resolution against the Shadow King. Alternatively, he envisioned the subpersonality being overwhelmed, necessitating a switch to either the Tau Bye-Bye or Akainu subpersonalities for an all-out battle. Yet, never had I anticipated such an unconventional conclusion. What grievance has Dr. Beth incurred to find herself unexpectedly entangled in this predicament? What on earth are you doing? Raymond queried, somewhat exasperated. Hold on, allow me to finish before I explain. He instructed, gesturing for Dr. Beth to remain still. He then bit into his own fingertip, allowing his blood to flow as he commenced inscribing cryptic runes upon her forehead. More precisely, he was etching symbols that defied comprehension. These runes bore no resemblance to any known script, yet they undeniably belonged to a singular system of symbols, and it appeared that the alternate persona of Raymond was not merely scribbling aimlessly. After half a minute, Dr. Beth's forehead was entirely adorned with bloodied runes. Once the final stroke was traced at the tip of her nose, he ceased his drawing and pressed his palm against her forehead. Basima Egudo. He began to recite incantations, his cadence accelerating from slow to rapid. Concurrently, Dr. Beth's eyes were suddenly enveloped by a yellowish glow, reminiscent of those previously controlled by the Shadow King in the courtyard. A voice, tinged with fury and desperation, emerged from her lips. What have you done to me? However, the alternate persona of Raymond paid no heed, continuing to chant fervently. Sensing the precariousness of his situation, the Shadow King first resorted to pleading for mercy, vowing to avoid Raymond in the future, then offered to submit to him, provided that he would spare his life. When he realized that such entreaties bore no fruit, he resorted to wild curses, declaring that should he survive, he would annihilate Raymond's entire family. Yet, throughout this turmoil, the alternate persona of Raymond scarcely cast a glance in his direction. More than a minute later, with a blood-curdling howl from the Shadow King, the yellow light, and Dr. Beth's eyes gradually faded, restoring her clarity. Simultaneously, the runes that had once been inscribed with blood seemed to have completely permeated her skin, slowly dissipating from her forehead. Almost in synchrony, Raymond received a notification from the system. Ding. You have vanquished the A-class antagonist, Amoral Farouk, slightly altering the trajectory of the world. Development points, 300. You may convert development points into system universal points at a ratio of 1 to 5. Special reminder. Any alteration to the world's trajectory may induce unpredictable butterfly effects, bringing unforeseen risks. Exercise caution. Indeed, it was as I suspected. As Raymond beheld the 300 development points credited to his account, a flicker of delight ignited within him. From a moment he first received a reward from the system, he had speculated that interactions with narrative characters might yield rewards as well. It was not until he joined the Hellfire Club and became a core member, the Black Bishop, that the system first bestowed upon him development points, confirming his conjecture. The criteria for interaction assessment should not be trivial. At the very least, one must join an organization and become a core member to qualify for rewards. Currently, defeating the Shadow King has yielded a reward of development points, affirming that eliminating narrative characters is also sufficient to meet the system's interaction standards. Coupled with the 50 exploration points previously awarded when encountering the Red Devil, this brings the total to a remarkable 1550 universal points. The bounty from this venture cannot be deemed insignificant. Not only has he avenged the attempt to alter his memory, but he has also amassed a considerable amount of universal points. The sole concern lies in the system's special notification, which is unprecedented. Any alteration, however slight, in a trajectory of the world may incur unpredictable risks. Contemplating this notification, Raymond found himself in deep reflection. From prior experiences, it was evident that the system's notifications were never devoid of significance. Much like the previous advice to thoroughly explore the novice guide, which he had overlooked, he had since paid close attention to each of the system's prompts. The emphasis of this particular notification evidently centers on the subtle shifts in the world's trajectory and the inherent risks associated with any degree of change. If Raymond's understanding is correct, the reward this time is not merely due to the demise of a level 4 mutant, but rather because he vanquished an A-class antagonist, the Shadow King. This may sound contradictory, yet it holds no inherent conflict. He had previously discerned that the system's classification of narrative characters, while seemingly linked to their power, is not entirely so. The SS rating of Director Egg and several others he encountered served to substantiate this claim. Raymond had previously analyzed the criteria behind these ratings, and it now appears that they are intrinsically connected to the system's sudden mention of the world as trajectory. In essence, the classification system likely correlates with the potential impact a character may have on the future direction of the world. The greater the potential influence, the higher the rating. Nevertheless, this remains merely a hypothesis. However, given his current understanding, this conjecture undoubtedly aligns closely with the truth. Had he slain not the Shadow King, but rather a level 4 mutant who had seldom exhibited their abilities and was not integral to the narrative, he might have received no reward whatsoever. To eliminate an A-class would grant him 300 development points. If it were Director Egg, a bold thought suddenly crossed Raymond's mind. Yet, he swiftly extinguished this audacious notion. Director Egg had treated him well, and he had not descended into madness to the extent of contemplating the murder of allies for personal gain. More importantly, the system's warning that any alteration in the world S trajectory could bring unforeseen risks compelled him to proceed with caution. Chapter 088, The Opportunity of Dr. Beth. Logically speaking, the system's warning cannot merely imply that the demise of the Shadow King would incite retribution akin to that from his circle of allies. Were it solely that, it would not be deemed an unknown risk. According to Raymond's interpretation, the system's caution likely suggests that, as an outsider, his actions could inadvertently influence the course of this world, prompting an unseen force to rectify or adjust such impacts. The greater the influence he exerts, the more formidable the corrective force he would encounter. Raymond's understanding is not without merit. After all, this world is indeed inhabited by deities. Not only the celestial fathers of earthly mythologies, but also the 4 divine beings who govern the fundamental rules of existence, alongside the entity known as Uncle Tun, one of the 5 primordial gods from the previous cosmic era. Nevertheless, Raymond does not believe that the risks indicated by the system stem directly from these 5 primordial gods. If that were the case, even the subpersonality of Jacques might prove ineffective. However, it is plausible that the underlying rules of this realm could trigger a chain reaction in response to alterations in the world's trajectory. The unknown risks the system references are likely the result of such repercussions. If one were to liken this world to a human being, Raymond arrival would be akin to introducing a pathogen into that body, with a corrective force representing the white blood cells. The greater the impact of Raymond's presence, the more white blood cells would converge to subdue him. Similarly, the death of a Shadow King would significantly alter the world's direction, thereby intensifying the corrective force at play. Given that the Shadow King's rank is classified as A, the resulting chain reactions from his demise should still fall within manageable limits. However, the thought of a scenario where Director Ludden were to perish sends a shiver down Raymond's spine. "Doctor, what have you just done to me?" The newly awakened doctor. Beth inquired weakly, gazing at Raymond. "What did I do?" "I am just as curious about what you believe I have done to you," Raymond retorted, seizing the moment while Beth was still dazed. He swiftly initiated communication with Jacques subpersonality in his mind. "What was that all about?" "I asked you to deal with the Shadow King, and that is how you resolved it?" "That was the quickest method. If we hadn't utilized this girl's body as a vessel for sealing, that fellow would have swiftly escaped from the magic circle's confinement," Jacques subpersonality replied nonchalantly. "Surely there must have been another way? Did it have to be so extreme?" Raymond questioned, harboring doubts. If it had been any other subpersonality making such a claim, he might have been more inclined to believe it. But Jacques' history is riddled with misconduct, leading Raymond to suspect that this entity may have fallen back into its old, troublesome habits. The problem is that the sealing process is not 100% secure. "Do you truly believe I should risk our body?" Jacques' subpersonality stated lazily. "Should they take the risk?" "Certainly not." If the situation had unfolded as Jacques described, even Raymond himself would likely have made a similar choice. His relationship with Dr. Beth has not yet reached the level where he would sacrifice himself for her. Moreover, had it not been for his intervention, Dr. Beth would likely have met her demise today. Taking a risk as a vessel for sealing the demon could be seen as her own effort for self-preservation. However, Raymond remains instinctively distrustful of the words spoken by the subpersonality of Jacques, for this individual has never possessed much credibility, and lying is merely second nature to him. Nonetheless, considering that there is no means to ascertain the truth behind Jacques' claims, he finds no significance in dwelling on this dilemma. He can only remind himself once more to exercise caution in the presence of others whenever he chooses to invoke Jacques' subpersonality, lest he inadvertently be ensnared. With this thought in mind, Raymond inquires, "Does your recent exorcism have any lasting effects on her?" He is rendered speechless by the answer, as he had merely asked this question casually. To his astonishment, it turns out there are indeed repercussions. What is this? Is it akin to relentlessly exploiting a person? Do not worry. Such effects are not necessarily detrimental. Jacques' subpersonality hastily adds, sensing Raymond's incredulity. "When I erased the Shadow King's consciousness through the sealing ritual, his immense spiritual energy should have dissipated upon his death. However, due to the sealing, it remains within this young lady. And so, this means that if this young lady is fortunate, she might awaken her psychic abilities due to the presence of that spiritual energy, and upon awakening, she could instantly assimilate that energy. Are you suggesting she might become the second Shadow King? In theory, that possibility exists, though the difficulty is immense. Even if she does awaken her psychic abilities and successfully assimilates that energy, reaching the level of the previous individual would be exceedingly challenging, unless she is willing to forsake her corporeal form and transform into a spiritual entity. Of course, if you, the primary personality, wish to avoid such a scenario, I could conduct a subsequent ritual to lift the seal and extract that spiritual energy from her. That will not be necessary. After a moment's reflection, Raymond decides to let things unfold naturally. Since Dr. Beth has unwittingly taken a risk as a vessel for sealing the demon, the ensuing possibilities become her opportunity. He bears no grudge against her and sees no reason to deprive her of this chance. Having grasped the situation, Raymond does not conceal anything and conveys the gist of Jacques' subpersonality's words to Dr. Beth. He also briefly introduces her to the concept of mutants, allowing her to make her own choice. Should she opt to relinquish this opportunity, Raymond would not mind fulfilling the role of a good Samaritan and assisting her in unsealing the mark on her forehead to release the spiritual energy within her. However, after witnessing that almost mythical scene, how could Dr. Beth possibly be willing to forfeit the chance for evolution? Despite the fervent belief among numerous radicals that mutants are grotesque aberrations, Such notions merely reflect their own inner fears and jealousies. At the very least, Dr. Beth, after listening to Raymond's introduction, not only embraced the opportunity with open arms, but also brimmed with anticipation. Chapter 089, Clarifications. With a crisp snap of his fingers, it seemed as though everyone in the courtyard awakened from a dream, momentarily dazed, but soon dismissing the incident as mere distraction, returning to their respective tasks, some chuckling vacantly, others attending to patients, while the patrols continued their rounds, seemingly oblivious to the prior events. In the very center of the courtyard, the Red Devil lowered the hand that had just snapped. All set. Thank you for your cooperation, Raymond remarked with a smile. Nothing to it, the Red Devil waved dismissively. They stood in the heart of the courtyard, yet the surrounding individuals appeared entirely oblivious to their presence, a testament to the Red Devil's prowess. Although his psychic abilities did not rival those of Professor X or Shadow King, influencing a group of ordinary people posed little challenge. Shall we chat? Raymond inquired, glancing at the Red Devil and then at the recently awakened David. I'm fine with whatever you decide, the Red Devil shrugged, conveying his indifference. David, still somewhat dazed, nodded without much thought. Dr. Beth, may I borrow your office? Raymond asked, seeing no objections from the two. Follow me, Dr. Beth replied succinctly, leading the way without hesitation. 5 minutes later, they were seated in the office, with Dr. Beth playing the role of a secretary, preparing coffee for Raymond and the others. Raymond raised a hand, signaling David to be patient. After sipping his coffee, he leisurely remarked, My matters can wait. Let's first discuss yours, as all of this stems from you. My matters? David voiced his confusion regarding Raymond's implication. More precisely, your lineage, Raymond nodded. My lineage? David pointed at himself, increasingly perplexed. This entire sequence of events is tied to your biological father, Raymond continued. Wait, hold on. David interrupted, shock etched on his face. My biological father? Are you suggesting that I'm actually adopted? Indeed, Raymond affirmed once more. This is inconceivable. David struggled to accept this revelation. His parents had never broached such topics, and he had never entertained the notion that his parents might not be his biological ones. The bombshell that Raymond dropped left him reeling. I believe the doctor did not misspeak on this matter. Dr. Beth interjected. I previously discussed your past with your sister while preparing your treatment plan. As the doctor mentioned, you were indeed adopted, and your family refrained from revealing this to you in order to avoid further distress. Dr. Beth confirmed this. And although David was reluctant to confront this truth, deep down, he had already come to terms with it. What Raymond said must indeed be true. He remained silent for quite some time, while Raymond, undisturbed, sipped his coffee and patiently awaited his response. After a prolonged pause, David finally spoke, inquiring, Who is my biological father? His name is Charles Francis Xavier, though he is more commonly referred to as Professor X, Raymond added, casting a glance at the eager Red Devil, who was also keen to hear the gossip, and chuckled, I have never met him, but this gentleman before you is an old friend of his. Upon hearing Raymond implicate him, the Red Devil quickly distanced himself, saying, No, I am not his friend. If we were to meet, it would be a miracle if we did not end up in a confrontation. David, hearing this, furrowed his brow and asked, Is he a villain? On the contrary, Raymond replied, shaking his head. He could be considered a nearly selfless saint. Throughout his life, he has tirelessly fought for the rights of mutants. I believe that even those who are not particularly fond of him cannot deny this. Can they? Raymond concluded, glancing at the Red Devil. The Red Devil nodded in agreement, voicing no objections. Indeed, Professor X is a figure deserving of respect, particularly among mutants. Although many of his actions may not always be deemed correct, no one can deny his contributions. Even the Brotherhood of Mutants, who oppose him, refrain from attacking his character. Then why did he abandon me? David questioned, struggling to accept Raymond's assertions. If his biological father is truly so remarkable, how could he bear to forsake him? Well, for reasons unknown. He has been lurking within you for 2 to 3 decades, Raymond replied. 2 to 3 decades? Upon hearing this, David's complexion paled slightly. He had only recently become aware of the Shadow King's existence, initially believing him to be one of his alternate personalities. It was only after the Red Devil's appearance that he realized the situation was not as he had imagined. The revelation was astonishing. What did 2 to 3 decades imply? Did it mean that the Shadow King had been lurking within him shortly after his birth? The thought of another presence residing within him for such a prolonged duration sent shivers down David's spine. Many of the illusions you have witnessed throughout your life were likely his doing. His ultimate goal was to shatter your psyche and fully seize your body, Raymond explained. However, he has been completely eliminated now, and he will no longer have the opportunity to undermine you. You can rest assured. David exhaled in relief upon hearing this. The Red Devil then remarked, I never anticipated that Farouk was still alive, and in such a manner. That fellow truly possesses a tenacious spirit. But let us not dwell on him. He is a mere ghost now. Raymond had no intention of further discussing the Shadow King. He turned to the Red Devil and said, "As I mentioned before, David hopes that you will cease your scheming. This is for our mutual benefit. When you meet Kane, I would appreciate it if you could relay my sentiments once more." "I will convey your message," the Red Devil nodded. Having witnessed Raymond's capabilities, he certainly would not dismiss his counsel. He believed that the Red Tank would not let such trivial matters cause discord with Raymond. After the Red Devil teleported away, Raymond took the opportunity to inform him about the relationship between the Red Tank and Professor X, allowing David to understand the reason for the Red Devil's unexpected visit. Chapter 90. The first guest, what are your plans next? Are you going to stay here? Raymond inquired, gazing at David. "I'm not sure," David replied, a hint of confusion in his voice. Ever since being thrust into the forefront to confront the Shadow King, the power at his disposal had equaled that of the Shadow King. Otherwise, there would have been no need for the Shadow King to concede to him. Thus, for him, leaving the hospital was merely a fleeting thought. Yet, he ultimately chose to remain. There were numerous reasons for this decision. He did not wish to distress his family or bear the stigma of a fugitive mental patient. However, the primary reason was that he could not fathom where he might go. Although he had seen various changes in the outside world through the hospital television, witnessing them and experiencing them were two entirely different matters. Deep down, he was filled with trepidation about the world beyond, despite possessing formidable power. With the Shadow King now vanquished by Raymond, his greatest threat had dissipated, yet he still harbored no desire to leave the hospital. Perhaps it was the only place that provided him with a sense of security. "I have just opened a detective agency in Washington. If you are willing, you could come and assist me. Would you consider it?" Raymond suddenly proposed. "Assist you? Can I really do that?" David questioned, unsure if he had misheard. "What is stopping you?" "You're not missing an arm or a leg," Raymond replied. "But I don't know anything. Wouldn't I just be a burden?" David hesitated. However, the very fact that he voiced this concern indicated he was somewhat intrigued by Raymond's offer. No one is born knowing everything. Ignorance can be remedied through learning. Raymond smiled. "And besides, I'll be there to guide you, so you need not worry." David was already tempted, and with Raymond putting forth such an invitation, he had no choice but to acquiesce. He had been reluctant to leave the hospital, fearing he would be lost once he stepped outside. Yet, with Raymond offering him a hand, he was unwilling to forego the opportunity to integrate into the outside world. He held a deep trust in Raymond, one of his few friends. "Dr. Beth, I must trouble you with David's discharge," Raymond said, directing his gaze toward Dr. Beth. "As you are aware of his situation, should he remain in the hospital and any issues arise, there would be no one here capable of addressing them, which would be unfair to the other patients." Dr. Beth was not as obstinate with Raymond as she had been earlier. She readily nodded and said, "This matter is on me." "Thank you. You're welcome. By the way, Doctor, are you in need of more personnel?" Ding dong. As the elevator halted on the 6th floor, a professionally attired woman stepped out. Upon observing the seemingly vacant surroundings, she appeared momentarily stunned and promptly took out her phone to dial a number. "Vincent, are you certain that the address you provided is correct? The innermost part?" Upon approaching, she discerned a simple label on the door, Unitaux Detective NC. Lowering her voice, she questioned the person on the other end of the line. "Are you suggesting that even your SHIELD cannot locate this individual? Yet such a detective agency can? All right, I will inquire." As she hung up, she instinctively shook her head, clearly disappointed. "Hello, welcome." As soon as she entered the agency, a poised blonde woman noticed her and greeted her with a warm smile. The woman observed a nameplate hanging on the blonde's chest, which read Psychological Consultant Beth. "I am Beth, delighted to meet you." The blonde, Beth, extended her hand with a smile. As a psychologist, Beth naturally perceived that Miss Pepper seemed somewhat aloof. Yet she paid it little mind and led the way, saying, "This way, Miss Pepper, Detective Raymond is inside." Pepper nodded and followed Beth into the interior. Upon entering the office, Pepper noticed two young men, seemingly younger than herself, engrossed in a video game. Ahem. Beth cleared her throat loudly. The two inside finally acknowledged the presence of guests. One of the mixed-race men awkwardly set down his game controller and approached them apologetically, saying he hadn't noticed anyone had arrived. Beth pointed to the mixed-race man and introduced him. "This is Detective Raymond, the owner of this detective agency." She then turned to introduce Raymond. "This is Miss Pepper." What Beth failed to notice was that when Raymond stood up and saw Miss Pepper, he was momentarily taken aback before she could even introduce herself. "Hello, Detective Raymond. I am Pepper, referred by Mr. Vincent." Pepper succinctly stated her identity and the reason for her visit. "Vincent? That guy is quite something, promptly referring business my way." Raymond exclaimed with a smile, beckoning. Come. Miss Pepper, let us sit down and discuss. David, why are you just standing there? Go help with some drinks. As Raymond cheerfully welcomed the seemingly promising client, he thought to himself, another lucrative opportunity has arrived. Not to mention, Miss Pepper's presence had already granted him 50 exploration points. Indeed, Miss Pepper was evaluated by the system as an A-level character, just like the Shadow King he had recently dealt with. Pepper Potts. Raymond was certainly no stranger to the name. Pepper Potts, the primary girlfriend of Tony Stark. Although the two had yet to tie the knot, Miss Potts could essentially be regarded as the matriarch of Stark Industries, one of the few women capable of managing the whims of the notorious playboy. Raymond had not anticipated that his first client after establishing his detective agency would be her. Nevertheless, he welcomed the prospect of having such a wealthy patron, one who could offer both lucrative opportunities and an abundance of resources. After all, his intention in opening the agency was to earn some extra income. Detective Raymond knows me? Pepper inquired suddenly after taking a seat. Raymond was momentarily taken aback, then quickly realized that his previous enthusiastic reaction had unveiled his surprise. However, this was not a matter of great concern. He smiled and readily admitted he had indeed heard of her. How could one not know of the esteemed matriarch of Stark Industries? Chapter 091. The Disappearance of Happy. Stark Industries? David displayed little reaction upon hearing the name. Having lived in the confines of the clockwork asylum, he was largely oblivious to the happenings of the outside world and seldom followed the news. This was the first time he had encountered that name. Beth, however, was different. As a former New Yorker, she had invariably seen the iconic skyscraper that housed Stark Industries whenever she passed through Manhattan. Furthermore, the company was helmed by a superhero who had rescued New York and was known for his flamboyant personality, making him a household name across North America. It would be difficult for her to claim ignorance of the name. The woman before her, Miss Potts, was the other half of Iron Man. Beth regarded Pepper with a sense of astonishment, despite knowing that both Raymond and David possessed extraordinary powers akin to those of the famed superhero. The latter was a well-known figure, a billionaire frequently featured in the news, which lent a completely different aura to his persona. Why would the matriarch of Stark Industries seek our assistance? Beth found herself curious. Given Iron Man's prowess, wealth, and connections, the challenges that might perplex an average individual were mere trifles for him. Typically, those who sought help from a detective agency were in dire need, and Beth struggled to fathom what could compel the matriarch of Stark Industries to personally request assistance. Detective Raymond must be joking. I am no matriarch, Pepper said with a shake of her head and a smile. Yet, she seemed unfazed that Raymond recognized her. It was hardly surprising, as she was, after all, a semi-public figure. Anyone with a modicum of awareness regarding current events could easily identify her. Not now, but in the future, I believe in Mr. Stark's vision. Raymond replied with a grin, then asked, Might I inquire what brings you here today, Miss Potts? I'm searching for someone. Who? Our head of security at Stark Industries. Happy Hogan. Is this the Mr. Hogan who once served as Mr. Stark's bodyguard? Raymond expressed mild surprise. Indeed, Pepper nodded, revealing a flicker of emotion for the first time. Astonished that Detective Raymond possessed such knowledge about Stark Industries, it seemed she had not come in vain. It was no surprise to her that Raymond recognized her identity, for she frequently appeared alongside Tony in media coverage or news reports, while those who could identify her might not match the number who recognized Tony. There were certainly not few. However, Happy was different. As Tony's former bodyguard and driver, and the current head of security at Stark Industries, his role did not attract much public attention. The media typically refrained from focusing on the bodyguards of prominent figures, as there was little intrigue and such coverage could be deemed unethical, risking criticism. Thus, aside from those within Stark Industries, few were acquainted with Happy. Pepper was indeed taken aback that this detective, far removed in Washington, D.C., would know who Happy was. Given this professionalism, she felt her visit was worthwhile. May I inquire about the specifics? Raymond continued. Of course, Pepper nodded, beginning to recount the events. She had come to Washington representing Stark Industries to negotiate a business collaboration with the North American government, and Happy, having some free time, had accompanied her along with a few bodyguards. Unexpectedly, the day after their arrival, Happy mysteriously vanished. His phone was unreachable, and the tracking chip on him had failed. It was as if he had evaporated. Upon discovering the situation, Pepper immediately reported it to the police and informed Tony, who was still in New York. Furious upon hearing the news, Tony believed that certain individuals were targeting him and had abducted Happy. He rushed to Washington, mobilizing all his resources to commence the search. Even SHIELD was alerted and joined the investigation. However, 48 hours had elapsed without a single clue. Neither Tony nor had uncovered any useful leads. Faced with this predicament, Pepper felt immense guilt, although Tony had consoled her, urging her not to blame herself. As it was not her fault, she could not shake the feeling of responsibility. After all, Happy had come to escort her, and now that he was in trouble, how could she not feel remorse? Yet, despite her guilt, she felt powerless to assist. Eager to learn of any developments, she reached out to Vincent, the director of communications at SHIELD Academy, with whom she was acquainted through business dealings, to inquire about the progress of the investigation. The answer was, of course, the same: no progress. However, before parting, Vincent advised her to come here, suggesting there might be unexpected surprises. Pepper could sense that Vincent was not particularly confident, but with a nothing ventured, nothing gained mindset, she promptly made her way here. After all, she had little else to do and could not be of help elsewhere. Even the slightest possibility of finding Happy was worth pursuing, and she was unwilling to abandon hope. Kidnapping case, Raymond mused, stroking his chin thoughtfully. Current deductions suggest it is indeed a kidnapping. However, no one has contacted us thus far to demand a ransom, which casts doubt on the validity of this theory. Pepper appeared somewhat despondent. Well, it's not a significant issue, Raymond nodded. What do you mean it's not a significant issue? Pepper asked, bewildered. Naturally, finding the person is not a major concern, Raymond asserted confidently. I have taken on this task, but regarding the fee, money is not an issue, Pepper remarked nonchalantly, yet soon adopted a skeptical tone. It's not that I doubt you, Detective Raymond, but you haven't even familiarized yourself with the circumstances leading up to Happy's disappearance or investigated any leads on the ground. How can you be so certain you can find him? Each profession has its expertise. My assurance stems from valid reasoning that you would not comprehend. Thus, there is no need to waste breath on it. Raymond dismissed her concerns with a wave of his hand. Upon hearing this, Pepper felt a twinge of unease, perceiving Raymond as somewhat untrustworthy, akin to a charlatan. However, considering the person who referred her was Vincent, she reasoned that he would not associate with a con artist, and thus she temporarily set aside her doubts. So, shall I pay a deposit now? No need for that. Payment will only be discussed upon locating the individual. If I fail, I shall take nothing, Raymond replied, shaking his head. His words immediately alleviated Pepper's previous apprehensions, as a true swindler would never make such a statement. Could he truly have confidence in this endeavor? A glimmer of hope ignited within Pepper. Chapter 092. A sharp tool is essential for woodcutting. Raymond was certainly no fraud. His audacity to proclaim that the situation was manageable without any prior investigation was underpinned by solid reasoning. In fact, after hearing Pepper describe the circumstances, he had already formed a clear idea of who had kidnapped Happy. Though he could not assert absolute certainty, he possessed over 70% confidence in his hypothesis. Aldrich Kirian, the creator of the Apocalypse virus and the head of the North American technological giant AIM. In terms of wealth, he was not inferior to Tony, being a billionaire in his own right. However, Tony's egotistical demeanor ultimately drove this fervent admirer into villainy. As the saying goes, love deeply breeds hatred. The transformation from a fan to a foe rendered him more resentful towards Tony than anyone else. After lying dormant for over a decade, he finally ascended to the helm of AIM, amassing wealth rivaling Tony's, and successfully developed the Apocalypse virus, a formidable weapon. If one were to set aside moral judgments and merely assess accomplishments, the emergence of the Apocalypse virus would have an impact no less significant than Tony's current advancements in armor technology. The super soldiers crafted by the Centipede organization were merely inferior imitations derived from samples of the Apocalypse virus, far from comparable to the true super soldiers who had been implanted with the virus. Unless unforeseen circumstances arise, it is highly probable that Happy was indeed abducted by Kirian. Nonetheless, verification would require further investigation. Hence, Raymond refrained from making absolute declarations, merely expressing his belief that the situation should be resolvable. After bidding farewell to Pepper, Raymond immediately opened his computer, eager to delve into the depths of AIM's operations. However, after an extensive search, he found himself confronted with a plethora of uninformative data that yielded little insight. Just as he contemplated accessing SHIELD's internal network to retrieve intelligence on AIM, a sudden realization struck him, prompting him to abandon that line of thought. How could he have forgotten this crucial detail? Rubbing his forehead, he reflected on AIM, which, on the surface, appeared to be a relatively large yet newly established technology firm. Its origins, however, were far more intricate than they seemed. AIM was, in fact, the former technological research division of Hydra. Although it had splintered from Hydra Due to ideological differences with its leaders, the extent of any clandestine connections remained shrouded in uncertainty. If Happy had indeed been captured by Killian, and AIM was still covertly colluding with Hydra, it would be nothing short of astonishing for SHILD to uncover Happy's whereabouts. Utilizing SHIELD's internal network to investigate AIM could inadvertently alert Hydra, while Raymond himself harbored no fear of Hydra. Such an action would undoubtedly place Happy in a perilously precarious position, a risk not worth taking. Thus, he resolved to consider alternative, more prudent methods. If only he had a Furinga adept in technology at his disposal. At that moment, Raymond lamented not having drawn a tech-savvy Furinga. The only remotely relevant one he possessed was Deadshot. Yet he was evidently not a talent in that domain. Even if he were to draw another persona at random, there was no guarantee it would be the one he desired. Wait, why must he rely solely on his own expertise? Surely, he could hire a computer-savvy employee. Raymond realized he had been overthinking the situation. In this lifetime, his starting point was significantly higher than in his previous one. There was no need to manage every detail himself, just as he had appointed David and Beth as employees. With that thought, a suitable candidate emerged in his mind. In the spirit of sharpening the axe before chopping wood, he decided it was wise to recruit someone before continuing his investigation. In a desolate alley, an old van stood parked. Outside, a light rain fell, but the mixed-race girl inside the van was oblivious, lost in the pulsating rhythms of her music through her headphones, as if she had been transported to another realm. Suddenly, the rear door of the van swung open, flooding the interior with light. The girl, engrossed in her music and gaming, was startled by the abrupt change, causing her to shiver and her headphones to slip from her head. "Who's there?" she exclaimed, taken aback. At that moment, a short-haired man in a suit climbed into the van. Instinctively, the girl reached for a steel pipe beside her, ready to defend herself. But the man swiftly seized it from her grasp and tossed it outside. "Please, do not be alarmed. I'm not here to rob you," the man said with a smile. "Allow me to introduce myself. I am Coulson, from SHIELD. I believe Miss Sky is familiar with my name." Indeed, the short-haired man is none other than Agent Coulson, an elite operative of SHIELD. The mixed-race girl in the van is Sky, who is destined to become the future Quake. However, she remains unaware of her true lineage and is merely one of the core members of the Rising Tide organization. Possessing exceptional hacking skills, Coulson's presence here is due to her previous infiltration of the SHIELD database, from which she pilfered significant data concerning the Tahiti project. "What SHIELD? I have no idea what you're talking about," Sky exclaimed, her expression tinged with panic. "This is a private area. Please leave immediately, or I shall call the police." "Call the police?" "Certainly. Would you like me to assist you in dialing the number?" Coulson retorted, producing his phone and pressing 911 before offering it to Sky. Sky, apprehensive, hesitated to take the phone and was reluctant to alert the authorities, merely warning him, "If you don't leave, I will scream harassment." "Miss Sky, I advise against creating unnecessary trouble. Given your ability to infiltrate SHIELD, you must possess considerable knowledge about us. Do you truly believe you can evade capture now that I've discovered you?" At this, Sky's expression changed slightly, her face reflecting distress as she inquired, "Am I going to jail?" "Fine, I will come with you," she murmured, lowering her gaze. Unbeknownst to Coulson, the fleeting smile that had graced Sky's lips vanished as she bowed her head. Suddenly, a voice echoed from the direction of the alleyway. "It seems I have arrived just in time." The unexpected voice startled both Coulson and Sky, compelling them to turn towards the alley's entrance. To their surprise, two men had appeared, one of whom bore a striking resemblance to Sky, a mixed-race individual with a similar appearance. Chapter 093. I will take them away. "Who are you?" In contrast to Sky's confusion, Coulson's reaction was markedly more intense. He swiftly drew his weapon, aiming it at the two newcomers, prepared to retaliate at a moment's notice. He did not recognize them, but anyone who could appear here at this moment was certainly not a mere passerby. Moreover, he was aware that an unseen hand was orchestrating events behind the Rising Tide organization. The recent breach of SHIELD's database was likely manipulated by this shadowy force. If they could locate Sky, it was plausible that this hidden hand had dispatched individuals to eliminate witnesses. The two men at the alley's entrance appeared to Coulson as potential threats, leaving no room for complacency. However, as soon as Coulson's gun was drawn, the golden-haired youth among the two strangers, who had yet to speak, casually beckoned him with a single finger. With a swift motion, Coulson's weapon was wrenched from his grasp, suspended in midair, and turned against him. A superhuman, Coulson's pupils constricted in shock. As he processed the reality of facing a superhuman, he wisely raised his hands in a gesture of surrender. Sky, witnessing this, finally grasped the situation and discerned that the newcomers were likely not affiliated with SHIELD, hastily distancing herself from any implication. I am not associated with him. If you wish to apprehend someone, let be him. Miss Sky, please do not misunderstand. We have specifically come to find the half-blood man, as Raymond cheerfully stated. Upon hearing this, Sky's demeanor wilted, and she immediately cast a pleading glance towards Coulson. Coulson raised his hands once more, as if to convey, "Do I appear capable of assisting you? Should we eliminate him?" David suddenly inquired. "I am Wayne, the adventurous boss Wayne." David gestured victorious towards Raymond, yet his other hand remained poised, still controlling Coulson as firearm. "Stop fooling around. Return the gun to him. He is one of us." "One of us, yet still brandishing a weapon? I find that hard to believe," David retorted. "With your intellect, it's challenging to elucidate. Hurry up." "All right." Observing David, who had returned to his usual self, Raymond shook his head, indicating that it was of no consequence. Upon reclaiming his firearm, Coulson sensed that the situation was deviating from his initial assumptions. If these individuals were truly sent to eliminate Sky, they would not have returned the weapon to him. "Who exactly are you?" Coulson inquired once more. Just as this question was posed, Agent May swiftly approached from the opposite end of the alley. "Good afternoon, May," Raymond greeted with a smile. "Doctor, what brings you here?" Agent May exclaimed in surprise. Coulson could not restrain himself from asking, "May, who is this? The Raymond from the Operations Academy?" Coulson's astonishment deepened. The tale of Raymond's singular defeat of the Academy's director, Leonid, had spread not only through the SHIELD Academy, but was also widely known within the agency itself. It would be difficult for Coulson to claim ignorance of this name. "This is Agent Coulson," May suddenly interjected, directing a knowing glance towards Raymond. Raymond understood perfectly. May was informing him that Coulson had a portion of his memory sealed, hence his lack of recognition. In truth, the original body was quite familiar with Coulson, as he had been the project leader of the Tahiti Initiative and could not possibly be unaware of the original body's expertise in psychological therapy. However, to spare Coulson from the anguish of resurrection, all memories related to the Tahiti Initiative had been sealed, including those concerning Raymond, a participant in the project. "That may not be feasible. Is there no room for negotiation?" Raymond queried, looking towards May. "Doctor, this matter is indeed of great significance. Must you take her away?" May's tone lacked the firmness exhibited by Coulson. "May." Coulson discerned May's inclination to relent and hastily sought to intervene. "I have a matter for her assistance. Rest assured, she cannot escape from me. And if you have inquiries for her, my chances of success in obtaining answers are far greater, would they not? Since the doctor has spoken, I will entrust her to you. The specifics can be communicated by the director." May deliberated. "No problem. I await his call," Raymond replied with a smile. "I shall take her with me for now. Should anything arise, simply call me." With that, Raymond shot David a knowing glance. Sky had witnessed David effortlessly seize Coulson's sidearm, and in his presence, she dared not resist, opting instead to comply with him. After bidding farewell to May, Raymond took it upon himself to escort David and Sky away. As for Sky's belongings, Coulson and his team would manage them, sparing Raymond the trouble. Throughout Raymond's departure, Coulson attempted to intervene several times, only to be silenced by May's piercing gaze. It was not until the trio had departed that Coulson, with evident displeasure, inquired, "Why have you been stopping me? Even if he is one of ours, it's unacceptable to obstruct my mission in such a manner. That was the director's directive. If you have concerns, address them directly with him." "It's not my affair," May replied, shrugging her shoulders. "The director's orders? Is that true?" Coulson questioned, his skepticism apparent. "Come now, gather your things. We will report to the director together. From there, he will handle all necessary communication with the doctor. There is no need for us to fret," May stated as she approached the van, searching for any vital items worth retrieving. Upon hearing her words, Coulson momentarily set aside his dissatisfaction and began assisting May in organizing Sky's possessions, the most crucial of which was undoubtedly the laptop, along with any hardware related to the recent incident. Chapter 094, Sky. At the SHIELD headquarters in the director's office. "Are you saying that he is accompanied by an enhanced individual?" The director, upon concluding Coulson's report, displayed a hint of surprise. "Are you certain you did not misinterpret this?" He gestured, and my weapon levitated from my hand. "How could I possibly be mistaken?" Coulson replied, his expression peculiar. "Understood. I will discuss this matter with him and will inform you promptly of any developments." The director nodded in acknowledgement. "Yes, With the director now apprised of the situation, Coulson refrained from further inquiries and exited the office. Once alone, the director pondered aloud. It seems the time has come for a serious discussion. Make yourself at home. Feel free to sit. David and Beth were busy arranging chairs and preparing utensils. Who exactly are you? Skye asked once more, having posed the question for the third time. A detective agency, Raymond replied. You're a detective? Skye regarded him skeptically. Although she had noticed the sign outside, she had dismissed it as a mere facade. How could a detective agency abduct someone from S.H.I.L.D.? She was well aware of the immense power wielded by S.H.I.L.D. Even the CIA and the Department of Homeland Security deferred to S.H.I.L.D., typically cooperating with their operations. Well, had she ever seen S.H.I.L.D. collaborate with others? The agent who had previously identified himself as Coulson clearly possessed evidence of her intrusion into S.H.I.L.D.'s database and would not easily overlook her actions. Thus, the fact that this individual could take her away left her astounded. Miss Skye, come join us for a meal, Beth offered, placing an additional set of utensils before her. All right, thank you. Skye hesitated before responding. Compared to facing Raymond and the extraordinary David, Beth evidently provided her with a greater sense of security. Furthermore, Beth had extensive experience dealing with individuals with mental health issues, and thus knew how to put others at ease. Thai cuisine? Beth remarked as she opened the takeout menu, glancing at Raymond. A change in flavor could be refreshing, she added with a smile. Once the four of them were seated around the table, they began to eat. Raymond and the others appeared quite at ease, while Skye seemed remarkably tense and distracted. Noticing this, Raymond set down his utensils and smiled. Are you concerned that we might pose a threat to you, Miss Skye? Skye remained silent. Let me be forthright. I sought you out to invite you to join our detective agency. We are in need of a skilled hacker, Raymond stated plainly. Miss Skye is a hacker? Beth exclaimed, surprised. Not just any hacker, but one of the finest, Raymond nodded. Her organization, the Rising Tide, is the most formidable hacking group in recent years, capable of infiltrating nearly any system, including the CIA and the Department of Homeland Security, as if they were in their own backyard. Wow, that's impressive. Beth gazed at Skye with starry eyes, akin to an ardent fan. Such attention made Skye feel quite uncomfortable. As a top-tier hacker, she often regarded herself as merely a tech-savvy recluse, rarely engaging with others. Being looked at in such a starstruck manner was alien to her. If I were truly that remarkable, I wouldn't have been caught, Skye muttered, attempting to mask her discomfort. If you hadn't exposed yourself, could Coulson have located you? Raymond observed her intently. His words startled Skye profoundly. Even when Coulson initially found her, she hadn't genuinely panicked. For as Raymond had pointed out, she had indeed revealed her location voluntarily, allowing him to track her down. Otherwise, the S.H.I.L.D. technology would have been incapable of tracing her. Yet, Raymond's comment hinted at something deeper. He seemed to possess an intimate understanding of her situation. He had not merely found her due to her own revealing actions. He truly had the means to pinpoint her, even without her assistance. Her hacking skills were her greatest source of confidence, even when contending with a semi-official international organization like S.H.I.L.D. However, Raymond's earlier statement was undermining her self-assurance. Deep down, she was reluctant to accept this as reality, so she retorted without a change in demeanor. I don't understand what you're talking about. Why would I expose my own location? Are you insane? Because you wish to infiltrate S.H.I.L.D. Raymond replied with a light laugh. He truly knew. Skye's heart raced, yet she stubbornly countered. If that's how you wish to interpret it, there's nothing I can do. At that moment, Beth interjected, Miss Skye before you is a psychologist, as well as one of the top 10 psychological experts in all of North America. I believe it will be prudent for you to be more honest. It is evident that even Beth has discerned that Skye is fabricating her story, although she remains unaware of the truth. As she aptly stated, deceiving two esteemed scholars of psychology is certainly no trivial feat, a challenge that Skye clearly cannot meet. Upon hearing Beth's words, Skye's complexion paled slightly. Yet she resolutely lowered her head and clenched her jaw, refraining from uttering another syllable. Trust me, Miss Skye, my understanding of you exceeds your imagination, Raymond continued. As long as you assist me diligently, I can unveil the answers you seek, a far more reliable approach than your own attempts to infiltrate S.H.I.E.L.D. You know what I'm searching for? Skye suddenly lifted her gaze, her disbelief palpable as she looked at Raymond. You are in pursuit of your lineage. Am I not correct? You know my lineage? Skye exclaimed, her excitement palpable. Tell me. I am willing to do whatever it takes. Patience, enjoy your meal first, and we shall discuss matters afterwards. Raymond resumed his meal with deliberate calmness. However, Skye found herself unable to focus on her food, appearing somewhat distracted, lost in thought. After what felt like an eternity, once Raymond had finished his meal, Skye could no longer contain herself and implored, "Can you tell me now? I have stated that I can help you uncover what you wish to know, provided you fulfill your end of the bargain." Raymond wiped his mouth. "How can I be certain you are not deceiving me?" Skye countered, "Believe it or not, that is entirely your prerogative. I am under no obligation to validate my words." Raymond replied nonchalantly, "If you are unwilling to stay, I can readily return you to S.H.I.E.L.D. The choice lies with you." Skye's expression reflected a moment of inner turmoil. She was acutely aware that Raymond was banking on her unwillingness to forfeit the opportunity for truth, yet she was equally reluctant to abandon it. To be candid, she possessed little confidence in her ability to ascertain the truth from S.H.I.E.L.D. It was a gamble, to say the least, in comparison to risking a fruitless venture at S.H.I.E.L.D. Acquiescing to assist Raymond appeared far more prudent, especially since he evidently possessed some knowledge, as he had directly identified her objective. "I choose to stay." After a prolonged internal struggle, Skye seemed to deflate as if all her resistance had ebbed away. "This is your decision, and I hope you adhere to the agreement." Raymond nodded. "As a precursor to your compensation, I can disclose one piece of information." Upon hearing this, Skye perked up attentively. "The individuals you are seeking are not your parents. Your true parents are very much alive," Raymond stated. "Is that true?" Skye exclaimed, gripping Raymond's arm with fervor. "Once again, whether you believe it is up to you. Now, it is time to commence our work. Should I catch you attempting to deceive me, you may not utter another word in my presence. I will do my utmost." Skye nodded vigorously, akin to a chick pecking at grains. "Very well. Your initial task is to uncover the details surrounding the AI group, particularly focusing on their prominent figure, Aldrich Killian. Consider it entrusted to you," Skye assured, patting his flat chest. "Should you require any special equipment, do not hesitate to inform me. I can procure anything available on the market. Even if it is not readily available, I shall find a way to obtain it." Raymond mused, stroking his chin thoughtfully. "That will not be necessary. A standard computer will suffice," Skye replied confidently. Just as Raymond was about to speak, his phone rang suddenly. Skye gestured with a sign, indicating he should remain at ease. Minutes later, Raymond arrived at a cafe not far from the company building. Director Egg, who appeared to have just arrived, was seated in a corner booth, smiling and waving at him. "A mocha, half sweet, please," Raymond casually ordered before sitting opposite Director Egg, half-jokingly asking, "Is the esteemed director so free today that you have time to join me for coffee?" "How could you not know why I am here, Doctor?" Director Egg chuckled, shaking his head. "Coulson has already informed me of today's events. I must say, you consistently manage to astonish me. Are you inquiring about my companion?" Raymond surmised. "David Haller, the mutant from your hospital?" Director Egg placed his hands on the table, gently tapping its surface. "Indeed, nothing escapes your notice, Director," Raymond marveled. With the intelligence system of S.H.I.E.L.D. and Director Egg's personal channels, it was undoubtedly straightforward to ascertain David's identity. As for the mutant aspect, Director Egg likely deduced it from the earlier incident at the Clockwork Asylum. Raymond did not believe such matters could remain concealed, so he openly acknowledged it. "I previously thought you merely opened a detective agency for fun upon hearing of your venture, but it seems you are genuinely committed?" Director Egg inquired with curiosity. "One could say that," Raymond did not deny. "You may find it hard to believe, but being a detective has always been my dream. Why would I not believe it? My dream is to open a pet shop." Director Egg's eyes sparkled with longing, filled with adorable kittens that would surround me every day. Seeing Director Egg become increasingly animated, Raymond cleared his throat twice to interrupt his youthful enthusiasm. "I understand. Thank you for the reminder," he nodded. "No, you do not comprehend," Director Egg said solemnly. "Not long ago, the leader of an organization dedicated to hunting mutants sought me out specifically, presumably to investigate the cause of death of those involved in the Clockwork Asylum incident. If you were to fall into their hands, even I would find it challenging to rescue you. They're backed by the North American military and operate with utter impunity, showing no regard for anyone." "Are you referring to the Sentinel Task Force?" Raymond asked, slightly surprised. He was indeed unaware of this development. "It appears you have some understanding of the mutant situation, Doctor." Director Luodan nodded, affirming Raymond's suspicion. "Since you are already aware, I shall refrain from further elaboration. In any case, exercise utmost caution." Director Luodan reiterated with a note of concern. "I understand," Raymond acknowledged, recognizing that Director Luodan meant well. He shifted the topic, inquiring, "I heard there has been some trouble at Stark Industries?" "You have heard correctly," Director Luodan did not deny, acknowledging that the news was widespread and required no concealment. My very first client at the detective agency was Miss Pepper, Raymond remarked with a smile. She sought your assistance? Director Luodan expressed surprise before shaking his head and chuckling. It seems Tony and the others are indeed in a hurry. Hey, don't look at me with such disdain. Perhaps I might uncover the truth before you do, Raymond retorted. With just your agency's few members? Director Luodan regarded Raymond with a look of incredulity. Do not assume that superpowered individuals are omnipotent. Some matters are far more complex. Well, we shall see, Raymond replied with a smirk. Chapter 096, The Passionate Youth David. After taking a sip of the coffee he had ordered from the waiter, Raymond inquired. By the way, how is the Tahiti project progressing? Any new developments? Director Luodan nodded. Though his expression darkened, the situation is even worse than I had anticipated. Noticing Director Luodan's reaction, Raymond realized that the director had indeed uncovered some troubling leads, even if he had not fully grasped the extent of the Hydra infiltrators within SHIELD. He must have at least acquired part of their identities. Otherwise, such a reaction would not have been warranted. However, as far as Raymond understood, the reality was undoubtedly far graver than Director Luodan imagined. Initially, Raymond had no intention of involving himself in such matters to avoid entangling his family. But considering that Director Luodan had taken the initiative to warn him about the Sentinel Special Operations, he felt it necessary to reciprocate. Oh, Director Luodan seemed invigorated. There are two individuals who may be problematic. One is John Garrett, and the other is your old acquaintance, Minister Pierce. Pierce? How could he be? Director Luodan's only remaining eyelid twitched violently, revealing his inner turmoil. Yet, before he could finish his sentence, he hesitated. You seem unfazed by my mention of Agent Garrett? Raymond observed that Director Luodan appeared more unsettled by Pierce than by the potential threat posed by Garrett. The issues regarding Garrett are too overt. Ever since you advised me to use the Tahiti project as bait, I orchestrated two coincidences, both leading back to Garrett's associates. Director Luodan spoke gravely. The reason I have yet to take action against him is due to concerns about other moles within the agency. It seems my suspicions were indeed justified. Just knowing is sufficient. Raymond nodded slightly. Should you require my assistance, feel free to contact me. Given our rapport, I might offer you a discount. Director Luodan glared at Raymond with his singular eye. Are you seriously discussing finances with me? Even siblings must keep accounts clear. What more can be said of my responsibility to support a team of employees? It is no easy task to be a boss, lamented Raymond. Well, I can offer you a 30% discount, but I cannot go lower than that. I can't be bothered with this anymore. I'm leaving. Director Egg rolled his eyes, stood, and departed. Noticing that Director Egg had indeed left, Raymond hastily finished his coffee and prepared to leave as well. However, the waiter approached him, indicating that the bill for this table had yet to be settled. Damn it, such a high-ranking official, and yet he leaves me to foot the bill? With Director Egg now out of sight, Raymond, though displeased, had no choice but to cover his share as well. Boss, all the materials you requested regarding the AI group and Dr. Killian are here, Sky announced, dimming the lights and projecting the prepared documents onto the screen before Raymond and his companions. I appreciate your efforts, Raymond nodded. As Sky presented the materials, Raymond's expression remained unchanged, while Beth and David's faces soured dramatically. Even Sky, who had previously reviewed the documents, mirrored their reactions. The information uncovered by Sky about the AI group was largely undisclosed to the public, and some parts were disturbingly gruesome and cruel. It became evident from these documents that many of the AI group's research endeavors and inventions were inextricably linked to human experimentation. The staggering number of missing persons reported globally each year was closely tied to the AI group, a fact that could be discerned from the flow of funds. The AI group maintained long-standing partnerships with various human trafficking organizations. As for the fate of those missing individuals sold to the AI group, it was all too easy to surmise their grim conclusion. Boss, do you want me to release this information to the public? Sky asked indignantly after displaying her findings. Had she uncovered this before being captured by Raymond, she would have long since announced it under the banner of the Rising Tide organization. Now, however, she needed to seek Raymond's consent first. And then what? Raymond inquired, looking at her. Then let the public vilify them, and let the justice system hold them accountable. Sky asserted confidently. For a conglomerate the size of the AI group, the capital involved was monumental, and there were countless methods at their disposal to swiftly downplay the situation. They could find scapegoats, fabricate news stories, silence dissenters, or even re-emerge under a different guise. There were no limits to their capabilities. Sky, refusing to accept this, retorted, "So we are to do nothing against these heartless beasts?" Beth hesitated, wanting to speak, but ultimately remained silent. From the perspective of an ordinary person, Facing a financial behemoth like the AI group, it indeed seemed hopeless. The truth is always held in the hands of the few, and this statement offers many interpretations. If she were 10 years younger, she might have shared Sky's fervor, but now she understood the meaning of helplessness. Of course, there are ways, Raymond replied coolly. The three of them turned their attention to Raymond. Do you truly believe that my intention in allowing you to delve into their depths was merely a casual glance? Raymond approached the window, gazing out at the street below. After this encounter, there shall no longer exist any AI conglomerate in this world. No matter the extent of their backing, can it withstand the iron fist of justice? Boss, are you suggesting we can take action? David, upon hearing Raymond's words, felt a surge of excitement. Wayne? Raymond turned his gaze towards David. Not Wayne, but myself. David's eyes sparkled. When did you become so inclined towards violence? Raymond regarded him with a peculiar expression. Perhaps it began when I witnessed you crush the Shadow King. Truly exhilarating, David exclaimed with fervor. Chapter 097, Forgotten to Mute. Rest assured, there will be an opportunity for you to act, but prior to that, we must prepare thoroughly, Raymond pondered aloud. Prepare? David was puzzled by what Raymond meant. If the leadership of a technological giant like the AI conglomerate were to be recklessly dismantled, it would be akin to delivering a direct slap to the North American government, essentially declaring war against North America. If we wish to maintain our standing on this planet, such actions cannot be taken lightly. Raymond crossed his arms, speaking slowly. Thus, before we strike, we must find a scapegoat. You mean a collaborator? Oh. Within an obscure cavern, a somewhat portly middle-aged man named Happy was left battered, his head adorned with bruises, blood trickling from his lips, and 2 teeth missing, presenting a dismal sight. Observing the man seated nearby, donned in a mask, he suddenly broke into a smile. I recognize you. Oh. The masked man regarded him with indifference. You're the one who met with Pepper a few days ago. Happy chuckled grimly, allowing blood to seep from the corners of his mouth. Who is Pepper? The masked man's voice, transmitted through a voice modulator, bore a mechanical quality. You need not feign ignorance. This is my unique ability. Though it may not qualify as a superpower, I can certainly recognize individuals. Even with a mask and altered voice, you cannot deceive me, Happy asserted confidently. Have you not heard that once a hostage sees the true face of their captor, it becomes all too easy for them to be silenced? As he spoke, the masked man removed his mask and casually tossed it aside, revealing his true visage. Indeed, it is you. Upon seeing the masked man's true identity, Happy confirmed that he had not erred. Should I commend your cleverness or lament your foolishness? The masked man or Killian sighed. If I didn't recognize you, would you set me free? Happy inquired. Certainly not. Then that settles it. I merely wish to disgust you, so stop being so self-important, you scoundrel. Happy retorted, a wretched smile on his face as he spat blood onto the ground with disdain. Smack! A burly man beside him delivered a punch to his abdomen, causing him to wince in pain. Do you believe I hesitate to kill you? Killian observed him quietly, unperturbed. You may indeed take my life, but Tony will surely find you and avenge me. Happy chuckled with a hint of melancholy, stating, I am merely a bodyguard, while you're the owner of a large corporation. We are exchanging lives, and in truth, I seem to have come out ahead. Upon hearing Happy mention Tony Stark, a fleeting anger crossed Killian's face, quickly replaced by a cold smirk. Do you truly believe that this playboy can assist you in avenging your grievances? Very well. Allow me to show you how he will kneel before me, begging for mercy. You shall witness his demise firsthand, and behold how everything falls into my grasp. Anyone can boast. I could just as easily claim to be your long-lost father. Do you believe that? Happy replied, grinning. Ensure he receives a thorough massage. But do not kill him, Killian snorted, rising and striding towards the exit. The 2 burly men, hearing Killian's command, began to snicker and eagerly approached Happy, their fists ready for action. Soon, the cave echoed with anguished cries. After they had finished massaging Happy's bones, the 2 men stepped aside to quench their thirst, for the task had proven quite exhausting. Unbeknownst to them, however, a phone slowly emerged from the illuminated opening at the top of the cave. Click! The sudden sound of a camera shutter reverberated through the cavern. What was that noise? Both men exclaimed in surprise, glancing around. Due to the cave's circular shape, they could not immediately ascertain the sound's origin, mistakenly believing it came from one of the 2 entrances. Just then, a voice floated down from above. Apologies. I forgot to silence my phone. Upon hearing this, the 2 men finally realized the sound came from directly above them, and abruptly looked up, where they beheld a figure descending from the heavens, clad in a striking crimson robe resembling a chef's uniform, adorned with a matching tall chef's hat. The figure wielded 2 large knives. Ah, at last, it is my turn to make an entrance. Are you two darlings ready to play with me? Giggled the newcomer. The peculiar attire and somewhat unsettling tone of the arrival caused the two men to exchange bewildered glances, uncertain of what to make of the situation. Is he insane? They silently questioned each other. Even Happy, who had just been released from his bonds and was still moaning in pain, displayed a look of astonishment upon seeing the newcomer. Indeed, it was Raymond. More precisely, it was Raymond under the control of his alter ego, Lebeala. With the assistance of his alter personality, he had traversed this distance in less than half a minute. Upon locating Killian, he indeed found Happy. However, Raymond chose not to reveal himself immediately to rescue Happy. As it appeared that Killian had no intention of killing him, he had explicitly stated that he wanted Happy to witness Tony's death. In such circumstances, Raymond opted for patience. His purpose for coming was merely to ascertain whether Happy was truly in Killian's clutches. Only after confirming this could he proceed to negotiate a collaboration with Tony. Thus, he intended to capture a photograph, ensuring that Tony would believe he was not merely fabricating tales. Unexpectedly, he forgot to silence his phone. Considering he did not wish to alert Killian and reveal his exposure, Raymond opted to summon the alter ego, Lebeala, for assistance. Among his various personalities, it appeared that only Lebeala possessed the capability to execute this task effectively. Consequently, the grotesque, crimson-clad incarnation of Raymond emerged. Could you expedite your actions and refrain from unnecessary banter? Raymond expressed in his mind, feeling a tinge of frustration. The Lebeala alter indeed appeared somewhat deranged. Even he felt a sense of embarrassment gazing upon it. With a mischievous chuckle, Raymond brandished his weapon and charged at the two individuals. However, these two were no innocents. After recovering from their initial shock, they promptly drew their firearms, preparing to shoot. Chapter 098. What the heck? Is this fellow truly capable? He seems rather unreliable. If he falters, I shall take over, the Tao Bai alter relentlessly questioned. I did not come here to commit murder. What purpose would it serve for you to intervene? Spare me your antics, Raymond promptly retorted. Given his deranged appearance, is it truly all right? The Tao Bai alter inquired once more. Raymond yearned to ask the Tao Bai alter if there remained any semblance of sanity within, for in terms of eccentricity, they were hardly in a position to mock one another. However, such a conversation would be too detrimental to their rapport, so he merely replied, moreover, they are but two petty lackeys, do not underestimate them. Lebeala is not so feeble, just observe the spectacle. As Raymond conversed with the Tao Bai alter, Lebeala had already begun to advance towards the two with a sinister grin. Yet, this character, reveling in twisted humor, could effortlessly conclude the skirmish but chose not to. Hand tendons sever. Upon uttering this phrase, the firearms slipped from the hands of the two assailants, their grip weakened. My hands, I can no longer exert strength. Both men, realizing their hands were rendered powerless in an instant, stared at Raymond in terror, utterly bewildered by the turn of events. It was as though a gust of wind had swept through, leaving them unable to even hold their weapons. Realizing that this crimson-clad lunatic was likely no ordinary individual, their immediate instinct was to flee. When faced with an adversary capable of disarming them effortlessly, what hope did they have? They dashed towards the exit. Leg tendons sever. Just as they lifted their feet to escape, Raymond's sinister laughter echoed once more. This time, both men collapsed in a heap, landing in a most undignified manner. Though they were in different positions, the sensation was identical. They could not even sense their feet, let alone stand. Unable to fight back or flee, despair truly enveloped them. However, Raymond seemed to have grown tired of the play, casually twirling the watermelon knife in his hands before they succumbed to unconsciousness. Task accomplished. Raymond resolved the situation involving the two individuals and strode directly towards Happy, who was bound to a pillar. Sir, I am not affiliated with them. If you could rescue me, I could. Happy Hogan? Suddenly called by name, Happy was taken aback. Indeed, I was sent by others to save you. But now is not the time to take you away. Surely, you wouldn't want to see that arrogant fellow escape prematurely, would you? Are you suggesting that you plan to discreetly inform Tony and then capture them all at once? Happy inquired tentatively. Clever, Raymond exclaimed, giving a thumbs up while retrieving his phone. He leaned closer to Happy and made a V sign with his fingers, grinning. All right, I'll count to 3, and together we shout and key 1, 2, 3 and key. After glancing at the selfie on his phone, Raymond nodded in satisfaction. What about those two? Happy glanced at the unconscious figures on the ground. Patience. Watch me, Raymond replied. And after putting away his phone, he inexplicably produced 2 elongated soft tubes and attached them to the back of his own head, inserting them into place. Inserting them? What the? Happy's eyes widened in disbelief, utterly baffled by the notion of inserting tubes into one's head. Was he not afraid of piercing his brain? Unbeknownst to him, he was not the only one astounded at that moment. What the? Raymond was astonished. Crow's alternate persona was astonished. Jacques's alternate persona was astonished. Tao Bai's alternate persona was astonished. The shock was palpable. They all experienced the sensation of two tubes penetrating their brains, as Raymond had granted them shared sensory access to his body. What does it feel like to have two tubes simultaneously inserted into one's brain? Prior to this, neither Raymond nor the alternate personas had any notion of such an experience. Even Akainu's alternate persona, who had consumed a natural-type devil fruit, had never undergone such an intrusion in a non-elemental state. Even the reckless Jacques's persona had never attempted such an audacious maneuver. Yet, Lai Baala's alternate persona had, and it occurred while they were sharing sensory experiences. The sensation was indescribable. How was it possible for him to insert two tubes into his brain simultaneously without consequence? What perplexed Raymond the most was when his own head had acquired two additional interfaces akin to the actual Lai Baala. Did this imply that during the transition between alternate personas, not only did his physical form and strength align perfectly with that of the alternate persona's prototype, but also the very structure and composition of his body transformed to resemble the prototype? Raymond contemplated the most plausible possibility. If it were not so, it would be inexplicable why two interfaces suddenly appeared at the back of his head, allowing for the insertion of tubes. The previous lack of awareness regarding this matter might have stemmed from the fact that both Crow's and Deadshot's alternate personas, as well as the later Tao, Bai, and Jacques personas, still maintained the anatomy of a normal human. Even after switching to an alternate persona, due to the unchanged appearance and visage, the subtle differences in physical structure go unnoticed. However, Libera's alternate persona is distinct. He has modified his own body, and the two ports at the back of his head are a testament to his self-alteration. Had he not made this sudden move, Raymond might not have realized that two additional ports had emerged at the back of his head after the switch. Nonetheless, at this moment, he had no intention of halting Libera's alternate persona. Despite the indescribable sensation of having tubes inserted into his brain, it was already too late to stop. Libera's alternate persona grasped the ends of the soft tubes in each hand and approached the two individuals. Unlike the end of the tubes he held, the other ends bore structures akin to suction cups, which he affixed to the temples of the two individuals. Immediately, a peculiar smile appeared on their faces, indicating an unusual enjoyment, as though they were relishing a service. In Raymond's mind, he could not help but close his eyes, even though he currently possessed none. Moments later, Libera's persona retracted the tubes, extracting the ends inserted into his own brain. Mission accomplished. He clapped his hands, wearing a look of triumph, oblivious to the terrified gaze of Happy, who watched him from a distance, far more alarmed than when he had seen Killian. Chapter 099, A First Encounter with Tony. When Libera's alternate persona had seated the two individuals comfortably in chairs, Raymond immediately inquired within his mind, what was the purpose of severing their tendons? What now? It appeared that the master persona did not fully comprehend the prowess of a top-tier chef like myself. Libera's alternate persona cackled in his mind. True culinary mastery lies in the ability to handle ingredients without causing damage. Their tendons were not genuinely severed. They were merely temporarily paralyzed and would soon return to normal. Before he could finish speaking, Raymond vanished in an instant from Happy's sight and ascended once more from above. Observing Raymond's swift departure, Happy felt a surreal sensation, questioning whether he had been struck so hard that he was now imagining things. However, glancing at the two individuals still slumped on the chairs in a state of unconsciousness, he realized that this was no mere illusion. Someone had indeed been present. Approximately half a minute later, the two individuals awoke simultaneously. How strange. Why did I suddenly fall asleep? You fell asleep too? It must be that we haven't rested well lately. We definitely need to catch up on sleep once this ordeal is over. The two, now awake, exchanged playful banter, laughing as if nothing had transpired before. Seeing their reactions sent a chill down Happy's spine, for he was reminded of the unsettling scene he had witnessed earlier. It was the moment when the enigmatic figure in the crimson robe, having rendered two individuals unconscious, suddenly produced two flexible tubes, inserting one end into his own head while connecting the other to the temples of the two victims. Initially perplexed by the intentions of the crimson-clad stranger, the sudden sight of the two individuals appearing as if they had collectively lost their memories enlightened Happy. It became clear that the figure was manipulating their memories. Could it truly be so absurd as to alter memories with mere tubes? Had someone previously suggested to Happy that a single tube could modify another's recollection, he would have deemed them mentally unhinged. Yet, Witnessing the spectacle with his own eyes left him no room for disbelief. Fortunately, he was on their side. Happy silently rejoiced. After informing Pepper of his discovery regarding Happy's whereabouts, he casually provided her with an address, requesting that she bring her partner along. Within 10 minutes of concluding the call, a steel exosuit descended from the heavens, landing before him. As the helmet automatically retracted, revealing a handsome visage, Raymond recognized that the principal had arrived. "Are you the Detective Raymond that Pepper spoke of?" Tony, beneath the armor, regarded him with a hint of skepticism. "Mr. Stark has arrived rather swiftly. Where's Miss Pepper?" Raymond surveyed the vicinity, finding no trace of her. "Indeed," he affirmed without hesitation. "Where is she?" Tony inquired, his urgency palpable. As the head of Stark Industries, a super-rich playboy, superhero, and Avenger, he typically maintained an impassive demeanor, even in the presence of the North American president. However, Happy was among the few who could elicit such a departure from his usual composure, akin to that of family. For days, he had been frantically searching, scarcely allowing himself rest, consumed by the fear that something might have befallen Happy. Thus, upon hearing the news of Happy's location, it was only natural for him to feel anxious. Yet Tony interrupted, impatience seeping into his tone. "As long as what you say is true, money is no object. Once I rescue Happy, you will receive every penny owed to you. I am not in the mood for such discussions. Please disclose Happy's whereabouts immediately." It was evident that Tony suspected Raymond intended to negotiate financial matters first, perhaps even to extort a small sum. Pepper had likely informed him that no payment had been rendered to Raymond yet. However, to Tony, money was trivial, provided the demands were not unreasonable. He was willing to pay anything to ensure Happy's safety. Of course, this was contingent upon Raymond not attempting to swindle him. Should Raymond's price be something outrageous, like half of Stark Industries shares, Tony would not acquiesce, for that would be akin to extortion. Nevertheless, he trusted that anyone with a sound mind would not dare to be so presumptuous, as such actions would only lead to enmity, devoid of any meaningful outcome. Raymond could undoubtedly discern Tony's thoughts, and thus, he felt no anger, merely shaking his head with a smile. "What I wish to discuss is not a matter of money." Upon hearing this, Tony's misunderstanding deepened, his countenance darkening as he replied in a grave tone, "Detective Raymond, or should I refer to you as Dr. Raymond? Please, no one to cease. I trust that, given your social standing and your connection with S.H.I.E.L.D., you are not foolish enough to attempt to defraud me. However, there are certain matters that touch upon one's bottom line. Indeed, I would spend any amount to save Happy. But I do not wish for anyone to leverage that against me or engage in extortion. Do you understand?" Raymond was entirely unsurprised by Tony's ability to articulate his background, including his ties to psychological experts and his unique relationship with the S.H.I.E.L.D. Academy. Prior to summoning him, Pepper had undoubtedly informed Tony of how she located Raymond and the details of his detective agency. With JARVISS intelligence, it would take mere moments to unearth Raymond's true identity from this information. Even S.H.I.E.L.D.'s database was virtually open to JARVISS. Without a doubt, all records pertaining to Raymond online and across various departments would be susceptible to JARVISS scrutiny. Apart from matters like the Tahiti Project, which were not officially documented, Tony had certainly acquired full knowledge of Raymond's background by the time he arrived. He simply chose not to disclose this upon their initial meeting, wishing to avoid an unpleasant atmosphere. However, Raymond's attempts to escalate the situation were a provocation that could not go unanswered. No one could threaten him, neither Director Fury nor Raymond himself. Chapter 100. A disagreement. Raymond could anticipate Tony's thoughts, and he understood his sentiments. Nonetheless, understanding did not necessitate indulging Tony's temper. Individuals like Tony, with their deeply ingrained arrogance, inherently looked down upon those who fawned over them. "If you continue to communicate with me in such a manner, I believe there is little left for us to discuss. Farewell." "Stop." Tony's voice rang out sharply. Yet, Raymond paid him no heed, striding further away, which ignited a blaze of frustration within Tony. In that moment, he had resolved that Raymond was indeed attempting to extort him, calculating that he would not relinquish the opportunity to learn Happy's whereabouts, thus emboldening his audacity. With a whoosh, the thrusters beneath Tony activated, propelling him through the air until he landed before Raymond once more. "I told you to stop. Did you not hear me?" Tony positioned himself in Raymond's path. "What? Do you intend to force a sale?" Raymond retorted with a cold smile. "I have now decided against engaging in your business proposal. If you possess the capability, find your own way. Do not waste my time with your futile arguments. I owe you nothing. Step aside." Yet at that moment, Tony had no intention of yielding. He He firmly believed that Raymond genuinely knew the whereabouts of Happy, a conviction he reached after perusing Raymond's information. As he had articulated, given Raymond's stature, he would not be foolish enough to attempt deception. This was precisely why he had directly inquired about Happy's location upon arrival, without excessive skepticism regarding how Raymond had located him, nor doubting the veracity of Raymond's claims. Now, with Happy's whereabouts seemingly within reach, could he allow Raymond to depart unchallenged? The answer, undoubtedly, was in the negative. You cannot leave. Tony's tone grew resolute. Cannot leave? TSK, TSK. No wonder you are Iron Man. Are you attempting to coerce me? Raymond retorted with a cold smirk. I now have reason to suspect that you are colluding with those who have abducted Happy to extort me. Or perhaps you are the mastermind behind Happy's kidnapping. Tony asserted gravely. Until the truth is ascertained, you shall not go anywhere. So now you're labeling me a criminal, Raymond scoffed. Very well. If you believe I'm a kidnapper, then feel free to report me to the authorities. Until then, I have no obligation to assist you in uncovering any truth. Goodbye. Before he finished speaking, Raymond abruptly changed direction and began to leave once more. This time, Tony could no longer contain himself. He raised his hand to grasp Raymond's shoulder. Raymond, with a silent sneer, instantly shifted into his alter ego, Tao Bye-Bye. In an instant, his expression transformed dramatically. With a devilish grin, Raymond seized Tony's hand that clutched his shoulder, effortlessly flinging him away. Boom! Caught off guard, Tony, along with his suit, crashed in a mountainside by the roadside with a resounding thud. Fortunately, his helmet had automatically donned itself just as he was thrown, sparing him from injury. You truly are problematic. In the next moment, Tony emerged from the dust, speaking in a grave tone from within his armor. Your attitude is utterly loathsome. Tao Bye-Bye has long wished to deal with you, and now I finally have the chance, Raymond remarked, a trace of contempt gracing his lips as he gazed at Tony hovering in the sky. Simultaneously, he propelled himself like an air-to-air missile towards Tony. In a heartbeat, he was directly above Tony. Tony was startled by Raymond's sudden approach. It was noteworthy that he was at least 10 to 20 meters above the ground, a distance that would require a moment for him to ascend. Yet, Raymond appeared to teleport, having instantaneously reached his position, surpassing Tony's visual limits and only detectable through JARVISS tracking. However, Tony's reaction was a beat too late, although JARVIS could trace Raymond's trajectory. By the time the information reached him and he made a judgment, it was already too late. Down you go, Raymond shouted, delivering a forceful kick that sent Tony crashing from midair to the ground, creating yet another crater. Harnessing the momentum, he gracefully landed beside the spot, lightly pressing his toes to dissipate the force of his descent. Gazing towards the cloud of dust, Raymond stood with his hands clasped behind his back, exuding an air of mastery. Suddenly, a beam of blue laser shot through the haze, aimed directly at Raymond. Yet, he appeared unfazed, having seemingly anticipated the attack. He raised a hand and pointed his index finger towards the origin of the threat. Cavitation wave. With a swift motion, a golden beam erupted from his fingertip, meeting the incoming blue laser head-on. Boom! Another explosion reverberated through the air. Tony was hurled from the dust, but fortunately, his thrusters activated just in time, lifting him off the ground and preventing a collision with the mountainside. In that moment, Tony realized he was not facing an adversary to be trifled with. Observing Raymond, who stood unscathed on the ground, Tony felt an overwhelming sense of urgency, refusing to let his guard down. He had learned his lesson the hard way. He understood that if Raymond chose to attack, the distance would mean nothing, and he could strike in an instant. Most alarmingly, he discerned that Raymond had not fought with full force during their previous encounter. The prodigious strength, terrifying speed, and the mysterious wave attack he had just witnessed combined to suggest that even his formidable ally from Norse mythology might not stand a chance against Raymond. Regret began to seep into his thoughts, questioning the rashness of his actions, for it was he who had initiated this conflict. Suddenly, his expression shifted beneath the armor as he glanced toward the left side of the road. A vehicle was approaching, and through the armor's sensors, he quickly identified it as Pepper, who had arrived just moments later. This was troubling. Chapter 101. Let us talk after the fight. Although Tony had been the one to instigate this confrontation and had come to realize his impulsiveness, he had little regret about engaging. After all, he did not believe he was entirely in the wrong. From his perspective, it was Raymond who had acted disrespectfully first. However, Pepper's arrival at this moment posed a significant complication. If Raymond were indeed the mastermind behind Happy's abduction, Pepper's presence would essentially deliver her right into danger. Even if he could not defeat Raymond, Tony believed he could manage an escape, perhaps even call for help. But with Pepper added to the equation, the dynamics shifted entirely. He felt uncertain about his ability to protect her in front of Raymond. As Tony's mind raced, contemplating his next move, Pepper seemed to sense that something was amiss and had stopped her vehicle not far away, stepping out to assess the situation. On the ground, Raymond smirked menacingly and made a throat-slitting gesture towards the air before turning to approach Pepper. In midair, Tony observed with astonishment as Raymond indeed approached Pepper. Disregarding any strategic considerations, he hastened to her side, positioning himself protectively behind her. What perplexed him was that Raymond did not seize this opportunity to act against Pepper. He merely strolled over leisurely. Be cautious. This individual is suspicious. Tony fixated his gaze on the approaching Raymond, fully aware of the latter's remarkable speed, and dared not let his guard down. Who is truly suspicious, Mr. Stark? Are you attempting to sow confusion? Raymond remarked nonchalantly. However, it was evident that he had no intention of making a reckless move unless absolutely necessary. In response to Raymond's inquiry, Tony retorted defiantly, "If you are not guilty, why the haste to leave?" Pepper, well acquainted with Tony, quickly grasped that his notorious temperament had escalated the conflict. Observing the situation, she was astonished to see Tony seemingly at a disadvantage. The last time she witnessed him in such a state was during the Battle of New York, with the previous instance being his altercation with Asgardian. It was indeed remarkable that the detective Raymond could corner him in such a manner. Nevertheless, it was imperative for her to intervene, as was her customary role. "Detective Raymond, I sincerely apologize. May I inquire if there is some misunderstanding? If Tony has erred, I apologize on his behalf." "Honey, you need not, do not speak." Pepper shot him an exasperated glance, signaling him to refrain from further commentary while she took charge of the situation. Tony, now composed, recognized that this was the most prudent approach. Although his pride was somewhat bruised, Pepper provided him an avenue to step back gracefully. "If only we had communicated like this earlier, none of this would have transpired," Raymond quipped, casting a sidelong glance at Tony with a bemused shake of his head. Once Tony succinctly summarized the previous circumstances, Pepper nodded in understanding and inquired, "May I ask what terms Detective Raymond intended to discuss? If we can indeed locate Happy, we would be amenable to terms that are not excessively outlandish. However, Detective Raymond, are you certain you have discovered Happy's whereabouts?" Raymond had anticipated this question, retrieving his phone to display a recent selfie, which he tossed towards them. Upon receiving the phone, Pepper and Tony indeed saw Happy, albeit in a disheveled state, with bruised eyes and blood at the corners of his mouth, having lost 2 teeth. The photograph depicted Raymond in a rather peculiar outfit, complete with a large red chef's hat and a flowing crimson robe. Yet, they had no time to ponder Raymond's bizarre attire. When Tony viewed the image, he immediately instructed JARVIS to scan and analyze it, swiftly concluding that the photograph bore no signs of manipulation. However, this ignited a flare of anger within Tony, prompting him to cast an irritated glance at Raymond. "Do you still wish to assert that Happy's disappearance bears no relation to you? I have previously stated that if you intend to maintain this demeanor in our discussions, then I believe there is little left for us to converse about. I am quite busy and have no time to indulge in your frivolities," Raymond replied nonchalantly. Pepper gently tapped Tony's armor, signaling him once again to temper his impulsiveness. She understood that Tony was distressed by the plight of his old companion, Happy, and his loss of composure was entirely understandable. Yet, it was evident that Raymond would not be swayed by Tony's emotional state. Should this continue, it seemed that their dialogue would indeed reach an impasse. "I did locate him, but the situation is rather intricate, which is why I have not rescued him yet," Raymond stated, shaking his head. "Intricate? Could you elaborate?" Pepper inquired. Raymond put away his phone and continued, "The primary reason for my contact with you is to deliberate on how to handle this matter. However, before I could finish my thought, our esteemed Iron Man insisted that I cease, even branding me a kidnapper. TSK, had I not retained some degree of resistance, I might have already been apprehended and subjected to severe interrogation." Upon hearing this, Pepper glanced at Tony, only to find him unusually silent. And due to the helmet he wore, she could not discern his expression. Yet, her understanding of Tony led her to realize that this predicament was likely a result of his mishandling, exacerbating the conflict. After expressing her apologies to Raymond once again, she pressed on to inquire further about the complexities he had mentioned. Raymond observed Tony's reaction and recognized that, for him, this was a form of concession. Thus he was disinclined to prolong the matter. After all, Tony had just provided him with 300 exploration points, and he did not wish to offend such a potential long-term client. Consequently, he swiftly began to elucidate the circumstances briefly outlining the matters concerning AIM and Killian. Chapter 102, A Scheme. Surprisingly, it was he. Pepper's expression fluctuated with uncertainty. Tony immediately noticed her distress and asked, "Do you know this Killian?" Pepper did not conceal the truth. He was a former colleague of mine, once a rather honest individual. I am unsure what has caused such a drastic transformation, but he has now become the president of AIM. Not long ago, he visited me specifically upon learning that I was in Washington. Tony's interest was piqued. "Did Happy accompany you during his visit?" "Yes," Pepper nodded, her countenance darkening further, as she began to realize that Killian's abduction of Happy was likely due to her. Recognizing this, she despondently remarked, "It's all my fault. Had I not met him, Happy would not have been involved." Tony hastily reassured her, "You cannot blame yourself. You had no prior knowledge of his intentions." At that moment, Raymond unexpectedly interjected, "Miss Pepper, do not be too hard on yourself. This situation is not entirely your doing. Even in your absence, he would have taken action against Stark Industries." Both of them turned to regard him. "According to my investigation, his true target is, in fact, you." Raymond glanced at Tony. "Me?" Tony responded, somewhat perplexed. "I'm not entirely certain of the specifics, but his hatred for you runs deep as marrow." Raymond replied coolly. His meeting with Miss Pepper might merely be a nostalgic encounter, yet the fundamental reason for his abduction of Happy undoubtedly pertains to you. "But I don't even know him," Tony retorted, visibly irritated. "Before today, you were unfamiliar with me, yet you managed to offend me upon our very first meeting, did you not?" Raymond scoffed. Tony's expression darkened, for he recognized the truth in Raymond's words. His capricious nature often led him to offend others, yet most lacked the means to retaliate against him. Even if they were displeased, they could only harbor their grievances internally. Similarly, had Raymond been an ordinary individual today, he would possess no means to resist and could only nurse his grudges in silence. Yet, had he ever cared about those who might resent him in the shadows? However, when one among those who harbored resentment turns out to be capable of revenge, the situation becomes entirely different. The appearance of Killian had evidently caught him off guard. He could not even recall who Killian was, nor could he remember when he had offended such a notable figure. Pepper discerned Tony's discomfort and quickly interjected, "This is not the time for such discussions. Let us focus on how to rescue Happy, who remains in Killian's grasp." Raymond remarked, "Rescuing Happy is not difficult. I could have extracted him when I found him earlier. However, completely dismantling Killian and the AIM organization behind him is far more challenging. I came to discuss with you whether there exists a strategy to eliminate AIM's upper echelon without inciting backlash from the North American government. Do you have a grudge against AIM?" Tony suddenly inquired. "JARVIS," Tony commanded, bypassing any questions and instructing JARVIS to retrieve the contents of his inbox while donning his helmet. A minute later, when he lifted his helmet, a fierce intensity filled his gaze, and he spat one word through clenched teeth: "Scum." As the head of a military-industrial conglomerate, he was certainly no saint and had witnessed much darkness within humanity. However, he remained utterly intolerant of the barbaric practice of human experimentation. Even without the matter concerning Happy, had he discovered AIM conducting experiments on living subjects, he would have taken action regardless. Thus, he had come to realize that he had indeed misjudged Raymond in his earlier haste. What Raymond sought to discuss was a collaboration to eliminate AIM, not the extortion he had initially suspected. "I apologize, I was impulsive earlier." Tony suddenly inclined his head slightly in acknowledgement to Raymond. "Never mind." Raymond waved his hand dismissively, indicating he bore no ill will, and continued, "So, do you believe the North American government has any solutions?" Tony shook his head and remarked, "As long as we can obtain incriminating evidence against the AIM group, establishing connections should not pose a significant challenge. However, directly assimilating the AIM group is rather implausible. At most, we may be able to share in the spoils. Otherwise, certain individuals will not easily relent." Raymond nodded in understanding, aligning with his prior expectations. He was certainly not naive enough to believe that eliminating the upper echelons of the AIM group would grant him immediate access to the entirety of their assets. If that were the case, society would have descended into chaos long ago. Nevertheless, with Tony's assurance, it was at least feasible to eliminate the higher-ups of the AIM group. He pondered whether this might also lure out members of Hydra. If that were to occur, perhaps he could collaborate once more with Director Egg, reaping a bountiful harvest of development points, Raymond mused. His desire to eradicate the AIM group's leaders stemmed not only from a sense of indignation, but also from a strategic intention to ensnare the plump target that Hydra represented. It was crucial to recognize that the Hydra spies embedded within S.H.I.E.L.D. were merely a fraction of their operations. Acting recklessly could inadvertently alert the Hydra members outside, compelling them to conceal themselves even more effectively. Should he fail to eliminate them all in one fell swoop, he might find himself bitten by this venomous snake. After all, he was not invincible. Being constantly plotted against by a multitude could lead to his downfall at any moment. However, if he could leverage this opportunity to draw out the Hydra members hidden beyond S.H.I.E.L.D.'s reach, it might indeed be possible to capture them all. At that point, he estimated he could secure a considerable amount of development points. What's not to relish in that? Very well, Tony readily agreed. By the way, regarding my abilities, I would prefer that they remain confidential for the time being to protect my family. Therefore, I ask that you keep this information to yourselves and refrain from disclosing it to others. Not a problem, Tony nodded. All right, I shall take my leave then. See you tonight, Raymond said, turning away from the two and walking towards a nearby mountainside. To their astonishment, he effortlessly carved out a long stone pillar from the rock face and hurled it skyward. In the next instant, he soared into the air, vanishing alongside the stone pillar into the heavens. Tony and Pepper, witnessing the spectacle, were both taken aback, particularly Tony, who was astounded upon receiving Jarvis's analysis of Raymond's astonishing speed at the moment of his disappearance. Chapter 103, A Fiery Eruption. The location where Killian had imprisoned Happy was, in fact, situated behind an auto parts factory. As night fell, Raymond drove the employees to the foot of the mountain. Upon their arrival, Tony and Pepper had been waiting for quite some time. Tony found it peculiar that Raymond had brought along a group of people as if they were on an outing, and his bewilderment deepened upon seeing Beth and Sky, who appeared as if they were attending a celebrity meet and greet. Unbeknownst to him, Beth and Sky had insisted on joining not only to witness the commotion, but also to seize the opportunity to meet the renowned Iron Man. There was no dissuading them. They were determined to be part of the spectacle. In response to Tony's silence, Raymond could only shrug, signifying his innocence. Of course, he could comprehend the situation. Tony's fame in this world was on par with that of international superstars, perhaps even surpassing them, except for individuals like David, who had lived in a mental institution and remained isolated from the world. Few, if any, were oblivious to the legendary figure of Iron Man. Beth and Sky were no exceptions. Thus, when they learned that their boss was about to fight alongside Iron Man, they eagerly implored Raymond to bring them along. This modest request posed no inconvenience for Raymond, who gladly obliged. The two women gazed at Tony with palpable excitement, chattering away with inquiries about the various rumors surrounding Captain America, the Hulk, Thor, and many more. Their enthusiasm left Tony somewhat flustered. Ultimately, it was Raymond who could no longer bear the situation and intervened. Yes, I've confirmed Happy's position. We just need you here to prepare for action, Tony nodded. Then let us commence. First, we rescue him. The commotion can be a bit louder, and then we shall await his arrival, Raymond pondered. Are you certain he will come? Tony inquired, perplexed by Raymond's conviction that Killian would arrive rather than flee. Rest assured, I can guarantee that he will not escape without dealing with you first. Raymond replied with a smile. Hearing this, Tony felt for the first time a flicker of realization regarding the extent of animosity he had attracted over the years. Were there truly so many people who bore such deep-seated hatred for him? Shaking his head, he cast the thought aside and promptly issued a command to Jarvis to initiate action. Soon, a series of intense explosions echoed from halfway up the mountain, clearly a deliberate act by Tony in accordance with Raymond's suggestion. In a short while, an armored suit descended from the sky, cradling a battered Happy in its grasp. Are you all right, old buddy? Tony rushed forward, concerned. Seeing Tony and Pepper, Happy managed a wry smile. Once again, you've gone to great lengths for me. Do not utter such words. Rest well, and leave the forthcoming matters to us, Tony reassured him. After being set down by the armored suit, Happy nodded, only to then notice Raymond and the others nearby. It's you. Upon seeing Raymond, Happy was taken aback, a reflexive response driven by the haunting memory of Raymond's earlier actions. You must have met Detective Raymond before, Tony introduced. It was Pepper who sought his assistance in tracking your whereabouts. Without him, we might not have found you. Why, yes. I have, Happy stammered, forcing the words out. Tony noticed Happy's odd reaction, but attributed it to his injuries, dismissing it without further thought. After exchanging nods with Happy, Raymond suddenly observed a group of individuals encircling them from all directions. They have arrived. Before Tony's arrival, he had already investigated Killian's background and instantly recognized the figure striding ahead, Killian himself. Conversely, Killian also identified Tony and Pepper among the crowd. As the saying goes, when enemies meet, their eyes blaze with hatred. Without uttering a word, the two charged towards each other. With a sudden thrust from his propulsion system, Tony was propelled forward like an arrow released from a bow, racing towards Killian. Happy, witnessing this scene, enthusiastically urged Tony on, exclaiming, "That's it. Give that scoundrel a beating he won't forget. What on earth is happening? Happy and Pepper were utterly stunned, completely unprepared for such a turn of events. Even Beth and Sky were left bewildered. Buzz! Killian transformed into a grotesque figure, his skin seemingly alive with flames swirling beneath the surface, emanating waves of heat. A mutant? Tony felt a flicker of surprise. Pay attention to the others, Raymond prompted. Following Raymond's suggestion, Tony observed that Killian's subordinates appeared to have undergone similar transformations. If they were mutants, it was improbable for so many to possess the same ability simultaneously. Tony realized that this situation was more troublesome than he had anticipated. However, fear did not grip him. After all, he had come prepared. Compared to the battle in New York, his technology had undergone significant advancements, and his overall combat prowess had notably improved. Tony Stark, who would have thought you'd find yourself in this predicament? Killian remarked, his tone laced with satisfaction. Have we met? Tony still struggled to recall any connection with the man before him. You remain as arrogant as ever, Killian retorted coldly. Let me remind you, on a night over a decade ago, I brought my hopes. Can we skip the useless chatter? I'm pressed for time. All of you, come at me together. Raymond stepped forward, and suddenly, a layer of flames erupted from his body. As the fire surged, his form seemed to swell dramatically, as if molten lava coursed beneath his skin. How is this possible? You two have the extremist virus? Killian, interrupted and taken aback, struggled to contain his anger. The extremist virus? What a pathetic excuse. Raymond's tone dripped with disdain, exuding a commanding presence. Prepare to face the judgment of justice, you wretches. Allow me to send you on your way. With a thunderous roar, Raymond conjured a colossal fist of molten lava, measuring at least 5 to 6 meters in diameter, hurling it towards Killian and his cronies.